This guy is a natural fake awakener, born with a power stronger than others. But the first thing Kim Seon has to do is pay off the debt left by his parents. 9 years have passed, and he finally saved enough to attend his dream Hunter Academy. As he was browsing online, a sudden ad for the Ultimate Academy caught Kim Seon's eye, making him freeze in shock. What the hell is this? The video was full of praise and flattery that reached the sky. He was speechless and kept scrolling to the next video of the Monkey King wielding his staff, but all the strength and skill he displayed left Kim Seon stunned. Unbelievable. Kim Seon clicked the sign-up button out of curiosity to see what happens. The number $40,000 suddenly appeared on the screen, matching the amount he had. It's unreal. You really have a fiery temper. Huh. Material truly determines consciousness. You just quickly log out of the website and put on your work hat again. But who can predict the twists of life? Kim Seon's trust and hope suddenly vanished within just a few seconds. In just a moment, the chain hooking the monster's body accidentally snapped right above his head. Everything around Kim Seon then became as dark as his future. His body was seriously injured and needed exactly $40,000 for surgery. The company then reneged and refused to cover the occupational accident. His bright future is now over in the hospital bed. To cover the surgery costs, he only has $3,000 left in his pocket, the money Manchun gave him earlier. In a dazed state, his phone suddenly vibrated with a notification about the Supreme Academy and the registration fee being discounted to $3,000, surprising Kim Seon greatly. With nothing left to lose, he decided to take a risk and give it a try. As his finger touched the button, the envelope of money beside him also gradually disappeared, startling him. After successfully registering as a member, a tiny kid emitting a sparkling light from his phone quietly crawled out. Turns out it will be his assistant mentor who teaches him, making Kim Seon think his head is also injured. Yeah, that's pretty amazing. The mentor also goes by the name Mentor. The kid happily boasted that Otis is the first student he's in charge of, making Kim Seon wonder if someone is even sicker than he is right now. Mentor said that the Supreme Academy is a school where the teachers always want to push beyond their own race's limits, making Kim Seon shudder. So, this is a school for superhumans, not hunters. What the hell is a hunter anyway? Mentor hurriedly had Kim Seon do a skills assessment to determine his current tendencies. He trembled as he clicked without knowing what to choose in the second question, because he currently had none of those abilities. Oh dear. Oh dear, Mentor sighs softly. Well, this academy will just have to accept you for now. Then he fired off 180 questions in a row, making Kim Seon tremble as if he was about to die right there in bed. After noticing that his preferred fighting style was healing techniques, the mentor thought and decided to choose Eastern Chi refinement for him. Then he immediately showed him a lecture from the Buddha Lord, leaving Kim Seon stunned and questioning life. What the heck is this? According to the mentor, he immediately clicked on the lecture about unwavering determination. The image of the Buddha and his teachings echoing in his mind caused Kim Seon to suddenly fall into a dazed state, as if he had just bitten a ton of stone. After a week of continuous listening, Kim Seon's body had fully recovered and become incredibly strong, surprising all the doctors. Indeed, the power of Buddha's teachings. Kim Seon felt enlightened after just 1.3% of the progress. Without hesitation, Greed decided to try listening to Ken's lecture to see how it goes. Ken is a centaur with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse, and he is the teacher of most of the heroes in Greek mythology. He happily lies down, listening and enduring, when suddenly he shouts loudly, ordering him to get up quickly, making Kim Seon jump in surprise and almost fall off the bed. On his phone screen, a notification about his daily personal tasks suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, he jumped up. The tough physical tasks were more than Kim Seon could handle, making him sigh in frustration and consider skipping. But no matter how hard I try to press it, that screen stubbornly keeps showing the notification demanding I complete the mission, making me feel like Kim Seon is about to fade away. What is this dust turning into my body? Kim Seon, the handsome boy, reluctantly clicks back into Professor Buddha's lecture. A notification about the deadline to complete the task suddenly appears on the toolbar, showing 83 days remaining. This fan might as well have taken a step forward. Since that day, even if he didn't really want to, Kim Seon had to train his body every day with the small hope that he would become stronger. But even after a whole week of studying everything, his progress still hadn't moved at all. So, since he hadn't exercised in a long time, Kim Seon took this chance as an excuse to train his body, pushing himself to do 300 push-ups until he was exhausted. Just as he was about to switch to a different exercise, he suddenly realized the screen only showed 81 reps, so he had to be in the correct posture for it to count properly. Kim Seon struggled to hold back tears as he kept working out, gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath, finally reaching his goal after a long day of effort. He was so exhausted that he was bleeding and kept rolling on the ground, cursing under his breath, while everyone around looked at him with confusion. Is this a joke? From now on, Kim Seo-run will have to do uniform duty every day and listen to lectures. Just hearing about it makes me want to pass out. A few days later, while heading to the hospital lobby for some exercise, he suddenly greeted an elderly woman he encountered. The TV is showing news about a fake awakening that managed to defeat a monster in its sleep thanks to its own powerful abilities, making the old lady very excited. As he hesitates, unsure how to explain his current strength, the middle-aged man sitting beside him coldly advises him to give up, causing Kim Seo-run to clench his fists in anger. He coldly said he would decide for himself what to do with his life. Please take care of his life first. Then he walked away a step ahead of the shouting behind him. What age does he have to stop him from chasing his dream? With faith that he will become a professional hunter, Kim Seo trembled and tirelessly trained day after day. At the academy, a fierce battle is raging between a young female teacher and a giant ferocious beast. After a fierce clash, her sharp swords have torn it into pieces. Fresh, bloody blood splattered all over the yard, blending with the dust and smoke, making the scene look quite desolate. After 2 weeks of hell, Kim Seon finally made it home. He happily sprawled on the bed, but his mind was still preoccupied with the upcoming hunter exam next year. Suddenly, he was startled to remember that he had completed his daily mission for today. The system has unlocked the next lesson for him, making Kim Soon shout with joy. Teacher Khan, seeing his perseverance in returning, was a bit surprised. He then immediately picked up the stick to prepare for the next lesson. That is the sense. The next morning, even though he really didn't want to, Kim Sen had to muster up his courage and go back to the construction site to keep working because he was broke, and now a new money-related problem arose. He had to work to earn money, but if he did, he wouldn't have time for classes or daily tasks. This problem really gives Kim Seon a headache. During this rare break, he quietly reviews the previous lesson about the 5 senses that play a crucial role in a battle: sight, hearing, intuition, touch, and taste. Because these processes were too slow, Teacher Kinnan taught him how to shorten them by using his 6th sense and intuition. As he was lost in thought, his colleague behind suddenly approached and grabbed his shoulder. But surprisingly, Kim Seo-jun was able to dodge easily as if he had eyes behind his head, leaving him extremely astonished. Kim Seo-run then effortlessly split a 3-piece monster weighing a total of 200 kilograms, even after just being injured, causing everyone present at the scene to gape in amazement. Wow, I really feel like I'm overflowing with power. He secretly thought that if he waited until work was finished, there wouldn't be much time left, so he decided to take the opportunity to train while carrying goods. Unexpectedly, as he practiced a few moves, the system automatically tripled the effect, making the heavier the load, the more effective it was. Kim Sao-zo realized the truth and was overjoyed. It turned out that from then on he took every chance to work and train at the same time, earning money while saving time. One arrow hit 2 spiders. The aftermath of those energetic days left his body exhausted, but the results are just as impressive. He has now finished all the old lessons and decided to look for more free courses to continue. After searching for a while, Kim Soon unexpectedly found General Hangvu, also known as the Western Swordsman King, a legend from the Chai State whose power surpasses all others. Anything free is worth signing up for. Kim Se-jun just clicked and was scolded by Hangvu, leaving him stunned. After listening to his curses for a while, the system suddenly issued a new mission to swing a spear-like weapon 5,000 times, leaving him completely confused. We just finished talking, and now the lesson is over, plus this crazy mission. Cheap stuff is always the worst. The next day, Paran, the granddaughter of the Sword Star, unexpectedly arrived at the construction site where Kim Se-jun was working to check on the recent accident amid the nervous whispers of the workers there. Kim Se-jun froze instantly at the mention of the 2 words Sword Star Park mention from 100 years ago. He was a fake awakener back then, operating when the concept of gates was introduced. Unlike the system-based knowledge of fake awakeners at that time, the monsters of that era were much more ferocious and filled the streets. Is when human survival is not guaranteed, and Park Minchin is an awakening, fake awakening, in such a world. He is also one of the people who rebuilt the civilization of this world and a hero savior of the world. Time flows like water. Although he is now old, he remains a powerful force on this planet, earning Kim Seun's deep respect. As he speaks, he straightens up even more, his grim expression catching Park Seo-john's attention. He still spends every day training his body with monsters, and while chatting with his colleagues, the corpse of that monster suddenly moved and lunged at him so quickly that neither of them could react in time. Hearing the whispers about her only being at level B made her feel uneasy, because Starsword is a hero admired by everyone, but to her, that name is just a heavy title hanging around her waist. Even though Park Seo-joon was raised by his own grandfather to become a hunter from a young age, the wall known as Starsword remains too high for her to overcome. She also lacks the ability to surpass it. For someone who is constantly compared to her incredibly talented grandfather, her childhood dream was to become a teacher, but was crushed by her brilliant grandfather. Although she compromised by training hunters, the news that her hunter academy had no Starsword students disappointed her. All the students lost interest and left because they didn't enroll because of her, but because of the Starsword. Her true desire is to have a suitable student. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly startled by the noisy commotion around her, signaling the appearance of a monster, as Kim Seo-run and the man beside her were now surrounded by the ferocious beast. He didn't know what to do except scream in despair as he watched the person he loved fall into the jaws of death, trembling in horror and silently realizing that an ordinary person could never be stronger than a monster. Even those who are only pretending to awaken cannot use mana, not to mention that the monster is a 4-star creature. Even professional hunters struggle to take it down. By the time Paran arrives, it's already too late. That man will be swallowed in just a few more seconds. Kim Seo, trembling with hesitation, then decided to risk everything and charge at it. He fought fiercely while creating a barrier to help him escape quickly. In an instant, only he and the fierce monster remained in the space. Kim Seo-run tries to calm himself and hold on until the professional hunters arrive, but his body keeps trembling uncontrollably with fear. In the midst of panic, a faint voice of Buddha Shakyamuni's teachings echoed in his mind, calming his thoughts like still water. His fear and trembling heart gradually subdued, giving him more courage to face the beast charging at him. Realizing that waiting to react after thinking would be too late, Kim Seo-run had to act on instinct, easily dodging each powerful punch. He immediately used Hongvu's mountain-shattering technique to target its weak point and poured all his strength into the attack. The staff in his hand suddenly flashed brightly. Less than a second later, a thunderous explosion shook the sky, and Mr. John hurriedly ran over through the fading smoke to see Kim Seun standing confidently beside the bloodied corpse of that monster. "It seems you have successfully applied what the professors taught. Truly, my son. What the hell just happened here? Parjun can't believe it, not even in a dream, a person and a corpse." Even though he's not a hunter and has no decent weapons, just using a steel pipe like Kim Seo-joon, he managed to pull this off. Contrary to all the confusion she's witnessing, Kim Seun hurriedly passes by her because he's deeply worried about his colleague. Parjun quietly observes the noisy, bustling scene of Kim Seun and those around him, suddenly muttering to himself, "Found him," the suitable cadet in the calm but troubled space. The meeting ends with a ritual of exorcism, and the foreboding words of the supervisor forbidding anyone from revealing what just happened. Kim Seo-joon briefly checked his phone and was surprised to see that the progress rate of the lesson had increased so much. He secretly guessed that maybe it was because he had defeated the monster earlier that afternoon, and realized that the best way to increase the progress rate was to apply what he had learned in real combat. But the problem is that if he can't join the Hunter Academy and get a temporary certificate, he won't be able to raid dungeons. It seems that financial issues are weighing heavily on Kim Seun because he needs to gather money and apply for it. As he was lost in thought, suddenly Park Seon appeared behind him out of nowhere. When he saw her wanting to talk to him, Kim Seo-joon immediately recognized her as the granddaughter of the Sword Star, and he couldn't help but feel puzzled as to why someone like her would want to speak with him. Uncle SN didn't hesitate to get straight to the point. He wanted to invite him to meet his father, but unexpectedly Kim Seo-run refused outright, leaving her completely flustered. A 31-year-old Parzan like her is going through something she's never experienced before. So she's a bit confused. Kim Seo-run coldly said, "He simply cannot believe in an academy where none of her cadets are present. Just hearing that makes him feel like he's dreaming." Pearl John is speechless, not knowing how to explain it to him. After seeing him perform strange exercises and even when severely weakened, he still managed to cut the 4-star monster in half. Clearly trying to become a hunter, she hurried after him, promising equipment and facilities. But he stubbornly refused, leaving her in a difficult position. Pearl John finally played his last card, which was his grandfather, and then said he would ask his grandfather to teach him swordsmanship, causing Kim Seun to pause for a moment. But the answer is still no. This made her furious, even more so when she saw him refuse the offer to learn from the Sword Star. What all professional hunters desire most is the increasing craving to have him, and they are determined not to let him go easily. Parjo finished speaking, revealing that she would help him connect with her academy, provide a private training location, and most importantly, waive his tuition fees. Tuition. Kim Seojun thought it sounded tempting, but with a cautious attitude, he wondered what he should do to respond to her, because in this world, nothing is free. You have to work for what you want. What she truly wants is for him to participate in many other competitions under her academy's name, before taking the professional hunter exam so that others can recognize him. Kim Seon gradually begins to waver in response to Park Seo-johan's tempting offer. Although she can help him solve all his worries at once, he doesn't understand why she's going this far just to make him join. Under the blazing sunset, Park softly says it's because she has seen his potential. Her determined look doesn't seem so bad to Kim Seon. They shake hands happily, and the goal sounds similar, but deep inside, it's a relationship of mutual exploitation. The next day, as expected, Kim Seon received news that the leader of the construction team had been fired because he had asked Park SN to do it for him yesterday, and everyone was happy. Today, Kim Seon's happiness doubled as it was his first day at the Hunter Academy. As he arrived at the gate, Park Seon was already waiting to give him his certificate. Kim Seon hesitantly takes it, feeling that although he is not yet a professional hunter, this is the first step toward achieving his dream. Before starting the training, Kim Seon was told by Parun to choose a weapon in advance to prepare for entering the dungeon she had prepared. In an instant, he picked one, and together they entered this dark mouse den. Is this place full of only second-rate monsters? It's the perfect spot for an inexperienced person like him to try things out. Suddenly, a nimble rat monster lunged at him, but Kim Seo-run dodged quickly and immediately swung his staff repeatedly, hitting the creature until it was knocked out cold. After a fierce fight, Kim Seo-run happily realizes that his progress is gradually increasing. It seems this place is suitable for him as it allows both to grow stronger and to earn money. It's just like grinding experience in a game, making him more and more excited, faster and stronger than ever before. Pareljo wondered if he had mistaken the person. Even though I know he's crazy and strange, he just came back from clearing the dungeon and keeps staring at his phone screen like that. This is the first time I've seen Kim Seon from SN's perspective, and he looks like a runaway patient. I don't know how many hours he's been staring at that black screen, and the bigger problem is that the strange occurrences don't stop there, especially with Kim Seon, a cadet who has never been properly trained. The first time clearing the dungeon and slaughtering the rat spirits like a seasoned hunter with over 10 years of training really left her stunned. After finishing the scene, he continued doing strange exercises while moving the corpses. What he can do by calling a corpse removal service is truly beyond her wildest imagination. But right now, Seon is just as worried about how to explain his appearance to the boss. He sighed and rubbed his head in frustration as Kim Seon's screams echoed, still not having finished the lectures past midnight. Things are getting more and more complicated. The next day, Kim Seo happily grinned from ear to ear as he saw the number of zeros on his account screen. It really was worth all his effort. But he suddenly felt that tidying up like this really wasted the time he spent listening to lectures. Kim Seo-run wondered whether he should ask his colleague Manchun to help out. Thinking again about the nearly $10,000 he just earned, Kim Seo hesitated briefly, unsure of what to do with it. The dungeon raid had helped him make money and advance his lesson progress, but it wasn't as fast as he expected. Suddenly, lost in thought, Kim Seo-run remembered the legendary teachings of the great sage equal to heaven and eagerly clicked the subscribe button. But it's so surreal, it suddenly jumped to $27 million and made me want to cry and smash my phone. Oh my God, capitalism is damn cruel, just like the Ultimate Academy. With this price, after becoming a professional hunter, he would be drowning in debt. Kim Seo, feeling discouraged, cried and whined for a while, but eventually regained his composure and continued browsing to see if there were any valuable items for sale here. After rummaging around for a while, Kim Seo was stunned to see that this place has everything, from holy water, divine shields, to even the holy dragon Janus's spear. Even if they are just copies, all are legendary level gear that would amaze someone like him who knows nothing about weapons. Thinking that these legendary equipment created by extraordinary people could be easily bought and sold, Kim Seo's eyes immediately lit up like headlights as he quickly clicked to buy the holy dragon Janus's spear without hesitation. But that was just the plan. Whether he could actually buy it or not was another matter, and everything happened all at once. The figure of $100,000 billion appearing successfully made him train even harder, but Kim Seo-jun was now crying uncontrollably because he had no idea where to find that much money. That $27 million lecture from the great sage Kidian seems like it will have to wait until my next life to watch. John awkwardly smiled and gently handed him a set of documents about the academy race, a competition among various academies with countless students showcasing their top skills. She said that the academy races in those competitions are part of the fourth-tier tournament, which can qualify participants for higher-level tournaments, allow registration at prestigious academies, and be officially endorsed by the government. Therefore, hunter academies do not hesitate to send their most talented individuals, and Essen's intentions are clearly visible on his face. She laughed loudly and said she wanted Kim Seon to participate as a representative of her hunter academy. After some hesitation, he agreed to join and give it a try, which made Seon extremely happy. Although she doesn't know the exact details of the race, its score will be based on the combined points from the dungeon and the cadet tournament, which makes Kim Seon feel uncertain about his abilities since his experience fighting monsters is only with Beast and he has no experience compared to other cadets. If I've thrown the spear, I might as well run with it. Kim Seo-run thought for a moment before saying she wanted to challenge Seo-jan to a one-on-one duel. Because she is a B-ranked hunter trained by the legendary sword spirit, her hidden strength truly piques Kim Seon's curiosity. Both of them kept swinging their weapons, preparing for the fight. Seon quickly realized that Kim Seon's hurried attacks, though fast, were quite obvious, making it easy for her to see where he would strike. The expectations had been somewhat waning, but as Seon swung his sword to finish him off, Kim Seon easily blocked it in an instant, despite the effort it took. Seon was stunned, unable to believe he could block her mana attack. Normally, her weapon should have flown out of his hand and her sword would be at his throat. That was the expected outcome. Before Seon's dazed eyes, Kim Seon gently smiled arrogantly and then continued to swing his staff forward. It's so surreal. Suddenly, Kim Seon's offensive power became much faster and sharper, with a speed that was worlds apart from before, causing Seon to stagger slightly. In the heat of battle, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, ordering him to quickly change tactics, including recruitment methods, attack and defense strategies, as well as detailed techniques for swinging the staff and fighting style. At the very moment Kim Seon was swinging his staff for the final blow, Seon, overwhelmed with fear, also fought back with all his might. With a loud crash, the scene revealed a ruined, desolate landscape, and Kim Seo-run lying unconscious with bloodied head in the opposite corner, startling her into a terrified scream. Yeah, let's just say it wasn't intentional and hurried over to see if you were okay. Kim Seo-jun finally got up, sheepishly scratching his head and arm, not expecting that he would actually lose to her. I don't know if this really was a fight between a B-rank hunter and a young commander. It seems Kim Seon still has a long way to go before he can be called a professional hunter. Suddenly, he quickly checked his phone and happily realized his score had increased as expected. Looks like from now on he'll have to bother SN to fight alongside him again. She of course agreed, then suddenly mentioning the $100,000 prize money for the competition, causing the monster inside Kim Seon to awaken more fiercely than ever. His eyes suddenly filled with fire, his whole body surging with fighting spirit and hot blood, relentlessly throwing himself into training like a madman, determined to win, making Seon also sweat. 2 weeks gradually passed, and today is the day of the tournament. At the gathering spot, it's bustling with people recounting stories, and including a strange bespectacled guy who keeps standing there talking to himself. Today, he's also here to compete. After tasting the food in the waiting room, he trembled so much that his limbs were knocking together, his body froze like stone as he watched the sea of muscular soldiers and their massive weapons blindingly dazzling the eyes. Suddenly, what catches his eye is Kim Seo-run with a makeshift weapon and a bandage made from clothes, looking so pathetic that it doesn't match the surrounding scene, making him even more open-mouthed. The people around are gradually noticing his oddity and start whispering and gossiping. Kim Seo-run still refuses to pretend to be deaf and keeps watching the scene. His classic style, just like a true loner, makes the bookworm feel a strange sense of camaraderie, as if they're both newcomers who haven't found their place yet. The bond of friendship gradually blossomed from one side, as Kim Seo-jun's puzzled gaze and the shy boy approached to introduce himself as Lemon, 19 years old, pretending to be natural. After a few greetings, he revealed that the loud argument nearby was between Jiang-duk Truk from Gochuri Academy, a very strong fighter, and Lee Chun-min from Min Academy, with Kim Sao trembling in fear, not understanding what was going on and who asked him to make a report. The shouting was quickly silenced by Lai Dung from Revernat Academy, who just let out a loud fart that made the atmosphere suddenly become calm as if nothing had happened. According to Min, he seems to be the champion of this student tournament thanks to his fierce strength, having previously refused Cyan's invitation to join, and now he is extremely angry, constantly banging tables and chairs because he has to fight against lower-ranked opponents. After speaking, he feels a bit regretful for refusing Sion's invitation, as his chance to take advantage of her is gone. Suddenly, he senses Kim Seon's intense gaze fixed on him, making him feel annoyed. Kim Seun was just curious about how many points he would get if he fought him. As he was lost in thought, the loudspeaker announced that the match would start soon, causing the crowd to become even more excited. Suddenly, Kim Seo stood up abruptly and walked straight to the window. He realized that over the past 2 weeks he had been preparing with the goal of reaching 30% progress in the Chiron and Zangul lessons, but he didn't feel any increase in strength or anything similar. Practical experience is also lacking compared to other cadets, but it was all made up for by attacking dungeons and fighting John. He quickly clenched his fists and reassured himself that he could overcome everything. $100,000 straight to Ghetto. Kim Seo runs back and forth, trembling as if he's about to faint when the loudspeaker announces that the 2 dungeon maze competitions are about to start. He's only just entered and already overwhelmed. Kim Seo Run is truly a lucky guy. The first round of the tournament begins amidst the cheers and noise of the crowd below. The first round of the tournament is a dungeon maze race. Besides the rules banning attacks on other cadets and escaping the maze, there's nothing else. The audience was a bit confused because even at the lowest level tournament, the maze wasn't simple enough to escape by luck alone. They guessed there might be monsters inside, and that defeating them could be the key to escape, making it the most important skill test for hunters attacking dungeons. On the big screen now, there is an image of Dongquan with a deadly gaze, continuously swinging his sword covered in blood amid the loud cheers of the crowd. No one notices that Seon has secretly sneaked in here to scout the situation. Dong-eun's presence in the tournament shocked Seon deeply, and immediately he became worried about Kim Seun's safety, while he himself was struggling desperately against this damn maze with walls as hard as stone that he couldn't break through. He groped along, feeling a bit regretful for not having learned Thesser's mountain-breaking technique, and after walking and walking, a T-junction suddenly appeared in front of Kim Seun. He planned to follow the basic rule of escaping the maze by keeping one hand on the wall and moving forward. But strangely, something inside him seemed to tell him to go in the opposite direction from the left side at first. It seems that Ken's 6th sense from the lecture has already worked on him. Well, might as well go all in. Kim Seun decided to trust his intuition for now. The announcements of eliminated candidates kept ringing out, but throughout his journey he didn't encounter any obstacles at all. It has to be called smoother than the word smooth, which made him start to suspect that something was wrong. Could it be that his intuition can even avoid monsters? Lost in dreaming about his own potential, he suddenly jolted when M's voice rang out. This Rabbit King is really unlucky for him. Even though he was already familiar with everything Min was telling him, Kim Sen still wanted to follow his own instincts. Being classified by Min as someone equally weak as him, Kim Sun didn't know whether to feel happy or sad. After Min showed him a picture of his sister, Kim Seun was sure that it's better for him to go alone. I had a great time meeting you, but let's not meet again next time. Seeing him quickly turn away, Min hesitantly clings to the floor, making it hard for him to handle. $100,000 are right in front of him, so how could he be swayed by this kid? Suddenly hearing Min mention that his parents had passed away, old painful memories flooded back to him. And seeing Kim Seun stand there expressionless like a statue, Min became increasingly confused. Suddenly he spun around 180 degrees, feeling a bit of compassion and agreeing to let Min follow, leaving him stunned. Seeing Kim Seun move with such confidence, as if he already knew the way, left Min feeling confused. Their legs kept running after him exhausted by the wind, but now they faced a dead end. Kim Seo suddenly swung his hand without hesitation, and a flash of light along with countless noisy sounds erupted in front of them. Actually, they managed to escape the maze in record time, causing the crowd to go wild with disbelief, and I still haven't had a chance to recover from the shock. You just happened to meet Kim Seo Run by chance, and wanted to cooperate to escape the maze. But how did he manage to get first place in just 27 minutes so easily? Amidst the gossip and murmurs around him, Kim Seo Jun quietly continued watching the lecture on his phone, unaware of Dong-eun approaching with a sullen expression, scanning him from head to toe, leaving Kim Seo Run puzzled. After watching him thoroughly, he subtly smirks in mockery and then turns his back, heading toward the crowd, implying he was just lucky. Kim Seo Run thought he was about to do something to him. Amidst the noise, the content of the second round was brought in. The second round will follow a one-on-one tournament format. Because the competition is a level 4 tournament, to maintain fairness, any weapon containing mana will be disqualified from being enhanced with mana to strengthen the body. Kim Seo counted quickly and realized that 32 people had passed the first round. Starting with 32 in a one-on-one match is normal. But life is not a dream. Just as they were about to pair up, someone, scared, raised their hand to withdraw, leaving Kim Seo Jun stunned. Outside the bright sunlit stadium, Sion was about to leave when suddenly a noisy crowd of bettors arguing caught her attention. Most of them bet on Dong Oan because who would dare to bet on a rookie cadet? Suddenly, at this moment, a mysterious woman with a $1 million bet on Kim Se-eun drives everyone crazy with her daring move. A few minutes earlier, Kim Se-eun's subordinates, after hearing rumors about Dong Kwon and other high-ranking soldiers, suddenly become terrified and hurriedly withdraw, leaving only 5 young men remaining. The teams are also evenly divided, with Kim Se-eun and Jiang Do-kun, Dong Oan, and Min, while Chun Min is left out, so please send him back. He's briefly thinking that if he wins both rounds, he might naturally secure the top spot in the semifinals. Suddenly seeing Min trembling, crying painfully but still determined not to give up, he couldn't help but laugh. Finally, it was time for the match, and Kim Se-o nervously stood up and stepped forward. His calm demeanor leaves Min speechless. As usual, the crowd erupts in cheers for the next round with Kim Se-eun and Jiang Do-kun, the giant of Jichuri Academy. The two exchanged words for a while before it was time to start. He didn't hesitate and charged forward with full force under Kim Se-o's arrogant gaze. I'm sitting in the waiting room now, trembling just as much. Trembling for him and also a little for myself, because Dong Oan's gloomy face all this time has already scared me to death. Just as he was about to give up, the screen suddenly showed that Kim Se-eun had won, giving Min here a boost of strength. All the fear he had felt so far also disappeared along with it. A few minutes earlier, while Duke Run was fiercely swinging his sword like a madman, Kim Se-o was trembling so lightly that he dodged effortlessly, causing Duke Run's strength to gradually drain away. After a relentless effort, he wildly summoned his final move, but unexpectedly Kim Se-o's trembling strike knocked him away like the wind, making him stagger and collapse to his knees in a humiliating defeat. Oh no. Kim Se-o's face grimaces as he checks his phone and realizes that despite exerting himself all this time, his stats have only increased a little, and the remaining days are running out without any progress. At this rate, it seems that neither Buddha's teachings nor Kiron and Shang's lessons can be completed before the deadline. To avoid losing the bag, if he buys a weapon and reclaims the free pass, Kim Se-eun has no choice but to win that prize. He muttered complaints as he staggered into the room where Midge had been waiting eagerly to celebrate him. The second match then began, and unlike Min's fear at this moment, there was an arrogant, boastful confidence that bordered on arrogance. Suddenly Min trembled as he spoke, revealing that he had felt it the moment he saw Kim Se-o trembling. He felt a familiarity with him, so when he defeated Deok-son, he was happy, as if he had won himself. But mixed in there is also a bit of envy because he knows he's always unlucky and has no chance. But the heart of an older brother who wants his sister to be proud will always light the way for you. Finally, it was Minji's turn to step onto the field, and Kim Se-o Run quietly watched her small figure, silently hoping that both of them would meet in the final. Seeing Min nervously reassuring himself made Dong Oan even more annoyed. He then poured all his remaining strength into attacking him, full of confidence, thinking that Min was just a useless bastard or a creature at the bottom of the food chain, no different from a blade of grass compared to a predator like him. Holding within himself the belief that he is always on a higher level in status, seeing Min tremble and only aim his sword at himself made Dong Oan even more ridiculous. The referee's whistle signaling the start of the match immediately sounded. Dong Oan seemed just waiting for this moment, immediately swinging his sword fiercely at Min, forcing him to block desperately, his whole body already tense and stiff. With a loud bang, a fiery punch to the stomach knocked Min to the ground in pain. Fresh blood gushed from his mouth, making it impossible for him to stand up. Already knowing she was no match for him, Mi, in her confusion, suddenly thought of Kim Se-o as her source of strength and tried to stand up. Do you want to try giving it your all just once? Even if this is easy for him, Mi still wants his attack to reach him, so he wildly swings his sword. After a cold metallic clang sounded, Dong Oan officially won. Min was lying unconscious at his feet. The only thing he truly knew was that M's sword had just grazed his face. A small cut, but one that struck at Dong Oan's pride, and in front of the cheering crowd, he didn't hesitate to kick Min's head and shout that people like you are just weeds in this competition. The situation was becoming more and more tense. Just as he was about to repeatedly stomp on Min, Kim Se-o Jun appeared just in time, wielding his sword. He was originally planning to wait for him to reach the finals, but it seems he can't stand it anymore because someone deserves to be beaten right here. These two young men just kept gazing at each other with deadly eyes while the others watched eagerly. Even if Dong Oan wanted him to let go, Kim Se-eun still insisted on him removing his foot from Min's head first. He seemed to be provoking him, and then suddenly kicked hard at Min's head, lying helpless on the ground, making Kim Seo tremble as if about to go berserk with rage. He said that then immediately swung his bat to push him aside, and picked up Mi to create a scene of tender affection that made Dung Owan's eyes itch. They kept arguing back and forth, making the atmosphere increasingly tense and suffocating. The audience gradually started whispering among themselves, but it seemed the organizers still refused to intervene, merely watching with eyes fixed on the impending disaster. Dung-on smirked at Kim Seon and arrogantly declared that in this world the strong will win over the weak. There will be no place for dreamers and fools like you. Hearing this, Kim Seon was left stunned, because he used to think the same way as him. Throughout the 9 years of enduring to become a top hunter, he had to face reality many times. Kim Seon used to be someone with nothing, no talent, no money, seemingly unable to do anything. No matter how hard he worked, it was only enough to get by, never to improve, making him wonder hundreds of times what might have happened if he had given up and chosen a different path earlier. But although fear always held him back, making him doubt himself and avoid facing reality, that was no reason to let Dung Owan humiliate him like a weed. As he finished speaking, ignoring the warnings about possible violence charges behind him, Kim Seon swung his staff like the wind and rushed toward Dung-on. But with his naturally strong strength, he was able to block in an instant. The two of them continued to clash fiercely, shaking the ground. Dung-on's strength was never light. Even Kim Seon was somewhat taken aback. Faced with his fierce attacks, Kim Seon told himself he must not lose because this was not the time. What he needs to do now is go with the flow and move based on instinct. A quick punch hit his chest, causing Dung-on to momentarily falter. Dung-on, like a madman, lunged forward with his sword drawn, but Kim Seon's sharp gaze made him cautious, despite being a predator by nature. She regained her composure and charged again at Kim Seon, but this time he was able to swiftly block each of his attacks, his speed growing stronger and stronger, making him seem like a furious beast devouring its prey. In a moment of distraction, Dung-on was pushed back by a stick from Kim Seo-zoon, which was a huge insult to him. Then, he angrily drew a sword that made Kim Seo-zoon panic, because if he doesn't learn to control Manhwa, he will never win. With all his rage and jealousy, Dung-owa clenched the sword that was gradually igniting with a blazing light, preparing to strike at Kim Seo-run amidst countless panicked shouts from the crowd. He realizes that at this moment, running away would be the best choice, but somehow his body refuses to obey. His mind is frantically trying to say that if he runs, everything he has worked to build so far will all be for nothing. Suddenly, Kim Seo-run remembered his teacher's words in the lecture. The worst defeat is losing to oneself. The essential thing is to believe in yourself and try your best. Even if you lose, it will be with the most reckless fighting spirit. With that strong mental support, Kim Seo-run turned around and charged forward, completely contradicting Dung-owan's expectations and making him furious enough to vomit blood. All his accumulated hatred was unleashed in a direct attack against Kim Seo-run, causing the heavens and earth to seem to spin and shake violently. With a flash of light and a cloud of dust rising into the air, everyone watching was filled with curiosity, not knowing who had won. A figure had fallen, and it was none other than Dung-owan, with blood pouring from the corner of his mouth. Next to him, Kim Seon was gasping for breath in the silent, speechless atmosphere, and then Kim Seo-jun successfully defeated Dung-on amid the roaring cheers from the crowd. The entire arena seemed ready to explode as everything that just happened unfolded before their eyes. Dung-owan was defeated by Kim Seon like a tiny speck underfoot, and the cheers for Kim Seon continued to echo non-stop, calling out his name. Seon up there is now about to faint from exhaustion after just 2 weeks ago seeing him struggle to fight with a sword soaked in mana. Now he can produce such fierce killing intent. It's truly unbelievable. As she glanced to the side, she suddenly saw the mysterious figure hidden beneath the fully covered cloak, who was now in shock, unable to believe Kim Seon had won. That overly arrogant attitude, as if it were some ancient natural law, has just been shattered, making Seon suspicious. She clearly remembers he bet on Kim Seon to win earlier. She looked again, but he had vanished like foam. The sunset gradually descends over Kim Seon's exhausted and battered body as he walks slowly, recalling what happened earlier. The organizers said you were disqualified for interfering in the match, even though it wasn't an official game, and you ignored all the referee's warnings. So consider him to have broken the rules. As for Dung-on, his use of sword aura clearly demonstrated his intention to kill his opponent. So he will not be allowed to participate in the Super Hunter exam for the next 5 years, and in the end, the organizers officially declared Lee Truk-min the winner of the tournament. Min took second place, and somehow, Duke also reached third place. Kim Seo-jun, although feeling this result was truly unbelievable, decided to just let it go. Anyway, his learning process has improved a lot. His learning speed skyrocketed during the fight with Dung Owan. Notably, the speed of the Seangul lesson has exceeded 50%, probably thanks to the strange mental energy he felt earlier. Just as he was distractedly scrolling through his phone to find a new lesson, SN suddenly appeared behind him, startling him. She gently asked about his current situation, and upon hearing him apologize for blocking the match and losing the chance to win, Sion felt a bit dazed because honestly, she only cared if he was okay since the prize money was gone. Kim Seo, feeling like a goldfish brain, suddenly remembered this and clutched her head in frustration, crying out in despair. All the shopping plans just vanished like the wind, so I had to say goodbye to the Longinus Spear and the next course unlocking as well. But anyway, everything that happened is in the past. Kim Seo-jun sighed and admitted that claiming not to regret would be a lie, but if he hadn't intervened earlier, he might have regretted it even more. Hearing you say that makes John feel a little less worried. The two of them are chatting happily. Suddenly, Min hurriedly ran over from afar with a white bandage wrapped around his head covering an unhealed wound. He realized Kim Seo-run was about to leave, so he gathered all his courage and said he wanted to become someone like him if he kept trying. These words felt like claws gently scratching his already sensitive heart under Min's tearful gaze, and suddenly he became cold, saying it might be very difficult. Honestly, Kim Seo-eun believes Min's talent would fall behind if he becomes a super hunter in today's era, because facing this world with only dreams and ideals is incredibly harsh. He wants you not to focus too much on becoming a hunter because there are still many other opportunities for young people like Min. Hearing him say that instantly made all your worries disappear. He then sadly thanked Kim Seo-jun before turning to leave. From behind, Kim Seo-jun's gentle words of encouragement echoed. I want you to stop belittling yourself because of others' careless words. Just do what you want with confidence. That's all that matters. Midi deeply engraved these words in her eyes, filled with unshed tears, as she emotionally said goodbye to Kim Seon under the soft afternoon sunlight. Seeing Kim Sin with such depth for the first time, Sion was also surprised, and when she heard him mention our academy, she couldn't be happier, so she decided to take Kim Sin to her aunt's workshop to give him a weapon as a gift. With difficulty breathing, Samoon gasped that recently, S-John had joined the academy's tournament and seemed to have recruited a new student. These words successfully sparked Sword Saint Park Min-chun's curiosity, making him realize he had no choice but to go there himself to see what kind of person he was. Seeing Kim Seon so diligent day by day, completing tasks to achieve his dream of earning money to buy equipment, S-John was stunned. She had taken him to the shop, but Kim Seon, with his indecisive nature, ended up not buying anything at all. There really is a problem. Kim Seo-jun turned pale, surprised that she could read him like an open book. He was just dissatisfied with ordinary weapons after seeing some of the creations made by one of the super geniuses, and then he remembered how the rising prices seemed to be influenced by the law of cause and effect. If money isn't truly earned through hard work, then Sion waits eagerly to hear how Kim Seon managed to control such incredible mana. Seeing how he fought the monsters proved that Kim Seon could control it, and had skills not to be underestimated, even though she had never seen him train before. Kim Se-jun now suddenly remembered that she had never learned any mana techniques herself. That technique is known to help users control and utilize mana more efficiently. Based on its effectiveness, it is divided into high and low levels. Every hunter has their own mana training technique, and they are even granted patents for it. This is also why Kim Sin strives to get into a high-level school like the Hunter Academy. Se-john said that his grandfather had strictly forbidden her from learning those techniques at school. Instead, she could teach her own self-developed training techniques, which surprised Kim Sin very much. I didn't expect she also had talent, but after thinking for a while, Kim Sin realized she was right, because practicing techniques is fundamental for hunters, and he felt that the first difference between being able to use mana or not in the recent battle with Dung Owan was quite clear. Now that he has free time, Kim Seon secretly realizes that learning about mana is also a good thing in this harsh world, ruled by the law of cause and effect. Mana is the way to rise up and oppose the world's rules. Waiting for Se-john to leave, Kim Seon immediately takes out his phone to watch the mana lecture taught by the great Mage Lin, and as he sits watching, he feels like he's about to burst. In the blink of an eye, the mage finished explaining that everyone must find their own mana, making Kim Seo tremble as if about to pass out. Wait, what? I didn't even understand yet, and now I have to do an assignment? He tried to focus his mind, relying on the instincts he learned from Ken, so his body could sense and control the mana clearly, but for some reason he still couldn't shape it into a form. Remembering what the mage just explained, he thought of mana as a kind of aura, and he concentrated all his strength to compress it. In no time, he unexpectedly succeeded in creating a mana stone, which was beyond all expectations. It was a bit small, but he told himself he would master it gradually over time. Suddenly, a surprising voice rang out behind Kim Seon, making him startle. It was none other than the Sword Saint, Baek Min-chun. He came to see who the new student at Seon Academy was, but ended up witnessing firsthand him creating a mana stone himself. Although slow, it was truly a genius because it's very difficult to do. A genius like Kim Seon joining Seon's academy makes him suspect that he is after his granddaughter. Then, with a fierce and aggressive aura, he asks about his identity. Kim Seo-jun confidently introduced himself without a hint of fear. He didn't expect Seon's grandfather to be here, so he immediately said she had gone out, causing his face to turn paler and paler. Baek Min-chun stared at him and revealed that the aura emanating from him was enough to make Kim Seon freeze in fear, unless he was an S-rank hunter, which makes Kim Seon's calmness suspicious. The dirty god looked around but still didn't understand what he meant. At this point, Baek Min-chun had lost his composure, drew his sword, and stepped toward him with a furious and intimidating aura, making him terrified and desperately try to explain, but it seemed he had no intention of listening. Suddenly, a surge of energy from his hand knocked Kim Seon to the ground in terror. On the other side, Seon was planning to meet him to talk about Kim Seon, but ended up disappointed when she couldn't find him. Who would have thought that my grandfather was actually at the academy, planning to deal with Kim Seon all along? Sejon was overjoyed to unexpectedly meet the SE guard here. Just as she was about to contact him to ask where her grandfather was, the guard Sao suddenly stopped smiling, his face grim and pale, and knowing her grandfathers had already arrived at the academy made Kim Seo's heart skip a beat. She quickly turned around and ran for her life, unwilling to let those two meet alone, even with a knife at her throat. I'm afraid Seon's worries are already too late, as Kim Seon and Baek Min-chun are now in a very tense situation. He suddenly realized that he was swinging his sword without even drawing it from its sheath, and understood that he only wanted to block him, not kill him. Then he tremblingly and nervously explained that everything was just a misunderstanding, but the other side still doesn't believe even 1%. The overwhelming aura keeps pounding straight into Kim Seon, making him fight back exhausted. Baek Min-chun is currently acting like he's going crazy. His whole body is covered in a layer of dark killing aura, and he secretly feels that Kim Seon is just lying. His conservative attitude makes Kim Seo-jun give up. Fine, do whatever you want. He knows that although he appears to be holding back, he doesn't seem to want to kill him because if the sword spirit really intended to attack, he would have died the moment he sensed his aura. The great sage Tian-chi sword spirit is now standing before him, the closest to his ideal image, making Kim Seon realize this is a perfect opportunity for himself. Without hesitation, Kim Seon gently brandished his sword, catching Baek Min-chun off guard with his imposing aura. Over the past few decades, he has faced countless hunters, but only one has continued fighting even after facing him, and that is Kim Seon here. The love for his granddaughter always fills his heart, prompting Baek Min-chun to rush forward. His speed, both fast and powerful, made Kim Seon stagger as he struggled in midair. He just opened his eyes, and in front of him was a massive wave of aura rushing toward him, making him break out in a sweat. But a legendary warrior like Kim Seon here simply cannot give up. Despite the relentless surge of energy and sword strikes, he was still pushed down flat on the ground. Kim Seo-jun realized something was wrong. He couldn't afford to miss his only chance now, especially while he was still being lenient with him, so he stubbornly got up again, determined to end this with one final blow. His whole body was continuously battered by Baek Min-chun, but he faintly remembered the teachings from Merlin the Mage. Kim Seo-jun tries to use all his strength to thrust his staff fiercely forward, but after each cloud of thick dust he is struck so painfully that he cannot sit up. Even after all this, Kim Seo-jun kept calling Sejon's name, which made him head hurt. His rage flared up again, ready to give him another beating. Luckily, Seon arrived just in time. How unlucky. Luckily, he finally calmed down, with Kim Seon's face already bruised and swollen. Seeing them bicker like children really gives Seon a headache. I've never seen anyone dare to argue with the Holy Sword like you do now. Baek Min-chun's behavior today made Seon both angry and embarrassed for Kim Seon, as she had to endure it. After saying that, she shyly bowed her head to apologize, making Kim Seon a bit embarrassed. He looked up and saw Baek Min-chun's gaze, immediately understanding that he wanted to speak privately with her. She subtly used the excuse of going to the hospital to leave first, feeling a bit grateful that he understood her. After he left, she slowly turned to face her father directly and coldly made it clear that she wanted to have an honest talk with him, despite feeling extremely tense inside. Suddenly, Park Min-chun spoke up first, making the two Kim Seons look very suspicious. His words, "What do you know about this kid?" caused Seon's old repressed frustrations to flood back once again. She has had to listen to these condescending words from her own grandfather for over 31 years, and she couldn't even escape him at the Hunter Academy where he always caused trouble whenever she had new students, so everyone left early. She knows why her grandfather acted that way, and the motives behind everyone's arrival here. That's why she couldn't stop them whenever they wanted to leave. However, Kim Seon was different. She didn't want to lose him, and right after saying that, she angrily shouted and yelled directly at her grandfather, saying she didn't want to. And so all the repressed anger suddenly erupted today. Sejong cried and shouted that this was her academy and she would no longer do what he wanted. Although we didn't create precious memories together and I don't feel anything special for him, every time I see Kim Seon, I get a strange feeling that makes me want to stay with him longer, even though I don't understand why. She angrily declared that she could not live forever under his shadow, because she never wanted to be that way. From the start, and without waiting for him to speak, she turned around, opened the door, and walked away, leaving behind a still shocked Min-chun, who was seeing his granddaughter speak so firmly for the first time as memories of that fateful day flooded back, the day his son died in the dungeon explosion. Since then, he had taken in Sejun, the only one left, and decided to give her the strength to protect herself, which was also why he was so strict, even though she disliked swordsmanship and just wanted to become a teacher. After years of pressure, he knew her feelings had been suppressed, but chose to ignore it. It wasn't until now that he understood what the outcome of rebellion truly was. A few days later, Kim Seo-jun strolled down the street, stretching as he thought about today's mission. The day the Sword Saint came to see him the other day made him think he was about to burst into smoke. Luckily, Seon arrived just in time, or he wouldn't have been so easily dismissed. He remembers the call she made last night, explaining the current situation, her relationship with her father, and what happened to the students before. I'm sure that's not everything, but I understand her feelings and why the Sword Saint hates me so much. But getting beaten for no reason like that really makes me angry. No matter what, I have to go see him today and apologize so this never happens again. Just as she nervously opened the door, she saw Park Min-soo already sitting there waiting, making Kim Seon turn pale with fear, secretly wondering if he was planning to beat him up again. The two sat together as if nothing had happened, rekindling their old friendship, even though Park Min-chun still didn't quite trust Kim Seon. He irritably insisted that he had nothing to hide, rambling on so much that it seemed like he was telling the truth, but the strength and talent radiating from him at this moment really gave him a headache, not to mention that he was already annoyed for no reason the moment he saw him. It really is hard to understand. Suddenly he stood up and said he wanted to go train, making him realize that it was actually him. It's just that if he saw you training, he might realize what you're trying to hide. But even after witnessing it firsthand, Beekman-chun still can't understand this strange training method of yours. Just sitting for hours staring at this dark phone screen? Is that called training? I thought he was meditating, but then he lectures him about its benefits, making Kim Seo's head spin with indifference as he mumbled his way through. Seeing his indifferent attitude really made him furious. Park Min-chun then made his final move, hinting that he would only teach him a few things to spark Kim Seon's curiosity. But unfortunately, he just has no interest at all and outright refuses, then keeps staring at the screen, making Park Min-chun feel like he's about to faint in disbelief. This is the first time a sword saint like him has been outrightly rejected like this. Sejong has also arrived by now, and seeing Park Min-chun and him staring at each other like that, he immediately steps in to stop them. He gently pulled her into a corner, his mysterious eyes flickering side to side before whispering into her ear, suggesting that Kim Se's mind seemed to be trembling and not normal, which surprised her a little. But he's still normal. I have long understood this strange demeanor of yours, seeing my granddaughter remain indifferent despite the warnings. Every time she sees him, she always smiles brightly, making him curious about their relationship. Only upon closer look does he notice. Park Min-chun rarely sees Seon so happy, and he feels a bit annoyed thinking about how Kim Seon dared to target his precious niece, clenching his fists tightly. Just then, Bodyguard S suddenly rushes over to inform him that the Justice Society urgently wants to meet him. It was Kalia herself who personally came and asked that if anyone was Kim Seon, they should come along so he could sit nearby and listen, which made him utterly surprised. Needless to say, Park Min-chun was also stunned when Kalia knew about him. Sejong suddenly remembered what happened during the competition. She saw a very suspicious person in a black cloak and secretly wondered if that person might also be involved in this case. It's hard to believe Kalia is actually one of the 7 apostles of the Church of Justice, always treated like a head of state with great power, and she is also the heir to the currently vacant position of the Holy Templar. But today, she directly named Kim Seo, making him tremble. He quickly refused because he felt he didn't know her at all, so it was better to stay home and practice. Guardian Sao suddenly guessed that Kalia might have known in advance that Kim Si-jun would refuse and asked him to send a message if that happened, then added a promise to give him $100,000, which made Kim Si-jun feel as if struck by lightning. How the hell does she know that I need money? This Justice Church is originally a religious organization serving justice as their god. The one covered by that mysterious cloak is the Celestial King and his 7 apostles, the most important members. They declare that their words are justice, the words of gods. A century ago, the Justice Church was treated as merely a cult. However, during the Great Flood, by uniting their strength with countless superheroes, they played a crucial role in bringing peace to humanity and enabling significant development. And among all of them, the most important is the giant monster driven by madness and brutality. Its power is so terrifying that even a team of superheroes from around the world cannot do anything to it, to the point that some even called it the Second Great Flood. But the only ones who could defeat that giant monster were the Celestial Emperor and the 7 apostles. They are the key to ending the Great Flood. At a hotel somewhere on the outskirts of Seoul, Kim Seon and Minchun have come together to meet Kaya. Out of curiosity about what Snan just said, he felt that if Kalia decided to persuade him to join their group, he definitely had to meet her in person to ask clearly. They followed the instructions and entered a spacious, luxurious room. Minchun said that today was also the first time he met Kalia, which surprised Kim Seon. He thought they were very close. While waiting for her to appear, Minchun revealed that he had met the Apostle of Purity before, but had never met the heir, and he had only seen the Emperor from afar. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening interrupted the conversation, as Kalia, the heir of the pure apostle with blonde hair and an aura of authority, slowly entered with a gentle smile. Meeting Kim Seon here today makes her very happy. She mentions 2 reasons she knows about him. One is that one of her followers has been watching him during the Academy's competition. He praised him so much that she became curious and wanted to see for herself how amazing he truly was, so she invited him here. Kim Seo-jun quietly guessed that the reason she invited him here might not be so simple, causing Kina to smile faintly at his perceptiveness. She's always been sharp-witted inside. The 3 of them then sat down to talk, and Kina offered to take Park Minchun with her to scout the dungeon, which made him annoyed and question why he had to go with her. Kina says they have received a report about a distortion in one of the dungeons in Korea, and it seems that Minchun is the one who knows more about this than anyone else. He subtly glanced at her and immediately understood that this was the reason she returned to Korea, so she could strengthen her position as the heir at the same time. Then he wondered what he would gain if he agreed to cooperate with her. Suddenly hearing Kalina briefly mention Seon's Hunter Academy, Minchun's face changed instantly, like lightning. He had no intention of anyone touching Seon, and his whole body radiated a chilling aura that made Kim Seo shiver and goosebumps rise on her skin. Kalina knew she had hit his weak spot, so she hurriedly apologized and said she would agree to one of his demands, even risking the honor of the Justice Church, making it impossible for him to refuse. After they performed the oath of justice together, it was now Kim Seo-run's turn. Kina straightforwardly said that the Justice Church wanted to support him in areas beyond the Academy's assistance, without expecting a response from him, because they felt the friendship between the Justice Church and him was already more than enough. Kim Seo-run secretly felt that she was saying things as if they were unrelated, but somehow she would want something again, later. After saying that, she decided to take a risk and ignore any potential problems, immediately turning her phone screen towards her. He wants to know if she saw anything on the phone screen or not. Contrary to Kim Seon's thoughts, whether Kalia saw something or not, she only claims to have seen a black screen. And this answer seemed to satisfy Kim Seon, so he outright rejected the proposal. Truly a typical Riddle illusion. Night has fallen and the beautiful Kina is angry. Although the words of Kim Seon's court officials are quite special, she simply saw him as very ordinary, with abilities only at a beginner level. Earlier, she was a bit startled when he suddenly held his phone up to her face and asked if she saw anything. Maybe her feeling of displeasure influenced everything. Putting that aside, the servant reported that he had contacted the Black Saint and the Heart Saint regarding the matter of those unseen beings who listen through the mysterious aura. Kim Seon and Minchun had now left and were preparing to return. He recalls what happened earlier and feels a bit annoyed because Kalia, although not involved with the Transfer Academy, doesn't want to accept someone's good intentions when her attitude doesn't match her words. He still prefers Snan Academy more. In response to Kim Seon's questions, Minchun explained that the exploration of the dungeon was disrupted by distortions caused by magic inside, which created many waves affecting the dungeon's growth or its collapse, making things very difficult, similar to a major upheaval. Under Kim Seun's curious gaze, he turned away and walked in another direction, warning him not to get involved with Seon. Clearly acknowledging him but too afraid to deny it, Kim Seun smirked mischievously, teasing him nonstop until he finally snapped and hurriedly left. Seeing Kim Seun return home alone, she was very surprised. After her brother told her they had gone somewhere, she quietly apologized to him for her exaggerated attitude, but unexpectedly she heard Kim Seun defend her father, wanting to strengthen the bond between her and Min Chun, which made Seon feel a bit happy. Knowing that he needs money, SN showed him the announcement about the dungeon clearing competition happening on the 24th. SN said this competition is to eliminate unresolved dungeons. It usually doesn't earn money, has low levels, and is hard to attack. Unresolved dungeons will break over time, and monsters will spill out. No matter how low level the monsters are, they can still pose a danger to ordinary people. At first, these kinds of dungeons would have professional hunters in charge of handling them. But wasting high-level hunters on such places is inefficient and wasteful in every way. So, the government replaced it with a different method, the dungeon destruction competition. Most of the unresolved dungeons can be handled by students. Because anyway, the students now have plenty of manpower, so just adding that line will be reflected. In the student evaluation section, it is handled quickly and efficiently automatically. I saw that the prize for winning was 300,000. And since the competition was a dungeon extermination, it could speed up the training by carrying out the extermination, which made Kim Seun very excited, so there was no reason for me not to join. Seeing Seon's confident expression made him laugh. He knew she wasn't asking for help, but was clearly pretending. She must have gone everywhere to gather information about it. Based on previous experience, I have no idea what unexpected changes might happen this time. So he couldn't take it lightly. Deep inside, he was hopeful that this time he could win and get the prize too. Seon will hold 2 competitions within a week. When the contests start, the government will provide participants with a list of targets to eliminate. So participants will confirm the list, then place their target on the app to eliminate. But they must finish handling the pre-selected target within 10 hours. You can only set 1 target at a time, otherwise the previous target will be cancelled. In short, the evaluation depends on how fast you are and the number of gold you eliminate. Speed is the key, so it's not wrong to say that the gasoline cost is even more than the prize money. Kim Seo-run pondered for a while and felt that it was quite hard to swallow. While gradually disposing of the bodies, speed remains the key. It seems he should focus more on the reward rather than the worthless corpses. Then suddenly Kim Seo stood up and pondered for a while, as if an idea had just come to him. A few days later, on the day of the competition, Kim Seun turned on his computer and realized that thanks to his hard work, the progress rate of the assignment had increased quite a lot. But strangely, the progress of Karen and Merlin has stopped increasing. Looks like I need something else. He has now finished downloading the app and is just waiting for the helper he called to arrive. After a long wait, that person finally showed up, and it was none other than Uncle Manchelo, his former co-worker from the construction site. A few days ago I called you to ask for help with the competition, mainly to help transport the bodies I've killed and also to be my driver. I really need your help because removing the parts of the monsters that can turn into money requires special skills. I trust Mango very much, so I entrusted this task to him. Teen let out a sigh on his phone, announcing that the competition has officially begun. The 2 of them said goodbye to Seon and then set off. After getting in the car, Kim Seon mentioned there are 2 essential conditions for this competition: how quickly the Dangs are being eliminated and how fast they reach the chosen Dongdan. Basically, speed is life. This competition mainly involves dungeons filled with level 1 to 2 monsters. According to the format of the Dongdan, the time to defeat them will vary, but what he cares about most is how long it will take for them to reach Dongdan. Mano briefly glanced over the list of Dongdan locations in this competition. Hearing Kim Seun say he needs to find the shortest path to the dungeons, he sighed softly, uncertain if he could do it, then stepped on the gas and sped off like he was flying. The monitoring girl Gujin is currently yawning nonstop. After seeing Kim Seun from Dream Academy start, she quietly guesses that his strength is probably average, and it will take at least about an hour. Seeing Mon just standing outside watching, she felt reassured. But suddenly, the gate swung open. Kim Sejun hurriedly stuck his head out and shouted for his uncle to help him carry the body, causing Go Soo-jin to rush over and stop him, thinking he was cheating. Hearing that Kim Sejun had already taken care of everything himself, she couldn't believe it and decided to check for herself. To her surprise, what she saw before her eyes was exactly as he had said. Bloodied monster corpses piled up after just 10 minutes, leaving her in shock. The 2 of them continued to carry the bodies outside and then began dismantling them. For Mono's strength, it only takes 15 seconds per body. Go Soo-jin saw him about to handle the corpse and hurriedly shouted, but it was in vain because what he was doing was completely within the rules. So the two of them took turns killing the butcher, and the bloody chaos was horrifying. They quickly got into the car and sped off like the wind, leaving Ji Sun-jin here still stunned and unable to calm down. The car rushed to the next location like a thief in a hurry. Too fast and too dangerous. Kim Seun runs inside and throws a few basic punches. They quickly dealt with them and hurried to bring them to Mon for execution, then ran off as fast as they appeared, leaving the bewildered supervisor behind. At the dungeon management office under the Ministry of Security and Administration, the staff were in chaos upon seeing the report of the dungeon competition led by Kim Seun, who managed to clear up to 32 dungeons. Although it seemed unbelievable, they confirmed it was true after verifying that he could clear all the dungeons along the route. Furthermore, according to the judge, it took less than 10 minutes to clear each dungeon without violating any rules. The department head was surprised to hear that Kim Seun was a student at Sundream Craft Academy, realizing it was the academy founded by the Sword Saint's grandson. A bit suspicious, could it be that the Sword Saint was involved in this? So he quickly hurried to check again. Second place. Lion from Institute X, feeling regretful, apologized to her father for missing out on first place. When he asked if she could clear 32 dungeons in a day, she hesitated for a moment. He sneered and said that if someone secretly helped, it would be doable. Then he turned away satisfied, leaving her suspicious that her father might have been involved in wrongdoing from the very beginning. Her father is Lee Seok Man, a former A-rank hunter and now the principal of the Y Academy as well as Lan's father. He always believes that gaining benefits is what matters most, and everything else is secondary. Using his cunning mind, he hopes she won't be naive enough to think she is innocent, making Soon deeply doubt herself. She quietly leaves her father's room, thinking back on memories of the young man from the past. A man who always lived honestly, completely opposite to her own nature. A mix of shame and inner conflict rises, making her blood boil with intensity. The sky is now pitch black. Kim Seo trembled as Uncle Man, lying exhausted on the park bench, kept massaging his arms and legs from fatigue, and he said that today, after expenses and taxes, they earned about 78 million. If divided over 5 years, each person would get about 3.9 million, but Mono prefers to split 73 more because he feels all the credit belongs to him. Saying that he firmly wants to take the smaller share, Kim Seun had no choice but to agree. He wondered why he looked at him going on a dungeon raid without showing any surprise. Hearing Monteo mention that he had seen you fight at the academy before, I was very surprised. He briefly smiled at the uncle. Although he speaks a bit gruffly, he always stands behind him to cheer him on, giving him a huge boost of morale. During the second day of the dungeon conquest competition, Kim Seun and Monteo became known as the ones who cleared the dungeon and consistently ranked first. This situation makes him can't help but think of Thang Loi right now. Only 5 days left, and both of them are eagerly looking forward to what comes next. If Thang Loi and Tom. The wish for everything to go smoothly, then on the third morning of the competition, Kim Seo-jun suddenly discovers that all the dungeons around him have been booked in advance without him knowing. The nearest dungeon is at least an hour's drive away, and all the others are already fully booked. It seems someone is trying to block his way. Both of them decided to check out the unclaimed dungeons, but when they arrived at the next one and the one after that, the same thing still happened. In the end, today I only managed to attack 10 dungeons in total. It's really quite strange. Moncheo quietly suspects that Sun, who is in second place, might be up to something and immediately urges him to quickly respond to the organizers and see what's going on. It's really driving him crazy. He pondered for a while and realized that although he was still in the lead now, there were 3 days left. If things like today kept happening, he might very well lose the championship. Even if we set aside disassembling the monster, travel time remains an issue. Mon said he would try to find the fastest route, but if we're constantly blocked like this, he's also at his limit. Kim Seo hesitated for a moment, then sneered, saying he had come up with an idea. His face now looked so scheming that it was hard to bear. So it turns out that Sion's father's people hired other hunters to take turns while he attacked the dungeon, placing all the surrounding dungeons around him, but today, something went wrong when Kim Seun set a dungeon right next to Lion. So, if they surround everything with dungeons, Soon won't have any to attack either. And just as Kim Seun predicted, with this method, today both he and she only conquered a few dungeons, so she can't climb back in the rankings. It's just like dying together. Her father never expected him to come up with this way to deal with it. Just tell Seo-jeon to keep fighting and leave the rest to him. The next morning is already Thursday, and Soon was walking confidently when suddenly he ran into Kim Seo-jun and Moncho walking proudly. He was just being subtle, implying her treacherous behavior, which made Soon furious. She knew he was trying to belittle her and had no good intentions. Because as she knows, humans are inherently selfish creatures. No matter what they do, they always judge based on their own li yi. If it benefits oneself, do it. If not, then forget it. During that process, there are no good intentions like kindness or goodwill at all. She said that and then swung her sword straight into the dungeon, stirring up a bloody chaos. As soon as he stepped out of the dawn, Dangan was startled to see Kim Seo-jun had already finished his attack. While he was hurriedly transporting the corpses with Mon and even asking for the weapons she had just killed, Seon couldn't help but wonder. He said he did it to make money, so she turned away, feeling a bit bored. She understood that there is no such thing as a good purpose in this world, so no hunter has good intentions either. To her, it was just a job in her eyes. Over at Min Chun's side, he was busy with Kalina dealing with monsters in the dungeon. Just now they said it was a level 6 monster cave, but it turned out to be level 10, making him very suspicious that the Church of Justice is up to something, just like 30 years ago, which made him very annoyed despite Kina's explanations. Suddenly, Dung Dui Min, a disciple of the demon spirit, appeared unexpectedly, sensing an unusual and unprecedented aura of dark energy. It seems we need to recheck the lower-level dungeons that the guild leader is measuring. At Kim Seun's current arena, suddenly 3 dungeon gates appeared simultaneously in a mysterious way, astonishing all the supervisors. Oh my god, this is truly unbelievable. Kim Seo-jun and Mon keep fighting to be the first to enter each dungeon that appears, and it seems they can't use their old methods anymore, so they've quickly come up with new ways to block them. I was so furious I was about to blow my top and swear I'd push for a resolution no matter what. They really spoiled them too much, so they've gone completely off the rails. And so, thanks to her, a notice was issued stating that if the pre-booked dungeon in the contestant's name is attacked without their consent, the attack turn can be transferred according to the dungeon master's decision, which temporarily reassured Kim Seun. They have no other way to stop him now. But it seems Kim Seun jumped the gun a bit because without this method they would come up with another excuse to block him, like claiming the car broke down or using 100 other reasons to hinder both of their movements. And what must come has come. The rankings are now dominated by Sun at the top. Sejan, after some investigation, found out she is from Jolly Sekman Academy, serving as the principal aka a former professional A-grade assassin. She is one of the few people recognized by her grandfather. Despite her limited skills, she's sharp and well-connected, so it's probably hard to find out anything. It seems only the Sword Saint himself can handle this now. But Sion doesn't dare to hope either. She can't even contact anyone now. Seeing that Sion has done his best, Mon confidently declares that the rest should be left for the manly Kim Season to handle himself. As soon as he was mentioned, a cunning smile appeared on his face, looking quite dangerous, surely having devised a secret plan. And oh, he greeted Kim Kimson's loved ones with a traditional tactic, also known as bribing the guards, successfully setting up the prison and launching a quick attack within 5 minutes, leaving them no chance to react under the supervision of the management team there. They keep claiming that you are from the academy founded by the Saint Girl and causing chaos. That man Liak, with his insatiable desire, fiercely orders his subordinates to deal with you by any means necessary. After days of relentless effort, Kim Seun and Soon ended up with equal scores, forcing the organizers to hold an immediate meeting. It was undoubtedly the most chaotic meeting ever, with Sion and Lockman angrily shouting at each other inside. The organizers stated that they could not recognize the co-championship without evidence of Sun's misconduct, and decided on the following course of action. After a while, the team leader of the dungeon management team saw that Kim Seun and Sion were both present and immediately explained the rules for the final decisive round between the two. Whoever finishes attacking the dungeon faster and clears it will be the winner. All dungeons are level 2, so they are equally difficult. So both of them will have to choose their own dungeons. Kim Seo hesitated for a moment, knowing that her chances of having arranged everything beforehand for this match were very slim, but he still had to be cautious. She quickly whispered in his ear not to let her frustration make him lose focus. Before he could understand anything, she had already run inside on her own, and Kim Seo-jun hurriedly followed. Even though I was still extremely confused by her words, I decided not to care anymore. Winning is what matters most. Huh? After walking and walking for a while, it's still just an empty silence inside, making him really confused. It's been 5 minutes and I still see nothing. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, a piercing, deafening screech echoes loudly. Less than a second later, a level 4 manticore with sharp iron teeth appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Having a level 4 monster in the second-level dungeon made Kim Seun curse. He bravely swung his staff and killed it instantly. It all happened quite quickly, but it was still much slower than the time he took to clear the second level of the dungeon. Kim Seun kept running towards the exit, secretly guessing that they had already moved on to attack the second dungeon. He caught a glimpse of the captain and shouted loudly that there was a level 4 monster inside, so the fight would be unfair. He wanted to fight again, but he was only told coldly that it was impossible because Sozeon hadn't come out yet. Kim Seon was very surprised to hear this. Clearly, she had been inside for quite a while. Little did he know that soon inside was facing an even more terrifying monster. Memories of the past flooded back like slow-motion scenes in Soon's mind. At that time, she still had her brother, still played happily with him and trained together. Although she always knew that her brother was a naive person, always believing in justice and goodness, he was incredibly innocent compared to her. That rainy night when she witnessed her brother die to protect a complete stranger, her worldview was completely shattered, and she vowed never to live like him again. Her selfishness and hatred grew stronger each day. Kim Seo-run waited for a long time but still didn't see her come out, and couldn't help but feel something was strange. He knew that if that was the case, it meant he had already won against her, but Kim Seon still sensed that something had deviated from the original course. He secretly suspected that the problem wasn't with the dungeon itself, but with Soon. The assistant manager Kim shouted loudly at the two strange magic measurement devices, which originally indicated level 3, but now showed level 4. If the dungeon is damaged like that, it means the magic energy is in chaos. The magic energy waves inside the dungeon are disturbed and the predicted levels are changing compared to before. This error has a minor impact, but the dungeon's level suddenly increases. If there's not enough time, the dungeon will explode and cause serious consequences. Kim Seo-jun knew that if he hesitated, Sun would be in danger. Without hesitation, he rushed into the dungeon where Sun was struggling painfully with wounds inflicted by the malicious blessing. That level 6 monster keeps howling non-stop in front of her, making her unable to believe that such a terrifying creature exists in this world. It should only be in books, not right in front of her like this. Just as its sharp iron teeth suddenly lunged forward, Kim Seo-jun quickly stepped in to block it, trembling as he desperately tried to hold back its terrifying attacks and ordered her to run away quickly. As expected of a level 6 monster, it swung its body non-stop, creating fierce shock waves that forced Kim Seo-jun to keep jumping back and forth to draw its attention. Every strike it delivered was incredibly powerful, but he had already figured out its move pattern. He thought to himself to avoid the deadly blow first and then lure it out, but fate had other plans. It suddenly rammed its sharp horns into his chest, causing blood to spray out wildly. Kim Seo-jun, though overwhelmed with pain, still managed to muster some strength to throw it off. Seeing Kim Seo-jun suffer so terribly because of me, Soon couldn't help but feel confused. Clearly, the two of them are not connected, so why did he come here to help her? You just need to join others in conquering the dungeon and win. I bet you're only doing that for the money. Sun Jion angrily shouted and chased him out, saying she wouldn't thank him or anything, but contrary to her fierce reaction. Kim Seo-jun calmly explained that although she was completely wrong, she had no reason to die because human life is the most precious thing. His brave spirit and calm yet firm voice made her think of her kind and innocent older brother from the past. The strength of that monster is like throwing eggs at a rock compared to Kim Seon, and its speed is becoming more and more terrifyingly overwhelming than ever. Suddenly he remembered a saying his teacher had taught him. His intuition, which belongs to the realm of thought, suddenly trembled throughout his body as if he had realized something. The key is to make intuition and thought become one, creating the intuition of a superhuman. His eyes flickered with aura as he regained his spirit and Ming-min, then once again charged with his staff to duel it out. His whole body was enveloped in roaring spiritual energy like a storm. Though injuries were unavoidable, after several clashes, he could sense where it would attack and the movements of its muscles. It kept attacking while Kim Seon was still dodging. With this momentum, he hoped he could hold on until the professional hunters arrived. But as for So-yeon, I don't know if she can endure when one of her arms has already been torn apart by it. There's no time to hesitate anymore. Kim Seo gathers all his strength and delivers the final blow with a force that seems to encompass the entire world. But with my own instincts, I know I can't win against these waves of murderous intent. I can only rely on the healing skills of Rukbat Sun. Both forces of power collided to create a deafening explosion. Blood from the monster's body gushed out like a stream from that strike. Next to him, Kim Seon was standing there gasping for breath, making it hard for Soon to believe his eyes. After dealing with the problem, Kim Seo-jun helped Sion step by step, trying to drag him out of here. Luckily, she's still alive. Even though she's badly injured and barely hanging on, she's still stubborn and says she won't call Kim Seon her benefactor. After a chaos, a vehicle finally arrived to take her to the hospital. The incident at the sweeping competition was gradually being revealed and caused a riot in a short time. Although there haven't been any major miscalculations recently, such a large-scale monster with a crooked leg has never appeared here before. Of course, public attention will focus on the associations and the government. Kim Se-eun and the Dream Academy also rose rapidly after that. After days of hard work, Kim Se-eun now has to sit with his legs crossed in the hospital, feeling resentful because the prize money from the competition was unexpectedly split in two. Sejong visited him at the hospital, saw him rambling all day, and suddenly decided to give him the entire prize money because Zion had voluntarily stepped down from his position. Moreover, including this competition, she also revealed many acts of cheating she had committed over time. Not only that, but she also accused the brutal behavior of the director of XA Academy. Her father surprised Kim Se-eun greatly, unable to believe she had done such a thing. Seon still thought Sejong had other plans, but unexpectedly she revealed that although her thoughts about Kim Se-eun being wrong hadn't changed, she seemed to have realized she was wrong somewhere along the way. Anyway, Kim Se-eun has already won the prize on his own, and with the tax exemption on the prize money plus an additional 100 million thanks to government incentives, he couldn't help but be speechless. Additionally, SN's Dream Academy finally rose to third place, thanks to his victory, which now qualifies as an evaluation factor. Kim Se-eun is also gradually exploring 4 stars. Everything happening so well at the same time makes everyone feel happy and hopeful. After settling the prize money, they treated the group to a hearty meal. Kim Se-eun returned to his bed, excitedly tapping on the training equipment shop on his phone to see if there was anything worth buying. You already have 4 billion, and Longzinus' spear costs 1 billion. So no matter how you save up, it's still not enough to buy it. Frustrated, he sighed and decided to just save up a bit more money to buy cheaper equipment. He kept scrolling quickly across the screen, but after reviewing everything, he still felt that Longzinus' spear was the best. If he didn't buy it now, he would regret it. But these fake items worth hundreds of billions were only around 1 to 2 billion. Although it's not genuine, it definitely has some useful functions. But Kimson still thinks it's better to be cautious because the shop doesn't explain much about the item, and he can only roughly guess its effects based on the mythological content. How can I find out more about their mythology with so little information? Oh, right. Kim Se-eun suddenly thought of checking the community of students at the Supreme Academy to see if anyone had ever used things like this before. Suddenly, he came across a post sharing experiences with 100 different items, leaving Kim Se-eun stunned. Scrolling further, he read that the space bag was rated 10 out of 10, prompting Kim Se-eun to immediately get up and check the price. It's only 100 million watts. You can use it to store monster corpses in dungeons or carry lighter loads during quest. Yeah, it looks like I need to buy it immediately. 3 days later, Kim Se-eun happily went out to test the new weapon and space bag he just bought. Even though your account is now empty, investing in yourself is worth it. Suddenly, Seon appeared, and when she heard about you spending all 4 billion in rewards, she shouted in surprise. Without saying a word, he glanced at Kim Se-eun's shiny equipment and immediately understood the reason. After a moment, both of them arrived at the pitch-black dungeon filled with a terrifying line of monsters, deafeningly loud. Kim Se-eun, thinking that the monsters here have a level 4 defense, decides to take a risk and test out his new spear. These gachgoli with such strong physical defense seemed like the perfect target for Longzinus' spear to try out. Kim Se-eun was surprised to see that just by swinging his staff, they were shattered into soft pieces like tofu, and he had to keep slashing rapidly and relentlessly. After cutting them into pieces, Kim Se-eun nervously pulled out his space bag and quickly stuffed their parts inside, astonishing SN, who watched in amazement, making her very curious about where he managed to buy such high-quality items. Hearing Kim Se-eun mention he bought it at a nearby hunter's pawn shop, Seon was excited to check it out. But then he said the shop had already closed, leaving her deflated like a soggy rice paper. Kim Se-eun hesitated, awkwardly scratching his head and ears, feeling a bit guilty for not being able to tell her the truth. Suddenly, a sharp sound broke the silence, heavy and oppressive, shattering the atmosphere and bringing a gloomy haze that made both of them pause. Kim Se-eun, trembling, relied on her sturdy spear to step forward and take over. With her ultimate mountain-shattering technique covering everything, she swiftly executed a few basic moves, unleashing powerful streams of energy that tore through the terrifying maze, quickly defeating the entire group beneath John's shocked face. The Holy Spear is said to have pierced Jesus on the cross. Kim Se-eun's Holy Spear may only be a replica, but the power it wields is truly formidable. It looks like those posts on the community page seem trustworthy. Only 25 days left, Kim Se-eun is determined to work hard and save enough money to attend the entire lecture. Suddenly, SN said that Jimin, a disciple of Ma Tin and considered a genius among geniuses recognized by Ma Tin, wants to meet him, apparently to discuss what happened last time. Kim Se-jun heard this and agreed to meet right away, making Seon happy and about to send a message to ask Jimin for the date and time. Unexpectedly, she had already arrived from behind Sion without him noticing. Dui-min, upon seeing Kim Se-eun for the first time, couldn't help but shout out in surprise. Then suddenly she went crazy, wanting to know where he got that from. After a fuss with Onao-ji, she finally sat still and let Kim Se-jun. "I'm also getting a headache." Sejong says that even though Jimin is older, she still looks so young because she has always maintained her childhood appearance through a different method of preserving memories on her body. Suddenly, Jae-min, looking fierce and determined, wanted to know where Kim Seo got that space bag from, and her covetous gaze made him break out in a sweat. From what she knows, this bag is clearly terrifying. Then she suddenly blurted out some confusing medical jargon that made him feel like he wanted to faint right then and there. He then wondered to himself how much more she would react if he showed her Long Dias's spear. Dui-min confidently offered 100 billion to buy back the space bag, causing Kim Se-eun to hesitate briefly. "I think with that 100 billion I could buy back KBIT, and all those personal lessons too. All my worries would be gone." But in the end, he said he wouldn't sell it anymore, leaving Jimin deeply disappointed. He sighed tiredly and gently handed the bag to Jimin to try out. Her eyes shining like stars, just as she reached in, it was suddenly snatched away, making her startle and drop it on the ground. Kim Sao-roon explained that only he could use it. No one else could touch it, let alone sell it. Dui-min thought she would give up, but instead she became even more excited about his item, her whole body like going crazy, eager to know where he bought it. After hearing him say the store had closed, Jim-min refused to give up and asked to study it for a fee. And hearing about money, Kim Se-eun remained cold. "It also has to be Okul right away." Jimin happily jumps up. Now she suddenly remembers that the main reason she came here was because of what happened in Kim Se-eun's dungeon back then. After a while, Kim Se-eun, having finished recounting everything that happened in that dungeon, explained that the reason he was able to defeat Nezura was purely luck. "Everything is thanks to the mana from Teacher Marlin's lecture that I once studied." When it comes to mana, Kim Se-eun suddenly remembered that both magic and oro are derived from it, and wanting to know how to use it is similar to how individual willpower can be related to the laws of the world. Because he believes that the faults of the Crimson Prison are all like that, Jimmy immediately frowns upon hearing this and stands up, wanting him to explain in more detail. Kim Se-eun explains that if magic and oro are considered mistakes caused by exploiting mana, then the faults of the prison must be the same. Your teacher Marlin also often talked about breaking the laws of the world and personal will in his lectures. Considering both issues, he secretly feels that the fault of the Bichthi dungeon is an event caused by someone's will. After rambling for a while, I still saw Jimin standing frozen like a statue. Kim Se-eun thought he had said something wrong, so he shyly scratched his head and touched his ear. His extensive knowledge actually made Jimin suspect that he was a demon cult scholar with the ability to create space bags. Truly ironic. Jim's eyes shining brightly with excitement as he eagerly took notes of Kim Se-eun's explanations, feeling a bit embarrassed himself. He had only added his own thoughts based on what he learned from Merlin, never expecting such a strong reaction from her. It seems that the lectures from the Superiority Academy are now applicable. Suddenly, his genius mind thought about opening a class to explain these concepts. But it seems that might not be such a good idea because to do that, you need not only to follow what was taught in the lecture but also to understand and apply the content of my lessons. Moreover, who would learn those things from someone still a student like him? Suddenly, Jimin softly spoke up, saying she still didn't quite understand the concept of demonic level. He spoke passionately, eager to study and explore it further, then strode straight out the door, with Sion and Kim Se-eun watching him with puzzled looks, while he watched Jimin happily run to the laboratory, feeling a bit speechless with her. It is completely different from the images of her that I had seen on the media before. Looking back, Kim soon realized that even the disciples of Sword Star, Kalina, and Demon Star were all very hard to meet. But somehow, he managed to meet all three. If things keep going like this, maybe someday even the Great Voice will come to him. After finishing his meal, Kim Se-eun sat in front of his phone screen, quietly feeling that the progress of his teaching was still too slow. He still wanted to complete one more course before Free P ended. It seemed there was no other way but to earn money to recharge Free P and speed up the teaching process. He stepped outside to find C. John H., wanting to ask her about hiring more teachers and organizing the system. But strangely, she still didn't react. Without warning, he suddenly struck her stiff body like a puppet, causing her to startle and return to her previous state. So Sion is also worried about the recruitment plan for new students with too many issues arising. Kim Se-eun asked her if she knew about any upcoming competitions. The competitions like the one at the academy last time or the recent dungeon clearing contest, for example. When John Hoon searched online, he couldn't find any contests held before the 20th as he requested. There is only one mock exam held at Hangter M next month. The mock exam, as the name suggests, is not an actual competition, but a simulation of a professional hunter exam. It is held only once a year. If you fail, you have to wait another year. Therefore, the pressure of this exam is very high, so hunter training academies will hold simulation tests for students to practice beforehand. Among them, the 3 top academies in Korea, Hangter Manga, organize large-scale mock exams, and most students' scores are the same as those in the professional hunter exam. So, the prize money for the top students will also be very large, enough for Kim Soon to solve the issues with teaching fees and money. He thought for a while, and if it's next month, that would also be the end of the free part. He then scratched his head and ears, feeling there was no choice but to go try it first. Late at night, Kim Seun was listening to a lecture on his phone when suddenly an ad about the trial for the exceptional people caught his attention, surprising him greatly. This exam not only gives a certificate, but also has passing standards, just like the Professional Craftsman Certification exam. Winning the exam is like reaching the 5th level of Divine Transformation or the 9th level of Swordsman. Really impressive. I was just excited, but Kim Sun knew he wasn't yet capable of taking this super test, so he quickly pressed continue to watch the lecture, but strangely, every teacher kept urging him to join that exam, making him feel hesitant. It seems this mock exam is more important than he thought. Kim Seon went to the forum to read reviews from experienced people, casually skimming through some comments about similar situations he faced at the start, but now progressing rapidly. Studying after the test made him feel pumped up, so he decided to go all out and give it a try. The next morning, he held his breath and pressed the join button. Quickly, the screen displays the rules and the different categories of the competition. The first test is combat ability. The atmosphere around Kim Seon immediately changed, and the first press of the button surprised him, making him almost disbelief that the exam was happening this way. According to what it said, there are a total of 15 stages based on the standards of the superhuman. The first stage is around level 5 or 6, and each stage increases by 1 level. So by stage 15, it will be level 20. Just thinking about it made him a bit nervous. As he was lost in thought, suddenly a giant dragon jumped out of his phone, continuously spewing poison and spitting silk, making Kim Seo tremble in fear. "Hey, are you kidding me? You've already failed at stage 1, I can't believe my eyes." Kim Seo shivered in disbelief, rolling on the ground and crying out to the heavens. It's clear that even at stage 1, the system already used a dragon to measure combat power, and it's not an ordinary dragon, but the destructive fan-killing one. If stage 1 is like this, then by stage 15 they will probably fight with gods. After a moment of crying, Kim Seo sighed and sat up, trying to regain his composure. Anyway, he's still lucky to have 10 more chances after the first attempt. Even though trying 10 times won't change much, Kim Seo-jun is still determined to risk it all and see what happens. He then grabbed his spear and confidently strode inside. He was really fierce. But after dozens of failures, Kim Seon only has 5 tries left, making him so frustrated he wants to cry, not knowing how to catch it. Kim Seo-jun realizes that even a pro hunter is uncertain, so what could a superhuman be? Even if I wanted to speed up the lesson, I had to do something first, but since it was already over, I couldn't find a way to increase the progress. Suddenly, a notification appeared on my phone asking if I wanted to listen to a tutorial for this, even though it would lower my evaluation points, so I immediately considered it. Seeing that there was even a lecture from the idol Great Saj Chi-tian, Kim Seon had no reason to ignore this opportunity and quickly pressed the agree button. He revealed his secret: just avoid its breath attack, then demonstrated a few fighting techniques with the dragon and pointed out its weakness. The breezy season swept away all of Kim Seon's worries in an instant, leaving him speechless. Isn't the guidance just the simple part? The concept of the tutorial for the Super Vietnam Wilderness Academy seems different from the usual Ha. He kept watching it over and over, but still couldn't figure out what to do. Applying the formula correctly does produce results, but only in terms of appearance. Suddenly, I saw the name Sigis in the instructor list, a hero from the Lord of the Rings in Norse mythology. The man who is both the owner of the famous three-mouthed sword and the first dragon slayer, also known as the person who understands dragons best, making him unable to resist clicking to watch. He said that just avoiding its breath would be enough, causing Kim Seon to feel disappointed and turn off the device. Suddenly, he explained based on its characteristics and analyzed 2 strategies for him, causing Kim Seon to pause briefly. The first is that Fanya breathes out when summoned. So, if everyone presses the summon button and then runs, this dragon will still breathe fire in that direction. The key point is to prepare a gold bar at this moment. Kim Seo-jun, although still quite confused about this method, still bought a bar of gold and then continued with the lesson. Sigis reveals that when summoning, you should throw the gold directly in front of Fanya. At that moment, it probably won't breathe fire immediately because it's afraid the gold will disappear. Suddenly, he stopped at this crucial moment and said he wanted the students to handle the rest themselves, which made Kim Seo tremble. I wanted to curse, but since I had nothing to lose, I took a deep breath and nervously pressed the retake button. In an instant, the dragon appeared roaring in front of me. Recalling the lesson earlier, Kim Seo immediately swung his hand and threw the gold block at it. The beast saw the gold and immediately brightened its eyes and closed its mouth. All the breaths full of murderous intent also vanished, making me a little happy as I rushed forward. Who would have thought it had already realized this was just fake gold and suddenly roared even more fiercely than before, making Kim Seo run shit himself? Is this enough to scare you, gods? As expected, he failed miserably and ended up sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, his phone rang, showing that Ken's lecture progress had advanced, leaving him momentarily stunned and amazed. Kim Seun darted back and forth desperately trying to dodge the relentless attacks of the dragon, but in the end he still fell flat on his face because it was too fast. He tries to find an opening in the attacks, but it's no use. Just as he's about to be overwhelmed, Kim Seo, trembling, has no choice but to take a gold bar from his pocket and toss it in front of its face, making it stare in shock. After confirming it was fake gold, it roared fiercely and charged at Kim Seo, making him run out of breath. Then it swung 4 gold bars from all sides at the monster. You also have to stare in amazement. Kim Seo seizes this opportunity to wield his spear with the ultimate move of Forceful Mountain and Combined Energy. With a loud bang, he delivered a powerful strike that pierced through its thick skin. It seems he was successful this time. But 30 is not the age to be worried yet, Kim Seo. Run away. That monster still shows no sign of injury or damage from his attack. Kim Seun's use of style caused him to fail again. At least the increased chance of progress in teaching also made him a little satisfied. He eagerly sat up, seeing he still had 3 chances, and decided to boldly continue trying to live out his legendary story. Sion has been a bit surprised lately that he hasn't been to the dungeon. Kim Seo Run said that she is currently focusing on training alone for now, feeling a bit worried about whether she suspects anything seeing him glued to his phone all day. He failed the first lesson of this term, and the course completion rate is increasing more slowly than he expected, so Kim Seun decided to try to finish the lecture and apply it in real combat, which would be much better. 3 days later, the second course begins again. Kim Seo Run feels a bit anxious, wondering how it will turn out this time. After preparing, a fireball resembling the Dragon Ball from the 7 Dragon Balls suddenly appeared before him, surprising Kim Seo Run. Just as he was smiling casually, the system announced that he needed to hold on to it to escape the monster's pursuit, leaving Kim Seun feeling like he might faint. He smiled without really smiling and stared fixedly at the roaring monster before him. Is this beginner-level stamina? After surviving countless life and death battles, Kim Seo Run moved on to the third course, which was to kill the Sphinx while all 5 senses were disabled. He stared blankly at the Sphinx groaning in front of him, and as he opened his mouth, it suddenly struck him with a thunderous blow. Next is the fourth course, with Pasasari's requirement to suppress its primal urges. Kim Seun tried his best to control his hunger but couldn't resist, so he had to run away quickly. By the 5th course, after hearing Seren's song, Kim Seun successfully passed the first stage and thought it would be easy, until he heard Heem's soul-calming tune and was left deafened by its divine voice. After a fierce competition, Kim Seun finally received his practice test score, which was worse than ever. But on the bright side, his teaching progress rate increased, so it looks like he might pass 2 subjects soon. But 3 days have passed, and I still haven't received any notification about my new course selection, which makes me really anxious. There are only 5 days left in the free part. Just a little more, and I can finish the course. Kim Seun hesitated, unsure whether to return to the dungeon immediately, as going back seemed much better than waiting without knowing when it would end. Suddenly, the long-absent young mentor appeared unexpectedly, startling him. It's been a while since I saw that kid, so Kim Seun was a bit surprised and spoke a little louder, almost getting caught by Sion, which made him nervous, so he immediately hugged the kid and ran outside. The reason Lai Chao made Kim Seo so upset for a while. The mentor, after seeing his fiery gaze, just scratched his head and ears and explained that he only came back after checking his profile. Because his results were so disastrous, Kim Seun was stunned and froze solid when he heard this. The mentor said that with his current level, no matter what advice he gave, it would be useless. After speaking, he gently advised him to focus on the 2 recommended lectures. And hearing this, Kim Seun felt so hopeless he wanted to cry. These sincere words from the mentor made him so angry, he no longer had the energy to be upset. Hearing Kim Seun say that he studied very diligently while the mentor was away, He happily picked up his phone to check. Unexpectedly, his face grew paler as he saw 4 lectures playing at the same time. Kim Seo-run revealed that he watched all 4 at once, causing the mentor to panic and hardly believe his ears. These crazy ratio stats in just 3 months really blow my mind. Oh my god, this is totally surreal. Kim Se-eun also mentioned that he has taken many exams and then quietly wondered how to choose his elective subject for such an extraordinary test. Mentor just said he only needs to choose the subject he wants. Seeing that Kim Seon still doesn't have an ID for the Supreme Academy, I was a bit surprised and secretly thought there might be some mistake, and so I said I would go see the dean for his opinion. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished like the wind, leaving Kim Seon no time to call back. He then continued practicing the full-body force of Boyson with his beloved Than Jiao, unleashing bursts of fierce, deadly energy. Suddenly, a notification appeared asking if Kim Se-eun wanted to hear the end of the lecture, prompting him to click immediately. From the encouragement and genuine advice, teacher Hongvu's Force Boyson lecture officially concluded. As the evening fell, SN saw him return and eagerly registered for the 2 Hunter trial exams, which had started accepting applications a week from today. After consulting, Kim Seon happily helped him register quickly. Kim Se-eun quietly felt that although his scores in the superhuman trial were disastrous, after all, it was a superhuman test, a Hunter exam, so he might be okay. Besides, he was very confident that he had gained the power of the Boyson Force, and even had Longinus's blessing. Si-John happily finished registering for him, scheduling the competition for 10 days later. Hearing him ask about the admissions process, she felt a bit discouraged, wondering what trick old man Park Min-chun was planning this time. But after all, he is her grandfather, and her biggest concern right now is not knowing which instructor to invite because each field requires a dedicated teacher, and hiring randomly is not an option, but bringing in someone famous would be expensive. Kim Seo-jun heard this and became a bit interested, and when SN mentioned that top-tier teachers could earn up to a few billion won, his greed was reignited. He then eagerly volunteered to help Si-John, which left her somewhat puzzled. 3 days later, Kim Se-eun was happily excited when he saw that he had completed the lectures of Han-woo. The Ken lecture was a bit disappointing, but since the free pass was still valid, it seemed fine. Suddenly, the mentor appeared again, overhearing that he had finished a course while it was away. It was so shocked it couldn't close its mouth. Speaking of inquiries for Kim Seon, I just remembered the mentor suddenly exclaimed that something big had happened, and it looked quite urgent. Mentor said this isn't a system error, but rather because the Supreme Academy has no information about him, leaving Kim Se-eun stunned. Wait, he shouted loudly. If he's not a member of the school, then how has he been able to listen to lectures from that academy all this time, since they operate entirely under a membership system? Mentor gave 2 days, and the dean also received a direct report, but still doesn't know the specifics of what happened. Kim Se-eun, even though he doesn't know who the dean is, seems to believe that person is a powerful existence that not just anyone can know about. It seems that the system of the Supreme Academy also has no fault unless the cause and effect are altered, but no matter the case, that cause and effect cannot be changed. According to the director, there are signs of someone's interference that haven't been identified yet. Kim Seo-jun is increasingly worried about being expelled. Mentor happily reassured him that everything would be fine, because the problem was with you guys, not him. Once a member, always a member, so hearing that made him feel a bit more at ease. Kim Seo-run couldn't believe someone had interfered in this matter and secretly suspected that it was probably someone intentionally causing trouble for some purpose. He realized that he was just someone with a dream of becoming a hunter, living a normal life, day after day. The mentor then said that you should just continue training as usual and hoped you could understand, because resetting the ID is quite difficult. Ignore this issue. Kim Seon only has 2 days of free time left, so he wants advice on what to do next. The mentor clears his throat and explains that the curriculum at the Supreme Academy is divided into 4 main parts: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and superlative. Currently, Kim Seon is in the beginner stage. After completing the advanced level, he will reach a certain proficiency. From then on, each person will have their own training method to suit and achieve better results. The transition from advanced to supreme is much more difficult than from beginner to advanced. So it seems Kim Seon still has a long way to go. With the mentor's help, Kim Seon was shown 2 new lessons to strengthen his solid foundation first. Let the other things be learned at the intermediate level. This determined look of the mentor really makes him impossible not to believe. As soon as he clicked register, the tuition fee jumped to 2 billion, making Kim Seon's face turn pale. Hearing the mentor advise to regularly gather karma, he became curious about what it actually was. Mentor said it's simply a matter of fate, just like how meeting him here now is part of the cause and effect. He then added that when he advances further in his studies, he will understand what these words of his truly mean. Besides, the mentor also revealed that this academy has many students besides him. Currently, there are 4 students here who have become superhumans. This is the largest number among all the academies. Each academy has its own courses and unique specialties. But everyone thinks that if you want to learn magic, you go to the academy. If you want to learn weapons, you go to G, and if you want to know everything, you go to the Hunter Academy. People often say there's nothing special about it, meaning it has no particular flaws. From that, we can infer how prominent the Hunter Academy is, being one of the top 3 academies in Korea. And finally, the day of the mock exam to become a professional hunter, organized by the Hunter Academy, has arrived. Kim Seo-jun, along with the bustling crowd today, also came to participate with Seon. This mock exam is a competition among 4 groups, so the scale is larger. The investment amount is also different. The top talented person who ranks first will receive a scholarship worth 1 billion. Kim Zoon had already set aside around 500 million won to buy the free pass. Although he has been working hard in the dungeon recently, his savings haven't exceeded 30 million. So the only way to get such a large amount is to rank first in the trial exam. The flickering flame inside the Kim SEO flickered and rose up violently. After confirming everything, he entered inside, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the crowded number of participants. After saying goodbye to Seon, he quickly joined the line, but suddenly loud shouting and cursing erupted, making the crowd more and more noisy. That is Kim Kang Troll from the Hunter Academy. Because he was given priority and didn't have to line up, the other guy felt it was unfair and kept shouting. The crowd whispered and murmured upon seeing Kim Kang-chok appear here. It turns out the Hunter Academy sent him here, so he's definitely going to make it into the top 3. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jun briefly crossed paths with him. He looked at him for a moment, then walked on, making Kim Seo-jun marvel at Kim Kang-tron's commanding presence and secretly think he truly is a promising talent of the Hunter Academy. As he was engrossed in listening to everyone discussing who would win at the academy this time, a sudden scream of desperation for entry drew everyone's attention away. In front of them was a young boy carrying all kinds of weapons hanging on his body, insisting on getting in without waiting in line. His arrogant attitude really made others furious and curse him. The entire hall was bustling and noisy like a market, with Kim Seo sweating profusely and secretly realizing that students from all academies across the country were present here. Among the chaotic crowd was Parok, an apprentice hunter studying at a second-tier hunter academy. He studies here solely because money is tightly linked to family ties. The annual tuition fees for the top 3 academies in Korea are easily in the hundreds of millions, so he has to grit his teeth and study at a second-tier school to have a chance at a scholarship. Because the turtle's decision to follow the dragon is better than the snake's head. I'm very satisfied with today's mock exam, thanks to Kim Seon. The Hunterman mock exam includes 5 subjects, not the written test for professional hunters. The first category is basic physical fitness, with the main factor being how many times you can run. After 15 rounds of feinting and slashing, only he and Kim Seo-run are left on the field. Just need to beat him, just need to surpass him. Thinking that ex-cop was panting like a buffalo while running at full speed. Wait, hello, who was so noisy until the last minute? And the first to cross the finish line was Kim Zoon. Then, he even performed an impressive weightlifting stunt that shattered the virtual world, leaving everyone in awe. It's not as heavy as I thought, even though I train my physical strength every day. But how can it be this easy for him? Could it be that I've already used Bat Sun Power instinctively after finishing Hangvu's training? He wondered to himself. With just the Bat Sun Power, he's already this strong. After finishing the Hunter Academy, he might become a beast. Kim Seon's fiery passion is burning fiercely inside him, as Kim Gang Treo, a student from one of Korea's 3 largest hunter academies, is also present today. This time, he's here not to compete, but to monitor Kim Seon's movements. What is this unexpected request? Who is Kim Seon? About a month ago, I think I heard this name in connection with the chaotic dungeon incident. Gang Treo wondered as he walked. At this moment, the results announcement board was also opened amid the noisy whispers of everyone. Gang Treo was stunned when he saw his score was 11 points lower than Kim Seo's. And you're actually 3rd place, not 2nd. Lee Min-yoon. Who is this person? Someone talented enough to surpass me. There's no way I wouldn't know their name. This is the first time I've seen this name. Where did he come from? Gang Treo immediately turned into a tough guy with a side-hanging sword after seeing the results, thinking he couldn't let this continue, but then remembered that his superior told him not to do anything, just observe Kim Seon. Gang Treo hesitated for a few seconds to think. The second test involves using mana. It is judged based on the number of attacks used to break the shield generator, so the contestants must try to use their mana efficiently to shatter the shield. Kim Sun feels a bit unsure and subtly glances at his opponents ahead. Now it's Lai Du-on, the goddess of mercy, from the Academy's turn. She unleashes her firepower and, in the blink of an eye, shatters the shield with a cool 100 points like a ripe melon. Kim Seo-run stands below, staring in awe without blinking once. Next is his turn. Kim Seo-jun told himself just go all in this time. Swinging his staff, he planned to just generate Merlin's mana, and that would be enough. I never expected that man's plans would be foiled by heaven itself. That powerful strike of his successfully split the shield and released an overwhelming surge of energy. With a shot to the sky, Kim Seo confidently climbs straight to the top, in the eyes of the countless spectators below, showing he's not yet confident enough to hold his position. Even Kim Seo-jun couldn't believe he had actually done it. Then, the mana shield generator broke, and the competition had to be temporarily postponed. After all the ups and downs of joy, anger, love, and hate, the hunters from the three biggest academies all reluctantly fell behind Kim Seun. The audience below quietly murmured about how Kim Seun was the one who previously resolved the chaotic dungeon incident. He was also the one who personally defeated Nora Level 6. Parjan felt a bit tense upon hearing that. She feels that if things continue like this, the mock exam will be meaningless. She never intended for him to lead with such a commanding gap. No one knows how this professional hunter competition will unfold. Kim Gang's poor performance in this contest has left his fans extremely disappointed. They secretly feel that only Lai Han can stand up to Kim Seo-jun in this situation, as Kim Seo-jun is now sitting in the waiting room, exhausted and holding the holy spear. This is the holy spear that pierced Jesus when he was crucified. Just this oral story is enough to see that its power is not to be underestimated. The problem is that I need to know exactly what that power is. All I know is what has been passed down. Is that the only story with no other explanation, meaning Long Dynas's spear has the power to defeat the mana shield? Maybe it's just that it can close the distance? I don't know anything. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a strange kid singing loudly with a bow slung over his shoulder. Kim Seo-run suddenly remembered that he was the strange guy who caused trouble for the authorities on the way. Seeing him staring intently, he happily ran over to introduce himself and chat. You are Lai Min-yoon in second place. Min-yoon's lively, talkative, and noisy nature leaves Kim Seo-jun speechless. At this moment, the loudspeaker suddenly announced the upcoming dungeon raid challenge, and Kim Seo, trembling, confidently stepped into the virtual reality space that looked just like the real thing. The monsters you need to defeat today are 10 in Kura. Around you, a pack of beasts has already gathered and is howling loudly. They keep howling so loudly it gives a headache. He gently and affectionately swings his staff, hitting them a few times. Each one immediately started bleeding, and their legs went cold, but their strength was not to be underestimated. Much different from back then. Of course, these creatures are very different from Kura, but I also feel that I am already very different from back then. Kim Seo-run, wielding his staff swiftly to counterattack the sharp claws of the beast, thought that just 3 months ago, he was still a nobody. Busy rushing through life, he was just an ordinary person trying to survive. But now Kim Seun has become a student at the Ultimate Academy, met Sion, and his life has changed. Although the journey to become an exceptional person is still full of obstacles, it is not too far away. After sweating profusely, he successfully defeated the monsters and reached the 100-point standard. Coming out of the dungeon, Kim Seo-run, who was at the top of the leaderboard, is being stared at intently by other contestants. That's right, as long as I don't lose my qualification or surrender, I will definitely win. I want to join a predetermined fight where the winner takes all. Kim Seo-run smugly thinks. Screw the deadly looks from the opponents around him. Just keep your mouth shut and stay silent. Lemon only ranked 5th this time, but he looks as excited as if he just hit the jackpot. Kim Gong, who only ranked 3rd with his cold and intimidating demeanor, caught Kim Seun's attention. It wasn't until now that Kim Seun realized Yoon was an independent contestant, meaning he didn't attend an academy but learned on his own, usually people without money or talent. It's rare to find a truly outstanding contestant. If he trains himself and beats the top seeds from the 3 leading academies, he's definitely a super talent. Kim Seo-run thought to himself, I do have a teacher, but he doesn't know I am his student. Min-yoon chuckled softly. Kim Seo-jun couldn't understand what he meant. Just as he was about to ask for details, the event staff approached to inform him of an unexpected issue. Everyone immediately gathered around, talking excitedly. It turns out that the judges for this competition couldn't come because they encountered a sudden dungeon. We are currently in an emergency study session. We apologize to everyone and we will inform you immediately once we have the results. The staff member bowed his head and apologized, saying, this time, it's definitely the Justice Church's doing. I don't know how they managed to create a 10-star dungeon, but if it's the Justice Church, they are fully capable. The problem is that this could cause the trial to be halted. If things continue like this, Kim soon will become the winner, and everything will end pointlessly. I don't think the church went through all that trouble just to achieve this result, Gang Treo thought anxiously. In the end, he suddenly suggested changing the format of the exam. What if we have the students compete in a 111-style battle? It sounds reasonable, but in reality, it's very difficult to implement. The number of students participating in the Hunter Academy's mock exam is very large. If we proceed with the 1-1-1 combat format, it will take a lot of time, and we don't have that much time. Moreover, it would cause issues with the scoring system. The staff member scratched his head and said, Gang Treo will never give up. If we change the judges, at least they must be A-rank hunters or higher. We can't wait here forever. So how about we organize the event that way? It's not all students, only those who want to participate are signing up. The trial exam is being broadcast nationwide. It is being watched by all the citizens, the association, and government officials. Won't this disruption to the exam due to the incident tarnish the reputation of the Hunter Academy? He deliberately came up with his plan to challenge Kim Soon to a one-on-one match. If he wins, then all the reputation Kim Soon has built so far will belong to him. If you lose, people will still see you as someone who fought against Kim Soon. It's a win-win situation. Everyone was excitedly in agreement. Only Kim Soon hesitated for a moment, then finally gave in for the money. The emergency competition was organized with 15 participants from different academies, and news about top students from leading academies competing together spread rapidly across all media outlets. Everyone was buzzing and gossiping. News outlets were about to collapse, and Dong Min-do-yoon and Gang Treo shared the same burning desire. I can definitely beat Kim Seo-jun. The pressure is real. Meanwhile, Kim Soon is sitting alone in the waiting room, lost in thought about the prize money if he wins. Besides the prize for the winner, if I win this event, I could earn up to 2 million worlds. After subtracting 500 million for the free pass, I would have 1 billion left. The lessons that the mentor recommended to me are priced at 2 billion and 2 billion a year. If that's the case, I can listen to those lessons faster than I thought. Of course, first I have to be the winner of this event. Honestly, I'm not worried at all about those three names, Dongmin, Duan, and Gang Treo. The one I worry about the most is Min Yoon. Sometimes others use auxiliary weapons too, but I've never seen anyone use more than 3 types of weapons. Usually people focus on using just one type to improve combat skills and mastery, but just now I counted, and it seems he has more than 8 different weapons. Could he really be using all of those? The more I think about it, the more confusing it becomes. The live broadcast now shows Min Yoon fighting against another contestant, with a fast, brutal, and decisive fighting style that uses various weapons in unpredictable ways, making Kim Soon very concerned. This is a free and spontaneous fighting style, not restricted by anything. Those who are not trained to become hunters in a formal way will have their own very unique fighting styles. Kim Seun's fighting style is very similar to Min Yoon's too. Could it be that he's also a student at the Supreme Academy? Looking back, what he said makes a lot of sense because at the Supreme Academy, everyone learns through videos. The instructors have no idea who is watching their videos to learn. He increasingly feels that his guess was correct. The match on the screen has ended with Min Yoon's victory. This final match is the one everyone has been eagerly waiting for between the I Academy's Lee Duan and Dream Academy's Kim Soon, with the crowd roaring as if the stadium is about to burst. Everyone was holding their breath, eager to see this fierce battle between dragons and tigers. The reason for the grace is a genius. It's no exaggeration to call her a genius. She is one of the 5 strongest in the academy and one of the top 3 academies in Korea. Her talent is recognized by Dong Jim Min, a genius mage and the next to hold the position of the magic crystal. Nothing is impossible in her life. At this moment, her whole body was blazing with fire as she stepped toward Kim Seun. But before she could even make the first move, her fire was cut off in an instant by his swift strike. Lee Duan Ha Hak Mung feels it's impossible. A mage with overwhelming mana can dispel the magic of other mages. But that mage must fully understand the principles of that magic and choose the right moment to dispel it. He's not a mage, so there's no way he could understand magic. Even if you understand, you still can't choose the right moment to dispel magic. Duan's eyes widened in amazement. Kim Seo trembled as he stared intently at the weapon in his hand, feeling it truly was as powerful as the rumors said. Duan was so furious he couldn't speak, once again unleashing an even more powerful attack than before. Kim Seo trembles with a pale face, her hand skillfully and gently igniting each spark as if it were nothing. While Duan grits her teeth and uses all her strength to attack, but Kim Seo keeps dodging skillfully. After everything, Duan had to sit down and accept defeat amid the roaring cheers from the crowd. The next match was between Min Yoon and Dong Min, with an outcome nobody expected. Both of them were struggling fiercely when Min Yun suddenly pulled a sword from his pocket and threw it, startling Dong Min. He kept pulling out numerous weapons from inside himself and throwing them directly at his opponent. His speed and tactics are so unpredictable that Dong Min was momentarily confused, and then Min Yun delivered a direct blow to his stomach, causing him to collapse instantly without being able to defend himself. Min Yun's chaotic and unorthodox fighting style makes Dong Min furious and speechless. The audience watching also feels that his fighting method is strange, but they can't quite figure out what's odd about it. Kim Seo watched the victory of Min Yun on the TV screen and saw that the result would have been the same if Lee Min Yun hadn't kept changing weapons to fight Dong Min. He firmly believed that Gang Cho now also understood that the purpose of the Justice Church was not only to keep an eye on Kim Seun, but also on Lin Yun. The ultimate goal of the Holy Church is to have Kim Seun and Lee Min Yun fight each other through this trial. I don't need to interfere anymore. Anyway, the trial event has probably been a success. Could Lee Min Yun really be someone from the Justice Church? That's right. No matter how talented you are, you can't beat top students through self-study alone. Gang Treo trembled, thinking that his next match would be against Kim Seo-run. Gang Treo silently vowed that this time he would not let the church's plan succeed and turn him into a stepping stone for Kim Seo to shine. Our two opponents are fiercely charging at each other with uncontrollable strength. The surrounding earth and sky were covered in thick dust, causing the rocks to crack apart. Gang Treo wielded a sword, while Kim Seo-run used a staff. Neither of them is willing to back down, and they keep fighting fiercely. After a while, Gang Treo, panting heavily, realizes that Kim Seun's weapon looks like it has no aura of sword energy at all, yet it can block all of his sword energy. It's not just that he can block my sword energy, it's as if my sword energy has no effect on him at all. That weapon looks like an ordinary piece of iron, but it's not necessarily the case. Probably thanks to that weapon, he achieved such high results in this trial exam. I just need to be careful with his weapon because their strengths are not too different. Gang Treo clenched his teeth and swung his sword fiercely at Kim Seo, who was trembling, continuously pressuring him and leaving no chance for counterattack. In his mind, he was only aiming for the top spot, fighting like a madman without a moment's rest. Kim Seun was also somewhat surprised by Gang Treo's strength. Suddenly, Gang Treo slashed wildly at the surrounding rocks, leaving Kim Seo-run stunned. Indeed, being in the top 3 of the Hunter Academy is more than just a title. Then I have to go all out. Kim Seo-run smiled faintly, his whole body suddenly turning black, causing Gang Treo to be stunned. He stared with his mouth open as Kim Seo-run suddenly grew stronger, his aura completely changing, fierce like a volcano erupting. Kim Seo's fierce slashes have confused Gang Treo and gradually pushed him back. He sweat profusely, trying to counterattack, but couldn't land a single strike as Kim Seo's swift sword movements made it impossible to see where he was aiming. Compared to the advanced swordsmanship and mana training of the Hunter Academy, it's just a simple weapon spin. But how could he wield that weapon so effortlessly? Gang Treo was thrown several meters away by Kim Seo-run, stunned and speechless, painfully thinking. This attack of his momentarily made Gang Treo forget himself and recall Lai Han, who had defeated him then and mocked him with taunts that cut deep into his bones. Today, once again defeated by Kim Seo-run, Gang Treo is furious and ready to take revenge on Nupakachi. A thunderous strike crashes down, fueled by the burning anger inside Gang Treo towards Kim Seo-run. A deafening explosion erupts. Through the swirling smoke, all the spectators gape in shock as they witness Gang Treo lying motionless at Kim Seun's feet. There is no longer any doubt that I am the one advancing to the final this time. The entire audience erupts in shock like a hive bursting. The final match between Kim Seun and Min Yun, which everyone has been eagerly awaiting, finally begins. Seeing Min Yun's hesitant expression, he reveals that he also knows the teacher Min Yun is studying under, which surprises Min Yun. It could also be that he's not. If Lee Min Yun isn't a visiting student of the Supreme Academy, then just say it was a misunderstanding. But if he is, like me, also a guest student of the Supreme Academy, everything would change completely. Even if we are both guest students of the Supreme Academy, it doesn't mean he is on my side. On the contrary, I should see him as a new rival. I can't predict how Lee Min Yun will react now, so I can't rush into anything. Kim Seun thought to himself that he wanted to take a risk and fight him. Seeing Min Yun's doubtful gaze about Kim Seun revealing that his teacher was a supreme-level powerhouse, he then proposed that the loser of this match must answer a question from the winner. Amidst the cheers and cheers of everyone, a bet between Kim Seun and Min Yun was officially made. The final match has officially begun, but both of them remain motionless, like statues, leaving the audience puzzled as they exchange confused glances. Both are tense and sweating profusely when suddenly Min Yun pulls out his sword from behind and rushes toward him. Now Min-yoon is holding a sword, but judging by his fighting style so far, I don't think it's just a sword. From the beginning, I should have used all my strength to find his weakness. Kim Seo-jun responded while swinging his staff. A flash of light streaked through and Min-yoon's sword instantly shattered into pieces before his terrified eyes. Min-yoon quickly dropped his weapon and stepped back, while a rain of arrows suddenly rained down on Kim Seo-jun's head when he wasn't paying attention. Kim Seo-jun quickly swings his staff, using the wind to blow away all those arrows. Min-yoon, witnessing this display, is utterly stunned and filled with admiration. I'm quite curious about the weapon you're using. If I win, you'll answer my question about it, right? Kim Seon naturally agreed, but only if the opponent won first. Both of them burst out laughing, and then continued to punch and kick each other fiercely. Amid Min-yoon's sword aura, Kim Seo-jun subtly sensed a strange feeling. Unlike his reckless, rule-breaking to win, he didn't seem to want to win at all. Occasionally, there are jeers around, but he seems completely unaffected by them. Kim Seo-jun can't understand what Min-yoon is thinking. Does he not want to beat me? Min-yoon chuckled softly, saying he had also tried his best. No matter how others insult me, my value remains unchanged. Seeing Min-yoon's confident attitude, Kim Seo-jun suddenly gathered his strength and pulled out his staff, intending to show him a lesson. Hearing Min-yoon's words earlier made me think of the teachings of Shakyamuni. This world has a relentless law of elimination, so we must be stronger than our past selves. From those words, Kim Seon suddenly thought about wanting to escape that world and see the world from a different perspective. There is a legend that when Shakyamuni was still known as Gautama Siddhartha, before he became one of the Buddhas and continued his path of enlightenment. One day, Shakyamuni saw a group of children participating in a running race. They didn't understand why they had to run so many times. Whenever that happens, there's always just one child heading to point B, but for some reason, he never stopped smiling. Curious, Teachka Mao-ni approached and asked the boy, "Hey kid, why are you running like that?" "Because you like it that way. What if others catch up to you? Your goal and theirs are different, so how can they catch up?" "So what is the goal you see over there? Since there are other people standing there, you're not sure if that's the finish line or not." "For me, it's just a passing point. That boy still keeps finishing in second place." And later, in the biggest race held in Tiu Tang's country, he heard that the boy achieved an incredible result. At that moment, Tiu Tang thought of it as building a tower, gradually putting in effort to construct his own identity and life, repeatedly enduring hardship to create a better tower than before. But when Tiu Tang quietly listened to the boy's words, he suddenly thought that building the tower didn't actually have to be completed, and it was okay if it collapsed. Has Little Monk never thought like that even once? Kim Seon's society is a competitive one. If you don't try every day, you'll be eliminated. And if you fall behind, you'll disappear. Live or die, the big fish eat the small fish, so every day you have to try hard and believe that your quick growth will prevent you from falling behind. But the more that happens, the more I worry and realize I am haunted by the Supreme Academy. Kim Seo-run is overwhelmed by obsession, trying to New Lee to avoid being eliminated, to not fall behind, and to prevent anyone from surpassing him in this competition. It's okay, there are others standing there, so I'm not sure if that's the target. Even if others curse me, my self-worth remains unchanged. Every word and face of Min-yoon flashes through Kim Seon's mind. Only now does he clearly understand why the teachings of Shakyamuni never occurred to him before. If I use Longinus's spear, I can win easily. No matter what tricks Lehman Min-yoon uses, I just need to break them. My desire to win has never changed. Kim Seo-run stood tall with determination, gripping his weapon tightly, wanting to decide his own worth. Suddenly seeing Kim Seo-jun full of energy, Min-yoon was a bit surprised. He slightly smirked, then took off all his weapons and grabbed a small dagger, the one he was most confident with. Both of them seemed to be reinvigorated, returning even more formidable than before. Unlike Kim Seon's tense expression, Min-yoon remained nonchalant, half fighting, half joking, but his attack speed was like lightning. If those are Longinus's wounds, each of its attacks poses a great threat to me. Moreover, it's really hard to deal with Lee Min-yoon's unpredictable and constantly changing assaults. Kim Seo-jun tensed up and desperately tried to counterattack Min-yoon with all his might. For a moment, he slightly tilted his hand, causing Min-yoon to slip and fall away. Even if I lose, it's okay, but I will try my best to win. So this is what makes fighting so enjoyable? Kim Seo-jun quietly thought to himself, as Min-yoon once again charged forward with a gust of pink wind, spinning around for a while before suddenly vanishing into the mist, leaving Kim Seon alone, bewildered by this high-level stealth technique. Although it's not perfect yet, if he doesn't focus, he'll immediately disappear from sight. It seems Lee Min-yoon wants to settle the match with this move. Kim Seon silently thought and planned to use Merlin's mana spell, But at this moment, the image of opponents defeated by Minchun suddenly appeared in his mind. Kim Seo-jun suddenly realized that he had become too stiff during the fight. The teacher's words echoed in his ears. Learning more things is wonderful, but studying can create habits, and those habits can become obstacles to expressing yourself. Because learning is simply absorbing what others demonstrate. Learning gives a false illusion that you're doing very well, but in reality you're just imitating others. And you must not feel satisfied with your learning and should use your own methods. Learning must serve as a strategy to showcase oneself. Kimsun concentrates all his energy, combining Merlin's knowledge, Ken's senses, and Hangvu's strength. In a moment, he unleashed the lightning-fast strike he had created himself, causing chaos in heaven and earth. No one below could believe that a student could reach such a level. Indeed, it's like a fantasy from Canada, Colombia, Nobita secretly loving Shizuka. From the brilliant light emitted by Kim Seon, Minyun's figure gradually appeared behind the dagger. "I lost," Minyun said with a grim smile. News of the overall winner, Kim Seon's victory, has spread. She heard that he changed his weapon at the last moment and immediately looked displeased. Should we report this unforeseen matter to the apostles or not? Is there any reason for us to go to such lengths? I know Kim Seon is someone we should keep an eye on, but the Korean Association has already begun a comprehensive investigation into the appearance of this 10-star dungeon. Because of this, our plan that has been in the works for 10 years has been disrupted. Honestly, I don't understand why we're doing all this just because of that kid. Thinking back to a few days ago, she was threatened by her superior to watch every move he made. He used an apostle as a messenger to relay the highest command, which made Kalia feel a bit scared. As she bit her nails, she trembled, remembering someone else who could do the same. After the match, Pearl John was at a loss for words with this incredibly powerful student. Especially when Kim Seon used aura bread, he looked just like a monster. Kim Seon said he needed to meet someone before going home, and that person was Minyun. Right now, he's surrounded by countless academies like a top idol. Even though he lost to me in the finals, just the fact that he self-studied and doesn't belong to any academy yet achieved this level is enough to attract attention. From the perspective of the academies, everyone would want to have him. Such a talent cannot be missed. Kim Seo-jun nodded, thinking that with those people tailing him so persistently, he had no way to have a private conversation. Suddenly, Minyun rushed out of the crowd and ran to hide behind Kim Seo-jun. When I announced I would join Dream Academy, it caused another big fuss. After a while, they also found a place to escape from the noisy academy crowd. Minyun confirmed that what he said earlier was true. He wants to study at the same academy as him. Kim Seo-jun froze, unsure how to react. He knows that no matter how strongly he objects, Sejong probably won't admit him to the academy, but he also doesn't want to interfere with Essen's affairs in an emotional way. So we will discuss that later. Do you still remember our promise? Kim Seo-run asked nervously, and he wanted to know who the teacher Minyun mentioned actually was. Minyun looks very calm and handsome, confidently claiming he also has no idea. Hey, are you joking? Kim Seo trembled with anger, stomping aggressively towards Minyun, making him scared stiff. No, I really don't know. He also doesn't know that I am his student. Just now when I used the dugam, you said you had been taught. Moreover, you even said your teacher is a supreme-level expert, so how come you don't know who your teacher is? Kim Seo trembled with rage and shouted, No, because my teacher didn't teach me anything at all, as I learned everything on my own. I have never been taught by anyone before, Minyun replied calmly. Minyun is a self-taught student. It's very common for someone without money or talent to want to become a hunter. But Minyun's case is different. He has talent and wealth, but he doesn't want to be bound by any academy. So I chose to learn on my own. I trained alone, deep in the mountains. Although no one was guiding me, I felt quite satisfied because I didn't have to follow any oppressive school curriculum. One day, while I was training as usual, I suddenly sensed that someone might be fainting. That was the first time I met my master, Minyun said. Although he was covered in blood and injured all over, he refused to let Minyun carry him down the mountain. Seeing the urgency in his words, he also gave up on the idea of taking him to the hospital. With no other choice, Minyun had to take care of the man in the abandoned mountain house. At first, his condition was so critical that it was truly a miracle he didn't die immediately. But as time went on, Minyun sensed that the man was recovering quickly. A month later, on his way home, he was startled to find a group of strangers surrounding the man in front of his house. He hid behind a tree, watching the situation in fear. And just as he was about to be discovered, the old man with his skillful swordsmanship swiftly beheaded them all. Since birth, Minyun had never seen anyone with such incredible martial arts before. After dealing with them, the old man loudly told Minyun to leave quickly and never come back. Before he could even recover, the old man disappeared like the wind. Although he didn't know what had happened, Mech's instincts told Minyun to follow his advice. So before leaving, he packed his belongings. At that moment, I saw the manuscript the old man had forgotten in his haste. I intended to return it to him if I had the chance to meet again, but I haven't seen him since. Min-Yun lowered his head and said that thanks to the manuscript, he had learned the weapon techniques written inside. Based on his fighting style, my master must be the one who created the valuable techniques written in the manuscript. But my master still doesn't know that I am holding that precious record or that I have learned his techniques. Min-Yun shyly said, I know, there's a high chance he's lying, but he's not just an ordinary cadet from the Supreme Academy. Kim Seo-dun thought that Min-Yun actually participated in this mock exam because he believed that if it was a large-scale competition, his master would find him. Sejan, listening from start to finish, finally spoke up, asking if the person Min-Yun called master was actually the Black Holy Man. The Dark Saint is also like the Sword Saint. He is one of Korea's 5 legendary heroes. Among the 5, he is the most mysterious. Seeing Kayim-than's granddaughter also knowing about this mysterious man, Kim Seon asked her to help him inquire with Kayim-than about the valuable record in Min-Yun's possession. He only just found out that Seon is the grandson of the Sword Saint and was left speechless. The next day, Kim Seon was at home, sighing because his earnings still weren't enough to buy equipment for his online course. Remembering what Lim and Min-Yun said yesterday about returning to the academy today to meet the Sword Saint together, Kim Seo-jun immediately bought a free pass online. This move sped up his progress on the system, helping him finish Ken's class in no time. But after everything, Kim-sun still couldn't feel any change in his body. When I finished Hangvu's class, I could feel the Bak Kim-tan power flowing through my body, but this time there was nothing like that at all. According to the martial arts stories I've seen, transformation involves twisting and rearranging bones or cleansing impurities from the body. It's a bit disappointing, but since I've already finished, I'll just accept it. Kim Seo shivered and scratched his head, trying to reassure himself. Suddenly, a chilling sensation ran down his spine, as if a cold blade was pressed against his neck. A strange voice suddenly echoed in the room, making Kim Seo shudder and turn pale. Hearing the opponent mention a tough rival for that kid, Kim Seo-jun immediately thought that the owner of this voice could only be the Black Saint. While Kim Seo-jun was still stunned by the sudden appearance of the Dark Saint, he also had to commend his sharpness. No matter how much I try to think, I never expected you to detect my presence. Well, I'm also wondering about that. Maybe it's the transformation technique that Centaur Ken taught me. If that's the case, then it resembles a superhuman sense more than just a transformation technique. Maybe this skill has some additional secondary abilities as well. Kim-sun scratched his head and ear, muttering to himself, hearing that he even didn't know Min-Yun was Hak-than. Even the fact that he deliberately left the holy text for you made the Dark Saint so angry he was about to blow his top. It seems Min-Yun is also on his way here. It's probably coming soon, so why don't you go say hello? Kim Seo nervously said, if I wanted to, I would have met that bastard long ago, but right now I can't meet him. That's why I came to see you. The Dark Saint replied. Since there isn't much time, he got straight to the point. Do you want to know if Kim Seo-jun is involved with the Justice Church or not? Because there was a time when I tracked down the members of the Justice Church, I didn't believe those beasts. Most people in the world see the Justice Church as heroes of humanity, the ones who ended the Great Flood, but not everything they see or hear is the truth. You probably also know about the giant monster bee that the Righteous Church is hunting, right? The Dark Saint asked. Through Hak-than, Kim Seo-jun learned that Book was not defeated that day. It was an incredibly terrifying monster, often referred to as the Second Great Flood. Hearing this firsthand, I was extremely shocked. If the Holy Church couldn't hunt down B, then why are they still considered to have saved humanity? It's because they must have somehow influenced the monster. Or rather, Vyam did something to the Boso monster, but it didn't die. At first I thought it was just a vague and unfounded hypothesis of my own, but after a few years and some clear incidents, I became certain. Have you ever wondered why no one opposes the position of the Apostle of the Pure Lord? It is because the Apostle of the Pure Lord suddenly disappeared, just like how the great monster Boso vanished. The Dark Saint said with a pained smile, this already sounds incredibly illogical. The 7 apostles have always been a close-knit group for a long time, but only the Apostle of the Pure Truth died of old age. Kim Seo-run finds the more he listens, the more it feels surreal. I see a significant similarity between these 2 disappearances. To reveal the truth behind these 2 incidents, I have been tracking the Righteous Church, and as a result, I have concluded 2 things. First, that beastly Justice Church tried to kill me for daring to investigate them. Second, the recent 10-star prison purge was just a scheme by the Justice Church. And you are the reason behind this conspiracy. The Black Saint just spoke, and Kim Seo trembled as if struck by lightning. I have no idea what the Justice Church is up to. Hak-than revealing these secrets to Kim Seo-jun is probably because he wants to ask me to take care of Min-Yun for him. If I could, I would have raised and educated him myself. But as long as the Justice Church is still lurking out there, I can't raise the boy myself. The Justice Church has a special method of observing their targets. Although I don't know exactly what that method is, when their target acts, they can see the full result of that action. That is also why those creatures call this observation. I am one of the targets they watch most closely. Anyone who contacts or is connected to me will be traced. If that's why you have to act as a link between me and that kid, you are the only exception. The cult cannot observe you, so even if you and I meet, those creatures won't sense anything unusual. At the same time, if I act through you as an intermediary, they will think you are the one doing it, not me. I also don't know why they can't observe you. The Dark Holy Lord, a figure that makes Kim Seo's mind tremble and his head spin, wonders if somehow this is connected to the reason the Supreme Academy has no information about him. Before leaving, the Dark Saint handed Kim Seon a notebook with notes on throwing and stealth techniques, asking him to deliver it to Min Yun, and then also gave him another spell book as a token of gratitude. Who would have thought he would refuse to accept it, making him a bit annoyed that this priceless treasure everyone desires was rejected outright. Kim Seo chuckled nervously in a tight spot, revealing he only needed the child support fee. Dark Saint, one of the 5 great talents, was so stunned the first time someone straightforwardly asked him for money that he froze up. Kim Seon remained firm that he wouldn't bother without payment, forcing him to finally back down. If you pay now, you'll get a special deal for just $3 million. Kim Seon, looking sharp and handsome, happily offered a low price that's practically a gift. Hak Than, hearing such a huge amount of money, immediately got angry and cursed, causing Kim Seon's house to tremble. He's not someone to be underestimated, quickly listing a bunch of evidence to prove he's worth the $3 million. Hak Than, after listening to him ramble for a while, finally gave in and agreed to pay him that amount. After settling the payment for the film, Hak Than quickly left Kim Seon's house, instructing him to watch out for Min Yun's bed. Just after Hak Than left, Min Yun arrived in front of Kim Seon's house and was stunned speechless when he heard Kim Seon reveal that his master was Hak Than. Kim Seon hurriedly handed Min Yun the notebook, feeling so happy he couldn't speak when thinking about the money he would get. Hearing Min Yun wonder why he didn't keep the book for himself, but gave it to him, he sniffed softly, unsure how to explain himself properly. Well, what should I say now? If I say these secret techniques are useless to me now, it's like looking down on the Black Saint. But doesn't that mean I will find the ultimate academy? Kim Seon hesitated, unsure what to say to Min Yun, until suddenly he shouted loudly, with eyes full of trust and hope, proposing to join the Hunter Academy, leaving Kim Se-jun speechless. Ama Si-jan would be grinning from ear to ear with such an awesome student by his side. Kim Seo-jun was initially surprised, but gradually realized this wasn't such a bad thing. He plans to train with the secret book that the Dark Saint gave him, and each time he will receive a favor from the Dark Saint, so he won't have to waste time looking for Min Yu anymore. Wait a minute. Doesn't that mean I can get more money from Black Holy if I keep hanging out with Min Yun like this? He's going to be my golden goose. Kim Seo-jun's eyes lit up as he imagined a future filled with dollars, unable to stop himself from chuckling happily, now that the number of students had increased by 1. SN thought about all of them joining team competitions, including those involving students from the academy. Because so many people are participating, the prize money is much bigger. If Kim Seon and Min Yun team up, I think you two can win the competitions there. Kim Seon was of course excited, but 3 days later he regretted spending $4 million just to buy a course that turned out to be nothing but a bunch of gym workouts from that Korean guy. Hack Queen is actually a student of Ken. After explaining a bunch of complex theories, he truly showed Kim Seon the power from his fragrant muscles. Hack Queen gently swung his body, his muscles bulging with power, and the lightning-like strength increased, along with the flowing, fiery muscles, making Kim Seon unable to take his eyes off the screen. He was a bit dazed, wondering if he could someday become as powerful as that. The daily mission screen opened up with endless exercises requiring him to lift weights of a ton or more, making Kim Seon want to faint. I really thought I was seeing things. As for the leg training technique, Kim Seon tried watching the lecture by Elder Zhang Sanfeng of the Wu School, who is also the creator of Tai Chi and Tai Chi Sword. The first time I saw a mortal use wind and cloud techniques so lightly, I was amazed. Then the daily tasks appeared, requiring maintaining a steady speed of 300 kilometers per hour for 30 seconds, and falling from a height of over 30 meters 20 times. Kim Seon had to rub his eyes several times to believe he wasn't seeing things wrong. Feeling confused, suddenly a voice came from the door. So it turns out Surayon, Lord Mansion's daughter, came to see you. She said she lost contact with her father and came to ask about his situation. Kim Seo-dun was surprised, thinking maybe he was drunk and just sleeping somewhere. Actually, I argued with my father yesterday. I told him I want to become a professional hunter. I've had enough strength for about a month now. So I told him I wanted to join the Hunter Academy instead of going to university, but my father didn't agree. Shuron Lai Nippy. Well, now earning more as a hunter is better than working at a company. I understand why Sun wants to find a job as soon as possible to help her father, but which parent would actually want to put their child in danger? And it's even Mr. Manchu. He's heard a lot about hunters. I'm sure you don't like that idea at all, Kim Seo-run thought. After comforting Tien Surayon, he left and immediately called Manchun, but he never answered. On the church group's side, Kalia was a bit worried because she couldn't find Kim Seon's location by any means, and the secret about the 10-star dungeon infiltration was not to be revealed. She bit her nails and glared at her henchman, Kim Seo-run, who had trained all day. The system required him to carry a ton of weight to consider the mission successful, making him want to curse out loud. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have sold those monster corpses. Luckily, I bought Kibasit, even though I never intended to use it for this. Kim shivers as she suddenly summons all her strength to lift the heavy bag that feels like it's about to burst. Blood rushes to her head, but the bag remains unmoving. He collapsed on the ground, panting heavily, telling himself he needed to increase his mana strength to lift it. After a while, exhausted, he reached a new peak that no one could match, being flattened like a tiny shrimp under that bag. If Sion hadn't rescued him in time, this time next year would be his funeral. That's right, Sion. This building is 15 meters tall, right? And I want to jump from the rooftop. Kim Seon, looking calm and cool, said. Sejan was still stunned and hadn't reacted yet when he personally went ahead and did the experiment by jumping down. Seeing this situation, Sion wondered if Kim Seon's head had gone crazy. What would the new students think if they saw him like this? Oh no, can we even recruit new students now? She's quite worried about the dark future ahead. Min Yoon just went out for a moment, and when she returned, she was shocked by Kim Seon's appearance. Kim Seon is now extremely worried because it's been 4 days and he still can't get in touch with Uncle Manchun. This has never happened in the 10 years since he met him, so he is sure that something must have happened. He immediately stood up and said he would go out to find Manchun himself, but when he arrived at the factory chief, he was overwhelmed by the praise and admiration from the workers. After inquiring about Swang Swang, he then asked about the main matter, but strangely no one has seen Manchun lately. Didn't he disappear after following that person? About 3 or 4 days ago, a stranger came to our monster transportation company. Wasn't it Man Chun who met him then? He offered a very attractive fee. I suspect this is suspicious because that person made a personal commission instead of going through the company's official procedures, which usually indicates a very dangerous or illegal task. Maybe Man Chun really needs the money to cover his daughter's tuition or something like that, said a man in the factory. Kim Seo-jun's heart skipped a beat when he heard that, and he hurriedly turned around to ask for information about the company. But the company's people refused to disclose the client's details. Even if someone goes missing, this rule still won't change. Kim Seo-jun loses all hope and just sits dejectedly in the park. Although there is no concrete evidence of Uncle Manchun's disappearance, he is currently extremely uneasy. Uncle Manchun has been with him through thick and thin since the beginning. When he lost all the money he had saved over 9 years after the accident, Uncle Manchun comforted and cared for him. Although he wasn't well off, he still gave him 3 million without hesitation. Kim Seo-jun used that money to pay for tuition at the Supreme Academy, which is how he got to where he is today. He clenched his teeth, telling himself he couldn't just sit idly by and do nothing. Suddenly, Kim Seon hurriedly picked up his phone to call SN, asking her to help him meet the Sword Saint immediately. But when he met him, he proposed wanting to challenge him to a duel. John and those around him were stunned, thinking he was going crazy out of grief. If I win, I want you to intervene directly in this accident, not just help anymore. On the other hand, if I lose, I will drop out of school. I can't defeat you honestly. That's obvious, so if I can cause you a wound, even a small one, I hope you will see it as my victory. Kim Seo-jun calmly said, You know something has happened to Manchun since he met the suspicious person, and the company hasn't given you any information because it's classified. But it would be different if the one asking was the Sword Saint, one of the 5 great heroes representing Korea. It's truly a gamble, but maybe this is the only way I can save Manchun. The Sword Saint thought for a moment, then immediately agreed. He turned and entered a small room, gently and affectionately taking out the finely stored sword inside. Legend has it that when General Kim Yusun of the Silla Kingdom was still training at Mount Warian, he received a divine weapon, a sacred sword, along with a military strategy book, and then achieved a resounding victory. Even though it was only a replica of the true Blue Dragon sword, it remains a masterpiece crafted by Korea's greatest blacksmith. The only time sword energy is used with the Blue Dragon sword is when the user decides to kill their opponent. The secretary, turning pale, tries to step in to stop him, but is blocked by the sword energy. I'm sure he wouldn't dare challenge me if he only carried pure determination. So at least I should have some real fun with him. Stop. It's me. A true man of honor doesn't beat around the bush. He wants to put an end to these mysterious matters involving himself. I still don't have enough strength or authority to protect those around me. Therefore, the Sword Saint will personally take action against anyone involved with Kim Seun. I need to involve the Sword Saint in this matter to firmly embed this conviction in everyone's mind. Kim Seo-jun's confident look of victory also touched Seon, and the official duel began with both sides full of fiery spirit, with the sword aura no longer holding back, quickly drawing the Thon long sword from its sheath. After he was allowed to strike first, he poured all his strength into swinging the staff forward, but all his efforts were cut short by the Than long sword. In an instant, the fierce wave of power from that sword overwhelmed Kim Seo-jun, making him gasp for breath. Suddenly, the staff in his hand shone brightly and shot toward the swirling sword energy. The sword aura naturally won't back down either, calmly fighting back. He's serious now. With every attack he makes, every move he takes feels like a final blow. Kim Seo sweat profusely as he silently assesses. The sword strike, filled with deadly energy, still whirled fiercely in the air as Kim Seo, trembling and puffed up, struggled to withstand this unmatched genius of sword energy. The Sword Saint swung his sword relentlessly at Kim Seo, not stopping for a moment. This young apprentice was just a few months ago still a snot-nosed kid. Although I sensed the potential of this young guy from our previous encounter, he is still just a standout among students at his level. But what I am witnessing right now is that with each passing moment, this kid is trying harder to improve himself. The Sword Saint was surprised to see Kim Seo-jun so focused on counterattacking, and he swung his hand with a burst of aura that left him unable to react in time. The weapon in his hand interests him quite a bit because it still withstands the previous storm of chaos. This contest ended long ago, and if it weren't for that weapon, I wouldn't have intended to use all my strength. But should I put in a little more effort? He thought to himself, then repeated the words before rushing forward with a surge of aura that made Kim Seo tremble and collapse. Damn it, I was too arrogant. I thought I could do this just because I had beaten some promising students, but students are still just students. They are still inexperienced, lacking maturity, and haven't faced the harshness of life yet. I failed to see that truth. I can feel the difference between the Holy Sword and myself. I feel a bit annoyed that he hasn't used his full strength yet. Kim Seo-run helplessly suffers and blames himself as his energy staff strikes down once again on the Azure Dragon Sword. Why would you even think of challenging me when this is all you have? The Sword Saint glared at him and said, his hands moving nonstop, I admire the Sword Saint and I want to become like him. I admire his strength, but more than that I admire how he achieved this power. I was too confident in the false reputation of being supreme and unconsciously underestimated the Sword Saint. I am still weaker than the Sword Saint, much weaker. But someday I will reach a new peak even higher than him. I want to surpass him. Kim Seo-run must live through the legendary era and never give up, continuously counterattacking despite being beaten to the ground by the Sword Saint. Suddenly, at some moment, he felt the weapon in his hand no longer had any weight. Every step he took forward was incredibly hard to describe. With a dazed sound, the Sword Saint's sword pierced through Kim Seo's body, and he collapsed in pain, blood everywhere. That promise, I hope you won't break it. He tremblingly tried to use his last strength to speak to the Sword Saint before losing consciousness. Manchun and the mysterious man are now trapped inside a cave. Despite their dire situation, he remains optimistic and believes Kim Seun will come to save them. If it were you, no matter how tough the situation, Manchun would believe you could handle it. After being beaten badly by the Sword Saint, Kim Seun finally wakes up in shock. At this moment, the door suddenly swung open. Sword Saint Hat Ham entered without a word and threw the ancestral treasure sword to Than Long, causing everyone to be stunned and open-mouthed. Don't make a fuss, I'm just keeping my promise. If we have that sword as a sign, everyone in the guild will know what to do. I'd rather let you do what you want than have to solve it yourself. Do a good job, the Sword Saint said. I didn't expect him to actually entrust Kim Seun with this high-quality super weapon. The Professional Hunters Association is a government agency that manages and oversees hunters. It is also a profit organization established by professional hunters to serve their interests. In front of Kim Seun now is Labam, the president of the Hunters Association, smiling and talking cheerfully on the outside, while inside he is stormed by chaos and turmoil. It's strange that Kim Seo suddenly brought the dragon sword to see him like this. Just 3 days ago, the Black Saint suddenly came to see Tom and demanded he transfer 3 billion to Kim Seun. Now you're personally coming here like this, which is really not good at all. 4 days ago, a man named So Manchun went missing after entering the dungeon at someone's request. Because before entering the dungeon, you are required to notify the guild. You'll please tell me which dungeon you entered and who you went with. Kim Seo-run calmly asked. Hearing this, T-Bomb hesitated a bit because his superior had ordered him not to reveal that information to anyone. To buy some time, Taboom requests to verify whether Kim Seun's dragon sword is genuine or fake first. If any issues arise due to the delay, can he be held responsible? Kim Seo-jun said. Tum rubbed his head in confusion, unsure of what to do next. Let it be known that the Holy Mage is investigating the 10-star dungeon break-in at my request. Recently, he found a lead and is secretly investigating the 6-star dungeon. Wait a minute, didn't the Dark Saint say that the Church of Justice was behind the destruction of the M prison? There's something suspicious about this. Kim Seo-run felt extremely suspicious and was about to leave. Before stepping out, he softly turned around and asked Tom if he could use the Azure Dragon Sword as collateral for a loan from the guild. A while later, Soo-jan anxiously called Kim Seun to ask about her father. He calmly reassured her, but Soo-jan couldn't help but be overwhelmed when she heard her father was trapped in some dungeon. Her mother passed away 11 years ago when the dungeon was destroyed. She sacrificed her life to save her. Because Soo-jan didn't want the monsters to take away her loved ones again, that's why she wanted to become a hunter. Kim-sun gently reassured her, and then hung up. According to the association president, the Holy Mage in Manchun entered a 6-star Drias dungeon. Although the Holy Mage is now old and ill, he remains one of the 5 strongest. There must be a reason they got trapped in the 6-star dungeon. Maybe it's a trap set up by the righteous church to eliminate the Holy Mage. In this situation, no one can help them, except me. Kim Seo trembled like silk at the thought. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification of a transfer from the Korean Hunter Association, which was amazing beyond words. He only used the Azure Dragon Sword as collateral and didn't expect those people to agree to lend him money. That's a good deal considering the value of the sword. This should be enough for me to buy that equipment. I'm about to enter a place where even the Archmage can't escape from, so I need to be fully prepared. With money in my card, Kim Seun casually wanders Shure carefree. After choosing to buy a gung weapon, he immediately headed to the dungeon. Ras, though only a 6-star monster, was still very difficult to hunt because it looked no different from a normal tree. Kim Seo-jun didn't want to risk his life, but couldn't pass up the chance to face them like this. He closed his eyes, focused his internal energy, and an indescribable, unfamiliar feeling surged within him. It looks just like a normal tree from the outside, but I also need to test the power of my new weapon. Kim Seo-jun took a deep breath and immediately threw his weapon straight at the tree. The tip of the sword was about to touch the trunk when it was instantly blown aside. Rad has actually dodged his attack. Not only that, but it also knows how to use force to rebound back at him. The speed and destructive power are so astonishing that Kim-sun had to gape in amazement. The spear Odin used to carve up the giant's body first created the 9 realms. After a relentless struggle with that weapon, Kim Seun successfully turned the monster dreet into a withered, leafless tree. Just look at its destructive power. It's surely forged from superlative materials. Kim Seon silently muttered to himself and tried to control Gung Nia to come back to him. He had to concentrate all the mana in his body for the weapon to return to its original position. How exhausting his strength to summon it to the limit left Kim Seun exhausted. Shikwach was breathless. According to legend, Gung Nia can return on its own, but copies always have their limitations. With my current level, I can only call it back once. But surely there will be a day when I can freely use this ability. Until then, this power is just like a disposable item. Luckily, I pawned the Than Long sword. Kim Seo chuckled to himself. After a few basic moves, he delves deeper into the cave to continue searching for Manchun. He is currently carrying the strange man on his back. He hurriedly fled from the chasing monsters behind him, but as he kept running, he slipped and fell to the ground, trembling as he awaited the fury of the monsters charging at him. Just then, the old man suddenly woke up, quickly using a temporary barrier to block their dark energy. Let me stay and run. I will hold them back. I'm already an old man with one foot in the coffin. If I hadn't brought you here from the start, none of this would have happened. Hurry and run away, he shouted loudly at Manjun. After a fierce struggle, he could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground in pain. Ikira Manchun held him tightly, crying bitterly, feeling deeply sorrowful at the thought that Suryan would be alone in the future. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light appeared, and that figure was exactly Kim Seun. He has found his uncle. After telling Manchun to stay there in the sword trial, Kim Seun immediately charged at the Gumia to draw their attention to himself. One person and one monster clashed, throwing punches and kicks wildly, with the force of their attack so intense it was almost overwhelming. Oh shit! No matter how many times I cut it, its body keeps regenerating. At this rate, I can't get close to it. I will thrust the spear to pierce its weak spot. Kim Seo grits his teeth and runs away before quickly grabbing the spear lying discarded on the ground. But unfortunately, Manchun and the Sword Saint haven't escaped from here yet. Kim Seo's face trembles with fear because he can't use the Gungmia in this situation. The monster grows more ferocious with each moment, spewing countless dark energies like a raging flood, making Kim Seo tremble and struggle more and more. After seeing the others have run far enough, he seizes this chance to boldly thrust Gungmia straight at the beast. It screams in pain and shatters into pieces, with force shooting out like a raging storm. This time, Kim Seon was able to skillfully use mana to summon Gungmia to return to him quickly. Calm and handsome, Kim Seon successfully earned the admiration of the Dryad. Wow, look at that. They've realized how dangerous this thing is after a few hits, huh? Kim Seo-jun said with satisfaction. Those monsters are now truly convinced of your strength, but it seems they're all trying to prevent you from picking up Gungia. Kim Seo-jun trembles, and he can only land a few basic hits on them for now. A little while later, Manchun carried the Saint Mage to the meeting place. His condition is not looking good right now. Now is the time to use the emergency pill I always carry. It's just a temporary measure, but it will help him feel better. Kim Seo-jun gently lifts the Holy Master's head and administers some medicine into his mouth. The Holy Master gradually regains consciousness and looks surprised to see Kim Seo-jun here. Did you really come here to save us? How did you know we were here? Wait a minute. How are the Ras doing? Kim Seo, trembling at the priest's relentless questions, cheerfully explained that he had handled everything neatly and wanted to know why he brought Manchun here. To study the monsters, I need someone to move the corpses, and for personal reasons, I need to do it discreetly. But I can't do it alone with just this old body, the Holy Mage explained. He was secretly doing it because he was afraid the Church of Justice would find out, right? Kim Seo's trembling words hit the holy man right in the heart. Gasping in surprise, he couldn't understand how you knew about this. Suddenly, the ground beneath us trembled violently, leaving everyone stunned for a moment. The saint turned pale and revealed that everything was caused by that monster. Even someone as skilled as him can be frightened, which shows that thing is no ordinary creature. The mountain in front of Kim Seo suddenly split apart to reveal a fierce, mutated monster. It is a superhuman. However, aside from its size, it doesn't look much different from the Ras monsters I've encountered before. Try to stay out of its sight and escape from this dungeon. Kim Seo-run suggested I tried, but couldn't. Somehow, when we tried to escape the dungeon, it could detect us and chase after us immediately. That is why the Holy Mage was injured like that. That monster is not just an ordinary mutant. Its shell is too hard for magic to penetrate. Even if I can break it, its regeneration speed is so fast that it recovers immediately. I even thought it was an evolved monster that had eliminated its weaknesses and enhanced its power. The Holy Mage said sadly that he's gotten old and no longer as strong as he used to be. Hearing him speak, as long as I land one powerful enough strike to knock it out, Kim Seo-run suddenly came up with an idea. So, while he's weakening it, I will destroy its core. The Holy Mage felt like hot water was poured over him after hearing your words, panicking that he might not hold out. Yes, he relies on his emergency pill to speak, but it wouldn't be surprising if he collapsed right now. Therefore, if we do this, we only have one chance, Kim Seo-run thought. He suggested that he would be the one to attract its attention so the others could escape quickly. The Holy Mage was amazed for the first time witnessing Kim Seon's Gung-dia and couldn't take his eyes off it, excited and eager to carry out the plan with him. Now the hour has struck, everyone immediately takes their combat positions, ready for a fierce monster-hunting night. The plan is simple. Once it is weakened by the Holy Mage's god, I will pierce its core with this spear. Kim Seo trembles as he plans to lure it into a trap, while the Holy Mage will focus all his strength on casting the spell. When it weakens, he will destroy its core with Gungia, but there are two possible variables that could happen in this plan. First, he might die while luring it in. Second, it could attack the Holy Mage during spellcasting instead of him. The first variable won't happen as long as I do my best, but I'm worried about the second one because I'm not sure if things will turn out favorably. I hope to rely entirely on Manchun. The three of us cheer each other up happily, preparing ourselves for a night of sorrow. That night, Kim Seo's hands trembled as he tightly held Kung Nia, with Manchun carrying the Holy Mage on his back beside him. Both of them should stay here and not get too close. In case it detects the saint during the spellcasting, he said. Seeing Kim Seon's determined look, the saint and Manchun could only wish him luck. Kim Seo-jun happily smiled in response, and then suddenly shot like an arrow toward the branch opposite. Seeing the monster up close like this made him feel a bit creeped out, but more importantly, he could sense the immense energy emanating from it. Now I understand why even the saint has to struggle. Kim Seo-run thought he quietly approached while it was distracted, and then shouted loudly to attract the monster's attention. It saw Kim Seo deliberately provoking it and fiercely attacked him with branches, hitting him repeatedly. It attacked more aggressively than expected, so I ended up far away from my master and the mage. Is the weakening spell not ready yet? Kim Seo-run nervously crouched and ran while looking around anxiously. The force of the monster was so strong that the surrounding earth and rocks had already crumbled, and Kim Seo-run was thrown high like a frog. He clenched his teeth, spun around to face the monster, but the pressure it exuded made him tremble uncontrollably. Is there any other choice besides trying to dodge the attack as best as possible? Kim Seo-run clenched his fists, ready to charge forward. At this moment, he felt as if the holy mage had successfully cast the spell. This is exactly the right person, at the right time. He immediately charged forward, standing in front of it and shouting loudly to draw all the attention to himself. Kim Seo ran desperately ahead, with the monster hot on his heels. Each of its attacks crashes down like an avalanche, making him stagger. Great, it's still chasing me. Just a little more to reach the intersection. Just need to lure it there, and it's over. Kim Seo quietly rejoiced as he ran, thinking that just as he was about to catch up, all the tangled roots and the rough trunk of the monster were suddenly bound by the holy mage's spell with invisible chains. Its speed and strength were significantly reduced. The holy magic is quite effective. With this, I will destroy its core. Happy for less than 10 seconds, he then realized the monster seemed to be aiming at the holy mage, not him. The holy mage must have run out of mana by now, and Manchun was just an ordinary person. Moreover, he also had to carry the Saint Mage on his back, so he could only dodge once or twice at most. Kim Seo-run felt that the opportunity was slipping away, and in the blink of an eye, he poured all his strength into Gung-nia. With a cool head and perfect precision, he successfully aimed for its heart and drove the sharp spear through it. The monster thrashed in pain for a while before collapsing heavily. Kim Seo-jun, although he destroyed its core, has also exhausted his strength and can no longer restore Gung-nia. Seeing Uncle Manchun nearby, injured in the leg by the force, Kim Seo-jun is deeply worried, and the three of them happily laugh and talk because the mission was a complete success, when suddenly another strange sound echoes again. The thing lying motionless on the dry tree suddenly twitched, as if stimulated. How did I manage to hit it with Gung-nia? Could the core still be intact? What's going on here? Kim Seo trembled, eyes wide with horror at this scene. Truly a disaster for Korea. So it turns out there are two cores. The remaining core is now controlling the entire body of the beast, turning it into a raging berserker that nothing can stop. All three fearfully watch the rampaging monster, as the stormy wind blows fiercely like the end of the world. In the face of danger, the holy mage strains his last remaining strength, unleashing deadly waves of aura to hold on. The archmage has exhausted his magic. He won't last much longer. To defeat that bastard, we have to destroy the core. Kim Seo-run nervously thought that his sword had hidden among the branches and couldn't be pulled out now. But since he still had Longinus's blessing, a direct strike might be able to destroy its core. He hesitated for a moment, then asked the holy mage to use the destructive magic one more time. At this point, he had no choice but to risk everything. Kim Seo-run rushes forward like lightning, dodging the enormous roots as he runs. Though afraid of failure, he is currently the only one who can do this. Kim Seun quickly swung his staff, releasing blinding streams of energy, but before he could do anything, the stubborn vines blocked his way. To pierce into Longinus's core, he needed to go deeper, but there was no opening that could help him advance further. This is completely different from just luring it out. He muttered angrily to himself, his leg also being tightly wrapped by the vine, which made it even more painful. Luckily, the saint's paralysis magic caused the monster to stop moving, just in time. Seizing the moment as it relaxed, he quickly turned around and flew straight backward. The chains of dark magic are becoming fewer and thinner, but it's likely that they require a lot of pressure on the body to activate again when he no longer has enough mana. Kim Seo-run, worried about the current situation, couldn't help but feel anxious. Seeing a brief opening in the monster, he quickly sprinted forward, but at that moment the creature broke free from the magic sword's chains and easily knocked him down in an instant. Kim Seo-run was unable to avoid a direct attack and suffered severe trauma, blood pouring from his mouth and nose like a stream. Twang Longinus could destroy its core, so I thought just approaching would be enough. But that was a mistake. I trembled as I tried to grab Longinus, horror in my eyes as I saw the monster about to pierce my body. Just when I thought this life was over, the Saint of Magic appeared just in time to block the attack. I can't believe a student like him can reach such an extraordinary level of martial arts before turning 30. How long has it been since I last felt my body tremble before someone else's martial arts? In just 1 year, no one in Korea will not know the name of this young man. After another year, who knows what level he will reach. That young man has the potential to surpass Korea's hero one day and become a hero of humanity. However, he is not strong enough right now. So you must live, even if I have to die in your place today. The holy mage painfully thought and then shouted loudly, telling him to run quickly. But Kim Seo-run didn't want to run away in shame like that. Despite the saints shouting to escape quickly, he stubbornly stayed behind. Kim Seo-run didn't want to see the holy sage sacrifice himself for him, but the current situation is extremely unfavorable for him. Yes, fleeing is the best option now. I'll leave this place for the Holy Spirit to take Chu Mang-chun away. Otherwise, my best choice is to fight this bastard in an unfavorable situation. I already have the answer, but for some reason I don't want to run away. Kim Seo-run gritted his teeth and suddenly remembered what Queen said during the first lecture. According to you, what is strength? Queen, the greatest goddess in Greek and Roman mythology. During the orientation, he emphasized the importance of muscles. However, physical strength is not the kind of strength he wants to pass on. Strength does not only come from the body, but also from atonement. Because of Hera's curse, I went insane and killed my beloved wife and child with my own hands. Overwhelmed by guilt, I thought about ending my own life. Luckily, my good friend Joe convinced me to undertake the 12 trials to atone. Hack Queen once said that those 12 challenges were impossible. Killing the Niman lion, tearing apart the Hydra, defeating the Heinserenia and the Echen wild boar, clearing out the king's lineage, driving away the Steam-Phalian birds, and catching the Catan ox. Catching Diamat's man-eating horses, stealing Hippolyte's treasure, angering Gerion's red bull, stealing Hesperis's apples, and kidnapping Baruth, the gatekeeper of hell. After completing the challenges, Hack Kikos's reputation gradually grew over time. However, everyone started to mock him. They said he had made too many mistakes to become a hero, and so they used reasons to justify that Hacken could never atone for his mistakes. The insults kept ringing in his ears, but he was determined not to give up. He only hopes that one day forgiveness will become a natural part of life, so that Queen can forgive himself for that fateful day. In this way, you completed the 12 challenges and were honored as a true hero. Additionally, HQ Queen saved the gods of Olympus during the war against the giants. Hack Queen, who lost her mind and killed her family, became the greatest hero at the end of her redemption journey. The power guiding me on my path is the will to atone. When you try to do something or become someone, people will often tell you it's impossible. As someone who has been through it, I hope you have a personal reason to succeed, and that alone is enough to make you a hero. Every word from HQ Queen's speech successfully convinced Kim Seon. The fear that haunted him like a heavy burden on his chest has now been lifted. There are thousands of reasons why I can't win. I have thousands of reasons to run away. For a wise and experienced old mage, the actions of a 28-year-old like me might seem reckless, but I want to live a meaningful life. I don't want to give up or destroy my future. Kim Seon clenched his lips tightly, determined to move forward. The encouraging words of HQ Queen echoed in his ears, transforming into divine power that paved the way for him to unlock his latent strength. An overwhelming force destroys all obstacles, surging forth and spreading throughout the space. The monsters caught in this furious storm can only bow their heads and await death. Its destructive power was so great that it blew away dust and rocks, even piercing the core of the monster boss. After a display of strength, Kim Seo was exhausted and fainted on the branch before the Archmage's eyes. He is now very afraid of death. The world is not as safe as everyone thinks, so the closer I am to death, the more I worry about it. The world still needs me, the Holy Mage says. That is also why he took on a disciple. Although his genin performed much better than expected, he still couldn't escape the deep darkness within his soul. But looking back, those worries were truly absurd. It was a warning to myself. Even if I die, my disciple will carry out this mission in my place. I see in this resilient young man the beginning of a new generation of heroes. The Holy Sword looked at Kim Seon with pride as he spoke. The next morning, Kim Seon suddenly opened his eyes in the hospital. Those two old men were only injured, nothing serious. When he found out he had been unconscious for 6 hours, he was terrified. At least it seems everything has been resolved and there are no obstacles. Kim Seon felt relieved, and, after being informed by Soo-jeon, was preparing to visit him in the hospital. Of course, she has to care about the person who disappeared with her grandfather's precious sword. The swordmaster heard about Manchun's daughter wanting to become a hunter and immediately offered to become her mentor. Manchun froze stiffly, thinking he must have misheard that two rivals were senile. Isn't it time for me to pass on my great knowledge to the next generation? I think I won't live past this year. Until then, there's nothing left to do, so it's best to spend my last moments guiding his daughter as a way of saving myself. The Sword Saint chuckled and said he also offered to guide Kim Seon, but he declined Nothin Peace. He just wanted the money. Suddenly, at this moment, the hospital room door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang, crashing aside like a tiny shrimp. Kim Seo immediately trembled all over as if he had been electrocuted. Min almost forgot that contacting Sion also meant this person would go along. Kim Seo had no idea the Sword Saint would come all the way here. His mind is tangled like a ball of yarn, his whole body agitated and pretending not to know what to do next. Luckily, the magic sword is here, so the anger of the Sword Saint has eased a bit. The two happily chatted for a while, and the Sword Saint just revealed that he almost died that day, thanks to Kim Seo Run saving his life. The Sword Saint once again aimed his arrow of fury at him, making the air as hot as a furnace. He could never have dreamed that Kim Seo would dare to sell his treasured sword. You really have guts. The Saint of Law desperately tried to persuade the Sword Saint to forgive him this time. But hearing that he truly pawned the sword, even the Sword Saint had to admit defeat. The fire of hatred had already burned fiercely, making Kim Seo tremble with fear. I quickly explained that I didn't sell it, only collateralized it for a while, because you didn't sell the sword and respected the Saint. I won't kill you, so I'll let it go if you can withstand a single blow. The Sword Saint's anger boiled over as he forced himself to hold back his rage and growled, I don't think he would just let it go after a punch. He was more likely to finish me off with a single blow. He tremblingly pressed himself against the corner, thinking to himself, screw how much he begs. The Sword Saint, unable to contain his rising fury, swung a lightning-fast fist toward him. After a deafening explosion that shattered the wall, Kim Sen quickly swung his arm to block the attack, even though it was a fake. Can he really block it? More importantly, his arm is still fine. Usually it should have been broken. No, it should have been shattered into pieces. The Sword Saint's face paled as he opened his mouth to ask how he managed to do it. Kim Seo Run thought he was about to be punched again, so he summoned all his strength and ran out of the room, bewildered looks on everyone's faces. The Sword Saint sighed and sat down beside the Holy Mage's bed, then asked again to find out exactly what had happened there that day. Fab Kiem recounted everything that happened in the cave to the Sword Saint, who still couldn't believe that Kim Zin was truly capable of doing such a thing. The Sword Saint feels like you still haven't truly acknowledged my talent. That's right, even if what you said is true, I still won't recognize that kid. I haven't seen anyone truly talented among those being praised as S-rank hunters. They're completely useless. The Sword Saint said that the Sword Saint also shares your friend's view, believing that such talent is still not enough to be called talent. Both the Sword Saint and the Magic Saint are heroes who save the world from great disasters. So they all share the same thought. Professional hunters mean something different in this new era. It's simply a well-paid job. They don't deny that a new era will come because they are the ones who want peace more than anyone else. However, they still worry that once all the heroes disappear and that threat awakens, will the world be strong enough to fight back? I don't know. Anyway, that was the purpose of establishing the Church of Truth. But Sword Saint, among 8 billion people in the world, there is someone who makes the impossible possible. Our era has come to an end, the Holy Law smiled and said. Kim Seun is now outside joking around with Sion and Manchun when suddenly Soon rushes in, tears streaming down her face, and tightly embraces her father. The father and son embraced each other with mixed joy and sorrow, while Manchun looked towards Kim Seun to express his sincere gratitude. People often say that the most beautiful scene in life is when everything returns to its original form. As time passes, the three of you are discharged from the hospital one after another, and each of your lives returns to its proper course. However, there was one change. The first change was that the saint accepted Suryan as his disciple. Next, Kim Seun received the promised reward of 10 billion for saving the saint's life. He used 500 million to buy back the green dragon sword from the Sword Saint. Although he almost was sent to the afterlife by him, everything finally settled into place. Kim Seun didn't plan it that way at first, but life pushed him, and he managed to get Gungnia with a large sum of 9.5 billion. With those items, he increased the progress of the Hakken course to 47.3%. It's been a long time since Kim Seun last met Minun at the academy. He didn't even visit the hospital to see him because he believed he would recover soon. No matter how much everything changes, one thing remains the same, and that is the Dream Academy. This place is now like home to him. Then Kim Seun continued to watch Hen's lecture. This time, trusting in the power of the gods, his learning progress accelerated rapidly. Queen still teaches with her usual cold style, muscles aligned with reason. Kim Seun grimaced as he looked, feeling that his current body might not be compatible with that power. Since each day of Hack Queen's course ends faster than usual, he plans to use the remaining money to buy the elixir. If I have enough mana to summon Gungia, I will become a true mobile disaster. Also, the superstore is selling plenty of elixir potions that can help me replenish my mana. Kim Se-eun pondered for a moment, then decided to go back and listen to the lecture. Everything was fine, except that from now on he could no longer fully absorb the elixir. Although I have studied and practiced seriously with Merlin, it was all about mana theory and not related to skill training. To fully absorb the energy from the elixir, I will need to learn mana training skills. If I have to learn anyway, I might as well start now, Kim Se-eun thought to himself as he sent a message to advisor asking him to recommend some good lectures. The opponent immediately recommended a series of high-quality lectures to Kim Se-eun, draining his wallet again. Seeing Kim Se-eun come to ask for money looking exhausted and worn out, Si-jeon was speechless. She was furious, yelling at him like a mother scolding her child, calling him a fool for shooting his shot. He swallowed his tears in misery, only 500 million worlds short of enough to pay for the lecture registration. Si-jeon sighed and announced that there would be a competition tomorrow with a prize of 3 million worlds for the winner, but the main issue was that Kim Se-eun needed a team to participate in this contest. Right now, only you and Min-yoon are students at the Dream Academy. If it's Min-yoon, he should be able to complete his part without any issues. However, according to the rules, we can't participate without 3 members, and whether the new person is trustworthy is also a concern. Is there anyone trustworthy to invite? Someone reliable to join the competition with us? Someone who wants to become a hunter but hasn't enrolled in the academy yet? Is there anyone? Oh my god, I don't expect much, just one person. For a moment, the image of Little Swan suddenly flashed in his mind. Seon was a bit surprised to hear the idea of enrolling Suryeon in the academy to join the competition. Despite her confusion, Kim Se-eun quickly acted and ran outside to find the girl. He went straight to the sanctuary of the saint, seeing him tired and holding a staff, which made him quite sad. The saint chuckled and said that Suryeon had been traveling everywhere since learning elemental magic. Really? She only became a disciple of the saint 2 days ago. When entering the Hunter Academy, the first thing to learn is mastery of mana and mana training, and if this is your first time mastering mana, I'm sure it will take 2 to 3 weeks to learn. Kim Se-eun was stunned and wide-eyed with amazement, while the saint shared his shock upon seeing this girl finish mastering mana in less than a day. He only intended to dedicate the rest of his short life to helping her grow up, but he never expected her to be so interesting. Kim Se-eun then told the holy mage everything that happened at the academy and persuaded him to let Suryeon enroll in the high school academy with him for her safety. The Sword Saint and he have been followed by the Holy Justice Church. Did he not expect Seon to eventually become a target? I hope you will consider all aspects for your safety and Suran's. Kim Se-eun genuinely sees her as a sister. If it weren't for this incident, he would still plan to propose that. The holy mage pondered for a moment and finally agreed to let Kim Se-eun take her back to the academy. Everyone welcomed her happily, especially Min-yoon. Returning to the competition, Kim Se-eun said that the 3 of us would form a team. Juryeon and Min-yoon were very excited to hear that. Regarding the team name, Kim Se-eun hesitated for a moment before finally coming up with the Dream Team, which sounds pretty good and meaningful. Everyone unanimously decided to train hard to win. And so we expanded all over Korea. Our name was mentioned everywhere, and that's how the Dream Team was formed. The Baththo tournament is not organized by the government or associations, but by private companies. Simply put, it is a competition sponsored by major organizations. The reason why big organizations spend huge amounts of money sponsoring competitions is simple. Their goal is to access and recruit outstanding trainees. There are still professional hunters who operate on their own, but most professional hunters belong to a guild and work as a team. So their intention is not only to evaluate based on individual strength, but also on how students work in teams and their potential. Then they prioritize recruiting those with the most promise. That intention is hidden within this raid. As a result, major guilds began to mobilize support for the government and associations through sponsorships. Those who smell money, including some TV stations and other organizations, also move in. So the current competition begins. Only first and second class hunter academies can participate, so this raid competition is where all the money and attention are focused. This is a competition for the best of the best, and everyone was stunned to see Dong Si-gu, Baek Eun-ung, and Min-jun from Gawon Academy here. Min-yun listened to them whispering about the famous figures from the academies, feeling resentful for Kim Se-eun, thinking he's just as capable, but no one seems to praise him. In the blink of an eye, the first round raid battle begins with the 7-star spider monster Conquest. Lee Do-hun from Team Aries clutches his head and grimaces upon seeing many teams fail right at the parking lot. He secretly guessed that Dong Jimin might have applied some new research of his to this artificial dungeon, which is why so many student teams failed. The boss will probably be very surprised by this result. Should I check on the teams still fighting? Do Hyun frowned and thought. The Gawon Academy successfully completed the dungeon in 30 minutes and 12 seconds. At the same time, Kim Se-eun's dream team also finished with 9 minutes and 34 seconds, leaving the judges stunned, thinking the timer was malfunctioning. This machine really has a fault, but it's a measurement error that caused a 30-second delay. Kim Seun's actual time was 9 minutes and 4 seconds. They really are tough. A few minutes earlier in Kim Seun's dungeon, to save mana, they lightly used Long Dynus to sweep away that pile of spider silk from the monster. He clears the way while Min Yoon handles the fighting. Together, they coordinate their attacks on the monster, giving Sun a bit of a broadened perspective. She felt she couldn't just stand still like that anymore. Saying that, she immediately used mana to cast a bright flash of sharp energy, instantly defeating the monster. After finishing everything, the three of them happily stepped out of the cave with Min Yoon chattering non-stop. Seeing Kim Seo nervously ask where his weapons are, Min Yoon explained that he threw them all away, only keeping the dagger and arrow as his master requested. They kept arguing back and forth without noticing that everyone around was looking at them with strange mixed feelings of curiosity and disbelief, and soon they realized that the two were actually Kim Sejun and Min Yoon. Min Yoon was so happy to get Kim Sejun's approval that he couldn't stop smiling, shouting loudly and making Suryeon and Kim Sejun feel embarrassed beyond words. Dong Si-gu at this moment also cast a hostile look at Kim Seun. The Sun M Academy team that just crawled out now lagged behind and was deluded into thinking everyone was talking about them, which really made her want to cry. In the second round, with the requirement to collect all magic crystals in the dungeon, Kim Seun's dream team again finished first with 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Then, in the third round to eliminate artificial monsters, his team was again in the lead with 19 seconds. Next is the fourth round in the dry forest, where Kim Seun and Min Yoon divide the attack zones. He pulls Suryeon to the back, his hands gripping his sword as he relentlessly strikes at the tangled roots. The monsters keep respawning. They haven't completely disappeared, but their numbers have decreased significantly. Kim Seo runs silently thought, then suddenly he noticed something glowing, floating in the air, and it contained an enormous amount of mana. Don't say it's the core of the dungeon, or some kind of intermediary object that helps revive the monsters. Kim Seo-run was startled and let out a scream behind him. He immediately swung his staff at the mysterious light to shatter it, but his gung-nia just passed through it as if it were air. Incredibly strange. The driest roots continue to surge relentlessly. Kim Seo hesitated briefly, realizing that he had not fully grasped the power of Longinus all along. Thuong Longinus cannot afford to fall behind gung-nia. Thinking this, Kim Seo gathers all his strength and runs toward the mysterious light, determined to try again. On the Gaeon Academy side, after a tough struggle, they finally finished in 44 minutes and 51 seconds. They were extremely confident, feeling that their achievement this time would surely surpass other teams. We predicted well and didn't make this mistake. We also doubled the previous record of 20 minutes set by the Hunter team and broke our own limit. This is the best result we've achieved, Dong Si-gu muttered bitterly. As soon as they reached the door, they saw the dream team already there. They entered at the same time as us, but left first. I think we're definitely going to win this time, she said smugly. Dong Si-gu felt it was no surprise. Kim Seun's group's previous achievements had always been due to luck, but the current scoreboard suddenly shattered his arrogant facade. Dream Academy takes the top spot with unlimited time, and this absurdity makes the audience feel like they might burst. Hyun's eyes widen as he secretly thinks that with this achievement, Kim Seun's team could enter the professional hunter world right after the competition ends. He broke out in a sweat, vowing to do everything possible to get the gang to Chuangmo. Kim Seun himself couldn't believe he had actually done it. At first I thought Thuong Longinus could pass through mana barriers, but Gumia can do the same. In the end, I had to convince myself that they are of different levels. I have a feeling that it's not the only effect of Thuong Longinus. Gumia doesn't work, but Thuong Longinus can pass through. Kim Seun remembered the moment he possessed the spirit and shattered that sphere. Maybe the Longinus blade has the ability to strike directly at the target's body. I still need to run more tests before I can draw a conclusion, he muttered to himself in a daze. Min Yoon and Suryeon stood beside each other, both surprised that Kim Seun had made the entire Riyadh group disappear completely. Dong Si-gu swallowed his anger and went to find Kim Seun. He nodded and asked what trick he had used. I admit Kim Seun is a rare talent. Not long ago, I heard about what happened during the Hunter team's simulation test. However, achieving infinite success in the fourth round is extremely impossible. If it were Lai-hun, there might still be a chance. Maybe I was too disappointed, so I started comparing this fool to her. Her rank is completely different from ours. Dong Si-gu sneered for a moment, then turned away, leaving Kim Seun confused. Min Yoon, furious, followed by shouting angrily as the final round was about to begin. Kim Sao-jun feels that maybe their team will win, because they are always in first place in each round. These challenges are easier than he thought. Suddenly, a loud voice called out behind us, and a man stepped forward nervously to make a proposal. I am here to make you an offer. If you agree, we will give you tickets to the competition with a prize of up to 6.5 billion. The man said. This huge amount of money made Kim Seun's team stunned and unable to believe their ears. On the other hand, I have a condition. You know there will be a 9-star monster in the 5th round, right? Although it is not as powerful as a true 9-star monster since it is only summoned by magic, it is definitely not a creature that a few cadets can face. And the goal of the 5th round is not to kill the monster, but to evaluate how the students attack powerful monsters and how they adapt to the surrounding terrain. The above will be evaluated comprehensively to determine your score, and of course, defeating the boss will earn you the highest possible points. But no team has ever conquered the annual battle. Our condition is simply to eliminate the boss. If not, the dream team will lose all those rewards. Every word the man said made Kim Seun hesitate briefly. If you refuse, you won't lose anything either. The 3 major academies have definitely already used their influence. The most important thing is to make sure Deng Sigu's reaction goes as planned. The other academies seem to think we've already betrayed them. The 3 major academies are definitely trying to eliminate the dream team and restore their lost honor with this proposal. Kim Seun looked at Min Yoon and Suran for a moment, unsure of what to do. What should I do? If we succeed, we'll get 6.5 billion. If we fail, we will lose all 3 billion we have. He lowered his head in thought and then quickly made a new proposal to the man. The total prize money for this tournament is 6.5 billion. Use your influence to raise it to 10 billion and we will accept their proposal. His words made Min Yoon Swan and the other man stare in shock. I need 500 million W right now. If the prize money is split among the 3 of them, each will get more than 2 billion a W. After spending 500 million W, the remaining 1.5 billion W won't be enough to cover the ever-increasing law of karma, but if the prize increases to 10 billion, I can buy both lessons and divine medicine. That much is enough for me to accept the risk, Kim Seo-zoon happily thought. The man could only tell Yushu to go back and relay his offer to Hyun. They saw through the organizers' intentions. I think their combat instincts are really good, but I also think they will refuse. Honestly, the dream team doesn't need to take such risks. It shows just how confident they are. The staff around them whispered and discussed, but Do Hyun was always confident that Kim Seun's team could do it. Anyway, this monster is just a mummy, nothing difficult for the dream team. The final round of the competition quickly begins. Aiming for 10 billion gold, Team Dream eagerly shakes hands and steps into the dungeon with even more enthusiasm. As soon as he entered, a strange aura of deadly energy enveloped the air. Outside, Do Hyun was so shocked he spilled his coffee when he realized that inside the dungeon it wasn't a 9-star monster, but a 10-star ferocious undead monster. It seems something has gone wrong here. Do Hyun doesn't want to witness students dying from such brutal monster attacks. He immediately climbed over the fence and hurried inside. After all, there is still a case where a student died because of a monster summoned by magic due to mental attack from a spiritual type monster. Psychic attacks mean the brain will be damaged. In the past, the spiritual monsters that caused accidents were only around 56 stars. The spiritual monster in front of them is no longer just a ghost, a 10-star monster of incredible power. That's not a monster an apprentice can face, Dune thought in horror. Min Yoon and Suryeon are now under the monster's mind control, their minds frantic and chaotic. If this keeps up, the entire dream team will die in shame. The system operator, overwhelmed by the overload, was struggling to find a solution. Duo Hyun angrily cursed the useless staff, tearing at his hair as he thought of Jim Min, when suddenly the system screen displayed a scene that left everyone stunned. Kim Seo-jun is now facing the monster directly, but his mind remains calm as if nothing is happening. Suryeon and Min Yoon had previously used mind control magic on the monster. They clutch their heads and roll on the ground, screaming non-stop. The monster has now shifted its focus to Kim Seun. You must be on a streak of continuous victories. But how long will this last? Don't you realize that you're nothing? How shameful. Do you think you can keep winning even after becoming a professional? He was rambling on when suddenly the monster froze stiffly, realizing Kim Seo was still calm as ever, thanks to his rapid spiritual awakening process earlier. Taking advantage of its moment of distraction, Kim Seo quickly grabbed a stick and charged forward, while the monster desperately tried to fight back with rotten words embedded deep in his mind. Kim Seo's sudden thoughts are being corrupted by evil ideas. They are the seeds of doubt and worry that he has nurtured deep in the darkness. It was the teacher's old, deceitful words that pushed his enlightenment to the level of the infinite void, but the malicious words of the monster still echoed in his ears, relentless and venomous. One person, in despair, recounts their past, while another worries about the future. The person speaking about the present is someone who has found peace in their heart. If the artist allows greed to cloud their eyes and paints recklessly, the result will be a picture stained black. Sometimes you need to let go of the burdens and worries in your heart. If you feel confused, accept the present. Climb the lush green mountain and lie down, listening to the sounds of water and blue clouds above, just like the surrounding mountains, rivers, and earth. Aren't you also a child of the universe? You deserve to belong where you are, even if you don't feel that way. Thanks to trusting in the wonderful things above, Kim Seun successfully escaped the monster's psychological control. The Buddha granted him strength to awaken and realize the truth of his life through wise teachings. Kim Seun has been able to brush away the dark dust covering his life and confidently move forward to face the monster directly. All the nerves in his body tingle like being electrocuted, but these seeds of doubt and worry have withered away. I will no longer be shaken by evil thoughts. In other words, I am in a state of unshakable resolve. Kim Seo closed his eyes and centered himself, and a blazing stream of light radiated from his body. He swung his staff fiercely at the confused monster, turning it back to the earth in an instant. The screen darkened and then went black. Everyone was in chaos like bees disturbed, witnessing this strange scene. It was originally a 10-star intelligent monster. Honestly, no student here can withstand its mental attacks. Moreover, physical attacks are useless against it because it is a ghost without a physical form. That is why only a saint can handle the 8 dungeons that have appeared in Korea, but Kim Seun defeated it with just one strike. If he's telling the truth, he's not someone our guild can handle, right? Dahyun chuckled casually. In the players' waiting room, Sigu's eyes widened in amazement as he watched Kim Seun's recent display. A 10-star monster. Even if it was summoned by magic, it should have been at most an 8 or 9-star creature. With 9-star monsters, unless you're a top-tier S-class hunter, attacking them is almost hopeless. If it's Laihun, maybe there's a chance. This can't be true. After a fierce fight with the boss, Kim Seun collapsed and couldn't stand up anymore. Is it because the enlightenment progress has increased? After 90 days, it only advanced 17.5%, but now it's already at 31.7%. An increase of 14.2% in just a short period of time. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, that's the ultimate enlightenment technique. My progress machine, please speed up. While Kim Seun was stunned, Minyoon and Suron had already regained consciousness. They were once again so stunned they almost fainted when they learned Kim Seun had handled the monster on his own. The 3 of them huddled together and walked out the door. As soon as she appeared, all the recruiters from famous universities rushed to surround her, each one eager to get Kim Seun. The chaotic scene resembled a broken market. The twin lions immediately rushed in to rescue all 3 just in time. Sejong also hurried to the hospital to check on him. Luckily, he's still okay. I was very scared because I thought something terrible was going to happen to him. Kim Seo-jun hasn't taken the professional hunter exam yet, but I can no longer consider him a student. This was predetermined from the very first meeting. I also gained a lot from you, Kim Seon. That's obvious and worth celebrating, but what is this complicated feeling in my heart? John hesitated, clutching his chest, when suddenly there was a knock at the door. It turned out to be the chairman himself, coming to see him personally because of the recent incident with Do Dao. The young man was holding the Azure Dragon Sword, the sword that the Sword Saint had never given to anyone. When he heard about the appearance of Du Dao, I thought no one could survive. He handled everything himself. Now I finally understand why the Sword Saint cares about him so much. Moreover, even the beloved granddaughter of the Sword Saint is by his side. Luckily, I came here myself. The chairman smiled with satisfaction, thinking. Kim Seo-jun finally remembered what just happened, and quietly asked why the boss was a zombie and not a mummified corpse. It's all because the dungeon's mana core was overloaded due to Dung Jimin applying her mutation research results for the first time in this competition. Mutation. If the overload of the dungeon's mana core is caused by mutations, then it means we can create a fake distortion. And if we can actually cause a fake distortion, then the Great Flood would also be a distortion? Kim Seo-jun nervously bites his nails, thinking. The chairman personally apologized for this incident and promised to fulfill all his requests. Kim Seo-jun immediately held up 3 fingers to indicate 3 billion, or 3 billion for each member of the team, leaving the chairman speechless and frozen. The surprise attack, full of unpredictable twists, finally reached its conclusion. Kim Seo-jun also demonstrated extraordinary skills beyond the imagination of the elites from the 3 major academies due to the 9-star monster incident caused by the overload of mana cores from the guilds to ordinary people. All of Korea is going crazy over the Dream Kim Seun team. The main character, Swan, insists on refusing the prize money because she feels she didn't contribute as much as Kim Seun and Minoon. I can't do anything either. The most important thing is that the team leader handled the Dao himself. We might have died if it weren't for him. If we're dead, what's the point of the money? Minyoon also firmly refused to accept the 3 billion won. making Kim Soon want to cry with happiness. The 3 billion was the first place prize, along with a total of 3.5 billion gold from the 234th tournament and 3.5 billion in sponsorship from major organizations and associations. Finally, the 9 billion promised by the Chairman's Association. From the total of 19 billion earned, Minoon and Sujon each took only 3 billion plus the 9.5 billion I have. The total is 22.5 billion. I can buy the Taithien Daitan course for only 4.5 billion. Kim Se-zoon quietly thought to himself that when he heard him ask whether the team could raid the 6-star dungeon, Sujon said he could only do so if there was at least one A-rank hunter in the team. Seon is still a B-rank hunter. At this rate, we won't have the right to raid the dungeon. Kim Se-zoon is worried. Seon's worry makes Kim Soon disappointed, and he keeps apologizing repeatedly, which makes Kim Soon a bit awkward. But what should I do now? Since I can't raid 6-star dungeons and make a lot of money, should I wait a bit longer to earn 4.5 billion? Or should I buy the mana course first? It's best to learn both, or I should ask the advisor. Kim Se-yoon trembled and thought hard. As he picked up his phone, the advisor suddenly burst out from the screen, almost giving Kim Se-yoon a heart attack. Kim Soon, tired of the joke, was tense. Hearing that he's worried about which course to take first, the advisor said you could take both if there's a karma discount, which amazed Kim Soon. It's just as the name suggests, a special event where you'll get discounts based on your karma. Kim Se-yoon, these kinds of discount events do exist in the Supreme Academy, even though they're not very common and you can get up to 100% off. Kim Se-yo trembled as if bombs were exploding in his ears, overwhelmed by the shock of even dreaming that one day he could get Taithien Daithan's course for free. There is an event happening at our academy. It is an event that supports the top-scoring students. It is precisely an event that helps those with high scores in the practice exam. The advisor said, if it were a mock exam for exceptional students, Kim Se-yoon's previous score would be considered quite terrible, barely passing. But unlike back then, Min now knows Truong Tom Fong's footwork and Heck Queen's power. Staying true to my Buddha nature has improved a lot since then, so I might get a higher score if I retake the test, but it's still impossible to reach the top scores and become one of the highest-scoring students. Kim Se-yo ran to the front, tearing at his hair in frustration. Then suddenly the advisor changed his words, sparking a small flicker of hope in Kim Se-yo. The advisor said that instead of calling them the students with the highest scores, it would be more accurate to call them the students with the greatest improvement. Simply put, it considers the increase in score compared to the previous test, with the discount rate equal to the improvement rate. That is, if your score increases by 50% compared to the last test, you'll get a 50% reduction. It means you don't need to get a perfect score because the standard will be your previous test. The counselor smiled knowingly. In other words, Kim Se-yoon just needs to do better than last time, so might as well take a risk and go all in. I feel like I can't pass up this opportunity. Rotren immediately agrees to try it once to see. That evening, Kim Se-yoon prepared a fake gold bar that Fanya liked and paid the registration fee for the mock exam to see if doing this would leave him with 21.5 billion. I need to reduce it by at least 60% to make it 10.8 billion so I can get both. Moreover, if I include the 2 billion for the magic potion, I would need a 70% conversion rate to points, which would be 20.3. There are a total of 7 subjects. I just need to increase each by 3 points. That would be perfect. Kim Se-yoon concentrates and quickly presses the IS button. The first part of the official test begins. The surroundings around Kim Se-yoon suddenly change unpredictably. He clenched the gold ingot in his hand, sweating as he waited for the monster to appear. With a flash, a sudden burst of speed streaked past Kim Se-yoon, making him stagger slightly. Kim Se-yoon trembles, clenches his teeth, throws the gold bar at the monster, then quickly pulls out his scepter and runs in the opposite direction to distract it. Who can stop him? What he didn't expect was that Ha's son had grown 9 more heads and his power had multiplied recklessly. Kim Se-yoon only had 30 minutes, so this time he was truly unlucky and hit the jackpot of misfortune. Advisor Trung with a naive, innocent rabbit face contrasts with Kim Se-yoon, who is currently shouting loudly, "Don't you know? I thought you knew. There's no way we would ask questions like in a test where everyone just has to remember the answers and do the exam." "Is that why you brought the gold bar?" the clueless advisor asked Kim Se-yoon. "This damn paper really screwed me over. What's the point of telling Kim Se-yoon now?" He could only run while trying to fend off the barrage of magic the monster was spewing like rain. "I just need to increase one more skill by 3 points. No more, no less." Kim Se-yoon ran, trying to grind his teeth and endure everything for the precious points. After regaining his composure, he immediately used Dong Van, the combined with lightness skill to attack the monster continuously. Of course, the monster didn't give up either. Surprised by Kim Seo-run's surprise attack, it angrily opened its mouth and bared its fangs, spewing a stream of toxic mana that almost hit him. Watch your mouth. Less than a second later, Kim Seo was truly hit. A cut across his shoulder alone was enough to make him ache to the bone, and he could only roll over and scream loudly, unable to do anything else. Kim Seun's first phase has failed, and he has 28 minutes and 47 seconds remaining. Seeing Kim Seon crying and lying flat on the ground, Kovan gently approached and asked, "Does Hydra's poison hurt a lot?" Hydra is ranked as the most toxic monster, so it must be pretty painful. "Are you holding up okay?" Kim Seon is in so much pain he wants to go meet his ancestors now. Looking back in Greek and Roman mythology, when poisoned by Hydra's venom, he couldn't survive. He no longer wanted to be immortal and begged to die. I understand why he had to beg for death now. Kim Seo-jun's face paled in thought. After a break, he finally managed to get up. This was his first attempt, but his learning speed was still increasing. If he keeps going like this, he might be able to gain immunity from karma and training at the same time. Stopping now might be an option, but the advisor isn't sure if he can get enough points. Kim Seon had to chase after the spear. Even though he was terrified, he still had to press Is to continue the test. The nine-headed monster reappears fiercely. This battle is related to my combat skills. That means I can only score high by taking down this Hydra. Kim Seo-run thought and immediately took a stance, using his aura sword to swiftly throw directly at the monster. Just when he was celebrating, thinking he had cut off one of its heads, another even more dangerous head grew back from the severed one, leaving Kim Seo speechless with shock. After the deafening explosion caused by the monster, Kim Seo-run, trembling and handsome, disappeared in an instant just 19 seconds later. He was so scared he fainted, trembling on the ground, unsure of what to do next. In the last exam, I scored 4.2 points by defeating Fanya with the Longinus spear. I don't know exactly how the score was calculated. If it's based on the effectiveness of the attack, then I was definitely fooled. Kim Seo-run grimaced and shook his head. How many heads do I have to cut off to beat this monster? The advisor told me to check the comments online for guidance, but it didn't help much. Even if you lose points, you can still achieve a high score based on the strategy from the comment guides. It all depends on your decision. Kim Seon, is the advisor smiling brightly to comfort or to guide? It really makes Kim Seon furious. After numerous failures, Kim Seon has become so shameless and hardened that he no longer knows fear, cursing the annoying advisor under his breath as he rushes forward. Then, after countless struggles, Kim Seon reached a score of 8.8, an increase of 4.6 points, making him extremely satisfied. The counselor stood beside praising Kim Seo so much that he was beaming with pride, even though this brat prefers mocking him more than complimenting him. Anyway, I've achieved my goal of gaining 3 more points in the first subject. Let's keep going. Kim Seo-run made up his mind and told himself, I've messed everything up. 9 days ago, he took the second basic skills test. Its requirement was to hold up the sky in place of the deity Atlas for 1 hour. Kim Seo-jun strained his shoulder, shifting his new life to a score of 5.9 points, plus 2.2. 6 days ago, he took the eye-opening test with the deity's avatar, almost losing his eyeball. In the end, he scored a reflex score of 4.2 points, plus 1.9. Then, 3 days ago, Kim Seon had to endure Arlik's mana absorption technique within the time limit, with a mana score of 1.6 plus 0.4. After adding up all his points, he only realized he had a total of 9.1. My score is 11.2 points below my target of 20.3. The counselor grinned widely, saying that your improvement must exceed 50% to receive the event reward. Kim Seo broke out in a cold sweat, his face contorted and trembling as he hurriedly pressed the 5th test. Ha was determined to pass this challenge, which required him to listen to Arish's funeral song within the time limit. Luckily, thanks to his strong mind, Kim Seon was able to pass the challenge peacefully after cleansing his ears with that song. Level 2 now appears with a challenge requiring Kim Seon to chase away a demon from the 9th level of hell that is controlling his mind. This challenge is just for Kim Seon. He didn't even bother listening to that damn demon's nonsense. Level 3 follows with the requirement to resist the seduction of the goddess Aphrodite. She swayed closer to Kim Seon, but what didn't concern him at all was how she could wear so little and still not be cold. I never thought I'd become a hero overcoming a beauty test like this, making the advisor's eyes pop. Level 4 appears with countless screams from the depths of hell, forcing him to endure it for the allotted time. Kim Seon, the playboy who's not afraid of the rain, just asked a few trivial questions and made those noisy demons shut up. Advisor Du, like an unripe avocado, couldn't believe he was so impressive. Level 5 forces him to resist the temptations of the Demon Lord Mistopes within the allotted time. The Demon Lord immediately appears, revealing human sins before Kim Seun, making him break out in a sweat. Although he didn't know how, in the end he was able to resist it. However, in the final sin of arrogance, Kim Seun failed miserably. After several attempts, he finally succeeded. The exam for the next subject will take place in 3 days. The progress of Kim Ik-soon's unwavering determination last week was only at 15.5%, and now has jumped to 31.7%, which is shocking. Not only that, the progress of Hack Queen's lessons has increased to an unbelievable level that the advisor can't believe. Kim Seo-run credits all his success to luck alone. After today, his mental score is 22.8 points plus 13. A really impressive number made him shout with joy. A few days later, they finally announced the results to Kim Seun. You did it. Your goal was to increase by 70%, but instead you actually managed to raise it by 80%. In other words, it's like an 80% discount coupon. Finally, he can listen to the teachings of the great sage equal to heaven. If it weren't for your strong heart, you'd have fainted countless times over the ages. I'm just curious. What score do I need to pass? Kim Seo-jun turned to ask the advisor. The little advisor said you only need to score above 60 points in each subject. But even if Kim Seun's total score exceeds the passing mark, he will fail immediately if just one subject is below 60 points. In other words, Kim Seun needs to score a total of 630 points or more. He heard it like a thunderbolt. Forget it. Kim Seun's total score is only 52.2, which is even less than half of the required passing score. After getting the discount coupon, he decided to enroll in the Taetian Dai Tan class right away. Seeing that the Lu Tin Trung Fap section looked quite interesting, Kim Seo-run tried clicking to check it out. The system reports an error because to join this class, you need to have the 5-level Heavenly Saint Gavel technique unlocked. One day I will definitely learn the Meteoric Spirit technique. Then, I will start by learning what I can first. Kim Seo-run thought and immediately clicked on the martial arts and basic techniques of Taetian Dai Tan. The 5.4 billion world tuition fee made Kim Seun's hands tremble uncontrollably, but in the end he had no choice but to swallow his tears and register. As he pressed the play button, his phone screen suddenly froze, making Kim Seun feel a slight fear. If something happens to my 5 billion, then Kim Seun's life in this world is over. At this moment, a surge of magic suddenly flashes across the screen from the position of the great sage equal to heaven. Finally, he appears to teach Kim Seun, showing him basic attack and defense techniques, blocking and parrying and demonstrating the movements with mastery. Kim Seun watched in amazement as he gawked. Then the system set a requirement for him to master the ultimate move of the great sage, blocking 100 strikes. Kim Seo-jun sighed, unsure if he could do it. Oh right, he's been learning basic techniques for beginners all along, but from the intermediate level onwards, his classes are considered advanced. That's why the tuition is so expensive. This is a completely different level, and you can feel it yourself, the advisor said. Kim Seo then swung his spear and tried practicing the moves taught by the great sage equal to heaven. Indeed, these are top-tier skills. With just a few spear moves, streams of magic burst out, causing the ground around to crack open. Kim Seo-run stared in shock, unable to believe how powerful this magic was. At a restaurant, the representatives of the top 3 Hunter Academies, Ga and Hunter Moose, are holding a meeting together. Our top 3 Hunter Academies are not doing very well. It is said that even combined, our 3 academies are no match for Dream Academy. Jin-hun asked, "What do you think we should do now?" "Do you mean we should do something about Kim Seun?" Jin Seong asked again. "We must at least crush his fighting spirit." Jin-hun's vague remark made Jin Seong feel like he was sitting on a fire, because if any mistake happened, even the Y hunters could disappear. Hen also thought Jin Seong's words made a lot of sense. The two of them angrily stood up, ready to leave. Suddenly hearing Jin-hun mention the friendly tournament, they paused for a few seconds. Jin-hun smirked and said he would consider sending Lai-hun this time. Kim Seo-jun has turned everything around him into a pile of debris with just a basic swing of his staff, as if divine power is emanating from his strike. Kim Seo-run thought that although this move consumes a lot of energy, it truly lives up to the mid-level journey to the West curriculum. Kim Seun had attended a super advanced beginner strength training class. In other words, that lesson exceeded his limits. So Kim Seun now had no choice but to fight. With this pace, 10 steps are already hard, let alone 1,000. Kim Seo-jun sat exhausted on the ground, panting, thinking, isn't he also planning to attend the Mana class? Because Kim Seun is making remarkable progress in his lessons with Heracus, studying alongside the Mana course will help him achieve his goal. The advisor's suggestion quickly restored Kim Seun's spirits. After tidying up the surrounding area under the advisor's guidance, Kim Seo tried out the energy training class of Swordmaster Lao Dong-tan to see how it went. After listening to his lecture for a while, Kim Seo's head was spinning like water pouring over a duck's back, but he still roughly understood that a body part called the Nai Quan Thong, or also known as the brain. So because the brain is the important part of the upper dan, it's also called the mind area? Kim Seo trembled and wondered. The upper area is the brain, the middle area is the heart, and the lower part is the stomach. In summary, Master Ladong Tan's training session shows that compared to mana cultivation, the amount of energy in the body gradually increases during practice. Accumulating this energy is quite easy, but requires time. If you want safety, you should practice qi cultivation. If I want efficiency and safety, then I should choose to practice qi cultivation. So that's what he meant. Kim Seon ponders. Suddenly the system displays a lecture on the power of aura guided by teacher Svid. Kim Seo-jun feels something strange is going on. I can't do both at the same time, right? According to Master Ladong Tan, the upper dantian is the brain area. So, does that mean the steadfast mind lecture of Lord Shakyamuni Buddha can serve as the upper dan on the star? I asked this steadfast mind advisor if this is something that must be learned in the superhuman course. It can also be said that all superlative students have self-studied the supreme dantian using the unwavering heart of Shakyamuni Buddha. So it means that using all three parts of the dantian, upper, middle, and lower, is not impossible. The speed of Emlin's understanding of the lesson is increasing. I must have it. Kim Seo resolutely looked at the screen and told himself, the other students guided by that advisor have only chosen based on their preferences. Kim Seo-jun then put on his cute, cheesy face, his eyes sparkling as he begged the mentor to ask the instructor if it was possible. He really wanted to learn both, but money was the biggest problem. Well, let the little advisor figure it out. As soon as Kim Seon got home, he saw Seon standing inside with 3 strangers. They are the representatives of Hangterman Academy, Yajae. As soon as they see Kim Seon, they rush over to greet him. Kim Seon has no idea what the top 3 academy representatives are doing here. Turns out they want to invite Kim Seon's academy to join an exchange tournament with their academy. Hearing that there's no prize for this tournament, Kim Seon suddenly loses interest. Well then, I guess I won't bother participating. Despite their desperate pleas, Kim Seon finally shifted the blame to Min Yoon, causing the representatives to look stunned as their plan was thrown off at the last minute. A few minutes earlier, Kim Seon demanding a prize of 6 billion had already left them stunned and shaken. They never expected that he would be so greedy for money, but if Kim Seon doesn't participate in this tournament, all their efforts will be for nothing. This competition was originally organized just to beat that guy. The whole gang arguing back and forth also made Min Yoon on this side get so anxious. Kim Seo-jun also doesn't know what to do. Even he is overwhelmed by this money-related mess. After a long wait, Jin Hun finally spoke up, revealing that everyone had decided after some deliberation to set a prize. But there will also be conditions attached. They want to be the ones to decide the rules and format of the competition, and require everyone from Dream Academy to participate in this tournament. Everyone happily agreed. Even Miss S.N. was fine with the GOAT participating in this match as well. The prize was set at 6 billion, just as Kim Seon initially proposed. The competition is one-on-one, so if you win, you can take all 6 billion. From that moment on, all the members of Dream Academy trained tirelessly in magic every day. Besides the 6 billion prize, there are additional rewards of 4 billion for second place and 2 billion for third place, making the total prize money 12 billion. Kim Seon felt a little embarrassed seeing SN train so hard and sweat and cry for him. If she's doing all this because of me, there's no need to push herself too hard. Kim shivers and says, I've always been helped by you, but never done anything for you. At least I should be able to repay you once. You don't need to worry too much. Sejong quickly responded and pushed Kim Seon out of the way to focus on training again. Kim Seo-jun scratched his head and stepped outside, feeling there were still a few things he needed to prepare for the tournament. Suddenly, advisor sent a message to Kim Seon, asking him to temporarily pause his man training course. This matter is a bit complicated, so the advisor couldn't explain everything over the phone. Kim Seon may not understand much, but he decided to focus on the current courses to improve his progress. A few days later, on the morning of the friendly match, Kim Seon and his team arrived at a location as large as a battlefield. It really is a competition organized by a top 3 academy. There are already many journalists crowding around the entrance. Sejong looked at the schedule and saw that the first round was a qualifying match between students from different schools. Suryeon and Min Yoon, who were arguing loudly, suddenly fell silent when they heard the reporters erupt in excitement at the appearance of a certain figure. The girl surrounded by reporters and journalists is Hae. Amidst the flashing lights and questions thrown at her, a witty reporter accidentally blurted out a question. There are many rumors that she didn't participate in the friendly match because of Kim Seo-run, but I don't know if it's true. Hyun paused for about 2 seconds, then forced a fake smile and asked back, "Who is Kim Seo-jun?" Making the reporters so scared they turned pale and froze stiff. Seeing this chaos, Kim Seo-jun finally realized she was actually the notorious hunter Lee Hyun. Min Yoon blurted out a compliment to Hyun, but Suryeon immediately scolded and kept going. This chaos caused by these two little rascals drew the attention of the reporters. They quickly realized Kim Seun's team was also participating in the competition and immediately swarmed around like ants on bait. Kim Seo-jun could only smile awkwardly and led the group inside. In the waiting room, the organizers announced that personal equipment would be strictly prohibited in this tournament. Each person was given a suitable tool, which was decent in quality but unfamiliar for the whole group to use. Min Yoon and Suryeon kept bickering like cats and dogs, always making noise whenever they were close, forcing Kim Seun to hold back his words. He held the spear given by the organizers, feeling a bit worried about whether he could use it properly or not. The first round was between Kim Seun and some blonde guy who looked disappointed at his frail figure, feeling resentful when he thought about how Dong Sigu, his friend, heard about Kim Seun's participation and immediately dropped out. Who is he that they had to ban personal equipment? That fool Dong Sigu just backed down because he's afraid of this person. He sighed, thinking to himself, with a strong sense of determination rising within him. He vowed to make Kim Seo-jun realize who the real rookie champion is. Sure enough, the new mat hadn't even been laid out yet. After the start signal, Kim Seo suddenly disappeared like the wind, leaving him utterly confused and clueless about what the hell was going on. Then suddenly, Kim Seon appeared right in front of him, trying to ambush, making him so scared he almost peed himself. The overwhelming shock from Kim Seo made him tremble all over, and the surrounding dirt and dust were swept away in a cloud of dust. With his final direct knockout move, faced with his sharp spear, he froze in fear and stood still like a wooden doll, unable to resist any more. Victory tilted in Kim Seun's favor in an instant. He now realizes that the spear in Kim Seun's hand had already cracked into pieces, and somehow he had been too scared to notice it until now. That little punk is no match. I knew it, he can't handle it. Honestly, from the first time I touched this spear, I felt a bit uneasy, but I didn't expect it to crack after just 3 swings. If it keeps going like this, I'll have to replace the spear after every round. And that's a waste, Kim Seun thought as he held the new spear in his hand. Suryeon and Min Yoon were both very impressed with his performance just now. There's even an article about him online now. Kim Seun faces Lee Hyun, who will come out on top. The reply section below the post is also pretty crazy, even appearing in the search suggestions. More importantly, the top 3 alliances will cover all the expenses incurred during the friendly tournament. They just want to attract your attention. Sejong said maybe it's because Kim Seun is truly impressive. Whether insiders or outsiders, everyone always saw Lee Hyun as an insurmountable wall, so people would definitely go crazy as Kim Seun gradually breaks down that wall. In contrast to Kim Seun's group's current cheerfulness, Lee Hyun is feeling very gloomy and discouraged because Kim Seun's name is being mentioned countless times in the media. No matter how much he struggles, isn't he ultimately just extraordinary at the level of a student? She replied to Jin Hun's worries about Kim Seun. Looking out from the glass room, he saw Kim Seun happily chatting, appearing completely relaxed, which made Jin Hun increasingly anxious. The tournament and the search for the champion are still ongoing. As expected, Min Yoon has climbed to a high rank, and although Kim Seun thought Suryeon would struggle, she fought very well. As for Kim Seun himself, he has already replaced 9 spears so far. The cost of one weapon is in the tens of millions of W, so replacing all of them would likely cost over $1 billion. In that case, the expenses for weapons would surpass the prize money itself. This situation is like a belly button bigger than the stomach itself, but we also can't refuse to replace a weapon that's completely broken like this. The organizer was sweating and thinking to himself. Suddenly, Kim Seun suggested using his own weapon, prompting the organizers to hurriedly ask their superiors for the best possible solution. The next match is Suryeon's. She's trembling now with worry. So her opponent this time is Lee Hyun. No wonder the little girl is so nervous. Suryeon must be under a lot of pressure. She hasn't been studying holy magic for long. Kim Seo's face paled as he thought about Suryeon's worries, and he did his best to reassure her. Winning or losing doesn't matter, but the last raid didn't help me much. The feeling of accomplishing something together that everyone recognizes and the sense of success after improving your abilities. The whole process is truly very satisfying. So that's why I can sense the distance more clearly than others. I have to show that I can do something too, that I deserve to walk alongside you guys. Suryeon made up his mind and thought to himself. The starting signal has sounded. Suryeon immediately bids farewell to Kim Seun and steps onto the arena. As Hyun suddenly appears, Suryeon becomes anxious once again. After the signal to start, Suryeon quickly used her magic to retreat like an arrow shot back. Meanwhile, Hyun remained completely still, only glaring contemptuously at Sujeon and challenging him with her eyes. Go ahead, try to unleash everything you have. That way you'll realize how insignificant you are, so give it your all, Hyun arrogantly said. Provoked, Sujeon was furious, grinding his teeth and swinging his arm with all his might, trying to teach Hyun a lesson. Why does everyone keep saying the same boring lines? Hey. Unan remains as calm as if nothing's happening, and sighs before speaking. Suron here braced himself, unleashing spells in fear in all directions, while also launching a lock-on attack straight at Hyun. The surrounding organizers stared in shock. They can't understand why a mage like Suryeon would go into close combat with an opponent like Hyun, charging forward and unleashing swift strikes with endless surges of magic. The more they watched, the more they were amazed because they never expected that even as a student, Suron could perform magic and move with such unpredictable skill. Usually, a mage's role in the team is just to stand behind and cast spells. But does a real battle actually unfold like that? What if the mana becomes chaotic? What happens if a mage is running low on mana? What if a mana explosion occurs and the world runs out of mana? What would happen if no hunters protected the mages? The reality is that the situation could change at any moment. During the peak of the Archmages in the Great Flood era, this was the combat method used by the Saint of Magic. Kim Seun watched and pondered. In the early days of the Great Flood era, the Archmage was known as a disaster. In that sense, other nations called the Archmage a war mage. Hyun waited for Suryeon to dance around for a while before finally drawing his sword and forcing Suryeon to cough up blood. Suryeon painfully tried to fight back, but couldn't even scratch Hyun. Hyun suddenly struck Suryeon without a word, causing the girl to fall flat on the ground in a tumble. Everyone was stunned and pale at this scene. Just as Hyun was about to give Suryeon another slap, Kim Seo trembled, and Min Yoon, unable to watch any longer, hurriedly rushed over. Under the organizer's reminder, Hyun finally pushed Suryeon aside, straightened his back, brushed his hair, and entered backstage. Kim Seo-jun ran over to support Suryeon. At this moment, his whole body was already battered and bruised. Provoked by Hyun, Kim Seo's anger boiled over, and he was about to rush forward to grab his head. Seeing this, Suryeon quickly stopped him, tears welling up as she sobbed, blaming herself for not being strong enough. After the fight with Lei Hoon, the healers arrived to tend to Suryeon's injuries. Fortunately, her injury wasn't serious and Lei Hoon was only lightly warned for that act of violence. Min Yoon, seeking revenge for Sun, also got hit on the head by Hoon. In the face of Seon's agitation, Kim Seon tried to hold her back, telling her to just ignore Hyuni. Then, the friendly match continued, but Kim Seon couldn't remember anything anymore. Both Seon's worried face and the number of times he replaced his spear showed his concern. And finally, the match everyone had been waiting for arrived. The match between Kim Seon and Lei Hyun. Let me ask you, is it really necessary to do this? You're the most talented among professional hunters, so maybe you don't understand what it feels like to be furious when your future is mocked and made into a joke. Both the harsh reality and the despair of trying with all your life, but still unable to move forward. But you know that despair is actually proof of a person's effort. And you trample on that effort. It's not something you can take lightly even if you possess perfect skills. Kim Seo-run said that one guy makes Hun's head hurt, annoyedly asking if he's said enough. I already know. Even if I tell you, you probably won't understand, right? Then try it yourself. I told you to do your best. Kim Seo-run was not happy. Kim Seo-run was tense. His face was swollen, and his eyes were cold as he vowed to make Hun taste that terrible failure. It seems that everyone is praising you a bit, so you think you must be something, huh? Why not be hypocritical when you beat up weaker guys to appear here? Hi-un, Brother Hoang, responds. That's enough of the insults. The official match has begun. Hoon, too fast and dangerous, immediately takes a defensive stance. Ready. Kim Seo, trembling slightly but still indifferent and nonchalant like a ripe avocado, suddenly becomes heated and fiercely draws her sword, charging straight at him. His contempt for this opponent only fueled Hyun's fury, his power increasing to an even higher level, but for Kim Seon, it was just a flick of the wrist. Seeing Hyun resort to using sword light, Kim Seon finally began to move his hand to activate his technique. His overwhelming and fierce power made Hoon slightly hesitant as a deadly mana beam shot towards her, knocking her back like an arrow. For someone as strong as Hoon, this is a heavy insult. Seeing Hyun still able to stand, Kim Seo hesitated before unleashing the legendary move that shook the world, making everyone's hair stand on end. Hyun is a special person, able to reach the top without shedding a single scale like others. In other words, it is an extraordinary ability. A genius always dominates ordinary people, but honestly, when she was praised as the greatest hunter in human history, she didn't feel proud or satisfied at all. That was obvious, but in this one-on-one with Kim Seon, she suddenly felt like she was falling behind him. Facing Kim Seon's swirling power, Hyun was pushed to the brink, bleeding from her mouth. Kim Seon only slightly turned his spear, and she was already dizzy to this extent. His next strike shattered the sky and earth, the swirling power making Hyun collapse. With Kim Seon's final strike of shattering the spear, Hyun was truly out of options to fight back. No way, impossible, it can't be. This is strange and unreasonable. How can it be? There's no way he's stronger than me, he can't be stronger. Is it really possible that someone in this world is more experienced than me? I am the greatest hunter in human history, I can't accept this. Hey! Unclenched her teeth in frustration, then grabbed her sword to stab Kim Seon directly, but unexpectedly he physically pushed her in the face, making her blood boil with rage. Given the current situation, Hyun has weapons and clearly has an advantage over Kim Seon, who is unarmed. Moreover, Hyun still seems unwilling to give up. Kim Seo-jun is now continuously swinging her hand, hitting Tan Hae-unun like punching a punching bag. Maybe she doesn't realize this, but there are really many people out there willing to endure torture to strive for progress. Life is never easy. They don't have innate talent like her, so there's no choice but to train every day. Kim Seo-run opened her mouth to speak. Hyun just kept swinging his sword rapidly, but he barely managed to land any hits. But you know what? Those people don't care about fighting back or winning. No matter how many hits they take each day, what matters to them is how far they have come, not whether they win or lose. So, no matter how many hits they take, they never fall. They move forward step by step slowly. They endure blow after blow and keep rising from one battle to the next. Outsiders see it as calm seas, but beneath the surface, the waves are raging. The only way to win a seemingly impossible battle is to keep fighting fiercely. That is true genius. Kim Seo-run looked directly at Hyun's flushed face and said coldly, "You're so full of yourself. I only used my bare hands to turn you around. What kind of genius are you? They are not people for you to trample on and mock." With divine power, Kim Seo only needed one punch to knock Thun out. When Hae-unun knelt down at Kim Seo-jun's feet, everyone around was stunned. In the first round of the friendly tournament, Kim Seon officially won. With things turning out this way, the three top representatives of the academy are left uneasy. They may not want to admit it, but winning against Kim Seon is impossible. In just 3 moves, he left Hyun stunned. This is not the level of an ordinary student. While everyone was already desperate and couldn't think of any way to challenge Kim Seon further, Jin Hyun suddenly came up with an idea that could be exploited. I was defeated by Kim Seon, but I wasn't beaten by the Dream Academy, right? He grinned maliciously and said, after that historic match, Kim Seon was chased by countless reporters like a top idol, making him panic and run away. Sejong, seeing Kim Seon return to his room, immediately hurried to inform that all of Korea is in chaos because of him. Comments and articles on social media are spreading rapidly like a storm. Everyone praises him highly, but there are also mocking comments alongside. Sejong, though the granddaughter of the legendary swordsman, only reached level B and thought she was just fooling Kim Sejun, which made him furious when he read it. Glancing at Seon, Kim Seon felt a bit sad seeing her. Though she was sad, she still forced a smile on her lips. Besides that, we should think about how to approach the second match. The list of team members for the upcoming dungeon raid team is already prepared, Seon said. Kim Seon, panicking, held her head as she realized that both Suryeon and Min Yoon were now in the hospital. "Who will fight alongside you?" Shuron said he would ask the organizers, and then cheerfully said goodbye. She leaves the room, her exhausted body finally overwhelmed, causing Kim Seo to tremble. He leans back on the chair, blaming himself for using divine power at the last moment when he should have just knocked Hoon out directly. "I only used it because I was emotional at the time. Now I realize it was completely unnecessary." Kim Seon, panting with regret, was nearly struck dead by a heart attack when suddenly the advisor appeared out of nowhere, like a ghost. The advisor said he had asked many teachers, and even the principal, and they all said it was not allowed. He shook his head. Kim Seo-run could only sigh in disappointment. These superhuman pretenders really don't think like him at all. "You have to let them finish talking first. The principal said it would be fine if it were Kim Seo-jun." Advisor Gu suddenly slammed the brakes, making Kim Seo's mood fluctuate like a roller coaster. The principal only said it was possible. She wasn't sure herself. Because from the beginning she said that using both the middle and lower dantian at the same time is impossible. First of all, every creature can absorb and use a certain amount of mana. Mana is the resource of the essence of life, so it cannot exceed the limit of the living entity's core. The resource limit that a living being can endure is bound by its karma, which could be either the middle or lower dantian, Just one of these is enough. A being can surpass the limit, but the available fruit might wither or vanish into nothingness. However, even if Kim Se-eun uses both the middle and lower dantian, his core might not wither or disappear. That is because your karma has not yet been measured. No matter what happened to Kim Se-eun before, his karma has never been measured. Do you remember what happened last time? There was a period when I had no one, so I reported it to the principal. Anyway, since the karma hasn't been measured, you don't have any definite limit. So considering whether to retain the effects of both types of dantian still leaves the possibility that your true self won't dissipate. That was the principal herself speaking. She also said there are some things to watch out for when using both dantian at the same time. First, you must open both at the same time. Second, you have to endure the enormous burden of karma. That kid advisor is really pouring out advice for Kim Se-eun. If he opens both types of dantian, the amount of mana needed to fill them will also have to increase. But that number isn't just double. It increases exponentially, which is deadly. Simple cultivation can't compensate, so the elixir is essential to boost mana. In other words, Kim Se-eun needs to spend a fortune on this. You're truly broke, and in a tight spot. Seeing Kim Se-eun crying in despair, the advisor suggested he consider this because the principal wouldn't take the words possibility lightly. A superhuman can use all three dantian. If this case succeeds, many unimaginable things will happen. She said she is really looking forward to you. The advisor chuckled mischievously and, seeing Kim Se-eun's curiosity about the principal's identity, recalled for a moment and then revealed that the two women are actually second-rank superhumans. For the first time, Kim Se-eun heard the term second-class superfaker and was quite surprised. Just as a little Kovan was about to tell Kim Se-eun about the history of the Ultimate Academy, Seon suddenly opened the door and entered, startling him into a quick retreat. Jin-hun also appears and says that everyone has agreed to hold the second round, so we will change the rules a bit for the second round. What do you think about attacking the dungeon with a team consisting of one student and one trainer instead of just students? Jin H muttered with a smirk. If that's the case, Seon and Kim Se-eun might end up on the same team, but SN is only a B-class hunter. Other team coaches are at least rank A. People have already said enough about Seon. If this gap in strength is revealed as soon as Kim says and hesitates, Seon will immediately demand Jin Hyeon to be promoted to a higher bonus level, making Kim Se-eun freeze in place. Don't worry about me. As a director, I haven't been able to help you even once. Let me help this once. Their words mean nothing to me. Seo-hun smiled and spoke to Kim Se-eun, then pondered for a moment before making a proposal to Jin-hun. I request that the representatives of the three leading academies also step forward for fairness. If you give us the 6 billion gold prize, no matter what rules you set, we will accept. Then don't even dream about it. Seeing Kim Se-eun so straightforward, Jin-hun, though pale, had no choice but to agree. The rules for the last two rounds are like this. Representatives and student representatives from Hangtaerim Dream Academy, Gaon and I will form teams and attack the dungeons. The dungeons will be divided into Dungeon 1, Dungeon 2, and Dungeon 3. Students will enter Dungeon 1, representatives will enter Dungeon 2, and they will fight solo there. If the mana stones obtained from each dungeon are placed on the pedestal, the boss in Dungeon 3 will be summoned, and everything will end when the students and representatives together defeat that boss. The team with the shortest combined time to clear Dungeons 1 and 2 and to defeat the boss in Dungeon 3 will win. After receiving 6 billion, Kim Se-eun immediately used it to buy courses. At the second round of the Dream Team's training ground, Seon had been standing there all along, waiting for Kim Se-eun to come out. Seon is feeling quite tense right now, sweat pouring down like rain. The fact that S isn't as strong as the representatives doesn't change anything. But the second round's time isn't separate. It's cumulative. I have to shorten my own time as much as possible to win this second round. I've already activated the upper dantian, but I don't know if I can catch up with those former S-rank hunters. Lost in thought, the announcement to enter the building sounded. Kim Se-eun waved goodbye to Seo-zon and then confidently stepped inside. As soon as he set one foot inside, a bunch of monsters that had been waiting for Kim Se-eun all afternoon were already there. With this many gathered, it would be perfect for Kim Se-eun to handle them all at once. At first, Kim Se-eun only intended to swing his staff gently, but unexpectedly he slipped, causing a powerful strike that went beyond control. After a chaotic scramble of monsters, Kim Se-eun easily retrieved the mana stone and quickly escaped. While waiting for Seon to return, Kim Se-eun hurriedly placed the stone on the pillar to record the time. Unexpectedly, before he could set it, the notification appeared showing Hangtaerim Academy's results, shocking him to his core. The time difference between Dungeon 1 and Dungeon 2 is quite large, which makes sense since Dungeon 1 belongs to students, and Dungeon 2 is for representatives. But on our side, it's the opposite. If we place the stone now, we can definitely win. But if she loses to a student, she will be heavily criticized. But if I wait for her, I will completely lose the chance to win. Moreover, with the 8-star difficulty of the Red Prison 2, how could Miss Sion possibly fail? Kim Seo-jun hesitated, blaming himself for being too greedy and unable to judge the situation properly. Looking at the score table and recalling Sujon's words from before, Kim Seun clenched the mana stone in her hand, trembling uncontrollably, while Sun was struggling against the lizard monster spewing flames all around. I have to do this. Kim Seun is probably waiting for me outside. Even if I can't be faster than him, I have to clear this dungeon. See, despite the relentless attack full of smoke and fire from the monster, keeps pushing forward without stopping. Actually, her skills are not that outstanding. As the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, one of the heroes of the Great Flood, she was personally trained by him, yet she only bears an ordinary reputation. John respects him deeply, but at the same time also hates him for constantly being compared and criticized. She also hates herself very much. At this critical moment, remembering Kim Seun's smile and words of encouragement gives her renewed strength. 1 dot means crashing the car, 2 dots mean knocking out those ugly monsters. When I first met Kim Seon, I thought we would just exploit each other. I thought I could use this student to boost the reputation of the academy. But the professional hunter exam is coming up soon, so this tournament will probably end our relationship. This brief connection is about to come to an end. Even if it's not much, I want to help Kim Seon a little, as long as I don't get in his way. Sejong clenched the mana stone in his hand, swallowed his tears, and painfully stepped outside. The thing she didn't expect the most was that Kim Seon was also standing in front of the dungeon entrance, looking like he had just come out, which made her feel incredibly bitter. Why did you do that? Sejong asked tearfully in response to Kim Seon's deliberate act. Seon, I do need money, but not that much. I can earn money any time, but a broken heart can never be healed, Kim Seo-jun said with a smile as he placed both stones on the pedestal. The monkey system calculates the total time, and then announces that to win, you must find the boss within 48 seconds. Sejong, I really want to tell you this. If I were alone, I couldn't have come this far. So this time, I'm counting on you. Even in the future, you are the only person I can trust. If I faint, remember to take care of me, okay? Kim Seon's every word moved Seon to tears. Hai hung chao me. After just advising Seon, Kim Seon immediately swung his spear forward. There are about 30 seconds left. Just 30 seconds to find and defeat the basilisk. Instead, I will surprise everyone by using a powerful force to attack the dungeon, making it unable to hold out and causing it to collapse. Kim Seo-jun, a true man of his word, acted quickly and dangerously, wielding his aura sword combined with divine power to tear through this place. Feeling it's not enough, he quickly drinks the medicinal energy he just bought. Less than a second later, a surge of magical power crashes over him, leaving Seon utterly stunned. Kim Seon's entire body is covered by a massive energy field, with his lower and middle dantian merging together. Remembering the teacher's instructions, Kim Seon clenched his spear from the inside out and decisively swung it up. The entire space seemed to ripple and shatter with each of his movements. Finally, a single, decisive, piercing strike that hits perfectly every time. Each move is absolutely top-notch. A deafening explosion of fire and smoke erupts, illuminating the scene so brightly that everything around becomes indistinct, as students and teachers stare in stunned silence at Kim Seon's incredible display. The Dream Academy's attack lasted only 41 seconds, which was impossible until now. Kim Seon woke up suddenly, realizing he was back in the hospital bed. He quickly calmed down, realizing that Kim Se-jun had won. Seeing Kim Seon still unscathed and unaffected, Seon finally awkwardly thanked him. As they gazed into each other's eyes with affection, the romantic atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a group of nosy reporters rushing into his room. We only lost to Kim Seon personally, not the entire Dream Academy. What do you think about that statement? A guy rushes over and directly shoves a microphone into Kim Seon's face to ask. After a moment of silence, Kim Se-jun finally spoke. I am just a student of Dream Academy. And what could I have done? I was just following the principal's instructions. Seon was taken aback and froze when Kim Se-jun shifted his attention to her. The reporters quickly turned their questions to John, bombarding him non-stop, leaving her extremely confused. Information about Kim Seon has been widely reported in the newspapers and media outlets. With the participation of the Dream Academy, including Kim Seon, this friendly match has attracted nationwide attention. Not only did he defeat Lai Hoon, a legendary genius in professional hunting history, but he also blew up the dungeon. The story is truly unbelievable. If you call it a battle of gods, it's not exaggerated, but even Kim Seo-jun is really top tier. Yet the story still hasn't been proven true, right? Now let's put an end to the debate together. The secret lies with the principal of the Dream Academy. The YouTuber, after mentioning Kim Se-zoon, shifted focus to Season and kept praising her, saying that Kim Se-zoon can only accomplish everything thanks to the dual swords he wields with him. Kim Se-yoon, after watching the clip, was so happy his eyes nearly twinkled, saying John is the light of his life. On the way back to the academy to absorb the remaining divine medicine, Kim Seo-jun accidentally saw Lee Hyun deliberately waiting for him there. Kim Seo-jun didn't want to talk to her at all and immediately walked past coldly. Hyun was stunned, speechless, after being hit with a whole avocado. After a while of whining and pleading, Kim Seo-jun finally stopped to listen to Hyun. "There's a rumor that you are a disciple of the Sword Saint." Hyun stammered and spoke. "If I really am the disciple of the Sword Saint, then I should use a sword, so why am I using a spear? You couldn't think of that? It's over, right? Well, I'm leaving now." Kim Seo, trembling cold as ice, quickly turns around to leave without hesitation. Hyun from behind still didn't give up, trying to call out and ask Kim Seo what he usually learns at Dream Academy, what he likes to eat, or if he has any training methods. Annoyed, she turned away, and Kim Seo-zon quickly flew up into the sky without wanting to answer. Unexpectedly, Hyun managed to catch up and stay right behind, making Kim Seo furious, swearing at a guy like pouring water. "Oh my god, you really know how to make people angry. What else are you curious about? You want to justify why you lost to me, right? Are you planning to pull out the Saint Sword as an excuse?" "No, I'm just curious." Hyun nervously waved his hands. "What's going on?" She used to seem colder and more arrogant. Kim Sin scratched his head, confused. Hearing Hyun say she needed to find Seon, Kim Seon immediately became alert, warned Hyun not to follow, and then walked straight ahead. Looking back after the friendly match, Kim Seon also didn't know where Seon had gone. Yet he was in such a rush. Seon is now kneeling at her grandfather's house, the Sword Saint, asking to wield the sword again, which surprises the Sword Saint. This isn't the first time she is asked to hold the sword herself. Seon gave 2 reasons: that she wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kim Seon. "Do you mean she's willing to give up her dream to follow that kid and become a professional hunter?" The Sword Saint asks. "Not true. I haven't given up on my dream. I want to take a different path. I want to hold a sword again." Seon confidently said, recalling Kim Se-zon's words earlier that dreams are verbs and professions are nouns. Currently, Kim Seon has not a single penny left. The cost of buying the Spirit Vitality Elixir was 2 billion. At that time, Kim Seon thought the highest cost would double, but it turned out not to be double, but triple. It really blew his mind. While sitting and worrying about money, suddenly the Dark Saint appeared out of nowhere like a ghost, making Kim Seon's hair stand on end. "Every time I meet you, I can't help but be surprised. Even the Justice Church, which doesn't even notice my presence. How is it that you always see me? I guess it's because I've grown older and my strength isn't what it used to be. Is something wrong? How is the investigation of the Holy Justice Church going?" Kim Seo-jun wondered and asked. This is also what the Dark Saint wanted to tell Kim Seon today. Before we get into it, he asked Kim Seon about Min Yoon's condition. Kim Seon said Min Yoon wasn't seriously injured and has been discharged from the hospital. Tish, that fool said he would only use one weapon. Here, give this to him. I've noted down a few things so that next time he won't be easily defeated so badly again. I will give you the 3 billion I promised later, Hak-tan said. Hearing the amount of 3 billion, Kim Seo's body trembled and a flash of light suddenly appeared in his mind. He revealed that besides Dong Jimin, the disciples of the Holy Mage were also at this Dream Academy, which slightly surprised Black Holy. Kim Seo-jun keeps mentioning the 10 billion from the Saint for taking care of his disciple, subtly and gently hinting to Hak-tan that 3 billion might not be enough, when suddenly the Sword Saint appears in front of the academy. The 3 of them looked at each other with deep affection, while Kim Seo-jun was suffocating under the pressure of the 2 hot-tempered old men. Kim Seo was sweating all over when he saw the 2 men start to lose their temper, ready to fight right there. Unable to continue, Kim Seo trembled and could only unleash his energy, causing the 2 to finally stop. How could he become so strong in such a short time? They must be blind to think so. Kim Seo was so angry he wanted to explode, cursing the 2 old men non-stop for fighting like children all day. Hak-tan just remembered he needed to talk to him now. It seems the Church of Justice is plotting something related to the great beast Bo-suk. Although it's not certain yet, the apostles have already started to act. Hak-tan just finished speaking, causing Kim Seo to tremble and the Holy Sword to startle in surprise when hearing this news. Do you think the speculation based on the actions of the Bo family, the Great Beast clan, is too much? The Sword Saint asked. Didn't I just say that nothing is certain yet? Anyway, from now on I will investigate thoroughly, so Kim Seon, can you help me? Hak-tan asked Kim Seon. He can't do this alone. Based on what Hak-tan has discovered so far, those bastards have been repeatedly conducting dangerous experiments targeting specific dungeons. Aren't you about to take the professional hunter selection exam? After it's over, you can enter any dungeon you want. The Dark Saint told Kim Seun with an expression still blank and puzzled. The Sword Saint wanted to know why the Dark Saint wanted to ask Kim Seo-jun, but the Dark Saint refused to answer. Seeing the two old men ready to fight and rush at each other, Kim Seo-jun could only sweat and try to stop them. Aside from that, why are you here? Sir Sword Saint, you're probably looking for Seon, right? She said she had something to do and left first. I also don't know where she went anymore, Kim Seo-jun said. The Sword Saint kept his eyes on Kim Seun, feeling puzzled inside. What could be so amazing that Seo-jun would idolize him so much? Suddenly, a noise rang out, causing all three to instantly bristle and tense up. A figure rushed wildly toward Kim Seun from afar. Upon closer inspection, Kim Seun was startled to realize it was none other than Lee Hyun, not a stranger. Lee Hyun was just taking a walk when she unknowingly arrived at Dream Academy. Sensing a strong surge of energy coming from there, she decided to take a look. She didn't expect that the fierce face like a rice sack of the Sword Saint would scare her to tears. Hak Than and Kim Seo didn't care much about her sudden appearance here, and were just busy discussing the dungeon infiltration they mentioned earlier. Seeing Kim Seun extorting money from the Dark Holy One, I was shocked out of my mind. After living for over 10 years, this was the first time I witnessed such a thing firsthand. Kim Seun agrees to the deal for 13 billion, after adding 3 billion for Min Yoon's care. Let me ask again, do you really need money more than my magic? If you want, I can personally teach you instead of just showing you the magic. Hak Than co-salvaged a bit of his last remaining dignity. Seeing Kim Seo keep refusing over and over again, Hyun became even more determined. This was the first time she saw someone refuse to become a disciple of a hero like him. The Sword Saint teased Hak Than about how he eats so miserly that Kim Seo only begs for money instead of other things. And Hak Than shot back, sparking their prideful quarrel that made Kim Seo exhausted from trying to keep up. Hyun stared intently, sweating profusely, feeling that he might have messed with the wrong person. After Hak Than left, Kim Than became curious about the relationship between Kim Seun and Hak Than. Honestly, it's not really a relationship, but if I had to call it something, it would be a casual business connection. Probably. Kim Seun replied, forget about that, now it's your turn to deal with Hyun. Seeing Hyun nervously deny following Kim Seun, he, already furious, pulled out the holy sword to threaten her, making her so scared she almost peed her pants. I also want to enroll at Dream Academy. Hey, Unun shouted loudly, startling Kim Seun. You want to enroll in the Dream Academy? You? Why? How much longer until the professional hunter selection exam? What's the point of doing this? The two of you are spies from Hangdermin Academy. Kim Seo-run looked at Hyun with a wary gaze, making her extremely confused and scared. Despite Hyun's attempts to explain her genuine desire to study, Kim Seo couldn't believe it. The Sword Saint, overwhelmed by the chaos, left, leaving Hyun alone with Kim Seun, and she was utterly hopeless about being alone with him. Hearing Kim Seun say that Director Seon had gone out, Hyun was delighted and planned to use this as an excuse to leave, but unexpectedly, Kim Seo-run threw something heavy at her that she couldn't lift even with all her mana unleashed. After returning, the Sword Saint was at a loss for words upon seeing Seo-jan still kneeling there. Seeing Seon so stubborn, he drew his sword and stepped forward, his aura surging out endlessly. Speed swordsmanship is a technique that requires speed. It is used to defeat opponents with quick, light strikes. Sharp swordsmanship is mainly used for stabbing. It will be a weakness against opponents aiming for close combat, but the stabbing attack is usually performed together with speed swordsmanship. That is also the most mysterious sword technique. The Royal Sword is a technique that reveals opponents' mistakes through unpredictable sword moves. That is why speed is very important, but the core is unchanging attack. It is a sword technique that causes fatal wounds to the opponent by suddenly concentrating all strength into one strike. Dungeon is a slow technique, but just because it's slow doesn't mean you can't use it. The Sword Saint is both wielding his sword and explaining the basic moves of the Godslayer sword to Sun. I will give you a deadline. Master all the sword techniques I have taught you within that time. The deadline is before the professional hunter selection exam ends. If you can't do it within that time, I will never allow you to hold a sword again. If you think you can't do it, then give up right now, the Sword Saint coldly demands. Seon immediately agreed without hesitation, speaking with unwavering confidence that she would definitely succeed. Hyun is witnessing Kim Seun's superpower for the first time, which truly broadens her horizons, and she also feels like crying because he keeps refusing to let her put down that heavy thing. As long as the director hasn't arrived yet, Hyun can only cry and think to herself. After absorbing the energy, Kim Seo shivers and turns his back, realizing he had completely forgotten Hyun struggling behind him all this time. Fuck her venting, Kim Seun just turned to walk straight ahead. Suddenly he slammed on the brakes when he realized Hyun had been holding this the whole time and still had enough strength to push it back to Kim Seun. Hyun finally let out a sigh, stretching her arms and legs, panting heavily. But when she grabbed it again, she was still crushed by its weight. That's strange. Why didn't the seal activate? It did when Dungdui Min held it. Isn't it that no one else can touch it or something? Now I remember, wasn't it Sion who helped me pick up the kaibasit when it was pressing on me? The same thing happened when I fainted in the dungeon after using the god's power to fight the giant. I couldn't retrieve my weapon on my own, so Chu Manchun and the Holy Sage took it out for me. Or maybe the seal only activates when someone tries to steal or use my equipment. Kim Seun thought as she asked Hoon to try putting it into her bag. As she shoved it in, the aura inside burst out, shooting out sharply as Kim Seun had predicted. Min Yoon and Suran have now returned together. Seeing Hyun here, they both look stunned. Min Yoon immediately strongly objects when he hears Hyun wants to enter Dream Academy. All right, Min Yoon, your master told to give you this, and he also said not to always get beaten up by petty nobodies. Kim Seo-jun happily hands over the item to Min Yoon, not paying any attention to Hun trying to grab it from behind. The reason I followed that guy was to learn how to gain that kind of power. This is a chance for me to see how he trains every day. I will definitely take advantage of it to understand everything. Hyun calmly thinks, my back has been hurting all this time. Finally, Kim Sun also asked her to hand it over so he could complete Heck Queen's daily mission. Hae Unan happily planned to sneak away but unexpectedly was stopped by Kim Sun, who asked her to train with Sion. Hyun didn't want to do it at all, but because he wanted to get into this place, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. Sharon was extremely happy to be training with Hyun. Overly excited, the girl unleashed a super-powerful space-trapping fire attack that left Hyun mentally shaken. The boring meeting among staff at the Seun branch of the Professional Hunters Association had been going on for a very long time. It's all because of something that has never happened in the history of professional hunters, caused by Kim Sun. South Korea is currently in chaos over the upcoming Professional Hunter exam. The cause of this chaos is Kim Seun. All across Korea, people are arguing about Kim Seun and the Professional Hunter exam. The chairman appeared, dispelling the gloomy, tired atmosphere, and the staff quickly became lively again. They wanted to know how this year's exam would be organized and whether Kim Seun would be exempt. To ensure fairness, the chairman announced that this year's exam will use an absolute grading method rather than a relative one, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Secondly, the difficulty level will also be significantly increased. He said the difficulty of the exam would increase significantly. How much is significantly increased? Huang Dongshu from Hangter asked, we want to be sure that no one, including Kim Sun, can achieve a perfect score. The chairman replied, everyone below immediately protested in unison against this overly difficult absolute evaluation method. If no candidate achieves a perfect score this year, there will be no professional hunters at all. The chairman said coldly, under the old scoring system, the top person always scored 100 points. But under the absolute method, being first doesn't mean achieving the maximum score. That's why the rules were changed too. But that's impossible because the major guilds have meddled. You need at least an A rank to form a guild. That's why the big guilds don't want Kim Sun to get the A-class hunter certification to lure him into their guilds, but they don't know that Kim Sun is a dragon that can't be tamed. They probably think they can sit firmly on the throne forever. The moment Kim Seo-run enters the professional hunter world, the whole world will enter a new era, the chairman thought to himself. He also mentioned that those who can become A-rank hunters this year will be prioritized for dungeon raids next year. This year's exam will also be broadcast publicly for everyone to see. When Joe returned home and saw the house in ruins, he was a bit shocked. Sitting next to Kim Seun and chatting, Sion said he wouldn't be able to attend the academy regularly until the professional hunter exam was over. Kim Seun didn't want this at all. He hesitantly asked if he could come here after becoming a professional hunter. Because your house is so cramped, basically no space to train. Actually, I also have something I need to talk to you about. What do you think if I turn the academy into a guild? What about Johan? Kim Season was quite surprised. Weren't you saying that clearing dungeons was your dream job? However, I have one condition. Become the leader of this guild, Sion said again. Kim Seun was shocked, as if a gun had gone off next to his ear, unable to believe it was real. The reason Sejong made this proposal was because Kim Seon was highly likely to receive an A-rank hunter certificate after this test. So choosing you is the best option. Kim Seo-jun has been stiff as glue all this time, not understanding a thing. Min Yun happily agreed with both hands and feet. Actually, he was planning to suggest that very thing. I didn't expect Seon to get ahead of us. Sharon also strongly agreed, leaving Kim Sun speechless. So you have to pass that test too. I will do my best as well. Sejong gently looked at Kim Seon and said, the brief relationship between them is gradually coming to an end. However, ending one relationship often leads to new connections and new stories. The end is not the conclusion of everything. It simply marks the start of a new beginning and a new life. Time keeps passing, and the final professional hunter exam is approaching. Unfortunately, Seon couldn't go with Kim Se-yoon to the competition because he had unfinished business. Kim Se-yoon really wanted to ask what it was, but he couldn't. First, he needs to focus on the exam. This time, besides Min-yoon and Suryeon, Hoon is also coming along with Kim Se-zoon. Hun, although not approved by Season to attend the academy, still followed Kim Season in his shoes, which made him quite annoyed. Min-yoon and Suryeon had to step in and defend Hun before Kim Season finally calmed down. The crowd around him started to whisper quietly about Kim Se-zoon's appearance. And seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Kim Se-zoon immediately dashed away like lightning, leaving Min-yoon and Suryeon speechless at how fast and dangerous he was. In the VIP room of the monitoring center, the supervisors were drinking tea and chatting about Kim Se-yoon. Except for Juju Jin, who was hanging out with the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, the others didn't believe Kim Se-yoon would really become an A-class hunter. If he did pass, Jin Korea would do everything to steal him away. The people around were sweating nervously, secretly thinking that Kim Se-yoon probably wouldn't pass the exam, especially the written test, which was extremely difficult and designed to be unsolvable by the students. Who would have thought Kim Se-yoon would top the list with a perfect score? That's truly impressive. The gang leaders all froze like wooden dolls, speechless. The Professional Hunter Selection Exam includes written tests, basic endurance, mana proficiency, dungeon assault, and combat skills, with a total of 6 exams held over 3 days. Today is the first day of the Professional Hunter Selection Exam that the candidates have been looking forward to for a long time, and it also marks the day of the essay and basic endurance test. The essay test is not too difficult, but only Kim Se-yoon scored 100 points. Minun did terribly, barely managing to get 50 points. Kim Se-yoon's secret to scoring high is to do all the easy questions and not skip the difficult ones. He's so amazing that as soon as he reads the question, the answer pops into his head. How come the boss lady only scored 32 points, making the atmosphere fall into silence? The greatest talent to ever appear in the history of professional hunters. It seems her abilities in other areas have yet to fully blossom. Didn't you say there would never be a case where he scores a perfect score? But Kim Se-yoon achieved a perfect score in both the essay and endurance test. So how do you plan to explain this? Is that it? Jean is angrily shouting and cursing in the room. Aside from the basic endurance test, the difficulty level has been adjusted based on the standards set by the 4 leaders of the 4 great guilds present here. And Kim Se-yoon achieved a perfect score, meaning his basic stamina is on par with everyone here. I heard that the Dream Academy will become a guild after the Professional Hunter Selection Exam ends. The guild leader is likely to be Kim Se-oh-run. The director of the academy is the granddaughter of the Sword Saint, and she will probably join that guild too. No matter how stupid you are, you should understand what that means, right? A guild supported by the Sword Saint and with a book will be attacking the dungeon first within the next 5 years, thanks to the tricks of the new association president. What I mean is that the guild about to be formed will shake the position we've built through so much effort. John angrily slammed her fist on the table. The red-haired girl in the guild quickly defended herself. Kim Se-oh definitely won't be able to get a perfect score on the second day because she has switched to harder questions. Unless she wakes up after a night and suddenly becomes stronger, there's no way she will achieve a perfect score anymore. She confidently claimed so. But unlucky, little one, in both the 3rd and 4th exams, Kim Se-yoon scored a perfect 100, leaving the guild in deep thought. Now only the final 2 tests remain, testing combat skills against monsters and other contestants. If we fail tomorrow, Kim Se-yoon will become an A-ranked hunter. Hanan can't even imagine it. Jin suddenly spun around 180 degrees and ordered everyone in the guild to revise all their plans for Kao without further discussion. As for the combat test, the A-rank judge from the Sabi Guild was replaced by another judge by Jin Cheo. That night, the swordsman's bodyguard came to inform Kim Se-oh that the 5 major guild leaders would interfere in this competition. Despite the swordsman's desire for things to unfold naturally, he was determined to find Kim Se-yoon at all costs. He was worried that if Kim Se-yoon encountered something bad, Seon would also be in danger. As he just arrived at the door, the mana emanating from Kim Se-yoon's body spread everywhere, surprising him quite a bit. Kim Se-yoon was very worried when the bodyguard arrived, rushing over anxiously to find out if Seon was in trouble. What was that aura just now? It's on a completely different level than before. Did he reach this skill in just a few months? Did the Sword Saint already know about this from the beginning? He turned pale and then told Kim Se-yoon about it. The next day was the 3rd and final day of the Professional Hunter Selection Exam, and Kim Se-yoon once again scored 100 points on the 5th test, to everyone's joy. Contrary to everyone's cheerfulness, Kim Se-yoon lowered his head silently. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside. panting to announce that the judges for the upcoming duel would be the 4 leaders of the 4 great guilds. The sword suddenly struck like a thunderbolt. Everyone broke out in cold sweat and froze. Kim Seo trembled as he finally looked up, his eyes hiding something mysterious. In this final match, even Hun only scored 64 points. His opponent is Hanan, the wielder of the ultimate sword of truth. The contestants' skills are very good this time. I don't like to crush talent, but this is also the path of those seeking the ultimate truth. Manon then thought about the upcoming match between him and Kim Seo-eun. The news spread everywhere. Everyone was buzzing and talking about how impossible it was in the history of professional hunter auditions for Kim Seo-eun to defeat the judge. From old to young, online to offline, everyone was holding their breath waiting for this legendary match. Your performance in the competition was truly impressive. Honestly, I was impressed. But that's as far as you go. In this field, you'll never get a perfect score. Manga spoke. But actually, Kim Seo-eun already knew about this since yesterday because his bodyguard had told him. Even if she reaches the end of the hunter competition, if Seo-eun still isn't proficient in swordsmanship, she will give up her dream of becoming a hunter. This match for Kim Seo-eun's score is entirely based on the judges' evaluation. No matter how good I am at fighting, if they say my performance deserves 99 points but not enough for 100, there's nothing I can do. They've been on top for so long that their ambition to maintain their position is even greater. The bodyguard said the only solution is for Kim Seo-eun to meet the Sword Saint and ask for help. If he makes the same demand as before, even the Sword Saint will have no choice but to agree. Kim Seo-eun wants to ask the bodyguard to tell SN about his current situation. He hopes to encourage her this way, to let her know that if he can accomplish the impossible, she can too. Kim Seo-eun also said he wouldn't go to see the Sword Saint. At this moment, Seo-eun is still struggling to train his sword despite days of sleepless practice. Today is the deadline and the final day of the hunter selection competition. Although it pains him to see Seo-eun covered in wounds, the bodyguard still respects her decision and refuses to interfere. "Miss, I think I understand why you long to hold a sword again," he thought to himself. Standing before Mancha, Kim Seo-eun was determined to score a perfect mark to return to SN. The only case the judges couldn't evaluate was when they lost to the contestant. "I believe you won't die, but you might be bedridden for a month," Kim Seo-eun said confidently. Manon, hearing these arrogant words from him, was so angry he almost vomited blood. Seeing Kim Seo-eun take his position, he gritted his teeth and drew his sword, intending to make Kim Seo-eun regret it. Both of their forces quickly clashed. Suddenly, Manchon turned pale as he saw Kim Seo-eun about to draw his massive Longinus spear to attack him. Kim Seo-eun remembered that 9 years ago his uncle Manchon shared the same name as the leader of the Sorabi Guild. It turned out that his father had saved Sanhan Manchon's father, so he named him after his son as a way to show gratitude. "You also know about the Great Disaster, right? I heard that at that time the area around your hiding hole was filled with monsters. At that time, the government and military decided to abandon the underground shelter due to lack of manpower. Those inside were left only to wait for death. In a situation where even the 5 heroes couldn't stop the monsters, the moment everyone thought it was over, the only one still daring to stand up against the monsters was the founder of the Absolute Sword and the father of the hunter Mancha, the Hunter. Mancha, with his ultimate skill and strength, single-handedly cut through the monster legion and saved 50,000 people, all alive, before succumbing to exhaustion. Kim Seo-eun was very interested after hearing this story and said he was saving money to apply to the academy. Manchon happily patted his shoulder proudly, encouraging him to keep up his hard work. At that time, the 10-star dungeon collapse incident in the city center was efficiently handled by Han Manchon from the Paris Guild. The most important thing in the absolute sword technique is not external force. Those seeking absolute truth must have an unyielding will. That is the foundation of the ultimate sword. Hearing Han Manchon's words on TV, Kim Seo-eun couldn't help but admire and dream of one day becoming as cool as him. Back in the present, at this very moment, Kim Seo-eun kicked Han Manchon out with a single strike, blood pouring like a stream. He quickly seized the opportunity, repeatedly stabbing Manchon with lightning mana, causing him to collapse completely, the ground cracking into a deep fissure. Manchon bends over and vomits a bucket of blood, surrounded by mocking laughter as Kim Seo-eun has defeated him utterly. "Huh, I used to think this fight was ridiculous, but now I have to admit it," Mancha-run said. If Kim Seo-eun had delivered the finishing blow earlier, he would have definitely died. Even though he lost, Manchon still wants to continue the fight. Judges are obliged to continue the test unless the contestant is unable to fight. If someone gives up when facing failure, then they are not truly seeking the ultimate truth. If you want to walk the path of seeking the ultimate truth along with your ego, then ask yourself these questions. Have you truly tried your best? Have you fought until your last breath? Have you disregarded everything to destroy your enemy? Knowing that Kim Seo-jun does not want to fight me, Manchon now unleashes all his strength, with his magic tools radiating outward, quickly turning the surrounding scene into a pile of debris. I will never lose my truth. The only time I can lose my principles is when I die. Manchon shouted loudly and unleashed his ultimate sword straight ahead towards Kim Seun. Didn't you surrender to the Black Dragon? Is that why you're now using a butcher's cleaver to attack me? Is it because you don't want to let go of what you're desperately holding on to for personal gain? Is that the ultimate truth that your father, Hunter Han-wai, mentioned? Kim Seun sidestepped forcefully and shouted directly in Han Manchon's face, leaving him stunned. The ultimate truth of the absolute sword is rooted in unyielding will. There was a time when Kim Seun admired Han Manchon's indomitable spirit. Doesn't he feel ashamed to face Han Wan? I want to, but I won't strike. As I said earlier, you'll be bedridden for the next 2 months. Kim Seo trembles with arrogance and thinks to himself. Provoked, Manchon, furious and overwhelmed with rage, unleashes his magic power straight at him. What the hell is this? How is he so strong? What did he use to fight us? Your punch? He ran forward in fear, trying to escape. But it wasn't that easy. Kim Seun swiftly clung on with a decisive punch combining strength, as Mang Cheon was like a punching bag being struck repeatedly by Kim Seun. 1 punch makes you faint, 2 punches make you intoxicated, and 3 punches make you disappear. Under the blinding light of Kim Seun's force, Mang Cheon's body twitched, blood pouring out. His eyes rolled back as he realized this was no longer just a fight. He knew Kim Seun was very strong, but he never expected him to be this powerful. He couldn't even get close to or touch him. Dealing with this overwhelming power really makes me exhausted. Just as Kim Seo-run was about to punch Mancha in the face, he trembled and begged him to let him die already. All right, if you want me to explain, Kim Seo-run will listen. The divine power's blast shoots down, leaving Mansion as a lifeless body crushed beneath the rubble. He grabbed his collar and stood up. Kim Seo-run felt truly disgusted by the person in front of him. This is not the attitude of a true ultimate seeker. Maybe Mansion will also surrender to Jin this way. But if I end it here, who knows when he will break the agreement again. Although he is a fake true martial artist, the truth he seeks still holds value, and he won't faint easily. Kim Seun worries, thinking that if he can't achieve a perfect score by overwhelming Hanman, and if he has to kill Hanman to get that score, it could seriously violate the rules and cause his license to be revoked. From the beginning, Kim Seun couldn't obtain the A-rank hunter license, but the superlative beings he aimed for are those who can still find a way when pushed to the brink. With no other options, Kim Seo-run decisively ignores Manchon Vanin and directly strikes him with a full-heart Dantian punch to his face, making him twist and contort in an instant. A steadfast, resilient, and unyielding mind in the face of everything is the path that the true footstep imitator wishes to follow and reach the very end. This is the true essence of ultimate truth, or perhaps even more, supremacy. Kim Seo-run decisively finishes the move, leaving the ground as just a huge dent with Mansion collapsed in the middle. After finishing Mansion, Kim Seo-run continues to shout Jin's name loudly, hoping to summon him. From the control room, Jin Treo leans on his hand, watching Kim Seo run with an expressionless face. His victory made everyone burst with joy, hugging each other and cheering loudly. The president of the association also appeared in person after Kim Seun's test was completed, even summoning reporters beforehand. Meanwhile, Mancha had to lie exhausted in bed for at least 2 months to recover due to mana levels that exceeded his body's tolerance. Are we completely defeated? In skills, public opinion, or reasoning, we lost to some random student, some little kid who hasn't even grown up yet. Jin Cheo coldly spoke, causing the atmosphere to fall into silence. He muttered curses under his breath as Kim Seo trembled all over, trembling with the raging anger pouring out like a flood. Swan Min Yoon and Hyun each felt different emotions after Kim Seun's victory. After a while, everyone, noisy and boisterous, returned to the academy. This place no longer feels like an academy at all. Kim Seun's achievement of an A-rank hunter certification is now just missing the certificate itself to be complete. The door just opened, and the emptiness inside was a bit disappointing, making everyone feel a little let down, thinking Sion was inside waiting for everyone to return. Kim Seun, have you heard anything about Sejong? Saran asked, but there was no response because Kim Seun had already rushed off to the Sword Saint's house. The deadline set by the Sword Saint for Seon is by the end of the Hunter selection exam. In other words, the more Seon worries, the faster Kim Seun pushes forward. Tukana arrived, and the Sword Saint had already stationed someone to see off the guests. While Tran Tru was unsure whether to stay or leave, Guard SE suggested letting Kim Seun in, saying he would take responsibility for everything. Following Guard Issei, Kim Seun nervously stepped inside. Sion, covered in wounds, was extremely panicked when he saw Kim Se-yoon appear here. I told you not to let others come in. Do you take my words for the wind that passes by? The Sword Saint erupts in fury, radiating killing intent that makes guard Seo tremble and kneel down in fear. Kim Seo only trembled as if nothing had happened and calmly said, I sincerely apologize, Sword Saint. Although it was a bit rude, I had to come here because there are some things I need to discuss. This kid Dan has become so strong in such a short time. He's no longer the useless boy he used to be. Now he has the strength I need, and I have to use all my might just to deal with him, even more than that. The Sword Saint sweat and silently assessed Kim Se-yoon. The deadline has now passed. The Sword Saint coldly demands that S return quickly. What I ask for is only the minimum requirement. If even then you cannot meet the requirements, you will be disqualified and spend your life tormenting and questioning yourself. That would be worse than not having companionship. The Sword Saint thought to himself, it's not over yet. The deadline you set for Sion is when the hunter selection exam ends, right? But it's not over yet. Kim Se-yoon suddenly interrupted. What nonsense are you talking about? The exam is over. The proof is that you're here yourself, right? So the deadline I set has not yet been officially confirmed. The exam ends when all the scores are publicly announced. That's right, the scores for the final subject and individual combat ability haven't been announced yet. So Seon's battle is not over yet. Kim Se-yoon's confident assertion leaves the Sword Saint at a loss for words. He turned to Sion, gently helping her to stand and placing the sword hilt into her hand. Let's move forward together. Kim Se-yoon chuckled nervously and said, This should be impossible. I thought everything was over, but right now, the situation has completely turned around again. C tears up and looks at Kim Se-yoon, clutching her sword tightly as she charges toward the Sword Saint, begging him to give her one more chance. Kim Se-yoon quietly watches Seon solo 11 with the Sword Saint, her strike speed now visibly faster and more powerful. Her relentless sword strikes kept hitting the Sword Saint, each move taught by him step by step. She practices it smoothly and fluently. The Sword Saint, who has been relentlessly attacked by his granddaughter until his hair and beard turned gray, finally retaliates fiercely, making Sion jump in surprise. My sword's movement should have been coordinated and in harmony with each strike, but I couldn't do it, making it quite difficult to counter his sword. John was just trying to block the attack while sweating and retreating step by step. Then, in the midst of the chaos, she focused all her spirit, gripping her sword as she gently dodged the counterattack of the Sword Saint passing by her. Compared to her quick and light senses, her reaction to the swordsmanship when facing him was much slower than usual. My hand holding the sword feels so unfamiliar, it's trembling. While John was trying to attack the Sword Saint, he was also worried and thinking, I grew up around talented people. She has met hundreds of great people, those whom ordinary people think they will never meet once in a lifetime. Among those great people, Seon's ordinariness is a curse. But if I meet ordinary people, would I live differently from now? I keep running away from reality, but I met Kim Se-yoon. I don't want to give up anymore. I don't want to keep being an ordinary person. I want to stand beside him. Sejon Haman is determined, his sword strike growing fiercer with each move, a gentle breeze passing through her heart. She knows what this feeling is. It seems like enlightenment. No, it's even more than that. Sion is sure she can sense a clear feeling, an unconscious action. In that moment of despair, a surge of power awakened within Sion. She unleashed a swift and heavy sword technique, the thing that leaves the opponent stunned. An overwhelming sword. The Sword Saint's eyes widened in disbelief that Sion could do such a thing. The girl has clearly reached her limit. That is a realm she cannot possibly attain with her current level. But what I see now is what? The Sword Saint is stunned and speechless. John's eyes sparkle with joy as he happily runs over to Kim Se-yoon. The two share a joyful moment, their eyes filled with smiles. There are people in this world who live for a single purpose. We can somewhat predict the difficulties and troubles they will face. However, there are rare cases where their limits cannot be predicted, and there are also people who can push others beyond their limits and bring them to their side. The Sword Saint is definitely not that person. He knows. Sword Saint. Sometimes those considered useless can do what no one else can. Sword Saint, the era we are passing through may have already gone by. A lot of time has passed. Sword Saint. Ha ha. A deep voice echoed in the Sword Saint's ear, making him silently reflect. His gaze turned toward Kim Se-yoon and Sion, filled with unspoken emotion. On the way back to the academy, Sion asked him what he would do if she failed. I guess I'll go find the chairman of the association. No matter what I have to do, I will make him postpone the professional hunter certification exam ending, Kimson said. Seon felt extremely embarrassed and moved at the same time, her cheeks flushing red. Jurion suddenly sent a message to Kim Se-zoon, informing them that the two association presidents had arrived at the academy and were waiting for Kim Se-yoon and Seon. Kim Se-yoon hurriedly called Seon to move quickly, and she smiled as she quickly ran after him. As soon as he got home, everyone rushed out to greet him warmly, and the president of the association was just as pleased to see Kim Se-yoon return. "You're here, Kim Se-yoon. I guess I should start calling you Hunter Kim Se-yoon now. Congratulations on passing the professional hunter selection exam, Hunter Kim Se-yoon. You achieved a perfect score on the final exam, and by scoring maximum in all subjects, you will receive an A-class hunter certificate. Everyone else has also passed smoothly and is now B-class hunters. Honestly, if possible, I would like to give you an S-class hunter certificate, but I think that might be a bit difficult." The chairman chuckled and said that the priority ticket for the dungeon raid has also been assigned to Kim Se-yoon, who scored perfectly in this professional hunter selection exam. The reason the association president came here this time was also to ask Kim Se-yoon if he was considering founding a new guild. Hearing his agreement, he eagerly offered to personally handle the guild establishment. Starting a new guild is quite complicated. Preparing the documents and getting approval also takes quite some time. But if I handle it personally, it won't take much time. Everyone, quickly write down the names of the guild members here. The chairman hurriedly took out a pen and paper. After everyone had written their names, he suddenly remembered there was still one more issue. To establish the guild, we need 5 professional hunters with at least a B-rank certification, but we're still one person short. If you can't find anyone, I can use my authority to form the guild, but it might cause some trouble if the 5 major guilds find out. Kim Se-yoon thought the chairman's words made a lot of sense. Right now, they are still digging up dirt and looking for trouble. Who knows what other schemes they might have, but I can't just pick anyone at random to join the guild. Amidst the chaos, Kim Se-yoon suddenly remembered Hae-yoon, and it all happened so fast and dangerously. Hae-yoon has been added to the guild by Kim Se-yoon. This guild of Kim Se-zoon will be called Dream Team. As the guilds were in chaos over Kim Se-zoon's plan to form a guild, the Sword Saint appeared like a god to stop their conspiracy. His aura caused each of them to suffer pain and collapse as if poisoned. "I think you are misunderstanding something. I have no reason to just stand by and let you do this. It's just that if we get involved ourselves, it would be no different from the disgusting things you're doing. Because if we don't end the Great Flood and the monster elimination so that you can sit in this position later, then if no one knew, they'd think you were the ones who finished the Great Flood and the monster elimination." Jin Cheo. The Sword Saint walks past the people writhing on the ground and steps in front of Jin Cheo. It's been a long time since they last met, so they're a bit uneasy. Finally, Kalia has crawled outside and can stay there for now. Even if you are the Sword Saint, you can't just swing your sword recklessly in someone else's house. You don't seem surprised at all, do you? "Do you know we are involved in this?" she asked with a cunning smile. "These tiny pests want to steal my Azure Dragon Sword to fool the boy. It's ridiculous. If they had any sense, they should know their place and kneel to apologize to me. However, considering the fact that they wouldn't dare to do it themselves, there must be someone behind the scenes orchestrating and directing them. If not you, then who else could it be?" the Sword Saint retorted. Kalia still smugly smiled as if nothing had happened, eager to know why the Sword Saint had come here. "I'm just trying to act like a proper person for once. I know you guys will be a problem if that kid forms a guild. And I guess that's also why you gathered here to plan against it. But I warn you, no matter what it is, you'd better not interfere," the Sword Saint said as he delivered a powerful strike, causing everyone to jump in shock and scream. He's finished what he wanted to say. The Sword Saint simply turned his back and walked away, leaving the guild members in chaos. Except for Kalia. Cancel all plans. Hearing her give such an order, Jin Cheo was a bit confused. He thought the heir of the Holy Apostle of Purity would be someone else. Who would have thought Kalia is also afraid of the Sword Saint, let alone anyone else? Kalia, annoyed, pointed directly at Jin and whispered a threatening warning. "Be cautious of the Sword Saint and hold back, because even a hero in the Great Flood battle like him is nothing compared to Trin of the Sword Saint. And even if we can't confront Kim Se-yoon directly, there's still another way. Because fate will not change." Kaya smiles mysteriously as Kim Se-yoon is at the academy when suddenly a notification sounds on his phone. He just opened it and his eyes widened in shock. Today is the first raid for the Dream Team and everyone is incredibly excited. "Just got my professional hunter license, and now I'm going dungeon crawling right away." That's real. Min-yoon stretchingly said with satisfaction, while Suran, on the other hand, felt a bit worried, afraid that he wouldn't be able to do it. Hyun immediately comforted the girl, saying it's not much different from fake dungeons. The only real difference is probably the higher difficulty and the real risk of dying. Another difference is that unlike other virtual dungeons, you can make money from it. Kim Seon only thought about money at first, feeling excited and energized as if electricity was running through his head. Min Yoon and Suryeon whispered that Kim Seon was truly terrible, but in fact, last night the free pass deadline had ended, and he had forgotten about it. The money had already been spent on mental energy pills, so there was less than 100 million left in the account. Seeing Kim Seon realize they were talking behind his back, Min Yoon and Suryeon pretended not to understand and quickly changed the subject, urging everyone to hurry up and leave before it was too late. Kim Seon is still waiting for one more person. Just as he mentions Cao Cao arrives. It's not a stranger, it's Suren's father, Uncle Manchon. Suren was stunned to see his father arrive. The population is full. Kim Seo-jun ordered everyone to set out quickly. When Min Yoon asked which dungeon this was, Kim Seo-jun smiled menacingly. It is a super beautiful place. At this moment, not far from Seoun in the outskirts, on the territory of the Black Dragon Guild, Kim Seon used a priority pass to enter the dungeon first. The members of the other guild break out in a cold sweat at the name Dream Guild, and they hurriedly swallow their curses. Inside, Kim Seo-run and his teammates are working together with twin swords, clearing out the monsters inside with relentless force. They each took a hand, quickly cleared the dungeon, then sneaked out amid the astonished eyes of the other guild members. After the fight, it was Manchon's turn to move the corpses, while Kim Seo, trembling and bloodstained, looked over, causing the other guilds to panic and scatter. A moment later, Manchon finished transporting the monster corpses. Everyone let out a relieved sigh, surprised at how smoothly everything went. If we sell this spot, each person in the group will get at least 100 million. Earning hundreds of millions in a day makes everyone so happy they can't find the words. What are you all cheering for? We've only just started. Kim Seo suddenly shivers and breaks the lively atmosphere with his words. Then the whole group, like dungeon destroyers, move to where they go, clearing the dungeon as they go. Everyone is exhausted and worn out. Only Kim Seo is still full of energy for the money. Seeing the others desperately wanting to go home, Kim Seo trembled with frustration and clenched his fists. To sell the corpse at full price, you need to be the ones to catch it, not turn it into dust right away. You also need experience to become an A-level hunter. Do you know that the guild rank affects taxes and income, and you all should reach level A? The more our guild becomes famous, the more ways we have to make money. Kim Seo-jun has now become a poor ghost, with only money on his mind. Suran was crying and complaining to Hoon, but it turned out Hoon had been standing behind Kim Seon all along, looking unwilling. Seon also thought Kim Seon's words made a lot of sense, so he had no intention of arguing. Kim Seon continued to rally the group to quickly keep on their path of making money. The leaders of the gangs were stunned after reviewing Dream's recent activity reports, as it seemed they not only conquered 7 to 8 star dungeons, but also freely raided dungeons within the Hack-Long territory. If the Black Dragon Guild wants to stop them, the raids happen so quickly that they can't react in time. Moreover, the Dream Team has priority passage, so the Black Dragon Guild can't do anything to them. The Hack-Long Guild's funds are about to run out. The chairman smiled softly when suddenly his assistant burst in, breathless, reporting that the 2 Dao Dao dungeons had appeared, causing the chairman great concern. There is only one person in Korea capable of dealing with the Dao, and that is Saint Tom. But now he cannot be reached. Waiting would be too late, so the chairman immediately thought of using money to hire Kim Seon's team for a raid on the dungeon. Kim Seon was furious because his teammates had long since run away. He withdrew over 2 billion from his account and casually bought a free pass. 2 billion disappeared in the blink of an eye. If this keeps happening every 3 months, it will last a lifetime. The reason I keep buying a free pass every 3 months is because of this enlightenment process. Does that mean my enlightenment progress won't increase at all? It would be better if I just bought individual lessons, but whatever. Who knows what will happen to my karma anyway? There are too many lessons I want to learn. It's really complicated. I also have to keep taking divine elixirs. Lord Black Saint still owes me 13 billion, and I haven't heard any news from him yet. Is there a way to quickly advance my enlightenment and receive tens of billions at the same time, God? He was muttering to himself as he walked. Then suddenly Kim Seo froze when he saw the president of the association approaching him, saying he had something to discuss. Actually, recently we received a report about a newly appeared dungeon in Korea. With all due respect, I hope Hunter Kim Seon can help us deal with that dungeon. Of course, we don't expect you to work for free. We can also provide some financial support. Kim Seo-jun was about to refuse, but hesitated briefly because thinking back to the last time he defeated Dao, his enlightenment process had accelerated significantly. Moreover, there's a colossal 30 billion subsidy that makes Kim Se's heart tremble with excitement, his hands crushing the water bottle. Only 8 of these rare Dao dungeons have appeared in Korea over the past few decades. If I include this time, it will be 9. Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to accelerate my enlightenment process? If I agree to enter that rare Dao dungeon which costs money to get in, I will receive 30 billion, right? Outside, Kim Seun tries to act cool as if nothing's happening. Inside, he was so happy he wanted to laugh out loud. Kim Seun's strange expression made the chairman think he was unimpressed. Dao la mot loe bong mavohina. Nu ham ngoswo, valudo dao nai tran rangwe. Hokwa sebo kong kip. Lam vao tebi, chuti cha choilon deng hi Kim Seun newton kong dort ki cham ngado dao, an sen han duok chong chitos an hang s. Roy dui dreams et rotan hoizo huntos an hang s, so do hoise tuaman yuko tang tien teonu diukoa. Many types of taxes and fees will also be waived or reduced based on the profits that the Dream Team earns. Kim Seo's trembling grew more intense as his heart blossomed and his mouth stretched into an uncontrollable wide grin. I really will beg them to leave that dungeon to me, but they're offering 30 billion military coins and even considering promoting me to S rank? My faction will receive that much benefit. I will do it. Kim Seo's inner voice trembled uncontrollably, trembling all over because of Koni's smile. The chairman said he turned to you because he couldn't contact the Holy Spirit. Kim Seo-run didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, immediately agreed, promising to handle it as soon as possible, and the chairman was moved to tears. He bowed his head repeatedly, thanking Kim Seun, who was trying to hold back his laughter out of joy. He's truly a young talent, at least in S rank, surpassing even heroes willing to sacrifice himself to face danger. Kim Seo-jun, this person is truly a genuine hunter and a real hero. The chairman looked at idle Kim Seun with shining eyes full of affection. Kim Seun is now so happy he can't even speak, his whole body frozen in amazement. Kim Seo-jun then tells him that he will be exploring the dungeon alone for the entire group. I thought they would be very sad. But surprisingly, they are overjoyed because without him, they get to rest. If they worry, it's only about the zombies being more messed up by Kim Seo. This group really is top quality. The boss goes far away and still parties like there's no tomorrow. Has the group been kept safe yet? Have you already told him to hold on? Seon was about to prepare things for Kim Seun, but he wanted to go immediately before Tam Thon returns. Meanwhile, rumors about the Dead Swamp Prison are spreading widely in Korea. At the same time, news that Kim Season, not Tam Thon, will be attacking the Dead Swamp Prison alone is also being circulated. Everyone is eagerly counting on him. The chairman, reviewing documents, suddenly panicked upon hearing that Tam Than had reconnected. She said she's nearby and will go handle the Dao dungeon immediately, the frantic secretary said. Kim Seo-run, just as he entered the ruined dungeon, a figure emitting a strange blue light stood blocking his path. A woman glowing with eerie blue light standing boldly before him in the suffocating, deathly atmosphere. This strange, mysterious aura is filled with deathly energy, but there is none around her. Could it be that you are the Tam Thon? Kim Seo-jun curiously asked. She sensed movement, slowly turned her back to stare at Kim Seo-jun, and then told him to go back quickly. Kim Seo-jun never expected to meet the great flood hero, one of the 5 great holy heroes here. After a brief pause of about 2 seconds, Kim Seo-jun shouted loudly, wanting to know if the Holy Spirit was planning to destroy this old dungeon. Why not? The saint calmly replied. Feeling his meal about to be taken away, Kim Seo hurriedly and desperately begged the Tam Than to leave. Get out of the way. I have to deal with the Dao Dao while they are still in the dungeon. That terrifying death spirit cannot be released back to the mortal realm. The Holy Spirit insisted on not leaving, and the two of them argued and caused chaos for a while. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. The Holy Spirit urged Kim Seo to quickly hide behind him, while his other hand held a lantern shining forward, as the eerie aura gradually revealed the fierce form of a deadly demon. Tam Thon repeatedly told Kim Seon to leave quickly and let her handle the rest, but he showed no intention of listening. Kim Seo-jun eagerly sensed the aura of the monster and charged toward it, aiming to accelerate his enlightenment process. Come on, let's go, don't stop now. Kim Seo eagerly absorbs the power of the demon, his strange appearance leaving the monster speechless. Then suddenly the demon charged forward to seize Kim Seon's mind. Tam Thon saw this and couldn't help but panic, his face turning pale. This child's mental shield seemed strong enough to prevent evil intent from swallowing him. But unlike evil intent, possession invades the target's mental shield and then attacks the mind directly. If this keeps up, the kid's mind will collapse right away, Saint Tam worries. Contrasting with the holy monk's anxiety, Kim Seo is trembling now, completely high from the spiritual awakening progress that keeps accelerating thanks to the Kundao, and his strange appearance makes the holy monk panic. What's wrong with this guy? Is his head sparking or something? A feeling of remote has gone too far. Pepsi is overflowing inside Kim Seun. And after getting lost in Kim Seun's spiritual world, the demon successfully enlightened Kim Seun's Buddha consciousness. A moment later, after emerging from Kim Seun's body, the monster became a Buddhist on the way to nirvana. From the dry, withered hand, slowly now. Before entering the dungeon, the progress was at 33.8%. Now it suddenly jumped to 38.1%, an increase of 4.3%. Assuming there are at least 10 more enemies in the dungeon, the progress will reach 43%. So the enlightenment progress has at least reached 80%, right? Kim Seo trembles with pleasure, writhing back and forth. This scene really makes Tam Than annoyed. Kim Seo's trembling finally subsides and he clears his throat, telling Tam Than to go home and leave everything to him. Only with spiritual power can he completely destroy the undead, and it has to be a large amount. Yet he still let the monster into nirvana. I have never encountered such a case during the Great Flood era. Even if I try to understand his mind, I can't get any results. I just can't see through him. So there's only one possibility. This child's soul realm is at least on par with mine, or even better. Can he do it? Other heroes aside, his spiritual power is comparable to Tam Than's, me? The Saint of the Heart fell into deep thought, but she said she still had something to check and couldn't leave here. Even she didn't know the details because the Black Saint only spoke in general terms, so she only had vague information. Is what the Dark Saint said related to the Order of Truth or the Berserk Warriors? We also consider it as a matter of business with you. Dark Saint suspects that the Order of Truth may have created the Dao Dao prison. Kim Seo-jun asks curiously. The Holy Spirit was a bit surprised that Kim Seo-jun found out about this. She couldn't confirm what Kim Seo-jun just said, but she still had to check it out. The only person who can enter the Dao dungeon is the Saint of Heart. Even Hak Than is at a loss. I really don't know where he went after taking the money. Wait, isn't this an opportunity to collect Hak Than's debt? Kim Seo sneers with a wicked smile. He plans to ask for Tam Than's help. In the peaceful dungeon, a group of wild and dangerous doppelgangers that can break your spirit if touched, but they also serve as the driving force behind Kim Seun's enlightenment. So, he happily continued to experience his enlightenment, growing exponentially. Today was truly a bountiful day for Kim Seun, and also the end of the Wild Dao. At Hak Than's hideout, a Black Shadow army aka the Apostles of the Ink God has arrived to capture him because you caused too much trouble. Seeking the Holy Heart was your mistake. A dungeon suddenly appeared in Korea. You decided to investigate regardless of whether the news was true or not. You already know who you're looking for, don't you? The leader in black said. Heavenly Black was caught off guard when they hit the mark, realizing their only target from the start was apparently just one. Before he could even recover, the Black Holy was seized and choked until blood flowed. Why did you go to so much trouble to eliminate the heroes during the Great Flood? Hak Than asked in pain. There's no particular reason at all. We are just following the will of the gods, he replied calmly. Hak Than already felt that their god was truly crazy. The black-clad guy, taking advantage of the situation, grabbed Hak Than's collar more aggressively, promising to send Hak Than to hell after this endless war. No matter how much you try, you can't stop us. As expected, that kid is truly invisible to you. Hak Than suddenly smiled arrogantly and said, then quickly seized the opportunity to slip out of his grasp while the other was distracted. He waved his hand to release a surge of aura to stop the Black Saint, but he had already slipped away long ago. No wonder we find it hard to locate him. His invisibility technique has reached a state of selflessness. Just let him go. No matter how hard he tries, he can't change her fate. Today is the day the Heart Saint will fall. The man in the black shirt sighed and said vaguely, Black Saint is now grinding his teeth and rushing towards the Holy Spirit. Kim Seo's hands are trembling after dealing with the chaos, and his enlightenment process suddenly stalls, leaving him quite confused. Hu Qin Huang looks dejected. Then Tam Than approaches with a flashlight, making him awkward as he admits he hasn't found anything yet. But this is strange. Even though we've just been joking around, we haven't encountered any major trouble, right? Could it be that this dungeon is fine? Since neither I nor the Holy Spirit feel anything unusual about it, I wonder if we should consider thinking more openly. For example, a mutation. Kim Seo shivers with curiosity. The Holy Spirit replied, You've thought of that too, but found no signs of deformation. Have you tried searching for other types of deformation? Actually, I was once trapped inside a dungeon related to the Holy Justice. Just like the Holy Saint, but back then there was a different kind of deformation, a kind of mutation. Kim Seo-jun suggests. Tam Than ponders for a moment, realizing Kim Seo-run's words make sense, and then decides to check himself. The flow of energy from the Holy Spirit's body radiates outward, covering everything around it with a sparkling, brilliant glow. Kim Seo-run seems to be able to see the most noble and divine spirit of all the spirits appearing before him. The Holy Spirit suddenly approached Kim Seo-run and nuzzled his head against him, looking incredibly adorable. Among all the spirits, the Holy Spirit is the most noble and divine, so if a person's character isn't upright, the Holy Spirit won't pay attention to them. Moreover, it didn't react much when it saw the heroes from the Great Flood battle. Why is it so friendly with this crazy bastard? Tamthon was at a loss for words, pondering. Suddenly, a wicked intent flared up, causing Kim Seo to tremble, and Tamthon quickly activated his alert mode, adopting a defensive stance. What kind of energy is this? It's on a completely different level from those zombies. Just a moment ago, I didn't feel anything at all. So why did it suddenly stop? Is it aiming for the Holy Spirit? Kim Seo trembled, worried as he glanced at the Holy Spirit, who was now trembling with fear. It is enormous, enough to inspire fear. Even during the Great Flood, I had never encountered such malice. Maybe he has already encountered the great beast Bo So before. Saint Tam sweats nervously and quickly tells Kim Seon to move back. Kim Seo-run may not know what it is, but it's definitely stronger than the droids. The stronger it is, the more experience points I can earn. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Kim Seo-run decisively seizes this divine opportunity, rushing forward as the Holy Spirit screams behind him. Kim Seo-run was rushing forward when he suddenly felt something was off. Why was it targeting the Holy Spirit and not Lady Heart of the Saint? I don't care about that. Whatever the reason, I just need to deal with it before it gets close to the Holy Spirit. Of course, my enlightenment process also improved. After running for a while, Kim Seo-run also sensed the source of evil intent emanating from a monster sitting lazily on the roof. A legendary being, absolutely challenging the gods, residing at the highest level of the 6 heavens in the 6 realms, is the ruler of Demon Heaven David. It flew close to Kim Seo-run's face, a grotesque smile of affection on its face. Hey, is that all you can do? My progress hasn't increased at all, and don't come any closer with that filthy face of yours. Why does your face look so ugly? Kim Seo-run just body slams the monster and hits it with a physical strike, causing it to fall flat on the floor with its mind full of question marks. The monster, fed up with Kim Seo-run's attacks for no reason, roared loudly. Kim Seo-run counterattacked with both hands, but unfortunately, it didn't work. Cornered, the monster immediately unleashes its ultimate super attack, with dark magic filling the sky, making even the saint outside feel terrified. But the one who needs to be rescued from there is not Kim Seon, but rather the monster itself, because Kim Seo-jun's overwhelming power has shattered the virtual world, suppressing all demonic energy and cornering the monster against the wall with no way out. Using Bang Dongvan's lightness skill, Kim Seo-run chased after the monster closely, then cast a more powerful fire magic than Phi Phi to beat it so badly that it would remember for eternity. Seeing Tam Than arrive, Kim Seo-run hurriedly told her to step back so he could handle it. For the first time, the saint felt a strange emotion when a rookie hunter told him to step back. The monster was not dead yet, and switched to a mental attack to assault Kim Seo-run. A voice of Buddha echoed in his mind, asking why he didn't end his own life. Hey, Kim Seo-run is handsome, not stupid. What do you think you can control my mind with these silly tricks? The monster still desperately tries to muster its last strength, repeatedly asking Kim Seon why he doesn't end his own life. But it's all in vain. Kim Seo-run still clueless, like he's not wearing a hat, not understanding what it's asking, so stupid it's crazy. The monster kept running around Kim Seo until he was exhausted. Finally, it shifted its attack to the Holy Spirit, standing beside it. Seeing the Holy Spirit dazed, it happily burst into laughter. Kim Seo-run hadn't even had time to deal with it before it disappeared into thin air, busy worrying about Tam Than. Kim Seo-run only now remembers that he hasn't seen Holy Spirit since earlier. He quickly turns around and rushes back to where Holy Spirit was standing. I don't know why, but from the beginning the evil spirit had targeted the Holy Spirit. If it managed to invade Lady Tam Than's mind for a short time and find out the location of the Holy Spirit, Kim Seo-run anxiously thought. But by the time he arrived, it was already too late. The Holy Spirit had been infiltrated by the evil power throughout his body for some time. The Holy Spirit, covered in blazing red, let out a scream that caused the saint to lose her balance and collapse to the ground. Kim Seo-run, who had been wondering why the demon targeted the Holy Spirit, now realized from the very beginning that it was a demon aiming for the Sacred Heart. Its target has always been the Lady of the Holy Heart. The Holy Spirit is a being with a spiritual connection to the Lady of the Holy Heart. Did he intend to directly invade the mind of the Holy Lady through the Holy Spirit? Kim Seo shivered in fear, thinking. He struggles to hold the body of the saintess now suffering immense pain, black mist billowing out as she screams non-stop. If this continues, it will seriously threaten the saintess's life. The situation is no longer manageable. Kim Seo-run told himself he had to deal with that demon as quickly as possible. The problem is how to attack the demon without harming the Holy Spirit while they are linked together, and whether it's even possible with no time left for Kim Seo-run to hesitate. He has no choice but to risk everything and charge forward to face the demon in a solo fight. Just as its firepower encircled Kim Seo-run in an inescapable ring, the Holy Spirit, under the control of the demon, suddenly stood up with vacant eyes and swung a blow toward Kim Seon. Being overwhelmed by En's combined relentless attacks, Kim Seo gasped for breath, desperately searching for an escape, but all paths were blocked by the deadly chaos caused by the demon. To defeat it, I have to defeat the Saint Heart Lady first, but is that even possible? Kim Seo-run looked at the full-bodied, resentful Tam Than in front of him, fearing that Tam Than was a hero in the Great Flood, and even if he tried his best, he might not be able to win. More importantly, will she be safe if Kim Seon wins? And what about him and the remaining evil spirits? So many questions keep pointing to Kim Seon. Whatever the choice, someone has to sacrifice. There's no other way. Kim Seo, tremblingly clutching the scepter, runs toward the Sacred Heart, shouting at her why someone who saved the world could be so easily brainwashed by those evil thoughts. I dream of saving the world for a long time. A world where no one is hurt or unhappy. But what is the world like now? The days after the Great Flood were very terrible. The time when the Great Flood is seen as the end of the world, a world gone mad with destruction law and morality torn apart. I struggled to change the world on my own, but in the end, nothing really changed. Even during the Great Flood, I was glad to be alive, but now I feel pain just to keep on existing. We are living in a world where the only difference between humans and monsters is this. This is the world I created. That's why I want to rebuild it once more. Still, my comrades stopped me. They said if I forced change like they did before, nothing would ever truly change. My allies, like many others, chose to turn a blind eye, even though they had witnessed human suffering firsthand. The voice of the Holy Spirit returned, and she cried as she spoke. In the end, the Holy Spirit chose to leave. She went to a place no one knew, and used spiritual training as an excuse to calm herself down. However, the more she trained, the more she heard the world's anger. The cries of those suffering in the world, created by the Holy Spirit, they are people who have not yet received her help. Because he despises himself, the Holy Spirit wishes to grant everyone equality through death. The fall of the Holy Spirit is not simply due to the malicious intent of evil spirits. Evil spirits simply start by planting seeds of doubt. Now I finally understand why the Buddha asked me that question. Then why do you only look at those people? Kim Seo suddenly tremblingly asked the Holy Spirit, "You said the world is not a good place. The pain of not being able to speak out has led many to die, but the world is not only filled with powerful people to fight against, there are also the weak who need help. Everyone has to live while carrying a burden on their back. Surviving another day is definitely a very difficult task because I am also very tired of my life. I no longer have the strength to share my pain with others. They say that when people are cornered, their true nature is revealed. But judging others that way is not a good approach. It's an act of arrogance. They are simply too exhausted to endure the hurtful words and actions of others. At that moment, they couldn't say they had survived today without experiencing the hardships and suffering they had to bear." Kim Seo trembled with a sense of righteousness. You know that even though Tam Than was the hero of the Great Flood, she is still human. She cannot be sad for those who died throughout her life. Do you think you can carry the burden until all the sadness in this world disappears? Even if you can, in the end, aren't you still the one suffering? Kim Seon's words made Tam Than fall into deep thought. Everyone lives for today. Live better tomorrow than today and make the days after better than the days before. Only then can we truly live. We live in fear because we don't know when tomorrow will end. That is life. A life spent just to survive. Although that life may seem very ordinary, people still find joy in it. A small happiness. Going out with friends, eating delicious food and having a really fun chat, singing at a karaoke bar, quietly watching the sunset with the one you love. After a long and tiring day, a faint hope that tomorrow can endure everything. That's the happiness they have created. They can return to their normal lives after the Great Flood ends. If the person has changed the hopeless world, they only think about surviving in a world where they can live a normal life. But if they only look at the degenerate and endure, what would that be like? Kim Seo-run said nothing, his Holy Spirit mind blank, tears streaming from his eyes. The demons suddenly howled like a fierce storm. The evil spirit surrounding Kim Seo's trembling power and the light from him shining into the Holy Spirit's eyes, along with his earlier words, allowed the people to return to their former state. Kim Seo's giant magic weapon radiates light, causing the evil spirit within the Holy Spirit to falter and fall apart. After the light disperses in all directions, the Holy Spirit gradually regains consciousness. The demon has been completely dealt with by Kim Seo, and the Holy Spirit has returned to its cute, cheesy state as before. I was worried that the Holy Spirit would disappear when the demon vanished, but it turns out that the Buddha's unwavering mind only destroys the demon's soul. Now I can use unwavering resolve. Moreover, the effectiveness of my Trung and Hadandian has expanded greatly. Kim Seo-jun happily thought. Saint Mind stared at Kim Seo-jun intently, feeling that his strength could rival that of heroes in the Great Flood. If in the future this child's power develops in the wrong direction, who will be there to stop it when it turns its focus back to Earth? That's what she's worried about. I hope you can keep that spirit forever. It might sound a bit funny, but even though this world seems very unreasonable, I want you to know that this is something unavoidable. Saint Tam said, I don't understand what you're talking about, but it's not unreasonable. People are caring more and more for each other. I think everything is gradually getting better. In an equal world, the weak are cared for without any discrimination. If the value of a society is nothing more than hypocrisy like you say, then what about Hong Jin-dong's era? What if someone can't overcome the difference in status and becomes a thief? I believe that's not the case. Even if it is, I will do everything I can to change it. Kim Sao trembles fiercely as he responds. Hearing these words, Duong's eyes fill with tears, and she laughs happily. Maybe she was too worried about him and had been in sorrow for too long, so she blames her own weakness. That's why he's still alive. This question is not only for Kim Seun, but for everyone who is alive. Although he doesn't have the answer right now, the day Kim Seun completes his enlightenment process will come. At that moment, he will have the answer. Kalia was speechless when she heard that the demon had been defeated. Death is not a term used to describe destroying demons because even if the body vanishes, demons are something that cannot be destroyed. In this world, the only one who can kill demons, but that person can never appear. So who else is there? She froze in thought and suddenly remembered the name Kim Seun. My superior is furious with Kalia for not investigating Kim Seun in time. I heard that he knows Kim Seun. So you're still using those Korean guilds to track Kim Sejun, right? I need someone to act. I want the fate to return to its proper course. The evil black-clad man orders Kalia. After leaving the dungeon, Tamthon still doesn't know where to go. Kim Seo-jun saw this and happily asked her to stay in his guild until a decision was made. I also need someone to verify Lord Black Holy's case. Kim Seo-jun, with a big and cunning head, thought it would be too embarrassing to stay idle at Kim Seo-jun's place. The Saint of the Mind said he would teach you mental techniques in return. You don't need it. Kim Seo-jun is too calm and handsome to accept the pathetic role of a saint, making me want to pull my hair out in frustration. Did he just refuse me? The chance to learn mind techniques only comes once in a lifetime. Even an S-rank hunter would do anything to switch to a duelin disguise profession. Who am I to try to teach him? The Holy Heart whispered through tears flowing like a river. Kim Seo-run outwardly says there's no need for thanks, but inside he's desperately thinking about the 10 billion he needs. All he wants is Tamthon's money. Seeing Tamthon agree to pay, Kim Seo nervously relaxes but doesn't dare to show too much emotion. He quickly leads Tamthon to his guild, quietly calculating in his mind like a mountain. Everyone saw Kim Seo run bringing Tamthon to stay with him and thought that he had changed to someone tougher and more impressive, their faces turning pale with fear. Luckily, he didn't order them to raid the dungeon, so they could breathe a little easier. After learning that besides the Sword Saint's granddaughter, both the Black Saint's disciple and the Law Saint are also present at this gathering, the Holy Spirit was overwhelmed. While the kids were training, Kim Seo-run sat in the corner counting money. With the money he just collected, he can buy another lesson, each costing 40 billion or more. I thought I would have to wait a while longer to study again. I didn't expect to reap such quick results. Now I want to learn both at the same time. I wonder if I should ask Tamthon for 40 billion. Is that too much? But anyway, I saved her life. As I hesitated, Kim Seun suddenly sensed something unusual happening here. He quickly led the Holy Spirit out through the alley behind the guild, where Black Saint had appeared, astonishing the Holy Spirit. Hakthon's stealth technique wasn't detected by Tamthon, but Kim Seun could sense it easily. Seeing Tamthon hesitant and wanting to speak, Hakthon first wanted to know what had happened in the dungeon. This guy saved my life. As soon as Tum called, I rushed to the dungeon. Before Tamthon could finish speaking, Kim Seun suddenly raised his hand to cut him off and asked Bon Chen to explain. Kim Seo-jun recounted everything that happened in the prison to the Dark Saint non-stop. Even if it's exaggerated, Tamthon feels like passing out. So 10 billion to keep secret that the righteous church is targeting the Lady of Tamthon. Kim Seo hesitantly nods slightly. With the determined look of the Dark Saint, he has no choice but to agree. Saint Tam was extremely shocked to learn that the Justice Church was targeting her. Just as this kid said, it was they who attacked her in the Dao dungeon. To be precise, it seems they not only want to eliminate her, but also to kill each of the great heroes of the Flood. I don't know the reason either. but I have also been threatened by the Holy Justice Church. The Apostle of the Crimson Lord came to find me. As soon as the Dark Saint finished speaking, Kim Seo trembled and the Holy Spirit within him flared up. It seems those people are hunting the heroes so aggressively that they even directly alarm the apostles. Is the reason the Justice Church wants to kill the heroes related to Bo? This is just my guess. I'm not sure. But you two should listen. Last time, the Black Saint said Burke only disappeared, not died, right? He said it was thanks to the efforts of the Great Sound and the 7 apostles. How powerful was Burke at that time? Kim Sun asked. An unbeatable monster so terrifying that even all the heroes in the world combined might not be able to defeat it. The Dark Saint replies, exactly, you can't be sure you'll win. No one knows when the end of the world will come or if Bo So will die before it does. But the Church of Justice doesn't know what the decisive factor is. If they could see the future even imperfectly, the story would still be different. Maybe their spies are just part of this too. The Church of Justice foresaw BC's defeat, even though the heroes suffered significant losses, so they made that decision. They know that Burke hasn't appeared yet. In other words, could it be that the Great Sound and the 7 apostles intentionally made Bo disappear? Kim Seon's words made Black Saint's skin crawl with fear. Holy Saint wanted to know what the Church's true intentions were, and more importantly, if it was connected to harming the heroes. Because only heroes can fight Bo Suk, they prefer to take the chance to eliminate the fighters before releasing Burke. If no one can fight Bowser anymore and it is released again, the end of the world will come. Kim Seo's words made the Holy Spirit and the Dark Spirit turn pale. But even if what you say is true, they don't need to do that. They just need to buy more time, the Holy Spirit asked again. That's right, as time passes, heroes will also die of old age. So I guess even the Church of Justice can't keep Burke imprisoned forever. Basically, they don't have much time left, don't you see? Could the sudden deformation be caused by the weakening of Burke's seal? Right now, I think there are 3 possibilities. First, because Burke's seal is weakening, its power has been released and caused the deformation. Or perhaps the Society of Justice has found a way to harness Burke's power. Maybe it's both, but I'm not sure. What I just said is based only on the Justice Church. More accurately, it's based on the assumption that they are the ones wanting the apocalypse to happen. But what the Justice Church does is not like that at all. If they had malicious intent during the era of the Great Flood, they would just sit still and wouldn't need to sacrifice themselves to save people and heroes. There are many things that still don't add up because I don't know enough about them. I don't think I can figure out anything more. Kim Seo-jun acts again. Both the Holy Knight and the Holy Spirit feel that what Kim Seo-jun says is ridiculous, but they are also worried that he might be telling the truth. So one day, Burke will be released again. Will this world be able to stop the victorious monster? The Dark Saint has always focused on investigating Bo, but after hearing Kim Seon say this, it seems I need to learn more about the Church of Justice first. The Dark Saint plans to go abroad. As long as the Apostle of the Holy Tranquility knows I am alive, I won't be able to act in Korea. As for what the Justice Church is doing, I think we need to find out if they are targeting heroes in Korea or all over the world. The Holy Spirit doesn't know what to do. She has been living in isolation for too long and still hasn't adapted. I hope Kim Seon will help her reconnect. Even though I don't know their true purpose, I am sure they want to kill the heroes. I also understand why she retreated into hiding. Maybe you don't like it, but I think coming down from the mountain is a good thing. Looking back, maybe that's why the Sword Saint wasn't threatened. You too, be careful. The Church of Justice is always watching you, they just don't pay too much attention. I guess they see you as an invisible variable. But because of this incident, you probably have become a threat to them. I've said my piece. I don't know when, but I'll come back to find you two when I have more clues. The Holy Shadow, cloaked in black, prepares to take flight. To everyone's surprise, Kim Seon suddenly remembered the 13 billion div and rushed to stop him, startling him. The story of the president planning to award Kim Seon an S-rank hunter license and giving him 30 billion caused the delegates below to continuously boo and attack him in unison. Ordinary people who don't care at all still rush in to criticize you and me, but it's not hard to guess why the delegates are angry. Turns out he wanted it this way. Juin is hanging, the chairman thought angrily. And so screw those protests. The chairman, still cool and indifferent, replied as if to say, if you're bitter, my father will just keep doing it. The whole room fell silent in the face of the president's arrogance, everyone thinking they must have misheard. So if I give the Sword Saint an S-rank hunter's license, you guys would also try to stop me, right? The chairman asked again. Do you think an S-rank hunter license is worthy of the Sword Saint? It should be higher, right? The people below responded. Why? The Sword Saint has never officially cleared a dungeon since the Great Flood ended, and he has no achievements that you are expecting from Hunter Kim Seon. However, the reason you didn't stop me is because everyone knows his skills and sacrifice as well. Kim Seon the Hunter also deserves that respect. Hero-level hunters must be treated accordingly. If you call that special treatment, then I have nothing more to say. And you just said, I am wasting taxpayers' money, right? So what do you think is the right way to spend taxes without waste? I'm still using it for the people. What would happen if the prison were to open? Just considering the damage alone, it amounts to hundreds of billions of coins, not to mention the huge loss of lives. Can you handle that? Invest 30 billion troops to ensure the safety of the people. Isn't it the citizens who pay taxes to us to do those things? So what's the problem here? Come on, is there something unfair? Your salaries are much higher than other civil servants. Isn't that unfair? You mean that kind of fairness only applies to you and not to Kimson hunters, right? The chairman scolded loudly, making those below turn off their radios, but they stubbornly still think it's too early for Kimson hunters to level up to S. It's not that they don't know Kim Seun's skills, they know they're being unreasonable. Nevertheless, the reason behind their actions is already too clear. It's all due to Juin's political power and his bribery money. The chairman thought and then said, if those guys want to get angry and curse, let them. The chairman doesn't care, Kim Seun will still level up to S rank no matter what. As he stepped out the door amid curses behind him, the president of the association was suddenly surprised to see Kalia waiting outside, while at the same time, Kim Seun was approached by Paro Minin, a member of the high-level Hunter Guild's Dungeon Management Department. He said he has an important matter to inform Kim Seun about. Hearing that the chairman of the association couldn't come here temporarily, Kim Seun worried about his 30 billion, wondering if it wouldn't be approved or might be downgraded. The murderous aura kept surging, making Yuman so scared he almost peed himself. Hearing Yuman anxiously say that the money had been approved, Kim Seun would receive it soon or tomorrow. Kim Seun has now become calm and cheerful again, truly faster to change faces than flipping a pancake, making Yuman even more stunned. Although everyone is strongly opposed to him becoming an S-rank hunter now, the chairman has made up his mind, so it should be fine. However, since this has never happened before, the chairman will be a bit busy dealing with those issues. So I came here on his behalf. Hearing Yuman say that, Kim Seun felt reassured. As long as it doesn't touch his 30 billion, it's all good. Yuman was sweating profusely, feeling that Kim Seun didn't even care about the S-rank hunter license and was only fixated on the 30 billion. If asked to choose between 30 billion and an S-rank hunter license, they would definitely choose the S-rank license because becoming an S-rank hunter means being among the top professional hunters in the world. A position and reputation that cannot be measured by money. So why do I not feel that this person has any greed? He goes crazy over money but treats it as a means, not an end goal. When it comes to important things, he doesn't even care. He's completely different from the heroes in the Great Flood, but he also shares the same doubts. Remembering the past at the guild, Yuman once asked the chairman about the S-rank hunter license for Kim Seun. Yuman knew Kim Seun had the qualities of a hero, but at the same time, he was afraid that if things continued like this, the chairman's position might be shaken. The chairman immediately explained Yuman's concerns, saying that if high-level hunters only focus on profit, we have no choice but to accept it. The high-level hunter society in Korea is now deteriorating. A major competitive alliance called the Five Great Guilds has held power for decades, and not only the high-level hunter society but also Korean society as a whole is in decline. I tried to improve it, but all we can do is maintain the status quo. Recently, I forced myself to believe that an individual cannot withstand the flow of time. But for some reason, I believe that Kim Seun the hunter can do it, a person who can plant the seed of hope in a mind full of doubt and denial. Isn't that a true S-rank hunter? Minzer finally understood what the chairman said before. He suddenly spoke up, saying he wanted to represent the Korean people to express respect for Kim Seun, making him blush deeply. A true S-rank hunter, it seems I am also beginning to have hope. Yuman smiled softly, thinking. The next day, when news of the Dao Dungeon attack broke out, Korean society was turned upside down, starting with the news of Kim Seun conquering the Dao Dungeon. Then, information about the Dream Guild and the S-rank hunter license, and even a newspaper predicting the emergence of a new hero. Kim Seun's story spread across many social media communities and even made it onto the morning news. At the same time, a battle broke out over the news and rumors about the Black Dragon Guild. Although the mentioned side isn't very interested because their account already has 30 billion, let's see. Each of the 2 courses we want to take costs 40 billion. Since I have absorbed all the immortal elixirs, if I want to buy one more bottle, I need 15 billion W. The total is 80 billion plus 15 billion, which is 95 billion. I currently have 43 billion, so I need an additional 53 billion. Kim Seun was about to continue, but suddenly stopped and yelled loudly. No matter how much money he earned, it was never enough. But gathering resources is really tough. Not only Kim Seun, but many others in the same situation are sitting anxiously, waiting for the guild president to appear behind Kim Seun without him noticing. He said that Kalia came to see him yesterday asking for help. Sorry, but do you know what's happening in Europe? The chairman suddenly asked Kim Seun and gently handed him the phone to show the current situation in Italy, which is extremely fierce and devastated due to the monster attacks. Kim Seun was extremely angry that artificial awakening is still possible nowadays, and there should be more hunters like this. Recently, I've heard that deformed dungeons are appearing more and more in Europe. The Italian government tried to deploy professional hunters to control the situation, but it seems insufficient. The chairman softly spoke. Then the saint from behind suddenly approached and asked why he didn't ask Andrea for help. He just passed away. They say it was an accident in the dungeon. I haven't heard the details, but it seems the mutation happened when he raided a dungeon. Not only in Italy, but other European countries are facing similar situations. Many water heroes are fighting on their own, but in this dangerous situation, the European Union has had to seek help from the Justice Church. Ms. Kaya asked me to get involved. She wants to save Italy. For Italy, the serious situation is not the only reason, but also Andrea's death. Andrea is not only a hero of the Great Flood, but also the mafia boss of the Sicilian Mafia. He was the first to unify the Mafia, an international criminal organization. Andrea is a lunatic, always shouting that he will resurrect that criminal organization. It seemed like nonsense, but in the end he actually did it. Of course, there were some who opposed him within the Mafia, but they were no match for the hero of the Great Flood. Now the chain of control over those mafia organizations has been broken. Italy must be in chaos. The president also mentioned that the Italian government secretly asked the Church of Justice for help, but they all said they had their own issues. So, you asked this kid to do something that even the hero of the Great Flood couldn't handle? Do you think that's okay? St. Tam replied angrily. Of course I refused, but Miss Kaya asked me to pass on her message, so I told him, you don't need to do anything. Kim Seun. I didn't think you would have to go to a dangerous foreign country either, the chairman said, and Kim Seun pondered for a while before making that decision. Kaya then informed her superiors that Kim Seun had agreed to help. It was all for his obsession with money. Kim Seun demanded 100 billion, and in exchange would go with the Dream Team members. The leader, though somewhat hesitant, decided to go along with what Kim Seun wanted. The mutated monster that once swallowed Andrea is still there. If he's planning to go there alone, why should I stop him? He opened his mouth to speak. Kalia still hesitated, looking distraught, while Kim Seun wanted them to pay a deposit first. Now my head hurts. Did Kim Seun inform the whole group about the trip? I thought they would be afraid to go, but everyone was incredibly excited and eager because they were about to go abroad. The Dream Team's trip has been confirmed. Over 100 billion watts has been spent. Kim Seun received 60 billion. The others each got about 10 billion. 2 weeks left until the Dream Team arrives, but everyone is training intensely, making Tom Than unable to relax even with a cup of tea. The disciples of the Sword Saint, the Black Saint, and the Law Saint are all incredibly talented, yet they gather together under the light of one person. Except for that child who feels a bit out of place, Tam Than quietly assesses everyone before turning his gaze toward Hun. With her spiritual eyes, she could see that Hyun's soul was only black, meaning her ego was too impoverished. Normally, souls would have different colors depending on each person's mood. At first, when her soul was completely black, it should have gradually collapsed over time. However, now her soul's collapse has stopped. Maybe Kim Seun destroyed the small world the girl once knew and led her out into a new hope. A child who always doubts herself and tries to change but remains lonely because she doesn't know what to do in this life. St. Tam stared intently at Hyun, making her blush with embarrassment. Then she gently called her to follow her quickly. Seeing Hyun hesitate, she forcefully flicked a big bump right on her forehead, then flicked again, making her scream loudly. There are only 2 weeks left before you go to Italy. Now I have to deal with the biggest troublemaker. From now on, I will only accept one answer. Yes. Do you understand? Suddenly, the saint's heart transformed into a roaring tiger, activating her training mode and throwing Hoon into her training circle, making her so scared she almost fainted from the beating. 2 weeks later, news of the Dream Team arriving in Italy spread across Korea. Leaving behind worries and expectations, the entire team set out for Italy feeling excited and eager. At the airport, numerous horned face centaurs had taken notice of Kim Seun's group. Just then, Elena, a member of the Italian Professional Hunters Association, and also a hunter manager from Asia, approached to welcome the Dream Team, an A-rank hunter and 4 B-rank hunters. Since the Church of Justice sent someone, I thought there would at least be an S-rank hunter, Elena thought with a bit of disappointment. The group of horse-faced monsters approached, pointing at Kim Seun and laughing as they shouted in a foreign language that Kim Seun couldn't understand. Elena sweat and told Kim Seun's group to just ignore them. Kim Seun was quite surprised to see Hun create a spiritual connection intermediary learned directly from the Holy Spirit, thinking she really is talented. The bunch of brutes kept looking at Kimseo, trembling, laughing, and guessing that maybe his group came here for a vacation, and the weak ones would be scared stiff if they knew where they were. Let them tell. Even if we do nothing, they will die soon enough. Such beauty wasted too soon, brother. They had no idea that Kim Seo-jun had heard every word, his face gradually turning red with anger. Kim Seo-run itched all over and could no longer hold back, immediately charging fiercely at them. Elena's face paled as she saw Kim Seo run so aggressive because those girls are not ordinary thugs, but a mafia gang with many top-tier talents. They are like worms that the government turns a blind eye to because they can't deal with them. Wait, you're not their match. Elena shouted loudly to stop Kim Seo run, but suddenly Seon's arm blocked Elena, and he happily smiled to reassure her that everything would be fine. What's going on? Why does everyone look like nothing's wrong? Elena looked surprised. The thugs, seeing Kim Seo trembling and coming forward to sacrifice himself, burst out laughing and caused chaos. A bunch of trash floating around this airport again, truly a chaotic mess. Kim Seo-run calmly spoke, causing them to go berserk and rush to grab his collar. Kim Seo moved so fast and dangerously that the next second he twisted the wrist, grabbed the bastard's head, and slammed him to the floor before he could react. Seeing our brothers get beaten up, the rest of them all rushed in to gang up on Kim Seo-run, but it was actually them who got beaten. You're too fast and dangerous. Loang Fat took them all out in an instant. Keep moving. Elena leads the group to Napo. Actually, the seasoned Kim hunters are not dealing with the mafia. To be precise, they are a gang that split off from their side. After Mr. Andrea suddenly passed away, the Mafia Guild split into 3 factions: Anis the Peaceful, Francisco the Tough, and Antonio the official successor, inheriting Andrea's estate. Although they call themselves peaceful and masculine, except for Antonio, the other factions are all criminal organizations. Despite the widespread appearance of dungeons, professional hunters in Italy haven't been able to handle these fierce mafias because they are trying to stop them. So, even if this is a bit extreme, I hope the Dream Team can help us deal with the deformed dungeons, Elena explained to Kim Seon and the others. Hearing his agreement, Elena was very grateful to the group. Suddenly, the car slammed on the brakes, causing everyone to fall flat on the ground. Outside, groups of people are panicking and fleeing as the final dungeon gate has been opened. Various monsters emerge, snarling and rushing through the sky in all directions. It seems the whole group can't reach Napo yet. We have to leave right now from here. Kim Seo-jun confidently drew his weapon and led the way forward, with the powerful Dream Group following behind. At the Italian Parliament right now, news about a mafia gang taking over the city of Catanzaro is a hot topic of debate. We tried to negotiate, but they still refused to accept any conditions. Marcello, the president of the Professional Hunters Association in Italy, said that Francisco's faction is tough. He said he would kill 90,000 people in Catanzaro if we don't hand over the presidency within a week. Marcello's words are giving Minister Samuel a headache. Antonio is currently working with professional hunters to prevent the rebels from leaving Sicily, but it doesn't seem to be going very smoothly. Those thugs wouldn't dare to move while Lord Andrea was alive. I never expected that after a hero disappeared, such a disaster would happen. Samuel looked exhausted and pale as the news of the distorted dungeon in Latina was delivered, shocking everyone. Now there are only about 500 level C hunters, 150 level B hunters, and 20 level A hunters, and it seems this time innocent civilians might have to pay with their lives again. Suddenly, Marcello stood up in panic when he heard the secretary report that there were no casualties in Latina thanks to the powerful support of the Dream Team. Kim Seon's team is now surrounded by Suryan's secret flame technique, raging fiercely, making the air hotter than ever. Min-yoon also refuses to fall behind, unleashing his ultimate soul-hunting technique. In an instant, he used the twin sword technique to slash through the monsters as easily as slicing a piece of steak. John's Tram. Thien Sword's first move, combined with the lightning sword dance on this side, is incredibly sharp, cutting through everything in its path. Nothing less, nothing more. And of course, the summoning of elemental spirits led by Hyun cannot be overlooked. With a single blow, he unleashed a surge of primal energy that made the monsters tremble and freeze up completely. Thanks to Kim Seon's help, innocent civilians had a chance to escape. Elena watched in awe as the incredible moves of Kim Seon and the others left her stunned, with monsters pouring in relentlessly and a terrifying aura filling the sky. But Kim Seon just needed to unleash a single illusion attack to wipe out their entire lair. They are Korean hunters who traveled all the way to Italy to help us. To take down these guys, maybe we need a whole bunch of hunters, but just 5 of us can handle them all in an instant. Elena stood there dazed, still stunned and overwhelmed. Suddenly, Elena's phone rings loudly in her pocket. The caller ID shows Marcello, the president of the association. Elena quickly answered the phone and introduced herself. But it seemed the other side had said something that made Elena's face suddenly turn grim a second later, and Koham hesitated, speechless with surprise. Hun, Min-yoon, and Suran kept praising each other after the match, saying how all three of us are really talented. At first everyone was worried they wouldn't do well, but once the battle started, they instantly transformed into completely different, incredibly fierce and aggressive people. Kim Seo-run's team is just like top students who study all night, but when asked, they claim they haven't studied at all, hiding their skills at the max level. Why is John sighing and wondering why these kids are so strong? When she glances at Kim Sejun, she sees him desperately dissecting the monster, leaving her speechless. Kim Sun is truly a frugal man of the family. Even abroad, he refuses to waste a single dollar. Just after dismembering the monster, Kim Sun saw Elena passing by and immediately asked, "Ms. Elena, you're just in time. I'm wondering how to sell these pieces of the corpse. We do have ownership rights over them, right?" "We took them down, yes, but that's not the issue." "Let me introduce you to Mr. Samuel, the Prime Minister of Italy, and this is Mr. Marcello, the President of Italy's High-Level Hunters Association." Elena casually introduces the two men standing behind her to Kim Seun, making him momentarily confused, thinking they were doing this to make him declare his customs separately. Seeing the confusion on Kim Seun's face, Samuel and Marcello immediately greeted him with cheerful handshakes. "Can you communicate without a translator? Are you a follower of the Church of Justice?" Samuel asked curiously. "No, one of my teammates knows some spiritual techniques, so with a few tricks I can communicate without any language barriers. I don't know exactly how it works, but you can think of it as a translation tool." Kim Seun replied quickly. Hyun, standing behind, felt a bit nauseous watching Kim Seo-run lie so shamelessly, worried that Lord's Sacred Heart might faint upon hearing it. "We have something to say to you. Can you help Italy?" "Please," Samuel pleaded. Kim Seun still looked confused, not understanding what he meant. Clearly, he came here to help Italy. "I know this is a shameful request, but we will do our best to meet all your demands. If it's about money, you can have as much as you want. In addition, we will not charge any fees for your monster corpse collection and will cover all costs for separating and processing the monster remains. We will also give you the best treatment, so please help us, please." Samuel has nothing but money, so he casually begged Kim Seun, who had to tense up and clench his fists to hold back, almost tearing his shirt to suppress his excitement. Of course, Kim Seun couldn't refuse this kind of thing. Seeing his serious and dedicated attitude, even though inside he was thrilled and wanted to shout out, the kids in his heart had to hide their faces and look away to avoid embarrassment, using him. Kim Seo trembled with joy, but his heart was not. Because of this, everyone would have to work even harder than before, and their faces turned pale, speechless with shock. "So I'll leave the Lio City project to the Dream Team. Lai is a key political area where the capital, Rome, is located. You can compare it to Gyeonggi-do in Korea," Samuel said. Kim Seun trembled slightly, thinking they wanted him to handle everything beyond the dungeon or do something even more terrifying. Lost in thought, Kim Seun saw a helicopter flying across the sky and requested to use it from Samuel, with his heart filled with concern. In an instant, Kim Seun was already on the helicopter, soaring through various cities to deal with the monsters. After so many exhausting battles, everyone is completely worn out, but Kim Seun still keeps insisting on going on and on without rest. He really knows how to drain others' energy. Samuel from the Central Agency received news that the dungeon explosions in the cities had completely stopped. Then suddenly he was unable to move his limbs. He couldn't remember the last time his heart pounded so wildly. It seems that hero Andrea from the Great Flood Report will return to the underworld. Andrea. I thought this would be Italy's end without that hero. Now I cannot miss the opportunity that the Asian hunters have brought. Samuel immediately ordered Marcello to leave the safety of the people to the Dream Law team and mobilize all professional hunters to deal with those disgusting gangsters. News about the Dream Group has spread across the front pages. Mafia boss Francisco, of course, won't let this slide. Quickly call Albano. It seems it's time to meet the lioness Agnes. And the hostages in Catanzaro are just being cooked alive. A lavish feast was held at the Hong Hotel to celebrate the Dream Group after their great achievements. As Hyun, Min-yoon, and Sureon excitedly rush into the banquet, Kim Seun quietly wonders with Elena how much their group has been paid. About 42 million euros, which is roughly 57 billion won. As Elena finished speaking, Kim Seun suddenly felt euphoric and ecstatic, as if a current of electricity was running through him. Even if he divided that money into 5 parts, each person would get 11.4 billion won. Just thinking about it made Kim Seun so happy he wanted to spread his wings and fly up to the sky. Elena saw Kim Seun's stunned look like he had just been hit on the head and broke out in a cold sweat. The rest of the team was already used to his reactions whenever money was mentioned, so Choo Choo kept eating happily. After that intense binge, Kim Se-yoon gently snapped out of it and confidently ordered more courses. Kim Se-yoon's army of 80 billion then soared like a gust of wind, but he felt no regret at all because he knew he would earn even more in the future. Again, hearing Elena mention the two annual budgets of around 1,100 billion, Kim Se-yoon couldn't help but smirk a disgusting smile as he looked at the skeptical gazes of those around him, and a moment later, he sat in the room attentively listening to the lecture he had just purchased. A giant titan holding up the sky in Greek and Roman mythology. So when it comes to strength, even Hat Queen is inferior. What do you think is the most important thing when holding up the sky? Bulging muscles and overwhelming strength? No, that's all wrong, it's perseverance. Atlas, the one holding up the sky through the screen, has been continuously teaching Kim Se-yoon. He strongly advises Kim Se-yoon to persevere and endure everything when opposing the sky in any situation. There are 3 basic principles of perseverance I will teach you today. The body cannot be destroyed, and perseverance allows you to withstand any physical injury. The ability to absorb 10,000 toxins. Perseverance helps you never give up on any toxin. Absorbing heat and cold, perseverance allows you to endure extreme temperatures. This is perseverance, the ultimate strength. Ha ha ha! Atlas, with his fiery enthusiasm, burst into laughter. Kim Se-yoon's daily tasks then appeared, each one seeming extremely difficult to accomplish easily. Among these tasks, there's also a requirement to drink J.C. Mano's poison. J.C. Mano is a giant serpent from Norse mythology, possessing venom capable of killing gods. With it being like that, Kim Se-yoon basically can't carry it out. Sitting there scratching his head, the system suddenly appeared on the screen, showing a fake product of manganotoxin priced at 2 billion, making Kim Se-yoon want to scream. So all this fuss earlier was just the system trying to drain my 2 billion, but it's okay because once I finish all this, I'll have trillions. Kim Se-yoon forced himself to stay calm, happily telling himself that Samuel never promised him anything about this before. Just as he was about to click on the next course, the ground around Kim Se-yoon suddenly trembled violently. The rocks and dirt clattered loudly, leaving him stunned and confused about what was happening. Amidst the crowd fleeing in panic through the hotel lobby, a proud thug and his gang entered. Let me tell you, if you want to meet Kim Se-yoon, go back. This is not a place for you to come. Elena calmly stepped forward and spoke. He was about to tease her when she suddenly swung the tan wire, causing him to fall flat on his face right then and there. Feeling both pain and shame, the crazy thug leader shouted at his underlings to attack Elena. But these little brats were no match for her. A few swift swings and they'd be knocked out cold. Elena was sweating, fighting, and trying to buy time to call for help, when suddenly, with a loud bang, Albino appeared out of nowhere and started choking her until she nearly bled. He ignored her, trembling and gasping for breath in his hands, repeatedly squeezing her neck to force her to reveal Kim Se-yoon's whereabouts, even as Elena turned blue and purple from suffocation, but still refused to say where Kim Se-yoon was. The dream group gathered around the stairs, chatting and munching on their food, not realizing Kim Se-yoon was right behind Albino. "Who are you?" Kim-sin suddenly appeared out of nowhere and whispered in Albino's ear, making him jump back in shock. Kim Se-yoon takes this opportunity to rush in like a missile to rescue Elena from Albino's grasp. Seeing Kim Se-yoon's incredible strength and lightning-fast speed, Albino couldn't believe that Kim Se-yoon had reached such an advanced level. The dream group, amid the escalating tension, stood quietly listening and observing, while Mafia boss Francisco proposed a ceasefire to Agnes, carrying the bloodied corpse of the traitor who had secretly colluded with Antonio. Albino just met Kim Se-yoon for a moment, and Francisco said, "So Kim Se-yoon, you mean that Korean hunter? If Albino has already gone there, he won't survive, right?" Agnes quietly considered. Kim Se-yoon, the hero everyone talked about, suddenly died. Then Antonio, Marcelo, and the government will just panic and chaos will ensue. What if news of 90,000 residents of Catanzaro being slaughtered gets out? Francisco chuckled loudly, suggesting something that made Agnes immediately think he was crazy, because it was inherently wrong. I'm always crazy. Corruption? As long as I can win, those things don't matter at all. I will do whatever it takes to win. We are all just monsters anyway. Rules and morals don't apply to us. Just follow your instincts. We are all cruel monsters. If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to kill, then kill. Because this is the new era of Italy. Let's fight. Francisco shouted and threw the corpse to the corner, his body covered in fresh blood as he continued to passionately proclaim his ideals. Albino, on this side, flinched slightly after witnessing Kim Se-yoon's recent move to save Elena. Since when did I let my guard down without realizing his movements? Albino, ready to fight, trembles slightly, thinking. Hearing Kim Se-yoon ask who they are, Elena quietly revealed that he is Albino, the leader of the violent faction and his subordinates. Elena couldn't believe that Sicily had already been blockaded by the association president and Mr. Antonio, yet he still could act so arrogantly. Ha ha ha, that's a surprise. You probably don't know everything yet. I heard there's a damn Asian bastard I've never heard of who's interested in our plan. I'm curious, so I came here to see who that is, Albano said arrogantly. Fine, now you've seen me. Tell your men to leave. Kim Sao said coldly before turning his back and walking away with Elena, looking completely calm and fearless. Albano, furious at his arrogant attitude, rushed to ambush Kim Seun from behind, but before he could even touch a single hair, he was thrown back by his fierce wind power, crashing into the wall and bleeding. Rage boiling over, Albano roared orders for his men to deal with Kim Seun, but who would fight whom was still unclear. Nguyen. Luakuk stepped forward with a Zhen Han force, grabbing everything in their lair. At this point, the remaining members of the Dream Group are stepping up to protect Kim Seun. They haven't finished eating and now have to come out here, which is a bit annoying, so they agreed to finish quickly and go back to eating. And so, what was to come, did come. Albano's henchman quickly suffered a brutal beating before Albano's terrified eyes. He turned pale, unable to believe his eyes, clearly sensing that this Dream Group, rated only S and A level, was now overwhelmingly out of control. The group then approached Albano, with Kim Seun wielding a shining, enchanted weapon that made him so scared he wanted to pee his pants. Cornered and with his henchmen already wiped out, Albano, with no way out, desperately pulls something from his collar and throws it at Kim Seun. A loud explosion suddenly erupts with blinding light, and Albano, guided by the flash of the bomb, quickly escapes from the hotel at lightning speed. But Kim Seo still wouldn't let him escape that easily. He bent down to get a running start and then shot forward like an arrow, too fast to even see his shadow. A few seconds later, he suddenly appeared in front of Albano, on his way to report the strength of the Dream Group. Swana was immediately knocked out on the spot by Kim Seo-zun. A moment later, just as LM slowly opened his eyes, Albano was panic-stricken to find himself tightly bound in front of the crowd of the Dream Group. Albano, how could you escape from Sicily? Sicily should have been sealed off by Marcello and Antonio, right? Elena couldn't help but ask, do you really think this is over? It's too late for Catanzaro. Albano's cunning threats are pushing Elena to her breaking point. The six of them, out of control, rushed to punch him with the force of hitting a sack of rice. Seeing Kim Seun look confused about what Albano just said, Elena sighed softly and explained that these guys are threatening to take 90,000 hostages from Catanzaro and force the president to resign. They only gave her until the end of the week. But because of the tricks of those bastards in Parliament, the order was issued before I even arrived. The magic bomb has probably already been activated by now. It won't be long. If the people see this, they'll blow up. Albano laughed triumphantly and said, You bastard, do you still consider yourself human? Are you any different from those damn monsters? Elena shouted furiously, cursing at Albano. His tone became so aggressive that Kim Seun had to punch him, knocking him out cold before he finally shut up in a dazed, unconscious state. I haven't killed him yet. It seems I still need to ask him a few things. Get ready, everyone. We will head to Catanzaro immediately. Kim Sao, trembling with fighting spirit, clenched her fist and ordered. The helicopter carrying the team quickly arrived near Catanzaro. Regarding the bomb removal, Kim Seun assigned Suryan and Min Yoon to go together to locate it. Min Yoon, who has stealth skills, will assist Suryan during the bomb disposal. As for Seon, Kim Seun assigned her to find the hostages and evacuate them to a safe place. Hyun will also go along to assist. Everything is assigned and arranged properly. Kim Seun rushing straight towards the helicopter door to jump down is too dangerous. We don't have much time left, and if the Mafia catch wind of something happening, the Dream members will rush over. John hurriedly calls out to Kim Seun to advise him, but Kim Seun simply replies that he won't let that happen and suddenly jumps straight down at full speed. The strength from Kim Seun's body radiated brightly, burning across the entire area like lightning bolts. Absolutely astonishing. Kim Seun sprinted forward as if he had never run before, using his divine speed for 5 minutes a day, squeezing his glutes and straining his muscles to the limit. Although feeling his body torn apart in pain, luckily Atlas's body helped Kim Seun endure, and now he has no time left. I don't know when the magic bomb will explode, but since it hasn't gone off yet, maybe the Mafia are still in Catan Zero. Or they've left, but the bomb hasn't been activated. But if those bastards still haven't left, then until my team reaches Catanzaro, until Min Yoon finds the bomb and Suron disables it, until Seon and Hyun evacuate everyone to safety, I have to buy time. Please make it in time. Kim Seun clenched his teeth and clenched his fists, thinking to himself the speed is increasing more than ever before. At this moment, Cesare, the leader of Francesco's gang, was eagerly about to press the activation button in his hand. After hearing the subordinate's report, he instructed the residents not to leave their homes until the bomb detonated. Cesare quietly instructed to let a few people escape so the survivors would know what had happened there. The specific few he mentioned were only 10 out of the 90,000 residents. While Cesare was gathering his men to head back to Sicily, Kim Seo suddenly appeared out of nowhere like a gust of wind. After running for his life and pushing himself to the limit, he finally arrived just in time. "You're the mafia guy taking over Catanzaro, right? Sorry, but you're coming with me for a while." Kim Seo-jun slung his weapon over his shoulder and said with a nod, "The strange presence of an Asian like Kim Seun here. This secret place leaves Cesare's crew stunned. That bastard, was he one of the 10 guys I told you to let go earlier?" Cesare growled and asked his subordinate if he heard correctly. Cesare immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha. So who the hell do you think you are to act so smart in front of a mafia of 1,000 men? I don't know who you are or why you're here, but if you want to die, then go ahead. Deal with him." As soon as Cesare finished speaking, his gang with various weapons charged at Kim Seun like arrows. But he couldn't have expected that just as he turned around, all his talented and martial arts trained subordinates would be swiftly and violently knocked down and scattered by the power of Kim Seo's weapon. Realizing that Kim Seo was no ordinary opponent, Cesare turned pale, trembling as he stepped back, thinking he must leave this place quickly, press the activation button, and return to CC. "I can't press the button here right now." While fighting and bleeding, Kim Seon suddenly seems to realize something and quickly glances at Cesare. Just as he saw him retreating, one hand fumbling for the control button in his pocket with a suspicious look, Kim Seo ran swiftly to chase him down, while his other hand was still busy finishing off the minions caught in his way. The gang members try their best to crush Kim Seo under their bodies to block his time-traveling path, but they seem powerless against Kim Seun's raging strength. Time is running out, and Kim Seo, trembling as if injected with chicken blood, unleashes increasingly fiery moves, quickly surrounding Cesare with a cloud of dust and smoke. Thinking he had escaped, Cesare was suddenly caught by Kim Seo run, causing him to panic and stammer uncontrollably. The frantic look in Hugh Thang and the intense bursts of Kim Seun's attacks made Cesare want to faint on the spot. Just as he was about to be pierced in the face with a sharp weapon, Cesare hurriedly pulled the activation button out of his pocket, growling and threatening. "Ha ha. Just as I thought, you know about the activation device. If you take one more step, I will press the button immediately. You know what will happen if I press this, right? If you press that button, you'll just fall asleep too," Kim Seo replied calmly. "Getting killed together is still better." Cesare calmly said, then slowly stepped back, using the threat of pressing the button to keep Kim Seo still. His underlings have already caught up and are now surrounding Kim Seo with swords and knives, trying to intimidate him. Faced with their cold steel knife at his face, Kim Seo just barely smiled, then suddenly spun, and unleashed a whirlwind attack, knocking them all off balance on the spot. Seeing Kim Seun truly risking everything, and preparing to stab his blade into his face, Cesare had no choice but to press the button, sealing their fates together. The button has been pressed, but the surrounding atmosphere remains unusually silent. Cesare is sweating, repeatedly pressing the button, suspecting he might have pressed the wrong spot. Only Kim Seun let out a relieved sigh, his eyes shining with silent praise for Surayon's excellent work. Waking up in the dark warehouse, Albino, with his swollen face resembling a pig's head, groggily remembered being kidnapped by the dream group and beaten up. Feeling so angry, he itched all over. Suddenly the door swung open, and Albano saw Cesare walking in leisurely, so he happily cheered up, thinking that he had come to save him. "That's right. I knew it would be like this. No matter how strong Kim Seun is, he can't handle so many mafia on his own." Albano just thought, who would dare to interrupt for even a second? Cesare, with a face just as battered, claimed he was also captured by Kim Seun, causing Albano to freeze stiffly. Kim Seun and Elnalok burst into the room together, holding a spear, demanding they answer a few questions. "Your plan has failed. Tell me how you managed to escape from Sicily," Kim Seo-jun asked sternly. While Albino stubbornly refused to even smile, Cesare hurriedly spilled everything, revealing they went through a secret passage, which made Albano furious. To prevent Albano from interfering, Kim Seo-jun gently and affectionately gave him a slap on the ear, successfully silencing him into a peaceful sleep. With Albino no longer babbling, Kim Seon easily used the rule of the dominant hand to question Cesare, and after a while, Albino, trembling from Kim Seon's earlier punch, slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. Seeing that Cesare was now unconscious and lying on his side, he guessed that Cesare had already spilled everything to Kim Seon. "If you spare me, I will give you 70 million euros. Albano suddenly spoke up to bargain, shocking everyone with how much money he had. "Who do you think I am? We are not ordinary criminals, but the mafia. Our mafia has carried out countless smuggling, betting, and usury operations. From those illegal activities, we make 53 billion euros a year, which is about 78 trillion. All of this is just the tip of the iceberg of what we've done right under Andrea's nose." Albano spoke in a deep voice, and seeing Kim Soon laugh so loudly while listening, he guessed that although he was a hero, he was also just a money-loving guy. But what he didn't expect was that Kim Si-jun was not only obsessed with money, but also a true slave to it. If he's not earning, fine. But when he does, he has to make a lot. The reason Kim Si-yoon was laughing so hard was because he couldn't believe Albano earned 78 trillion won a year, but only gave him odd amounts. This was beyond lifting weights, outside coverage, and beyond love. Where's your boss? That guy who calls himself Francisco or something? Forget it. He's probably in Sicily right now. You guys are also dealing with illegal people, right? I'm also going to sell you out for money right now, Kim Seo-jun said, rolling up his sleeves with a sinister grin, then suddenly swung his spear down onto Albano's head. Albano thought that Kim Seo-jun had been smiling and talking all this time, thinking his plan had succeeded, but he never expected him to turn his back and change 180 degrees, choosing a path he couldn't have foreseen. He can only be described as a ruthless capitalist demon to the point of fainting. Kim Si-yoon's ruthless nature is too familiar to Dream's heart. For situations like this, all I can do is sigh in frustration at Albano's naive ignorance of the world, as his desperate scream echoes painfully through the air. Hyun couldn't help but get goosebumps because she had also been treated like this by Kim Se-eun before. Elena hurriedly stopped her from going to meet Francisco when she heard about Kim Si-zoon. "It's very dangerous. Sicily is the stronghold of the mafia. I heard there are up to 150,000 members in the mafia gang gathered there, and Francisco is also a well-known S-rank hunter. He has almost reached the level of the Great Flood hero. Even you, it's too risky. Nothing will ever end unless we deal with the mafia. That's the lesson from what happened in Catanzaro. The problem Italy is facing isn't the mutated dungeons, but those mafia guys. I had already anticipated this. Wasn't there a secret passage they used before? I was planning to go there to make a deal with them, a human trafficking deal." Kim Se-eun just sneered and replied, "With Messina being the city next to Sicily. This place is home to many professional hunters, and is a city connecting Sicily with the Italian mainland." In the meeting room now, Marcello is discussing with Samuel and Antonio about Francisco and Agnes's strange movements. It seems likely those two have teamed up. It looks like Francisco and Agnes are preparing for a full-scale fight. The spy we planted in the organization has stopped reporting information. Maybe they've been exposed. I can't just sit here and watch. I have to do something. Marcello spoke forcefully and gravely, while Antonio, Andrea's official heir, sat cross-legged deep in thought, and Samuel, after hearing Marcello's report, was so furious he wanted to smash the table and chairs right then and there. The situation is getting worse, and the Dream Team is responsible for protecting the safety of all Italy. I thought we had finally returned to a state of balance, but it seems we're just making this bomb go off sooner. If Francisco and Agnes's Mafia Alliance joins forces, their numbers would reach 150,000. With our 200,000 troops, the battle will be fierce and casualties unpredictable. And 90,000 civilians are all being held hostage. Samuel was so overwhelmed by his own thoughts that he was stunned, sitting there absent-mindedly, ignoring Samuel and Antonio calling him. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound that interrupted the tense atmosphere of the meeting. Everyone in the room was a bit surprised to see Elena appear here, as they had thought she was with the Dream Team. "Hunter Kim Si-yoon wants to meet the chairman and young Antonio," Elena announced. Samuel was startled by Kim Si-yoon's sudden request to meet Italy's leaders, suspecting something major was happening. Everyone rushed out to see him, only to find him standing there laughing loudly, with someone on his back. Kim Si-yoon's cheerful appearance was completely different from what Samuel's group had thought. When Antonio first met Kim Si-yoon and saw that he could use automatic translation, he skeptically wondered if he was a member of the Noon Justice Church. "It's just me translating with my mind." Kim Si-yoon smiled and said, "I heard you want to meet us." Samuel hurriedly got to the main issue. "Yeah, it's nothing. I'm involved in a deal, and I don't know what the price is like. I mean, dealing with those bastards." Kim Se-eun responded first, amidst countless stunned gazes and confused faces from Samuel's group who had no idea what he meant. Only after Kim Se-eun threw down the two Albano and Cesare, who had been carried on his shoulders all this time, did Samuel's group gasp in amazement. "I don't understand why Francisco's men are here. They said they would pay a ransom of about 70 million euros or 100 billion military units. Let's get to work. I want to ask you all, what should be the price for 150,000 people?" Kim Seun asked with a nod while pulling out a gigantic, sparkling purple orb from his pocket, causing utter confusion among those around him. Seeing that the situation was getting tense, Elena stepped forward to explain to Samuel's group what Kim Seun had done recently. After a moment of understanding everything, Samuel hurriedly bowed his head in gratitude to Kim Seun. Thank you very much. Kim Seun, the hunter, as the president, must represent Italy. Yet I could only turn a blind eye to 90,000 innocent people. If it weren't for Hunter Kim Seun, no. If the Dream Team hadn't appeared, I would have read about a massacre instead of this good news. I really appreciate it. Kim Seun is tired of hearing these words of thanks. Now you just need to decide whether to ask for 150,000 and how to deal with this mafia boss. This is a magic bomb in Catanzaro. It hasn't exploded yet because our team members have drained the magic inside. But as soon as the magic is restored, the bomb will be reactivated. I plan to use the secret passage to Sicily to reassemble this bomb and make those bastards pay for what they planned to do to Catanzaro. You can consider this my silly cleansing operation. Kim Seun said firmly, not allowed. If you use that magic bomb, the mafia will definitely be wiped out, but at the same time, you will also lose your life. Kim Seun trembled. Besides, after detonating the bomb, how did he plan to escape? This is no different from a suicide bombing. Antonio strongly protests. Samuel also felt that Antonio's words made a lot of sense and immediately intervened strongly. Don't worry about me, I have my own way. Moreover, shouldn't we end the current situation sooner rather than later? Kim Seo-run replied calmly as if nothing was happening. Why are you going this far? You have nothing to do with this. Even if you ignore it, no one can say anything. Not to mention, you're risking your life. Why did you risk your life to help us when you could have just stayed away from the start? Antonio questions Kim Seun's excessive kindness. Do we need a reason to help each other? I just want to help if I want to. Kim Seun's firm and decisive answer completely took Antonio by surprise. He froze for a moment, sweating profusely, and softly recalled his grandfather's teachings about how people follow, not for power, but for ideals. It's been a while since I saw this look. I thought I would never see it again. Antonio stood there in a daze, his eyes fixed in admiration on Kim Seo-jun. As Kim Seo-jun prepared to leave, Samuel's group all bowed their heads in respectful reverence, hoping he would return safely. Kim Seo, overwhelmed by this overly formal scene, immediately stiffened and froze in embarrassment. I never intended to commit suicide, but for some reason, maybe I shouldn't ruin this atmosphere. Kim Seo-run was speechless in front of everyone's affection for him, unable to say anything more, only promising to return soon before quietly hugging Albano and Cesare and leaving. Samuel's group watched Kim Seo-run's straight back fade into the distance, tears streaming down like a wife seeing her husband off to war, as he walked away without looking back, with fallen leaves covering the sunny porch behind him. Amidst this emotionally charged atmosphere, only Elena's mood remains normal as sugar in a milk carton, because she already knew Kim Seo-run's departure was for money, not some noble ideal. At the Sicilian mafia base, Agnes, following Francisco's orders, sent 100,000 men to Messia, the connection point to Sicily. With the current situation, Francisco can attack at any time. Is it really necessary to rush like this, Francisco? Just in terms of strength, we are already at a disadvantage. Right now, my 50,000 elite troops still have to stay. I don't know if this decision of yours is too hasty. Agnes glanced out the window with her weapon in hand and softly asked, she's just worried for nothing. That's why she can't escape from Sicily. In just a little while, chaos will engulf all of Italy. Isn't the response from the parliament too predictable? All we need to do is seize that time. It's as easy as flipping a hand. After all, war is bound to happen, so taking advantage of the situation when it benefits us, isn't that better? Francisco, with a smug and confident demeanor, responded proudly. After hearing the news, most of Antonio's forces had retreated from Messina, and Francisco felt even more triumphant. What did I say? The parliament will definitely do that, right? Sending 100,000 of our reserve troops to the front in Messina, those bastards must be terrified. If they have to fight against more than 100,000 of us, they'll be even more panicked. If I lead 50,000 elite soldiers to wipe out Antonio's army, then we will drain their strength. Italy will be in our hands. Francisco laughed triumphantly, swinging his sword wildly before stabbing it into the map hanging on the wall, as his plan was, for the first 100,000, to be nothing more than human shields. Annis understood immediately and became extremely interested in his plan. He's definitely crazy, but the kind of crazy I like. A sinister smile gradually appeared on her face. Ha ha ha. Italy will begin a new era. Francisco closes his eyes, tilts his head to the sky, and bursts into laughter. I had no idea Kim Se-eun had been standing there listening to everything all along. What a joke. Kim Se-eun pursed his lips and said something that instantly silenced the room. His appearance here caught Francisco and Agnes completely off guard, leaving them staring with wide eyes. Sorry about that, I slipped up. Are you Francisco or something? Kim Se-eun tilted his head and asked. Francisco found it more and more unreasonable and just ignored him. You clearly had someone deal with him already, so how are you still alive and standing here? As if understanding the questions in Francisco's mind, Kim Se-eun immediately threw two battered and half-dead men, Albino and Chisar, in front of him. Albino's capture was understandable since he had sent him to assassinate Kim Se-eun. But Cesare was supposed to stay behind to activate the bomb in Catanzaro, so how did he get captured? Francisco stared blankly at the two suffering henchmen in front of him, panic-stricken. Thinking that Kim Se-eun might be able to communicate without a translator, Francisco guessed that he might be a member of the Justice Church. But Kim Se-eun hadn't even had a chance to correct himself when Francisco continued. Oh no, you can't be part of the Justice Church. Francisco's words made Kim Se-eun feel a bit confused, wondering if he had already figured out something about him. I originally only planned to blackmail them, but it seems things have gone a bit too far. Feeling uneasy, Kim Se-eun quickly opens his bag and pulls out the enormous magic orb that Francisco himself placed in Catanzaro, making his face turn pale. How do you have it? Francisco shouted in anger. You recognize it. Then you must know how terrifying this thing really is. Kim Se-eun smirked and replied, Everyone here knows that if this thing explodes, the whole area will be turned to dust in an instant. Should I just blow it up now? Kim Se-eun teased menacingly, but unexpectedly Francisco showed no fear at all. Haha, you think you can scare me with a disarmed bomb that has no magic left? Do you think I'm stupid? What can you do with a bomb that has no magic? Oh, you're challenging me now? Kim Se-eun quickly used his magic to transfer power to the sphere. His aura was so strong that it instantly swept everything around, knocking it over and causing chaos. Ani. Seeing Kim Se-eun confidently threaten to activate the sphere without caring about his own life, Francisco guessed he must have had some plan all along and growled, asking what he wanted. I hear you make a lot of money, 78 billion a year. That's what they said, Kim Se-eun said vaguely. I guess Kim Se-eun's real goal is money. Francisco sighed in relief and suggested he name a price. Does he know about my plan? As expected, I can't let him live. Just give him some money and take advantage of his complacency. Francisco was scheming and waiting for Kim Se-eun to calculate the price, to see if these two guys are talking about tens of millions of euros, around 70 million euros. And there are still 50,000 elite soldiers here, right? Because 100,000 people have already been sent out. It's a total of 7 trillion euros, right? Kim Se-eun calmly confirms and finalizes the enormous figure. Chio looks like he's bargaining for vegetables or fish at the market, making Francisco roll his eyes. I've met many money-hungry people, but someone as obsessed with money as Kim Se-eun, I've only seen once in my life after eating dozens of sticky rice cakes. He thought he was getting a good deal, but didn't expect to face someone reckless who eats everything, including the bones like Kim Se-eun, so Francisco would rather die than suffer more. After being scolded directly by Francisco for his overbearing attitude, Kim Se-eun could only sulk and look miserable. He just said any amount is fine. Francisco sighed in disappointment, his mouth twitching. All right, I'll give it to you. But before I could finish my sentence, Francisco suddenly unleashed a blazing magic stream straight at Kim Se-eun, who flinched. Luckily, I was quick enough to dodge. Hey Dad, what if I accidentally blow up this magic sphere? Kim Se-eun tremblingly blocks in front of the magic sphere, annoyed, and says, Just try me. You think I'll be afraid for sure. I don't care what you're plotting, but you definitely won't let it explode that easily. 7 trillion euros, right? If you're so good, come and take it. Francisco howled wildly and then used his magic power to unleash a furious attack, stabbing and piercing at Kim Se-eun. I just drew my sword with a swoosh to counterattack and silently thought to myself, he's right. I can't detonate the bomb recklessly. In the worst case, I can leave before being caught in Theon Phai's holy speed explosion, but I'm not yet familiar with that move, so it will take some time and it will be difficult to do what I want if those two jump in to interfere. What are you doing? That bastard definitely won't detonate the bomb. Think quickly. Maybe it's because you all have experience attacking with bombs before. Kim Se-eun taunted a bit and then aimed just as Francisco's group was about to rush in for a collective attack. Kim Se-eun forcefully unleashed his aura, unleashing a furious surge of magic that swept through their entire workshop in an instant. Francisco and Agnes, struck by the attack, could only flail helplessly as they tumbled through the air. Neither of them can believe how strong Kim Seon is now. Of course, I'm not naive enough to think you would hand over the money so easily. No more wasting time dragging this out, let's finish it. But before that, I still want to ask you two a few things. Kim Seo coldly said, standing before Francisco and Agnes's stunned but alert faces, along with the trembling fear of the two Albano men on the other side. Kim Seo-jun muttered a quick boom in his mouth. Too fast, too dangerous. Francisco's entire building then exploded like an atomic bomb, with smoke and flames billowing everywhere. Francisco and Agnes were hit so hard that they coughed up blood, their bodies battered and torn, lying amidst the wreckage. Seeing that his previous move still hadn't fully affected them, Kim Seo-jun snapped his fingers again, and a beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky, causing them to convulse in pain. Although their attacks were fierce, both of them still stubbornly clung to their legendary resilience, trying to use all their strength and coordinated strikes to counterattack Kim Seo-run. After the intense fire attack, Kim Seo-run still made them gape in shock as he effortlessly dodged like it was nothing. Not only did he dodge with style, but his powerful strike was unmatched, leaving them no time to react. It wasn't until a while later that Francisco slowly woke up amidst the wreckage, still facing Kim Seo's deadly aura that made him tremble and almost jump out of his skin. He easily dodged our attack, the ones who have reached hero level. Even disaster-level hero Andrea, who crushed and unified the entire Sicilian mafia, cannot compare. He is not someone that me or Agnes can fight against. Francisco was stunned and painfully thought to himself that his plan from the beginning had been perfect. First, they exploit the deformed prison to weaken Antonio's forces, then create chaos in Italy by causing a disaster for the people of Catanzaro, and finally use their 100,000 troops to attack bases and the fake awakening society, deliberately reducing the strength of Antonio and Marcello. In the end, he will lead his elite forces to submerge all of Italy and seize power, but fate is unpredictable. The only thing that will cause Francisco to fail is not Antonio or the fake awakening association in Italy. It wasn't the Supreme Court's ruling or the suppression by opposition forces. It was all caused by Kim Seon. What Kim Seon needs. Francisco, to clarify now, is how much money he can pay you. It's ridiculous. If I give you money, will you let me survive? Francisco irritably asked. Well, that depends on how much money you give me. Kim Seon's cocky response made Francisco burst out laughing uncontrollably. Take it. Even if I can't pay you now, when Antonio takes over, he will give you the money. Are you really sure you can get it? Do you know what will happen when you detonate that bomb? Apart from the fact that all 50,000 mafia members here will be wiped out, that is the real consequence. This bomb will turn the entire city to dust. And who did I take that bomb from? Do you think we can just make a bomb like that? Hearing Francisco's veiled threats and his earlier suspicion that he was part of the righteous church, Kim Seo-jun gradually begins to realize that Francisco is indeed one of them. Got it right. Francisco just collapsed onto the ground, laughing casually. I knew it. You also know the true face of the Justice Church, right? I already dealt with Andrea, those hypocrites. No, actually I encouraged the righteous church to deal with him. They acted very cleverly, creating a disaster like a prison accident. And that bomb was originally meant to deal with the monster that killed Andrea. The plan was to make Andrea disappear and place the bomb in the dungeon to destroy the monster. Because that was the only way to kill that terrifying monster, but I didn't do it. I think it's a waste to use such a magnificent and terrifying bomb just to kill an ordinary monster, so I decided to use it in a better way. Hearing Francisco mention this, Kim Seon immediately understood he was deliberately referring to the Catanzaro incident. His face darkened instantly, fists clenched with bloodthirsty rage at this damn Francisco. It's a pity. I really wanted to see all 90,000 people turn to dust. Also, do you notice anything strange? Why am I suddenly telling you all this? Because now it's all meaningless. As Francisco finished speaking, taking advantage of Kim Seo-jun's momentary distraction, he suddenly swung his sword directly at the sphere behind him. Kim Seo-jun only now realizes that from the very beginning, Francisco's goal was the bomb, not him. He wanted to take everyone down to hell together. With a loud slap, a powerful strike from Kim Seon shattered Francisco's sickening plan just in time. After Francisco spat blood and collapsed to the ground, Kim Seo hurriedly gathered his energy to escape before the bomb exploded. He just left when the sphere suddenly exploded with a deafening roar, and at the Justice Church, the patient's apostle was idly playing with his sword on Andrea's grave when he suddenly received news that the bomb had gone off on Sicily instead of Catanzaro. Knowing that Francisco caused chaos again, the patient's apostle could only sigh and say he would handle the rest. Also, the apostle of the Holy Ink told us to be especially careful because Kim Seon has made a move. the henchman said. Hearing the name Kim Seo-run, the patient's apostle lost control and immediately raised his hand to unleash a thunderous lightning bolt that lit up the sky, hoping to give him a taste of what a festival feels like. Having just been hit by a swift backlash and wounded from the explosion, Kim Seo, trembling, collapsed unconscious on the ground. Knowing this is not the time to lie down, Kim Seo trembles as he uses his remaining strength to open the system and buy a divine potion to pour down his throat. After restoring his strength, he finally has enough calm to reflect on what just happened. If what crazy Francisco said is true, then it's not over yet. Moreover, the magic bomb to defeat that monster has already exploded. Now, I am the only one who can handle it. In Messina, Antonio, along with professional hunters and the president of the association, Marcelo, are rushing into the streets to clear out the crowd and hunt down the fugitives. They, with unwavering determination, did their best to restore order to Italy at all costs, not wasting the opportunity that Kim Seo-run had given them. Hearing that Antonio's group had defeated the mafia after a fierce battle, Samuel was very happy, but also felt a pang of sorrow when thinking about Kim Seo-run's contributions. Just now, I received news that a massive explosion occurred in Sicily, killing 50,000 elite mafia members. That explosion means Kim Seo-run's hunters have also fallen. He chose to sacrifice himself for the people of Italy, even those with no connection to him. We will never forget this kindness, and we will not waste the opportunity he gave us. Samuel silently thought that Antonio and Marcelo, after hearing that the remnants of Francisco and Agnes's gang had been eradicated, immediately shouted with joy and embraced each other. Both of them sat down, gasping for breath, their hearts full of tears of emotion when thinking about the debt of gratitude owed to Kim Seo-run. But their joy was short-lived, as an unusual magical force suddenly appeared in Messina and then spread across all of Italy. Amid the high sky, a giant, deadly demon eye suddenly appeared. From within that eye, a fierce demon emerged, roaring death, plunging the entire country into darkness. The people were coughing up blood and dying one after another. Amidst the panicked crowd fleeing wildly, Antonio wanted to do something, but was frozen in fear, unable to move. Just when it seemed that the terrible death was about to fall upon all the people, Suryan, with his mastery of brutal ice, suddenly unleashed his move, freezing the monster solid so it couldn't move. Minyu immediately unleashes her secret technique to hunt down the ghostly spirit, repeatedly slashing with lightning-fast strikes that cause the monster to spray soy sauce in an instant. John also stubbornly refused to yield to the divine destruction strike, combined with the chaotic blood slash, with each burst of firepower from his sword shooting straight at the monster. Nine-tailed Fox suddenly appears with Hun's ability to purify evil spirits, dispersing all the toxic aura in an instant. All the cool, handsome, and beautiful members of Team Dream gathered here, working together to defeat the monster. Hun's spiritual element combined with Suryan's tremor attack caused a violent earthquake beneath the creature's feet. Sion quickly unleashed her deadly attack with insane intensity, shattering the virtual world. A piercing strike sent the monster back to the earth, its power beyond what the girl could imagine. Watching the Dream Team work together to defeat the monsters, the crowd was both amazed and respectful, gathering around and clapping enthusiastically. But it seemed they celebrated a bit too early because just a second later, the monster roared and charged again as if nothing had happened. Everyone was wide-eyed with horror because just a moment ago, they saw it being directly defeated by Suryan, yet only when Seon and Min-yoon charged in together did they witness the monster's regenerative ability. Firsthand, even after being cut into pieces. Moments earlier, things got even worse as countless other monsters appeared from the ground, turning the scene into a hellish nightmare of suffering and despair, filled with screams and cries, leaving Marcelo exhausted and helpless, kneeling on the ground, while the Dream Team, despite all being severely wounded from the monster's attacks, still fought with all their might to protect the people. Witnessing their fighting spirit and strong will, Marcelo couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly, "Please run away, that's enough. Dear gods, please save us, that's enough. Please don't risk your lives for us anymore. Please run away." Marcelo was crying and shouting, his face soaked with tears, as he painfully remembered how Kim Seo-run, a young foreign hunter with no ties to this country, fought to the death against 50,000 elite mafia soldiers. Italy has received help from Kim Seo-run, a hunter from the Dream Team, which we cannot counter. We cannot sacrifice our benefactors like this. This is the moment Italy must sacrifice for our benefactor, even if 100,000 people have to become bait. Marcelo wept bitterly, wondering if the Dream Team was just pretending to hold on until Kim Seo-run returned. If you're waiting for Kim Seo-run the hunter, it's pointless. He won't come because he's already dead. Marcelo's words are heartbreaking, but the Dream Team basically doesn't believe them at all. They are convinced that someone as strong as Kim Seo-run could never be asleep. Moreover, he still hasn't received his salary. The only things that could kill Kim Si-eun are a major economic depression and the destruction of this world. Min-yoon laughed and played with everyone in the group, while Marcelo watched in stunned silence, unable to understand how the Dream Team maintained such resilient spirit and optimism. In the blink of an eye, Elena, holding a whip from who knows where, hurriedly ran to Marcelo and urged him to hold on a little longer because Kim Si-eun was coming soon. After speaking, Elena joined the fight with the Dream Group, leaving Marcelo alone, increasingly confused and bewildered. What kind of trust is this? He's already asleep. There's no way he could have survived such a huge explosion. This is an undeniable truth. Even if he survived and came here, it wouldn't change anything. But why? In the end, why do I want to believe what they say? Marcelo's tears streamed down as he sat trembling and self-blamed by the roadside, while the Dream Group was still struggling against that stubborn monster. If not for our benefactor, who else could do it? Realizing something, he immediately regained his composure and stood up fiercely, declaring that he would fight alongside Antonio against the Dream Group. No matter what it takes, we must stop that monster here. Until the Silver Hunter arrives, everyone must not give up. Don't retreat, don't run away, keep fighting. If we fail, Italy will be doomed. Use your own hands to protect Italy. Marcelo charged forward with his troops to support the Dream Group, loudly singing a hero's call. Everyone fighting the monster, the whole nation fighting the monster, all are now doing their best to focus on a common goal: defeating this fierce beast. The battle has lasted a long time, but the monster still shows no signs of fatigue or weakness. Its every attack remains precise, causing many to be thrown into disarray. The Dream Team is almost all wounded. Only Sion remains trying to hold on with his meager strength, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with aching hands. Sejong painfully thought he could hold on a little longer, hoping that Mr. Kim Si-eun wouldn't scold him too much. But unexpectedly, right at the moment everyone was most desperate, Kim Seo-geun appeared just in time like a god. His whole body radiates with bright magic power, streaking down from the sky like a falling star, here to complete the mission of wiping out the monster horde. Everyone saw Kim Si-eun appear and immediately cheered excitedly. But Kim Si-eun didn't have time to respond to everyone's feelings because he was busy dealing with this stubborn monster. Seeing that his opponent was no ordinary foe, Kim Seo-geun quickly swung his hand with full force from the start, using his strength to pin and then disperse, switching positions skillfully before finally exploding at the end, leaving the witnesses wide-eyed in horror. Everyone was overjoyed thinking the monster had been defeated, but Kim Seo-geun knew all too well that things wouldn't be that easy. With a swift move, the monster recovered back to its original state as if nothing had happened. The big strong claws sped after Kim Si-eun, darting swiftly. No matter how much Kim Seo-geun tried to disperse and trap it relentlessly, the creature's recovery speed kept outpacing him, making Kim Si-eun's head spin. Unable to keep up with its recovery speed, Kim Seo was caught off guard and struck with a fierce blow, blood pouring from his mouth like a stream. This was the first time I faced something that could withstand 3 hits from the great sage, heaven's equal. You don't have to carry everything on your own. Captain keeps giving orders. What should we do? The unified voice of the Dream Team suddenly rang out behind Kim Seo, making him freeze for a few seconds. An almost immortal existence. Even Taethien Daithan's 3 distraction and pinning attacks are ineffective against it. With my current level, there's no way I can handle this. That is completely impossible. I know that very well. But the path I walk and the person I want to become are those who forge the way when there are no more options, and only those who overcome the impossible. Kim Si-eun hesitated, then suddenly asked the Dream Team to help him buy some time until he recovers. It's nothing to worry about. After hearing the order, Dream Team coordinated with Marcelo's troops. Everyone, without anyone telling them, all gather their strength and charge forward fiercely to protect Italy and Kim Si-eun. The chaotic and hopeless scene makes everyone in the surveillance room, including Samuel, turn pale and tremble. Everyone, please run away from here. Go inform everyone. Italy has fallen. Please request aid from neighboring countries. Ask them not to abandon our refugee fishermen. If you have to kneel, then kneel. If you have to bow your head and beg, then do so. Please beg them not to abandon our people. Samuel hopelessly let go and said, his tired legs slowly moving toward the door. He wanted to stay here with everyone, where there are 200,000 professional hunters from Italy, along with the mafia still fighting to protect this land. Thanks to the Dream Group and everyone's efforts to buy time, Kim Si-eun was able to unleash all his strength, focusing all his power to disperse and restrain the overwhelming forces he faced. He used Tian Fi's speed, combined with Taethien Daithan's piercing strike, and the limit of his speed to tense his muscles and push beyond the monster's recovery. delivering a blow infused with the power of a true immortal that successfully sent the monster flying like a soap bubble. The magic reaction and the monster have disappeared, returning the clear blue sky and freedom to the Italian people. Everyone immediately cheered and celebrated loudly, as if Italy had been reborn. All of it is thanks to Kim Se-eun. The news of Demagon's defeat has reached the ears of the Apostle of Patience at the Church of Justice. He didn't need to say anything. Just hearing about it left him in shock, mouth agape, and unable to close. Demagon was a demon born in the lower world long ago, and even mentioning its name was considered taboo. It is a monster from chaos and a predator from the inverted world. A ferocious beast called Demagoron by the fallen angel Lucifer. A monster as fierce as that was still defeated by Kim Se-eun in the blink of an eye. Just thinking about it, Kian Nan's apostle couldn't stay calm anymore and immediately started to scream, pounding the table and chairs. Seeing the scene of the patient's apostle going berserk with such violent power, the henchman's face turned pale, feeling he didn't resemble the apostle of patience at all. Kim Se-eun's mind was now drifting on the water's surface, when suddenly he heard the murmuring noise of the dream group from his dream. He quickly opened his eyes and woke up, only to be stunned by the sight of the dream group surrounding him in hospital gowns, frozen in place. The mischievous kids, seeing Kim Se-eun run awake, hurriedly huddled together in a corner and argued about something, their eyes filled with confusion. "You're awake? They've been trying to wake you up because you've been unconscious for a while. That's why there's a banknote stuffed in my nostril like this, you know?" Kim Se-eun nervously asked in the midst of Seon's loud laughter, pulling the money out of his nose while glancing around the hospital room, guessing that everything seemed to be settled now. "If I hadn't followed Tufo's advice, I would probably be on the streets now. No, surviving the explosion in Sicily was impossible from the start. I must have overused the distraction and suppression techniques." Kim Se-eun shivered and whispered to himself, then quietly took out his phone to ask his mentor for some advice. Who would have thought he's now busy with something else instead? "By the way, how long have I been unconscious?" Kim Se-eun asked curiously. "Have you been lying there for 3 days straight?" Seijo's response made Kim Se-eun startle. He thought it had only been half a day, or at most a day. "Don't shock me. After using that much power, you're in a really bad state. They said almost all of your bones were shattered. Your entire body was literally crushed. Seon and Suron say that Hyun, despite using all his spiritual power, still couldn't wake Kim Se-eun up. Yet just smelling money was enough to wake him up instantly. It's truly surreal. Does the smell of money really help me wake up? I'm not so sure anymore. But that must be thanks to the remaining power of the Godfather that healed my body over the 3 days. Probably." Kim Se-eun was sitting alone, deep in thought with countless tangled questions in his mind, when suddenly the door burst open. Elena just entered, saw that Kim Se-eun had woken up and shouted with joy. Today she came here also to inform him about the Prime Minister, the chairman of the association, and Antonio visiting to discuss the reward. Kim Se-eun's eyes lit up with excitement at the mention of the reward, and he eagerly sat up in a flash as Samuel, Marcelo, and Antonio hurriedly stepped in through the door. Everyone was eager to know about Kim Se-eun's current health status. Hearing that he could only move with difficulty, Elena, Antonio, and Marcelo had to rush to their senses. They thought about how Kim Se-eun, after using that much power to defeat Demagogon and nearly being sacrificed on the altar, was only barely able to move, proving he's truly a rare gem. To save time, Elena cleared her throat and gently handed a thick envelope to Kim Se-eun. Marcelo said it was the profit from the monsters he had dealt with, totaling about 90 million euros. Antonio's side also decided to give the dirty money earned by Francisco and Agnes back to Kim Se-eun. Its value is about 7.5 billion euros, or 11 trillion. Kim Se-eun is overwhelmed by a flood of money hitting his face all at once, feeling euphoric and indifferent to what everyone else is saying afterward. If it weren't for you, Italy would have collapsed already. At first I was still unsure whether I should thank you with money or not, so I thought about other rewards. But the Dream Team members said you like money the most, so this is our gesture of appreciation. 30 billion euros. Samuel places the stack of banknotes in front of Kim Se-eun, making his eyes widen in disbelief, unable to believe this is real. In just one morning, Kim Se-eun earned 56.135 billion, truly surpassing even billionaires. 50 trillion is equivalent to the amount Jesus would have earned if he had been a carpenter working non-stop until now at 70 million worlds a day. Or the amount the last Neanderthal Tho, who went extinct 30,000 years ago, would have made if paid 1.6 billion annually until today. But this news is not as shocking as SN revealing that the Dream Group will only take 1 trillion each, because all the credit goes to him. The sudden good attitude from everyone left Kim Sun even more stunned. So, I will get 52,135,000,000 billion, and the karma requirement for the next item in the Super Universe store is only 35 billion. At this point, divine medicine is no longer an issue, and I can comfortably buy other equipment from the Super Universe store and leave hundreds of reviews on the community. A luxurious life surrounded by mountains of money has been imagined in Kim Seun's mind, making him so excited he can't close his mouth. For Kim Seun, it's more than he ever hoped for. Although the issue has been resolved, Yi also suffered heavy losses. This accident has left the country severely paralyzed, so Yi will now be busy recovering from the damage. Prime Minister Samuel allocating this much money means he's done his best. I feel like I could now take down an entire other demagogue myself, Kim Seo-run thought contentedly. Suddenly, Samuel spoke up with a request. If you don't mind, can I ask you for a favor? If possible, could you go down to Rom Street just once? Is that okay? Samuel wants the Dream Group to help the people find hope again after heavy losses by encouraging and inspiring them. The car screeches to a halt in the center of Rom City. Dream Group one by one step out, happily greeting the crowd surrounded by a dense sea of people. A cute blonde girl approached and gave Kim Seun a drawing she made herself. Kim Seun happily took it, ruffled her hair, and quickly said goodbye to join the Dream Group on the stage. The State Hunter Association and Mafia Guild soon appeared in formal attire, confidently raising their hands to their chests and taking an oath in front of the people. We will respect and protect the weak, defend honor and glory with courageous justice. We will eliminate injustice, corruption, and deception. We will face any challenge head-on. The pain of everyone is our pain, and everyone's happiness is our happiness. No matter where you are, we will respond. The enemies of everyone are also our enemies. We will remember everyone in the Dream Team, including Kim Seun Hunters, as our heroes. We will see you as the father of our big family and are willing to be your children. Kapajiti K. Everyone shouted together, deeply moved by the Dream Team. Kim Seo-jun, stunned and lost in thought, completely forgot about the eager crowd below, waiting for his speech. Only when he looked down in shock did Kim Seo-jun realize the affection the people had for him. Everyone says that the result is everything in life. They are not wrong, because Kim Seun himself once thought so. However, after going through many things, he finally understood that this is what people mean when fighting against enemies. No matter the outcome, everyone will stand together as long as they try their best. The destination isn't everything. People become narrow-minded when they think the goal is more important than effort, and results matter more than experience. Perhaps the real reward is this very moment. I hope everyone witnessing this scene is happy. Kim Se-jun knows what they have been through is worse than hell. There will be those who are injured but survive, and others who suffer with a bleak future. Happiness may just be a fragile piece for these people, but I still hope they will be happy. Like a caterpillar, surviving day by day with the belief that one day it will become a butterfly. No matter how hopeless the situation may be or how unavoidable fate seems, as long as everyone keeps searching for the meaning of life, they can rise again and again. Be happy, everyone. Kim Seo shouted loudly, making everyone laugh because they thought he would say something very serious. No matter what happens, we will be happy. The crowd chuckled and clapped enthusiastically in response to Kim Seo run, as a joyful atmosphere like Independence Day spread across the country and on everyone's face. News about the Dream Team from Italy has caused a global buzz. Professional hunters around the world are also starting to talk about them. Although many doubts remain, more and more people are becoming familiar with the name Dream Team. And in Korea, Italian Prime Minister Samuel has called for Korea's cooperation in the recovery efforts. At the same time, thanks to the positive images about Korea created by Dream, countless supply lines, construction companies, food, daily necessities, and many other aspects related to people's lives are gradually recovering and boosting the Korean economy. Today, while Dream Team was out eating pizza with Elena, Kim Seun insisted on staying at home. He looks pretty annoyed and impatient, waiting for the mentor to ask for advice. After waiting in vain for a while, he finally arrived before Kim Seun lost all patience. Hearing him say that he was starting to feel his limits, the mentor took out his phone to check the system. Countless progressions and courses of Kim Seun with top-notch levels appeared densely on the screen, making the mentor think there was a problem with his system, and he angrily stormed forward with a hammer to smash it, helplessly stopped by Kim Seun. Since checking Kim Seun's system dashboard, Mentor has been sitting alone in the corner hugging a pillow, giggling like an idiot. After laughing his fill, he suddenly got angry at Kim Seun because he felt his current level was sky-high, and then he complained about what kind of limit that was. The more Mentor thought about it, the more he felt furious, like he was being ignored by him, just like those top students who score 9.75 but still cry because they can't have that person. So, in the end, what exactly are those limits you're talking about? Mentor snapped in frustration, then gradually regained his composure and nervously asked Kim Seun. Honestly, I want to learn the Celestial Sage of Heaven's Falling Star technique, the skill behind the dispersal block to counterattack. When I was trying to learn it, a notification popped up saying I had to complete the dispersal block attack before I could learn it. But as you can see, the progress of the Great Sage equal to Heaven is very slow. Kim Seo hesitated and sighed, explaining, "You don't realize you're learning very quickly, do you?" Mentor smirked and asked back, making Kim Seo run a bit flustered. "Is that so? But no need for it to be the Great Sage equal to Heaven. This time I've accumulated a lot of karma, so any technique will do. Give me the best method to surpass my current level." Hunger. If there were no limits on karma, I could suggest 2 methods for your current level. The first method is to increase your magic power. Unlike other cadets, you can use internal energy from all 3 Dantian levels, top, middle, and bottom. Just by increasing your magic power, you can easily break through your current limit. Simply put, it's like using all the karma to buy elixirs. The second method is to learn the spirit traveling staff from the Great Sage equal to Heaven. As you said, this doesn't require completing the dispersal to block attacks, but learning directly from Tethien Dai Than as a mentor. Have you ever heard of Spartan training? It doesn't last forever, but since our academy is updating its curriculum, individual lessons have also been added. It probably includes a lecture from the Great Sage equal to Heaven. After going through a series of solutions, Mentor then played the Spartan training advertisement for Kim Se-eun to watch. Only after the lengthy, interrupting commercial ended could Kim Se-eun find a hidden lecture by Tethien Dai Than right below. Mentor confidently assured Kim Se-eun that enrolling in this course would improve his progress in blocking and countering attacks. Moreover, he would not only have the chance to learn the spirit refining staff, but also gain access to other abilities of the Great Sage equal to Heaven. However, since the instructor is invited directly, the cost is very high even though he will only exist as a spirit and have no influence in this dimension. But just his appearance alone has already consumed a huge amount of karma, so your karma will have to be spent over many hours. Just hearing the mentor's brief introduction, Kim Se-eun already felt excited and eager to open the door, but his joy was quickly extinguished like neon lights after hearing that the course cost 1,000 billion troops per hour. After thinking very carefully for a long time, Kim Se-eun, the famous Kibo, decided to only study for 1 hour, even though he was heartbroken about losing a lot of money. He tried to reassure himself that learning directly from Tethien Dai Than was still worth the 1,000 billion kwan. Although he said that for some reason tears kept flowing uncontrollably, revealing that deep inside he was suffering from a profound financial pain. Kim Seo, trembling, just mentioned finishing his studies when the Great Sage, Heavenly Immortal, suddenly appeared behind him without a sound, startling him. I didn't even sense his presence. No creature can escape the senses of a centaur, Kim Seo thought in shock and confusion. "Seeing that you've been standing there like a statue all this time," Tethien Dai Than growled and asked, "Are you a first-year student wanting to fight me?" Tethien Dai Than's tall, dark, and smelly figure scared Kim Seo Run so much he almost peed his pants, stammering uncontrollably. He turned pale and cursed the mentor behind his back, clearly upset because earlier they said Tethien Dai Than would directly teach him, not to fight him one-on-one. Wait. Pause for about 2 seconds. Kim Seo Run's face turns pale as he remembers the system just showed a one-on-one fight with Tethien Dai Than, but didn't mention anything about teaching or anything else. Oh no, this is the end, Luong. This fan has to duel Tethien Dai Than, so Kim Seon might as well give up. The mentor realizes he gave Kim Seo-jun the wrong instructions, quickly panics and moves away, pretending to be innocent and clueless. Tethien Dai Than on this side, waiting for a while without seeing Kim Seo-run respond, starts to get a bit annoyed, leaning in closer and repeatedly asking the same question that made Kim Seo so nervous. The Great Sage. Equal to Heaven, Sun Wukong is a saint on par with the heavens, a title he himself claimed for himself. He caused chaos in the Heavenly Palace to have his name recognized. The Jade Emperor couldn't stop him and officially recognized that title. After becoming the guardian of the peaches of immortality, instead of watching over them, the Great Sage Equal to Heaven ate all the precious peaches. In the end, the Jade Emperor was furious and sent his best generals to deal with him, but Sukakana and the others all failed. Then he was sealed by the Buddha too for 500 years under the Five Elements Mountain. After being rescued by Tripitaka, his contributions on the journey to retrieve the Buddhist scriptures were recognized, and he was called the victorious Buddha fighter. This is Sun Wukong, one of the gods with immense power that Kim Se-eun cannot even begin to estimate, so he is sure that fighting the Great Sage Equal to Heaven would be a lost cause for him. Faced with his relentless questions, Kim Seo broke out in a cold sweat and was about to refuse when suddenly the mentor burst out of nowhere, talking non-stop, insisting that Kim Se-eun was the one wanting to duel him, leaving him no chance to speak. Tethien Dai Than, Tuong do la that, laptuk vui mong vai te bien kong gian trong fong, Kim Seo-tan mo chien truong gia tuong ronglo. It seems Kim Soon can't escape this crushing fate this time. It's all because of that overbearing mentor. After using a spell to create an illusionary space, the great sage Heavenly King didn't let Kim Seo wait long, swiftly swung his staff and struck him a deadly blow. Oh! Kim Seo trembled and grimaced, trying to resist, unable to understand why the mentor said that attacks in spirit form wouldn't affect him. Yet now it hurts so much. I told you, your instructor's attacks can still affect you. Cadet Kim Seo trembled because he is the source of this cause and effect relationship. The mentor's name suddenly appeared just in time for Kim Soon. This announcement from him may be a bit late, but it's quite timely for what I needed to know. At this point, the great sage Heavenly was only using basic moves, but they were enough to make Kim Seo curl up on the ground, battered and broken like a bug. Being called weak by him severely wounded his pride. Kim Seo, trembling, quickly got up and threw his spear from behind at the Heavenly Great Sage to ambush him. No one with a voice could even touch a single hair of his, and he was already thrown dozens of meters away by the force of the Heavenly Great Sage in his own confusion. Seeing Tien Dai Than catch your Longinus with his bare hands again, Kim Seo trembles with rage and grit his teeth, trying to stand up and summon a storm of lightning and thunder. Oh well, not bad. Wait a minute, aren't you the young soldier who can't predict the consequences? The great sage, Shaitsur equal to heaven, gently stroked his chin, assessing Kim Seo-jun before asking in surprise. But Kim Seo-jun currently had no mood to explain this to the great sage. All his current strength and focus have been poured into this move, filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, Kim Seon's attack power was so formidable that even Tien Dai Than was amazed, unexpectedly wanting to see more of his display. Seeing that he not only remained unfazed by my attack but also looked triumphant and superior, Kim Seo gritted his teeth in fury, wielding his spear fiercely around the great sage Tien as if injected with chicken blood, fighting even more fiercely. If my whole body were to shatter, I wouldn't mind, as long as I could peel off this ugly, arrogant look from his face even once. Kim Seo concentrates, channeling all his life force into a decisive, lethal strike aimed directly at the great sage Heaven. At the very moment Kim Seo's powerful energy surges toward him, the great sage Heaven remains calm, smiling as if nothing has happened. It feels like the attack Kim Seo desperately unleashed is nothing at all to him. In that dazzling burst of power, the great sage Heaven just slightly smirked and said one short sentence. Lu Hang Staff, the first move. As he finished speaking, the swirling wind and firestorm swept in like a flood, instantly sweeping Kim Seo and his attack back to the starting point. By the time he slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness, Kim Seo only then realized he hadn't even had time to see or react, let alone check what level Tien Dai Than had reached. It seems this is truly the power of a super being. Every strike was a finishing blow. Kim Seon's spear attack was so slow, it might as well have been called by landline. While lying there in a daze, Kim Seo suddenly heard a loud voice, and Tien Dai Than arguing about how most of his power had been sealed, causing him to jump up in shock. Seeing his frantic appearance, Tien Dai Than burst out laughing and teased, "Do you know what superhumans are like? Listen carefully, superhumans are those who surpass others by a wide margin." Seeing him laugh out loud and mock me like that really makes Kim Seo want to punch him hard. Did I really sign up for a $1 billion 1-hour tutoring course just to see this kind of stuff? Kim Seon is furious and shouting, "Wait, what, only 1 hour?" He immediately flinched, wondering how long he had fainted and whether any extra charges had been applied. His mood was a tangled mess, completely opposite to the carefree, mischievous smile of the Monkey King. Just rest assured and relax. Since you only registered for 1 hour, the guide will automatically return once the hour is up. If you don't agree, there won't be any extra charges, and since this is a virtual space created by the mentor, your body won't be affected at all. So, the injuries will also heal quickly. Mentor reassured Kim Seo, who then let out a relieved sigh. After a while, seeing the great sage Tien finally stop laughing, Kim Seo trembled, grimaced, and asked him to continue the lesson. "Hey, do you want me to teach you, or do you want to fight me? Then there's nothing fun about it?" The great sage. Tianchen pouted and said, "I spent so much karma to register for this course, and now I end up with such a lazy instructor." Kim Seo trembled so much he almost blushed and charged at him. Then suddenly the system announced that Kim Seon's lesson progress had increased to 13.5%, leaving him stunned. The advisor said this was a Spartan-style training, but in the end, was it just a matter of fighting back and forth? If so, Kim Seon thought for a moment and then quietly smirked at the plan he had just suddenly come up with. He immediately made a bet with the great sage that in the upcoming battle, if he could touch him once, he would be taught by him. If not, he would continue fighting him. This was entirely Kim Sun's plan because whether he won or lost, he still benefited as the training progress kept soaring. The great sage, Heaven's equal, quickly agreed, but with one small condition. If Kim Seon can touch any hair on his body by any means, he will teach him anything he wants, as long as it doesn't conflict with karma. Hearing this, Kim Seo-run immediately nodded and said, "This is such a great deal I can't pass up." With the motivation to fight, he quickly grasped his weapon, prepared his whole body, and with confidence believed he could defeat the great sage, Heaven's equal. No. I said just touching a single hair of mine is enough. The great sage, Heavenly King, whispered in his ear, and Kim Seo trembled before suddenly vanishing like a gust of wind, leaving him stunned. Kim Seo-run always thought he could do it, but life is not like a dream. He kept getting beaten by Tien-Dai-than and still couldn't touch a single hair of his. Luckily for Kim Sun, this is just an illusion created by the divine power of the great sage. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. Driven by desperation, Kim Sun desperately used Trong Tam-fong's lightness skill combined with a secret speed technique to circle around the great sage. The speed was too fast and dangerous. Gung Ni's deadly skill shot swiftly towards him. The great sage, equal to heaven, was overwhelmed in the chaotic force of Kim Seon, and just when it seemed he would be defeated by Kim's ultimate move, unexpectedly, everything changed completely. That move of yours didn't actually hit the heavenly great sage, but only struck his clone. The real heavenly great sage had already prepared to launch a fiery dragon kick that would distort Kim Seon's sword from the very beginning. Kim Seon is stunned and gasping for air, unable to believe he's been fighting only the clone of Tien-Dai-than all along. Tien-Dai-than's paralysis technique has now rendered Kim Seo-jun completely frozen and unable to move. Taking advantage of his inability to attack, the great sage Heavenly Lord spat out a bunch of hair, forming an army of clones that rushed fiercely at Kim Seo-jun, and thus Kim Seo was continuously beaten down in a desperate, hopeless cry. "At all costs, I must deal with him no matter what it takes. I have to get rid of that annoying monkey," Kim Seo muttered tremblingly as he was battered and beaten to a pulp. After being beaten relentlessly for 3 hours, Kim Seo was too exhausted to stand, his body limp and lying on the ground, crying out in despair. Tien-Dai-than saw that Kim Seo was no longer able to fight and quickly bid farewell before disappearing in an instant. If this keeps up, the remaining 43 billion will also disappear. My precious 43 billion is not wasted, and the progress of the other classes is also speeding up. Getting beaten up might not be a bad way to finish training after all. Kim Seo nervously checks his rapidly increasing system. Despite the strict limits of causality, the strength of superhumans cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the great sage Heavenly King is also one of the top superhumans. Mentor mischievously teased Kim Seon. Hearing him softly wonder what makes a superhuman, Mentor stroked his chin and explained, "I also see them as beings with extraordinary power, but when you actually encounter them and get into a fight, you realize they are on a completely different level. Let me give you an example. Just imagine there is a super powerful ant in this world. Even if thousands of ants attack it at once, that strongest ant still wouldn't be a match for a dragon. But can the strongest ant defeat a dragon? Even the strongest ant that can kill millions of other ants is still just an ant. And ants can never fight a dragon. That is the species limit I mentioned, and to be superlative means to go beyond that limit. It's more about surpassing the level limit. So the higher the species, the easier it is to reach the superlative level. Its starting point is already different. Ants and dragons can't be the same, right? But that only applies before crossing the super elite wall. The moment you cross that super elite wall, your starting point becomes meaningless. Among super elite pretenders, there is no difference in rank. When it comes to warrior superhumans, we only talk about them within the martial world. Do you understand why Lord Tien-Dai-than can wield such power even though his divine strength has almost been sealed? Kim Seon, the orphan, is also an exception. If you become a superhuman, you could be the first in history to have a different rank, because you are the only one who can use magic power within the 3 Dantians. So just do your best, the mentor explained, making Kim Seon feel more and more confused. Lost in thought, wondering if there was a theoretical class about the great sage equal to heaven, similar to the superhuman exam, Kim Seo-run suddenly remembered that there was still Buddha, but the mentor straightforwardly said that Buddha did not teach privately. Moreover, even if there was, Kim Seo-jun might not be able to learn it because it requires a lot of karma. The price is around 10 billion per hour, so Kim Seon immediately felt weak and limp like a deflated balloon. In the end, all I can do is shorten the gap with items. But there's no way they would sell those items. Buying many divine medicines also increases the demand for karma, so the burden is also heavy. If there's something I can buy without accumulating karma, Kim Seo hesitated for a moment, browsing the system, and then paused as if realizing something. Just 5 seconds later, countless deadly poison bottles from Jokmun were bought in bulk by Kim Seo Run and spilled onto the floor in a rush. His eyes, filled with murderous intent as he finalized the deal, made the mentor standing beside him panic, unsure of what plan he was plotting. When the great sage Heavenly King returned and saw Kim Sin still lying miserably on the ground, he had to swallow his pride about his excessive actions. Kim Seo-zun, though bitter about the great sage Heavenly King's reckless behavior, still had to bite his tongue and endure in silence. While asking Taethian Daithan for a few minutes to rest, Kim Seo nervously took out some bananas from his pocket and chewed happily, making Taethian Daithan and mentor swallow hard. Before Kim Seo could invite him, Taethian Daithan, without any courtesy, directly rushed over, snatched a banana, jumped high, and sat eating like a monkey. The moment he bit into the first piece, Kim Seo sat below with a secretive smile, while the great sage Heavenly King, after swallowing the first bite, widened his eyes, clutching his throat and struggling to breathe, feeling that its flavor was somehow strange. Then suddenly, a loud explosion erupted right where the pillar he was standing on, making the great sage Heavenly King extremely angry. "Master, how does the taste of the banana seem?" The explosion of flavor is as intense as hundreds of doses of Long X's deadly toxins. Enjoy it. Since my poison is wreaking havoc inside your stomach, I guess I've won. Kim Seo Run chuckled happily, clutching his aching belly from Kim Seo Jun's tricks. The great sage Heavenly King, furious and growling, unleashed his clone to surround Kim Seo Run. He knew he would eventually use this old trick again, so he quickly swung his spear, shattering a series of poison darts with a clattering sound. If you touch the poison, it means I touch you, because that's my move. The banana is just a distraction. This is the real attack. Have you ever heard of the art of poison use? Kim Seo Run said with a loud laugh, spraying poison around himself to form a barrier, preventing Taethian Daithan's clones from approaching. No matter how powerful the great sage equal to heaven is, he can't avoid all the toxins in the air. Kim Seo Run thought triumphantly, sweating, but he didn't expect the great sage to recall all his clones, rendering his poison useless. One side was poisoned in the food, the other was beaten to a pulp. Kim Seo Run and the great sage equal to heaven kept fighting and arguing loudly, leaving the commentator on the right speechless and ready to give up. The Lu Tin staff of Kim Seo Run suddenly transforms into a flying sword that creates a barrier covering his entire body. Ha ha ha, see, you can't touch me. That banana earlier must have been very effective. Kim Seo Run smirks and mockingly taunts the great sage Heavenly. Luckily, you reacted quickly, or you would have been doomed if you were a bit slower. Provoked by Kim Seo's trembling mockery, the great sage of heaven glared at him with fiery anger, as if ready to devour him whole. Kim Seo's sword, now covered in poison, charged fiercely towards the great sage, but his thunderbreaker unleashed a sudden explosion of lightning, destroying everything around him. Blasted apart like an atomic bomb, amidst the thick smoke, the great sage heaven saw Kim Seo's worm's wound lying sprawled on the ground like a person, but couldn't see it anywhere, feeling a bit surprised. And just as Taethian Daithan predicted, Kim Seo, trembling all over and covered in poison, charged wildly from afar to ambush him. Taethian Daithan was so terrified that his eyes widened in horror, for this was the first time he had encountered someone as reckless as Kim Seo, daring to coat his entire body with poison just to confront an enemy. I must admit this is the first time in my life I've met someone crazier than that old master. Tian Great Sage let out a sigh and quickly struck Kim Seo with his staff. While fiercely attacking, he was suddenly struck by a surprise blow. Kim Seo trembled in pain and fainted on the branch. The poison on his body splattered all over the great sage Tien. In Greenland, at the headquarters of the Justice Church on a day of heavy snowfall, the Holy King coldly declared to his subordinates, "The current plan is underway. We will hold an apostle ceremony in South Korea, so prepare carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, someone suddenly asked if the Emperor Than would attend the apostle ceremony, but he did not answer. Kim Seo trembled with joy after waking up and hearing that he had touched a strand of the great sage equal to heaven's hair, unable to hold back his excitement, while the great sage was deeply sorrowful because he had to keep his promise to his brother. Now I don't know what to teach you. Of course, besides the celestial spell, I can teach you many other things. The technique of summoning clones with similar abilities to the original person and commanding lower earth spirits. The wind riding technique allows movement through the air on clouds and wind. The Earth teleportation spell shortens distances, enabling instant travel over long ranges, along with many other shape-shifting abilities. It's a hassle to explain each of my magical techniques, so just know as much as you can. Kim Seo-run was so amazed when the great sage Kitian listed them all that she couldn't close her mouth, unable to believe she could learn them all. Seeing your curiosity about the Lutin summoning technique, the great sage Titian lightly smirks and explains. Lutin summoning is basically the core of my magic. To put it simply, the Lutin staff technique is a divine power that includes 9 skills and 3 forms. Every 3 skills form a different form, and each form has its own weaknesses. Explaining it properly is a hassle. Let me show you then. You've already seen the first technique, clear sky flying, and the second, divine thunderbreak, right? Then forget those 2 techniques and go straight to the third one with the same form as the first. The great sage Tian Thien said, and immediately wildly launched the stellar array technique, dazzling and bright, combined with the heavenly and earth net, raging to let Kim Seo witness firsthand. The force of impact was so strong that Kim Seo almost got blown away into the sky. When the great sage Heavenly King pouted and waved a few more moves, oh my. The virtual world has shattered and broken apart because it couldn't withstand it. Is this the power you have when you're already weakened? If he hadn't eaten that poisonous banana, how much stronger could he have been? No, if the great sage Kitian was completely unaffected by karma, Kim Seo would be stunned and sweating as he silently assessed. No move you've just performed matches the stance technique, Kim Seo asked with curiosity. That's because I only showed you the final move. Each technique inherently contains its own mystery. Don't talk about the long-range comet, just the pure wind flight is enough to give you a headache. Do you understand? The great sage Kitian announced that Kim Sin's account now has 41 trillion, enough for 41 hours of training if used all at once. After some hesitation, Kim Seun finally decided to give it a try, but his strong determination was quickly crushed again. After a long while, Kim Seun had to lie flat like a wounded soldier after a brutal training session with the great sage Tian. Kim Seun still felt like crying, because to learn it, he had to endure constant beatings until his progress improved. Seeing the dream group happily heading home, the mentor quickly slipped away too. The whole group just finished a fun meal and outing, but also bought gifts for Kim Seun, with everyone's faces beaming with joy. While they were having fun, Kim Seun had to stay home and study tirelessly. Truly a hard luck story. All right, we've rested enough. Let's head back to Korea now, Kim Seun suggested with the whole group in lively agreement. Hey, Seon, can you help me with this? Please lend me some money. I don't have enough to buy a plane ticket anymore. Actually, Tamthan still owes me some money, so when I return, I will ask for it and give it back to you immediately, Kim Seo-run stammered, sweating profusely. The entire dream group immediately froze, each thinking they must have heard wrong. Someone like him shouldn't be without money. The entire room instantly fell into a terrifying silence, only the sound of Kim Seo-run's sweat dripping and the murderous aura on his tense face remaining. They thought he was joking, nervously scratching their heads and exchanging awkward smiles to break the tension, but judging by Kim Seo-jun's current expression, it didn't seem like he was joking at all. Why did John smile warmly and ask Kim Seun how much he had left? Actually, I have no money at all. I spent 46 trillion. I met someone. Kim Seo-jun hesitated and tremblingly replied, making Seon even more furious and twitching with rage. Sejon shouted loudly and drew his sword, but luckily the dream group stopped him in time. Kim Seun thought Seo-jon was about to deal with the great sage equal to heaven and desperately resisted, making the atmosphere chaotic like a market bursting. Elena had planned to treat the group to pizza, but upon seeing the scene of brothers fighting over money, she had to step away immediately. Fortunately, thanks to the government loaning a private plane, everything was finally resolved smoothly. The dream team was surrounded by a crowd of reporters from Santan as soon as they arrived at the Korean airport, but luckily Samuel came to pick them up, helping the group escape the relentless pursuit, like top idols. As soon as they got in the car, Samuel handed each member of the dream team a professional hunter certification card, which everyone was very excited about. At the request of the Italian Hunter Association, clearing dungeons is considered an achievement. Although you are not yet S-rank hunters, you meet the criteria to become A-rank hunters and Kim Seun's hunter. This is his S-rank hunter card. Samuel then handed Kim Season another card privately in front of the admiring and awestruck members. His card, being a rank S, was made of platinum and diamonds. Just a quick look and you can tell it's cool and expensive. Sejon is only worried that Kim Seun will sell it soon, thinking that he can handle things that others would shake their heads at. Even a disaster-level hero couldn't do what he does. Maybe Kim Sezon the hunter is already prepared. Samuel moved by the lively chaos of the dream group, silently thinking. The next morning at the academy, Kim Seun was lazily chewing on the immortal peach replica, looking bored. Thinking about the 35 billion troops I received from the Holy Spirit when I returned to Korea, they vanished into thin air. It was all for this speech. Suddenly, the Sword Saint appeared at the door, surprising everyone. He didn't come to see Kim Seon, but to deliver a message to Sun. The Holy Mage is currently in critical condition. Hearing this shocking news, everyone, along with the Sword Saint and the Sea Spirit, rushed immediately to the hospital. The disciple girl of the Holy Mage was already waiting at the door to lead everyone inside. As soon as they entered, Sujon broke down in tears and approached the Holy Mage lying on the bed. His whole body is wrapped in tangled white bandages, looking pitiful. You all didn't come to visit an old man like me who is about to die. The Holy Sage's face was pale and trembling as he forced a smile to speak. We only came because you're about to die. You understand? If you're still healthy, why are we here? Sword Saint replied, I heard that the Holy Mage has returned. I thought you would never show up again. If it weren't for some kid scolding me, I might have thought the same. The Holy Spirit, Yang Yang, gently looked at Kim Seo with tears in her eyes, then turned to the sage to inform him that at this life and death moment, the sage used his last strength to advise Suryan. I'm also very afraid. I'm afraid when death is near. I was really worried about what would happen to the world after I died, but now I am no longer concerned. For the past few decades, I couldn't chase away the darkness that surrounded my heart. Then I realized that worrying about those things was truly meaningless. Even if I am no longer in this world, won't these children carry out our wishes? Thank you very much, Kim Seon. Thank you for helping me find peace at last. I always wanted to say that before the Holy Saint suddenly fainted, overwhelmed by Suryan's panicked call. Don't worry, I think he's just fallen asleep. Can we talk for a bit? Master Sword Saint, Holy Spirit, and you too. Kim Seo Run, Phap Than's disciple, suddenly spoke up. As she stepped out of the room and closed the door tightly, she said that perhaps the Holy Mage wouldn't last another week. The Sword Saint suggested she consult the Medicine Saint, because he is one of the 5 disaster heroes representing Korea. The so-called Divine Doctor can save anyone, as long as they are not asleep. I've contacted him already and informed him about the current situation. A few weeks ago, Saint Y said he had found a cure for the Master. He needs the heart of the mind for his treatment and will go find the ingredients. But I haven't been able to contact him since then. I want to save my master no matter what, so could everyone please help me a little? Number, please save him, save my master. I will reward you, so please find Saint Y and help me, she said tearfully, looking incredibly pitiful. On his way home, Kim Seon kept thinking about Y Holy from the previous Holy Law case to Andrea in Italy. For some reason, the Church of Justice is trying to eliminate the disaster hero. This time it's Saint Kalia, the successor to the Apostle of Desire, and even if I have to tear apart the Church of Justice, I will find her, Kim Seo-jun thought furiously, gritting his teeth as he vowed to take revenge. Suddenly sensing someone watching him, Kim Seo-jun immediately stopped and asked what they wanted. A group of strangers immediately approached, praising his sharp instincts, then said they wanted to talk to him for a while. Seeing Kim Seo-jun bluntly refuse, they then mentioned the Y Saint family's threats, and hearing this, he could no longer continue. In the morning at the Black Dragon Guild, the surroundings are extremely quiet. In the high-rise area, a man is sitting at his desk. He seems to be lost in thought. It's Jin Chan. He opened his eyes at the loud noise. What the hell is that bastard doing here? Stop him, do anything you can, just stop him. A huge explosion erupts, causing the surrounding rocks and dirt to burst apart. Sewon barged in aggressively. Is this the first time we meet face to face? You're pretending to be surprised. This probably isn't the first time for you guys either, right? Jinan remains calm, observing his actions. He seems completely unafraid. But in Jin Cheon's mind, he thought that even 3 S-rank hunters wouldn't be a match for him. He moved closer to Jinan. How do you know I am looking for Saint Y? You caused a commotion just because of that? Sun looked serious and asked him to answer. Faced with your intimidating presence, he sighed heavily and reluctantly spoke. Not long ago, the Holy Y visited me. His words surprised you as you asked. What do you mean? Jin Chan recounted. He asked me to lock up a dungeon with ingredients to create a medicine that could heal the saint, so I gave it to him. Is there a problem? Jun annoyedly said, I asked how you knew. Jin Chan stood up. Gradually, I stopped seeing any movement from the Holy Saint, and there was no news about the saint recovering. Isn't it easy to guess? I was about to tell you where he is with good intentions. Jin Chan starts acting like the victim and means well for you, but is this how you thank me? So-jun asked further, but why is it that I still can't get in touch with him now? Jin Chan frowned. How would I know that everything I did was just giving him a prison cell? Who knows? Maybe he ran away thinking the illness was incurable, or he's still here. At this point, Jinan's face begins to show a sinister smile. Otherwise, he probably is already dead. Seeing his attitude, you also secretly guessed something and asked again. So what? So, you mean the current situation has nothing to do with you, right? Which dungeon did you go to that day? Jinan said it's the Demgang dungeon. I wonder, a 10-star monster to buy Gat? It's a pretty troublesome monster, but nothing too difficult for Saint Y. The boy drew his weapon and pointed it at Jinan. Then let me go verify. It seems he couldn't have foreseen this. Annoyed, he gritted his teeth and asked again. What? You seem unfazed. Have you never heard of King Hangvu? He said this in his lecture. Remember it and always keep it in mind when leading a battle. Then Seun borrowed Hangvu's words. Don't believe anything that guy says when he still has something to cling to. At this point, his eyes and smile also became more cunning because he is, indeed, a bastard. Black Dragon Guild, a major organization that has been the central figure controlling Korean society for decades and has always maintained its position as the top guild, a throne with absolute power that no one can surpass. The Black Dragon Guild that Rujinon truly rules over can be called the master of Korea's professional hunters. Everyone on the other side is panicking and shouting loudly, the guild leader is fighting, hurry up and run. Jinan clenched his teeth and used the Black Dragon Fist to unleash his internal energy at you. Soon quickly appeared behind him. He's stronger than Francesco and Agnes, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he brandished his weapon, unleashing a burst of blue light that exploded around Jinan. He gently lands on the ground, surrounded by piles of rocks in front of him, with those mountains of stone pressing down on Jinan. He struggles as the heavy rocks weigh down on him all at once. Inside the rocks, Jinchan emits furious growling sounds, as if his pride has been successfully provoked. Jinchan forcefully unleashes his internal energy from the rubble, his eyes flashing with a fierce look. Another attack is launched, and now smoke and fire billow up thickly, quickly turning the surroundings into a heap of ashes. Everyone outside the building stands silently, watching the fight between the two. The Black Dragon Society. Jinchan grits his teeth and thinks to himself that he has ruled Korean society for decades, and that these kinds of things happen all the time, and he always destroys them. A rookie like this, he keeps attacking repeatedly while thinking, but Sejun remains unharmed. Jinan shouts in frustration, I'm not the type to lose to a rookie like you. He fiercely gathers all his strength and throws another Black Dragon Fist, with the Bloodfire Dragon emerging from the ground in front of Sejun, but it seems he still shows no fear at all. Sejun quickly swung his weapon across the Black Dragon, surprising Jinyon, who didn't expect him to block that attack. Seun now looks like a fierce death god, charging recklessly at him with a murderous expression on his face. Before Jin Cheon can even recover, a powerful attack strikes him down. Your power is truly terrifying. Jinan is now so scared his face has turned pale. He clenched his teeth and stared at you without blinking, when suddenly a shield appeared to block your attack. Jinan escaped death in the blink of an eye, so the Black Dragon Guild and the Church of Justice are working together, huh? It's Kalia. Her hand trembled slightly from the force of your attack, but her shield was already shattered in two. She looks serious. I swear on behalf of the Justice Church that everything Lord Rujinan says is the truth. You sneer. So you're acting in the name of the Church of Justice? Now I'm curious about what you two are plotting. Kalia secretly sweats. Are you trying to fight me right now? Sorry, but I don't have the time. She continued. I don't know what the situation with Saint Y is right now, but shouldn't you go there as soon as possible? He frowned, but it seems Kalia is right. I don't have much time here. Seun isn't a confrontational person either. He knows how to weigh the situation and has put away his weapons. Finding out the whereabouts of the holy day is more important now, because the person involved might be in danger. Sejun turns and walks away. Before leaving, he still glared darkly at those two. See you again later. As soon as he finished speaking, Sejun quickly disappeared before Kalia and Jinan could see, leaving Jinan's body stunned and trembling uncontrollably. After so many years standing above thousands of people, he's used to it. But today he's humiliated like this and can't accept it. Yet he can't do anything to you. Kali took him outside as the underlings shouted loudly, The chairman is here! What is the doctor doing? Hurry and help him. Seeing Jin Cheon's condition look unstable, the subordinate stammered in panic. Sir. Kalia turned back when she heard the shout, but it seemed he had already fainted on the spot. This incident also surprised her a bit, not expecting a character like Jin Chan to be defeated by him. She immediately thought to confirm that the purity of the Apostle of the Holy Spirit had been decided, and there was no way out. Anyway, Ryo Jinan has achieved his goal. Once Kim Sejun enters the darkness like this, suddenly a surprising voice rang out, startling Kalia. Luckily, she was still here. Kalia turned around in panic. Sejun wiped his face with his hand and let out a sigh. She tried to stay calm. Weren't you the one who went to save the saintly healer? Sejun smirked slyly. Of course I have to go. Seeing the person emerge from behind you, she was startled. Sword Sansyoon asked her, Kalia, do you remember the first time we met? She remembered what she had said before. Just do this. I will do the same to fulfill your request. Sir Sword Saint, if you wish, I can take her place in the name of the Church of Justice. Suddenly, Seun broke into a bright smile as he looked at her. I told you we would meet again. The sword saint aggressively charged forward, grabbing Kalia by the collar and lifting her up. "Swear your oath of honesty, Kalia." He glared fiercely at the cunning girl in front of him. "And she will also enter the dungeon with us." At Gangneung, a black vortex had been waiting for them for some time. Kalia led the way, with the sword saint and Sejun watching from behind. He aggressively urged, "What are you waiting for? Aren't you going in? Are you planning to break your vow of honesty?" Kalia hesitated for a moment before reluctantly stepping inside. The sword saint and Sejun watched her go in, both standing there, lost in thought. "You understand that we can't put any more pressure on Kalia, right?" Sword saint decisively nods and says, "Kalia is the heir to the Holy Apostle. If anything happens to her, the Justice Church won't stand by." San also begins to step in. "Otherwise, as long as Kalia is with us, the Justice Church won't be able to do anything." Knowing that, Kalia must be feeling very scared. The boy turned his head happily to look at the sword saint. "So, let's quickly find the holy healer." When Kalia saw the two of them enter, she immediately became alert and drew her sword. Seun said nothing and began to draw his weapon in panic. "What do you want to do?" "What else should I do?" Immediately after, a powerful attack strikes Kalia, cutting a few strands of her hair. "We need to find the holy healer, right? So you're actually killing a monster behind Kalia's back." Seeing her expression, Seun continued happily. "So where is the saintly healer now?" Kalia was trembling all over in front of your intimidating presence. You walk and answer at the same time. "I understand." "So, the core inside Demugate. The sword saint suspects that you plan to isolate the holy healer to take the core and send this kid to him." Seon said to put aside their plan to isolate the saintly doctor. "The chance for the core to appear is quite low, right?" "I don't know if there's a Demigate with that kind of thing," the sword saint said. "If it's that bastard, I think he might know how to extract the core." "Sorry, Jun, is extracting an artificial core feasible?" The sword saint said, "I don't know the details, but if he entered this dungeon and said there is a way to save the saint, then there must be a way. The question is how to find him." As soon as he finished speaking, he glared fiercely at Kalia. She understood his intention at a glance. "I don't know either," Sejun said seriously, thinking, then suddenly turned away, leaving Kimthan and Kalia puzzled. "This is enough for now. Just hearing the sword saint, I know you have a way. I do, but I can't guarantee it will work. Please give me some time." Then he stood quietly in a corner, closing his eyes, unaware of what he was saying. Every cell of Sejun's senses was working at full capacity to find a clue about the holy saint. Sejun told himself there were no signs of the holy healer nearby. He still didn't give up, so he decided to look further away. But it seems he still gained nothing. Sejun exhausted all his energy and kept trying to go further. "You are spreading your senses." Suddenly Sejun feels a familiar aura that makes him open his eyes. He draws his weapon silently, thinking to himself, "I found it, but he's too far away." Sejun said nothing, only silently channeling his internal energy to strike forward with great force. His sword kept flying ahead. The sword saint stands to the side watching the situation. Sejun is excited, feeling that familiar aura I just sensed. "Go find it." The sword seems to understand its master's command, spinning around a few times, with streams of aura emanating from it like a guiding compass. Suddenly, it seemed like the sword had realized something. It stopped and pointed straight ahead. The sword's speed is extremely fast, as if it is using all its strength to rush toward the target. A flash of red light bursts out, illuminating the entire forest. Sejun turned to look at the sword. "Then I will go ahead. Please follow slowly behind." He asked back in confusion about what. A huge wave of Sejun's power quickly enveloped the spear in front of him as he ran away, leaving words behind. "Because I had to stop Gungnia before it pierced the saintly robe." As Sejun left, the holy sword immediately changed attitude. He turned around and spoke to Kalia. "Now let's talk about what we haven't been able to say yet. It seems like Kaya is hiding something that Sejun doesn't know." Outside in Seun City, the atmosphere remains bustling as if nothing has happened. That apostle is annoyed. Why is the apostolic ritual being held in such a small country like this? The other guy stays calm. This has already been decided by that person, so don't make a fuss and be patient. As soon as he finishes speaking, another person rushes in to report. He bows his head and humbly requests an audience with the apostles. He is surprised. "Why is it you, Kalia?" On the other side, they hesitated and dared not lift their faces. After hearing him recount the story, both of them were terrified and shouted back loudly, "What do you mean?" In the forest, a man is desperately running forward at full speed, appearing to be nearly exhausted. A giant, thick-legged centipede is chasing him. It seems it doesn't intend to let the man survive. It seems like not just one, but many are chasing him, and his situation is hanging by a thread. And he is the holy saint from Sejun and the sword saint, who are struggling to find their whereabouts. Several golden needles shot out from the holy saint's hand towards the giant snakes. The Man Tien Hua Vu technique of the holy saint quickly pierced through their tough scales, but it seemed like his attack did no damage to them. Saint Y fears he has no more needles left. He grits his teeth, sweating as he thinks. Is this the end? But luckily for Y Saint, Sejun's sword arrived just in time. It slashed across the body of the killer. He panicked and fell to the ground, but it seemed the sword still didn't stop. To it, everything is a target to attack. Curious, Y-Thon turned his head to look back, and he was quite surprised. The one saving him was a spear, but soon it turned back to target him. It aggressively strikes the ground with a powerful attack. Y-Than shouts loudly, "What the hell?" He stood there, staring blankly at the spear rushing toward him. Am I its target? I couldn't dodge, but luckily Sejun arrived just in time. He shouted in panic. Oh my god! Sejun nervously scratched his head and told the spear, I almost caused a big trouble. Right after that, he happily turned back to look at the old man. Are you okay, Your Majesty? The old man looked at the young man in front of him in confusion. Who are you, and how did you get here? But the giant monsters still haven't been completely defeated. They continue to fiercely climb up, seeing their comrades killed by you. Stand in front of him and deal with these monsters first. Then we can talk. In just a moment, you cut the very special ones into pieces that fell to the ground. The saint, panicked, quickly killed many monsters in such a short time. Unable to contain his curiosity, he stepped forward and asked, Who are you? Sejun happily said, I am pleased to meet you. Dream Team leader Kim Sejun. You said, the holy mage told me to come here. Ethan quickly realized his surprise and exclaimed, Are you the boy that the law saint mentioned? He laughed loudly. I don't know what he said, but it's probably right. Ha ha. Ethan Hung excitedly exclaimed, exactly as I expected. You jumped down from the back of the giant centipede. You came here to find medicine to cure the holy mage, right? Have you found it yet? He asked. I have obtained it, but for some reason I cannot escape the dungeon. Saint Y suddenly remembered, now I realize how you got in here. Did Jun think of this? They isolated Saint Y by locking the dungeon door? Father, I'm here now. They can't do anything stupid. Soon told him the problem was solved, so you can go out now. Let's go together. Saint Y asked if that's the case. Can we extract more of Demilgate's core? I already extracted some, but I rushed it, so I'm a bit worried if there's enough. Seun scratched his head, but now the holy mage is critically injured. He said, I know, but there's still enough time to extract the medicine, so don't worry about the head. Faced with the sincerity of the Holy One, Sejun also felt helpless. Before he could finish speaking, he moved swiftly. Thanks. Wait for me a moment. The holy saint quickly grabbed his surgical knife. It seems like he's planning to take something from these centipedes. Jun standing by and watching them extract it. Do you think that's okay? Ethan explains that the core of the medicinal object is a spirit stone containing a tremendous amount of mana. He explains while working that it is a product of concentrated mana. Sejun's face still looked mischievous. So is it feasible to make medicine using the core of the medicinal spirit? Ethan still hesitating, he calmly replied, Of course. You look so fascinated that you cover your mouth in amazement. Is it possible to make medicine using this core of medicinal material? Of course, they are less effective than the top-tier medicines, but since the side effects are not compounded, I should take as much as I can, right? Just imagining Sejun's whole body trembling makes me happy. Seeing your strange reaction like that, Seon Y is curious. What's wrong with you? Please step forward. If you don't mind, may I try to extract the core essence? Saint Y replied, It's not difficult, but I don't think you can do it. It looks simple, but there are many complicated things involved. Sejun is still stubborn, but I've been handling monster corpses for 10 years. I'm confident in this. Faced with your enthusiasm, he was helpless. Truly a young man with strong determination. But he thought that if you tried and failed, you would give up. Then the healer quickly agreed. If that's the case, I will teach you. After a long while, Sejun quickly took out a yellow core of pure essence, radiating a beautiful light around it. You cheerfully exclaimed, I did it. I wholly stands beside him, mouth open. Sejun cheerfully shouts, Easier than I thought. Saint Y was extremely surprised, wondering how he could do better than me. He Holy's mind kept screaming, Maybe it's not a coincidence. Then he told you, do it differently. Seun was surprised. What? Really? Sure. He stepped beside another dead centipede and then touched its body. Let's see. Seun gradually recalled Kieran's divine senses, Merlin's wisdom, the power of the great saint combined with his monster dissection experience, and quickly another gem was successfully extracted, much to Y Holy's amazement. He couldn't believe his eyes and just stood there stunned, gaping at him skillfully dissecting the corpse. Sun asked, If you still have some leftover core after healing the saint, can I take a few to use them? Saint Y excitedly rushed over and said, I will teach you how to make medicine if you want, so become my disciple, but Seon quickly refused. No, I plan to make medicine myself. Eton was surprised again, asking if I knew how to do it, and I casually replied, no, not yet, as Y-Don kept being amazed over and over again. He shouted loudly without hesitation. Can't you see you're wasting your talent? Sun calmly replied. No, I'm fine. What if the Holy One doesn't give up? I won't. He likes you too much, so he's just asking once more. Just teach him once. And if you don't like it, let me know, so give it a try once. But Saojun still refuses. The Sword Saint finally caught up and was surprised by what he saw. What are you doing? Saint Y is rolling on the ground. The Sword Saint heard me say that this young man is about to waste a once-in-a-century talent. Why doesn't June turn around to look at the Sword Saint? You're already late. The Sword Saint impatiently threw Kalia in front of the two of them. It's a long story. The Holy Saint just looked and knew she was Kalia, right? Why is the heir of the Apostle of the Holy One here? Moreover, why is she injured like that? He explained, I just prepared it to make sure you would find the saint. You look at Kalia struggling on the ground, silently thinking that even the strongest candidate for the Apostle's Sword Saint is no match for him. Then you raise the spear towards Kalia. She still sits helpless on the ground, not resisting. The sharp spear quickly points directly at her neck, causing Kalia to panic. Why the sudden change in expression, and why are you asking so aggressively? No need to explain what's happening here, right? You look serious, so start with a simple question. How did you create the distorted dungeon? Kalia quickly threatened that if I killed her, the Church of Justice wouldn't let it go, but I still didn't care. It didn't matter. Your answer shocks Kalia, and she asks again, what did you just say? Surprised, Saon calmly repeats, I said it doesn't matter. I honestly don't care. Kalia looked confused. She immediately frowned and thought, he's bluffing. We are a large organization present all over the world. Even disaster-level heroes dare not mess with us. He said he didn't care, just lying to pressure me. Suddenly, Sejun sighed, then swung the spear in front of Kalia's pale face. It seems there's no way out anymore, she smirked slyly. Whenever the apostles arrive, I'll ask right away. She stared blankly at the spear about to stab her, lost in thought. Did he lie? But luckily, she managed to speak up before being killed. If I tell you the truth, they'll kill me. Soon just stay calm and don't get caught. That's all that matters, right? Kalia said, the Holy Justice Society pays special attention to its followers and monitoring them is no exception for me. You said surely knowing about the existence of the Holy Justice Society means you understand what it means for me, right? Your concession means nothing to me. Don't you realize that? Seun keeps threatening, so the choice is whether she stays silent and dies or confesses everything and lives. This is your last chance, Kalia. How did you cause a mutation in the dungeon? Kalia was caught in a dilemma. She looked at the young man in front of her in confusion, wanting to speak but afraid of being eliminated, Kaya's body trembling with tension. Finally, she decided to say, I used the power of the great beast bow to create a mutated dungeon. You ask again, do you dare swear on the honor of the Justice Church? Kai loudly declares, I swear, on the honor of the Justice Church. The radio voice asked, what happened to the giant beastberg? Kalia said it is currently sealed in Greenland. He asked further, the headquarters of the Justice Church is located in Greenland, so that's why you moved the headquarters from the US there. Next, a series of questions. How does she extract the power of the great beast Boso? Kalia recounts that there is a holy relic that can draw power from the seal of the great beast Bo. So, and a question is raised. Did the creator of the seal also create that holy relic at the same time? She honestly answered. I don't know about that. Only the apostles have information about that holy relic. So why are you upset? What is the true purpose of the Holy Church of Justice? This question surprised Kalia for a moment, but she then replied that it was to maintain world order. The Sword Saint, sword in hand, asked fiercely again, stabilizing the world order? Are you upset because you said the Justice Assembly is working to stabilize the world order? Are you joking with me? Kalia shouted loudly. It's not order like you think, but a order based on karma. This statement surprised Sejun greatly. At the very moment Kalia uttered these words, a powerful aura shot straight toward her. But luckily, Sejun managed to stop her just in time. A voice rang out, causing Sejun's group to look over in surprise. Enough. That voice once again echoes with deadly intent as it looks in her direction. You haven't kept your mouth shut at all, Kalia. The appearance of these two guys made Kalia panic. She stammered. The moderate apostle looked stern, causing Kalia's face to turn pale. The apostle is also here patiently. Waithang is surprised. Why are the apostles here? Could it be that they came because of Kalia? Why did Jun speak up? I didn't expect you to come here in person. The apostle spoke. You must be Kim Sejun. I never thought we would meet like this. Then he said, hand Kalia over to us and we will leave. Hearing this, she was panic-stricken. Sejun confidently looked at them. What if I don't want to? The messenger of caution loudly asked, channeling his internal energy. Do we look like we're begging you? Sejun also refused to back down, starting to defend himself. Probably not. Your mocking smile still hasn't faded. Sejun continued. I'm not begging you either. Facing his dominance, the apostle looked a bit grim, glaring at his opponent in frustration. The Sword Saint snapped. "What are you trying to do?" Sejun said. "They can't just hand over Salia like this." He shouted loudly, "Do you think you can fight the apostle just because of that? Do you even know what an apostle is?" Sejun remains calm and says, "I know, but this is the first time I've met them in person. That's pretty reckless." It looks like you're blaming him, but a faint smile appears on the Sword Saint's face. The disciplined apostle looks at him, frowning as he raises his voice. "Sword Saint, I didn't expect you to be as stupid as that brat." He stood above and sneered. The Sword Saint refused to back down and charged forward. "I've never liked you bastards anyway. Seeing your hypocritical faces makes me feel quite disgusted." Kim Than then stepped forward, removing your masks to reveal your true nature. "Perhaps that's not such a bad idea right now." He turned to ask you, "Can you let the apostle be patient and fight the righteous apostle?" Jun looked serious. "I will try." The apostle patiently smiled softly. "How much more cruel can fate possibly get?" That guy replied, "But no matter what, fate has already been sealed." The apostle's precise attack shattered the door, forcing Holy and Kalia to bend down in pain. Amid the chaos, Kalia quickly seized the opportunity to escape. But unfortunately for her, Saint Y detected it in time and quickly shouted, "Stop." Then she was immobilized. Sound turned around, satisfied, and praised. "Well done, Holy One." He turned and said loudly, "Don't worry about us." Meanwhile, the patient apostle continues to focus all his strength on attacking, when suddenly a figure rushes from nowhere towards him at incredible speed, leaving him stunned as the two opposing forces clash, creating a dazzling spectacle. The patient apostle, still puzzled, wonders to himself when he went from his position around your neck to where the tranquil apostle is standing, aiming directly at the target as he proudly declares, stubbornly sticking to your foolish decision. Suddenly, a powerful attack struck him, causing Tong Do Trung to startle momentarily. The fierce blow caused rocks and dirt to explode everywhere. He was knocked back onto the beam. The Sword Saint fiercely said, "I am here, yet you act as if I am not, so you must surely have more than one head on your neck." He stared fiercely at the apostle with patience. "I will be your opponent." He clenched his teeth in anger and glared at him, speaking each word sharply. "Sword Saint." On this side, the two of them and the apostle are still fighting fiercely, with rocks and debris flying around. Neither seems to have the upper hand. From Trungmuk's hand, he unleashes a powerful bolt of lightning towards you. The scene now seems to be overwhelmed by Trungmuk's terrifying strength, but Seun doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage. He quickly moves closer to his opponent. Sejun's spear fiercely strikes down, and the light from his power illuminates the entire space. And so, after a long while, neither of them could gain the upper hand despite fighting fiercely. Saint Y watched the battle in awe, secretly terrified. He realized he was completely powerless against such a massive conflict. A decisive attack is launched, and another loud explosion echoes through the forest, leaving both you and the apostle standing still, silently observing each other. He was also terrified inside. No way, I knew he was strong, but who would have guessed he was this powerful? Then he suddenly threatened to give up and demanded Kalia be handed over. "This battle will only end when one of us is dead. Your face remains unchanged." Jun looked at him while secretly thinking, "I know that overloading the 3 dantians can generate immense power, but it's very hard to control." Now Sejun is starting to be cautious. Actually, Trungmuk is the one gaining the advantage. Moreover, before you could finish thinking, Trungmuk shouted loudly, "The Saint of Law doesn't have that much time. Aren't you worried about him?" Sejun's face darkened as he's also running out of time. Saint Y said that only if we arrive within a day, he can fully cure the Saint. Are you calculating whether we can overcome this obstacle and arrive on time? Even if we defeat the disciplined apostle, the patient apostle remains. We could gain the advantage if one of us eliminates the opponent and then joins forces to deal with the remaining apostle. But this situation makes it very difficult to expect any support. Clearly, if you just hand over Kalia, everything will be over. But the problem is, Sejun doesn't want it that way. He grits his teeth. Damn it. Suddenly, Sejun's entire body emitted a powerful blue light, surprising the apostle. At this moment, he seemed a bit scared, sensing his own growing anxiety and frustration. What is this restlessness? I never expected an ordinary S-rank to make me feel this way. He sneers threateningly. You want to keep fighting without caring about the holy law, right? Then a fierce storm rose, with dark clouds covering the entire sky. The scene was now incredibly eerie. The apostle furrowed his brow. He acts as fiercely as you wanted, then unleashes all his strength to attack Sejun. The boy remains calm, standing still without moving. I don't plan to use it here. Your face now shows a look of helplessness. Who would have thought I'd have to use it so soon? Like a raging storm rising, with the tempest growing fiercer and fiercer. A surge of power from Sejun is erupting wildly, causing the ground to start trembling. The giant spiders he killed suddenly flew up. The apostle, who was usually calm, now seemed to waver, unable to help but step back a few paces, his expression becoming more serious. He nervously muttered to himself, "What kind of monstrous power is this?" Sejun stood still, raising his spear straight up to the sky, then opened his eyes wide and fiercely stared at the apostle, causing him to become confused. I don't know what Sejun is doing, but I only see him constantly spinning his spear in his hand, muttering something no one can hear. Why does it remind me of what the great sage Tiantian said? "What's so hard about that?" "You were just practicing," he said. "You just need to swing like this, then boom like that. I did the same." Seeing you lying motionless on the ground, the great sage Kidian sighed and said, "I will say it one last time. So listen carefully, the 9 techniques and 3 moves. The basic actions are not much different, but you use the spear while I use the staff. The spear techniques of Prince Nacha, the spear techniques of the war gods Ares and Athena. What I mean is that my technique is an improved version combined with the spear skills of other gods. I've never taught anyone as diligently as you." So at that moment you were crying and saying, "Do I have to suffer 100 times from him?" You've learned 3 techniques and 1 move. Even so, you've only just begun to learn the 3rd technique, which is based on the illusion world created by the Tao, so your recovery speed is very fast, and you've only mastered the 1st technique in theory. If things continue like this, you won't be able to learn my technique in the real world due to backlash. At this point, the great saint suddenly adopts a serious expression. "But if you do learn it, even I will be in danger." Apostle stared in disbelief. "No way. Are you really a human like me?" Sejun's face now looked truly sinister and evil, like a demon from hell. The saint immediately recognized it as holy magic and stood stunned for a few minutes. The patient apostle here, fighting the sword saint, realizing the unnaturalness, also has to turn back to look at Sejun as if drawing strength from him. He recalls the technique Taetiandaithan taught him, the first star-falling spear technique. The thunderbolt destroyer fiercely strikes directly at the patient apostle. The calm apostle on this side is stunned and wide-eyed, as if he can't believe what he's seeing. He stared in confusion, but that move didn't give the disciplined apostle a chance to regain his composure, as the surrounding earth and rocks cracked into long lines. Suddenly the stones shot into the air and then gradually disappeared in a strange way. He clenched his teeth as the space was disappearing and he would soon be pulled in. He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked up at the stormy sky. What kind of monstrous power is this? Sejun still stands firm, wielding his long spear and unleashing his incredible power. Suddenly, it seems he hasn't fully mastered this strength. Sejun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood into the air. At this moment, the judicious apostle seemed to have completely fallen into a passive position. That bastard saint's ring is still watching, and he realized that the huge energy disappeared in an instant. Did that bastard go too far? The sky begins to return to its normal state as both Sejun and the restrained apostle fall heavily to the ground. You're panting heavily, using all your strength. Damn it. If I increase my magical power a little more after the fight between the two ends, the patient apostle will come closer to observe the situation. He thinks to himself. As expected, he's exhausted. In the end, he can't use such great power without paying a price. The apostle patiently seized the opportunity quickly. Now that the sword saint acted first, I know what you're thinking. From afar, San Wei hurriedly runs towards Sejun, worried that the young man is patiently observing. Duke Trungmu is still alive, but he won't be able to help. Meanwhile, Kim Sejun and the sword saint. He just recalculated and looked toward the sword saint, who was fiercely fighting with Wei Saint supporting him. The sword saint was now worried about Sejun. "Are you okay, young boy? Du is injured, and he's still worried." "How is Kalia?" he said. "I hit her." Feeling the unfavorable situation tipping in his favor, the apostle clenched his teeth in frustration, but ultimately spoke to concede. "Let us negotiate, release us, and we will also take Kalia with us." Seon still stubbornly asked, "What if we refuse?" The apostle patiently exhaled. "I don't think that's something you should be saying after nearly dying first. You keep channeling your inner strength. Do you really think I will die?" He sneered. "Do you think I'm a chicken?" But if he uses that power again, even for just a few seconds, it would be very dangerous. He spoke again, saying, "The holy mage will be in danger if we keep delaying this, right?" He continued to threaten, "I guarantee to you that I will use everything I have and wait until the archmage is dead. All right, if you accept our terms, you'll be free to go." The patient apostle asked what you wanted, and you quickly replied nonchalantly that payment must be made up front. The apostle of patience was surprised that he would say that, and asked back, "Do you want money?" Jun puffed up his chest and replied, "Yes." He thought to himself, "It's unreasonable, but it's also fine." Then Apostle Patience quickly agreed, "I will give you 500 billion. Siyun sneered. I understand. I will treat this as if you don't want to negotiate. Your words left him momentarily confused. Seyun continued, you offer me 500 billion in exchange for the lives of 2 apostles and a future apostle. I thought you were sincere. He asked again, so how much do you want? Seyun calmly held up a finger in front of the patient apostle. I will give 1,000 billion. Seeing that your expression still hasn't changed, he sighed and said, well then, 10,000 billion, but your finger still won't withdraw. Tongdo Qianhan looked a bit confused. Don't tell me you didn't let him speak before shouting out the price. 1 trillion. The sword saint was stunned, this crazy guy. The patient apostle angrily shouted, are you kidding me? Do you know how much money that is? I will give you 1,000 billion. How quickly he activated his internal energy, saying, that's it, there's no other way. The apostle Kayan was shocked, and in disbelief he managed to recover in such a short time. Seeing the fierce opponent in front of him, the patient apostle felt frustrated. Is this really a negotiation? It's clearly a threat. Sejun's inner self is actually screaming at the power of her meteorite staff. You scream from the heart as you push your mana to the limit of the 3 dantians, feeling like you're about to collapse, but you must not faint even if it kills you. If fainting cost 100 trillion, I won't let it happen. Sejun's face turns even more fierce. You grit your teeth because 100 trillion won. This pain is nothing. The apostle remains as stone-like as if frozen in fear. That wicked face, that bastard is telling the truth. He knows he can't fight me. Losing all 3 apostles at once would be a serious obstacle to my future plans. On the other hand, 100 trillion will be a disruption to the upcoming pure apostle ritual, but it's still better than nothing. The apostle patiently weighs the pros and cons. He will understand eventually. Then she agrees. All right, Sejun's inner heart is secretly happy. If she had spoken a little slower, I would have fainted right then and there. Sejun quickly demanded the money. Pay the 100 trillion first. She said, how can I pay that amount right now? If you say that, then at least you should keep your true vow. The apostle patiently said loudly, I will pay 100,000 billion, I swear on the truth. You look down and say, you know when you'll pay me back. Sion, annoyed, asks, what if you change your mind? She is speechless. Saint Y is also stunned. Who would dare to deceive this kid? The apostle patiently turns away. So as promised, I will pay 100 trillion in a week, then she and her accomplices disappear. Saint Y happily exclaimed, they're gone. He cheerfully patted the boy's shoulder. Let's head back quickly too. We need to treat the magic city as well. Suddenly, Sejun's whole body was like a withered tree in the wind, unable to hold on and collapsing to the ground. The holy mage was panicked, but no matter how much he shouted, Sejun remained motionless on the ground. At the main hall where the apostles are gathered, the 4 of them kneel on the ground, each too afraid to lift their heads, trembling together without speaking. The leader of the apostles shouts loudly, startling one of them, who then says, go. That one stammered, Lord Trungmuk has been defeated? Fortunately, he was spared from death, but I still have to compensate nearly 100 trillion. So we have to postpone the canonization ceremony. After reporting the situation, no one dared to breathe heavily. The leader of the apostles suddenly fell into deep thought, unsure of what he was contemplating. He spoke, fate has been sealed. The apostles remained silent, bowing their heads. That guy is angry. Do they think they've escaped? As the stars fall into their orbits, they will gradually collapse and never reach the power of the true super. That is fate already sealed and a future predetermined. They will only become wandering spirits in the void. Then he glared darkly at the apostles and ordered to release the chicken boso. Just watching is enough. With Seal Jun, nothing beats this. Just trust us, this is the universal cure for the captain. I didn't expect him to still be unconscious despite being treated with my medicine. Jun opened his eyes, wondering what this familiar, unpleasant smell was, and seeing everyone dazed as he just woke up, Sejun also felt surprised. The thing Suzan shoved into your nose to smell was a rolled-up $50 bill. She cheerfully cheered. See that? I told you this would work. The saint was stunned. My medical skills can't possibly be ineffective. Sao Yun, are you awake yet? Sejun is speechless. Damn it. They're at it again. Damn it. This time they really gave me 50,000. Saint Doctor is suffering. Does that mean my medical skills are not even worth 50,000 stars? You look confused. How can you believe that? It's just the medical skills of the Saint Doctor. Now it works. The saint's eyes sparkle. Really? You shouted? Of course. Do you really believe I can wake up just by smelling money? Can't you believe it? Sun always has such perfect tension to pull this kind of stunt. Suddenly remembering, you asked how the Holy Law Saint was doing, right? The Holy Law Saint replied. The treatment went smoothly. He explained that with that perfect Demet core, there would be no problem thanks to you. So Jun, why do you ask about that old illness? The Y Saint said it has been completely cured. Fei. Hearing this, a sense of relief washed over him. Susan continued. Big Sister Jimin and the Master went out with the other saints because they had matters to attend to. They should be coming back soon, too, Sejun said with a bit of surprise. After suffering that fatal wound, he fully recovered and went out. I look on in admiration. Indeed, Saint Y is different. Surely my awakening wasn't just from smelling money. Suddenly, Suzanne approached seriously. Yes, brother? She bowed her head repeatedly, speaking with a very sincere tone. Thank you for saving the Master. That slap made her angry. Why did you hit me? Why did Jun blow on his hand? Isn't it because of that Saint Y? Inside, he's silently suffering. Suddenly you make me feel so embarrassed. You're just joking around. Just a light tap. Act natural. Suan shouted. It hurts so much, you idiot. Saint Y looked confused, but what about the Master? He curiously asked Suzanne. What is your relationship with my friend? He explained, I suppose you also know that Seyun is the granddaughter of Sword Saint, and Lai Hun here is a disciple of Mind Saint. Suan is quick-witted, and I am a disciple of Law Saint. Saint Y was surprised. Oh, Suan's older brother also proudly introduced himself, and I am a disciple of the other saint. My disciple, where are they? Jun replied indifferently. Well, if you ask, then I guess I have to. In front of Y's teary eyes, the saint straightforwardly said, I'm not interested. Why are you so stubborn? I will teach you everything you need to know. You have nothing to lose anyway. Sejun still stubbornly refused. I don't want to. Saint Y tries to persuade you not to think that way. You will become the greatest doctor in the world. You still haven't changed. I don't want to. Saint is annoyed. Truly disappointing. I thought they were my most precious friends, but it turns out everyone abandoned me except themselves. I'm so annoyed. Seyun shouted. Go tell them not to curse me to my face. In the end, he's just crying and throwing a tantrum. Why? Why am I the only one without a disciple? Why didn't you come to see me before becoming a hero? Why? He chuckled bitterly. You must be tired. Rest and recover well. Father Y Saint has already left, but his voice still echoes. Become my disciple. The space quickly became quiet as Sejun began checking his balance. Seeing his phone screen made him gasp in shock. His balance had really skyrocketed. They really deposited 100 trillion into my account. I'm so happy. Isn't it that a nearly extinct Neanderthal from 30,000 years ago would have to survive until now and earn an annual salary of 3.3 billion to save this amount? But the fruit from the superstore only costs 100 billion. I could even afford to buy that 100-hour course from Tetian Daithan. Feeling overly excited, he told himself to stay calm first and realized that studying with Tetian Daithan wouldn't be helpful right now. My current magic power is only enough to perform the first technique of the Heavenly Flowing Star Spear. My priority now must be to increase my magic power to fully execute the first move. However, burning karma into divine medicine isn't a good idea either. You pick up the phone, this is the only way left. The advisor first consulted for advice, then June quickly entered the message. There's something I need to consult about urgently, so you can come right away. Mentor suddenly shouts loudly from the phone. What is it? Sejun shouted. I was completely stunned. Mentor felt pleased, finally able to scare Sejun. Sejun annoyed. Why can't you just appear normally? Mentor asked again. Are you planning to learn Kim's fake techniques to create divine potions? You said you want to learn it as quickly as possible, Mentor said quietly. I don't usually recommend it, but if you want, there's still a way. There's something called an advanced course. If you use it, you'll learn faster. Saojun looks surprised. The advanced course. The mentor attentively presses his phone while asking, do you remember the Spartan course you received last time? It's similar to that. Based on the calculations, the karma you will have to pay Hoada for the advanced session is about 10 billion per hour. Why does June look so stunned? It's not that expensive. Hand me your phone so I can pay. Seeing how decisive you are, the mentor was a bit surprised and said loudly, it's not finished yet. The production department isn't just about theoretical lessons, but more focused on practical training. There are still many tools needed for the practice session, and Instructor Hoada said they would require 100 tools for Scholar Kim. According to your standards, each item would cost about 5 billion. How does that sound? Your face remains calm and expressionless, so indifferent. As soon as you finish speaking, you quickly settle the bill. In this situation, the mentor was so stunned that he froze. Where could he possibly get that much money? Even a deputy advisor like the mentor was so stunned he almost fell to the ground. What is going on here? For a long time, humans have wished for the wish of immortality. The kingdom of God, where all beings yearn, is where two researchers appeared, daring to explore into God's realm. These two researchers were born with a purpose. An old man with a white beard appeared and asked, do you want to learn how to make medicine? He is the amazing pharmacist Huo, Seun said seriously. I want to craft the Elysia potion myself, the alchemist asked in surprise. You mean the Elysia potion? The alchemist explained, creating the Elysia elixir isn't a new invention. Seun was surprised. Really? What do you mean? He continued. I guess we should start with the basics of potion making. Potion making is the process of changing the very nature of the substance. External medicine is a type of compound, which is why a small dose is used for treatment. With sulfur, silver, and tin, all called burning medicines, it is precisely because of that liquido gold concoction and golden pea concoction also exist. Because it goes through a total of 7 stages, it is called the 7 burns, and the 9 stars process is known as the reason why and this person. After some study, the alchemist was satisfied. You really are an impressive newcomer. You pick things up quite quickly. He continued, however, we need to review what we've learned, so let's stop here for today. Saloon's face turned pale. My head hurts so much. Why even Wise S can't keep up. I realize this is an external elixir. External pills are made from extremely rare medicinal herbs. I should try it. Thinking it through, Sejun quickly swallows the pill. Suddenly, a new sensation is spreading throughout his body. I'm stunned. It's even better than I expected. Even 1/10 of the effect has brought about incredible results. At this moment, you are so happy that you burst out laughing. Soon is overwhelmed with tears of joy. You should be really proud of yourself. I did it at last. I can say goodbye to the days of karma and start a new life without worrying about money anymore. As a reward, I can ask Dung Jimin to create a magic device for me to complete Atlas's daily mission. I initially planned to ask for a reasonable amount of money, but now I have a lot of money. Daily mission, withstand a temperature of 1000 degrees Celsius with your entire body for 10 minutes, repeated over 10 minutes. Daily mission, withstand a temperature of -100 degrees Celsius with your entire body for 10 minutes, repeated over 10 minutes. Why is Jun so excited? Is such a dream too small? He's so happy. I will buy all the land around to build the Dream Team headquarters. Mentor finally wakes up. Is the class over? Sao Jun is so excited. It must have been a great lesson. Seeing your expression, Mentor asked. You seem to really like this, huh? Of course I can do that. Thanks to it, I no longer have to worry about the advance payment for the medicine. Seon has been unable to contain his joy and is now laughing maniacally, and Mentor continues, I think the moment has come. Kim Sejun asked again, so are you talking about the time for me to proudly show off? Mentor pointed to your spear. Do you see this? Sejun said casually. Why do I see droplets all over when I'm excited on Earth? Mentor asked again, do you have the Heavenly Star book recently? Do you know that the items sold in our super weapon shop are made by top super weapon craftsmen? You might think that we are created by superlative imposters, but in reality these items are made by master weaponsmiths. More precisely, these are the things that first-year students use to learn and practice superlative skills. Of course, even just before becoming superlative, their level is astonishing, so those items also possess quite impressive qualities. But they are items from a different world, and truly created by superlative artificers. Sejun was stunned. You mean the mentor said that items in the super advanced shop can't withstand super advanced reinforcement and restoration techniques? It wasn't like this at first, but I think it's because the power of the heavenly luminous star weapon is too strong, so the replica is already powerful enough. Sejun was stunned. So if you want to keep using the heavenly luminous spear, you'll need to buy a new superlative version. Usually, requesting a superlative craftsman is simple, but with the long Guinness spear that Lord Kim Sejun used, please wait a moment. It seems you can buy the genuine product. I think the creator of this weapon might sell it. How much does the authentic item cost? Mentor is watching your karma. It cost 103 trillion. Why can't Sejun trust his own hands? He asked again. I guess I was a bit distracted. Sorry, but can you tell me again what the official price of Longuinus is? Mentor repeats. You need 103 trillion troops to buy the authentic Longuinus. Sejun's smiling face suddenly froze as he finally realized the words. His mind felt like it was about to explode as Sejun shouted loudly, What the hell? Mentor is helpless. Oh my god. Sejun turned pale. Is that true? Do you think billions are just paper? Even if the authentic Longinus spear had the power of the entire country, don't talk nonsense. Faced with your fierce reaction, the mentor also broke out in a sweat. If you say that, you can buy it later. Sejun is annoyed. After that? How can you say that given its current condition? Look at those cracks. With its current condition, even if I used it to swat a fly, it would shatter into pieces. Mentor scratched his head. You're right, Mentor continues, but genuine products are definitely different from fake ones. The power of the superior device will surely surpass imagination. You definitely won't regret buying it. How about the calculations? That's something I couldn't buy even with 100 trillion right from the start. And even if I had the money, its price would be unreasonable. How many people in the world do you think have hundreds of trillions? Wait a moment. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly said, Ms. Van, don't go anywhere and wait for me for a moment. Mentor quickly. Okay. Sejun looked at you with some surprise. Sejun, shouldn't you rest a little longer? Can you try this? Sejun was stunned. What is this? A piece of the pill. You explain that it's called an external pill. Try a little. Se-yun follows your advice and quickly puts the pill into her mouth. Suddenly, a stream of golden energy, like a burst of power, erupts from within her body. Ethan also felt curious. He stepped closer to you and handed it over. What he has in his hand surprises the Holy One. Huh. How can a level of external pill like this exist? Saint Y asked you, where did you get it? Se-jun replied casually, I made it myself. Suan is jealous. Why do you only care about Se-yun? Hey, give me some too, just a little, everyone is getting excited. Captain, me too. Are you satisfied with this result, wanting my elixir, right? I can sell them to you for 500 billion each. Hearing this price, everyone suddenly fell silent. By the way, 500 billion is already cheap. I'm selling it at this price because we are a team. This kind of item is so rare that it can't be found on the market, right, Saint Y? He was stunned. Yes. Se-yun sneered. Are you planning to spend that 1,000 billion you just received from Italy on something like this? I don't know what to say anymore, but this really is great for hunters. At last, there's a first customer. Se-yun loudly said, I will buy it. Seeing his confusion, she continued. Because I only have 1,000 billion, so give me 2 stones. Se-jun was stunned. Just 1,000 billion. He felt joy in his heart. That's right, Ms. Se-yun, 1,000 billion isn't a large amount of money. Se-jun continued selling. All right, the 5 cheap pills go to the first buyer who wins. Everyone quickly rushes to compete. I'm the captain too. Take my money. With the amount earned from the sale, you've successfully bought a new weapon. Mentor exclaimed, You're amazing. You sold Jun. How could you afford to buy a super device in one go when normally you would have to contribute for thousands of years? Se-yun lamented. If you don't want to rub salt into my wounds, please shut up. Mentor quickly fell silent. Ah, understood. Se-yun calculated that this was a super weapon called the War God, a weapon with the national power of Long Guinness, and quickly tested it. At first glance, it didn't look much different from the one I used before. Mentor intervened. You can't just ignore it like that. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, leaving everyone stunned. Everyone hurriedly looked around to see who caused this. They shouted loudly, At last, we've experienced an attack. I didn't expect the external multi to work so quickly. I'll show you the upgrade of the explosive fire. Ignite it. Se-yun was stunned, saying, I don't even have enough money for compensation now. Mentor sighed, saying, That's why I told you to be careful. Mentor was speechless, saying, I told you it was beyond your imagination. Sound still stood motionless, staring in shock. I didn't think it would be this different. You're sure it definitely has a value of 103 trillion. This is really hard to believe. You said, this clearly will devastate the surrounding area, so I won't be able to train properly. That's why most first-year students have to learn how to develop their strength, while accumulating the necessary karma for super gear. If you master the secret of unleashing your power, you'll be able to use super gear properly. The effectiveness of boosting power by 0.6%. You look pale. Does that mean I need to invest more money? The mentor hurriedly said, Anyway, I'm leaving now. Call me if you need anything else. Wait, I have a few questions I want to ask before you go. Mentor turned around. What do you want to know? You told me that I really heard about karma from an unexpected source. I remember asking if there were any other exceptional students in this timeline. You still can't answer me? Mentor said quietly. My mistake. I wanted to say it too, but I couldn't. You think about it, there's no doubt anymore. The Church of Justice and the Supernatural Academy are connected. Let's try approaching it from a different angle. So, then, can you tell the history of the Super V Academy that you were going to share last time? Mentor said. Of course. Mentor began to explain. I briefly mentioned the Dean of the Superiority Academy last time. Right. Sound nodded and only said she was the second superlative person. You still remember as I said, she is the second superlative person. The second to step into the superlative realm and also the first freshman to attend the Superiority Academy, the first-year student. Hearing this, it seems June has also begun to understand what you mean. Mentor continued. That's right, there is one more person. They are the first to set foot in the realm of transcendence worldwide and founded the current Supernatural Academy. Se-jun interrupted. Wait a moment. If the founder exists, then why is someone else holding the position of principal? No one knows the reason. This answer from the mentor surprises you. Sorry. Mentor appears helpless. No one expected things to turn out like this. Even the principal is more accurate and no longer has any karma for the first super being. Your face tightens. Is there no karma left? Mentor said, I don't know much about this either, but as the principal said, it seems the first superhuman no longer exists. Since my memories of him have also disappeared, I can only explain it this way. Does June think that this might be related to why he cannot perceive his own karma? Suddenly a loud voice shouted, and Mentor Cell June was startled. Oh my god, time flies so fast. See you next time then. Se-yun hurriedly walks in. Son has a problem. I just received a call. We need to go to the Hunter Association right now. You ask, what's going on? She looked very worried and hurried. I don't know either. He said that just by me saying B, you would understand. Hearing this, Sejun also became tense. At the Hunters Guild, everyone was panicking. Bo, so we'll escape soon? Yes, the Dark Saint said so. Mindu anxiously waited. Could Boso really be the great monster from the Great Flood era? Isn't it dead already? Sion continued. That's right. The Great Flood ended with Bo's conquest, so why are you suddenly talking like that? The Sword Saint spoke up. I think it's time you guys knew the truth. He continued. Burst is not dead, it's just sealed away. And the Church of Justice used BC's power to cause chaos. We don't know their true intentions, but they're not as kind-hearted as everyone thinks, Seyun said anxiously. What? Sejun asked about Bear. Did something happen in Greenland? The Sword Saint replied. It's not in England. You are surprised. England? The Hunter Guild president pushed a piece of paper in front of you, asking you to take a look at this. He thought about the letter in English. He continued. This is a secret message from the Queen of England to Korea, briefly stating that in England there have been unmanageable distortions in the prison system. So she asked us for help. The Sword Saint continued. Burr probably still hasn't fully recovered. Otherwise, he would have been destroyed long ago and wouldn't have had time to send the secret message. The chairman said that for some reason the Church of Justice would not take any action, and it seems better that instead of sending a secret letter, they should send an official document and request cooperation from the whole world. Jimin said my father and I plan to go to England, but there are some issues. Rujinan has disappeared. Surprised, I remember Rujinan and asked her, what is he planning to do? Jimin shrugged. No one knew where I had gone. She sighed. Maybe she ran away after being accused of collaborating with Kalia, but even though I asked the other guild leaders, they all seemed to be unaware of what was happening. I'm just worried something might happen if I leave here with him in this situation. Actually, the main reason is that her words made him curious and turn his attention. The Queen directly mentioned that it was not us, but him. Sewon calmly said, I will go. What is everyone so panicked about? Are you crazy? What about Yoon? You're shouting. Is this something you think you can decide so easily? You will have to fight that nightmare monster. Mindu is also annoyed. You should be more careful about thinking about breakfast tomorrow than about this. Jun sighed bitterly. What's the point here? You have to work hard to earn money. Your statement temporarily stunned everyone, but it seems you're right. Seyun calculated, I'm out of money too. The Sword Saint was surprised. My granddaughter is out of money. Sujon also needs to earn money to buy divine medicine. Mindu teases the Queen, you have the right to use your budget, right? The Sword Saint looked confused after overhearing the juniors' conversation. What are they buying? What are they planning to do with your budget? Then Un speaks up. I just checked, and your annual budget is 1.2 trillion, and the Sword Saint is extremely curious. What is that guy doing? Everyone got excited. Then it's your turn. Let's make some money. The elders looked confused. That damn kid has done this to his disciples? Saint Y felt lonely. I am the only one without a disciple. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Sejun, you instinctively turned back. Holy Sage, he said happily. I don't know how to show my gratitude to you anymore. Sejun humbly says, don't say that, I haven't really done anything. Are you sure? I've heard Saint Y say everything already. Thanks to you, both Y Holy and I are safe. Thank you. Sejun forced a smile. I can't say I accidentally destroyed his house. Jimin is delighted. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, everyone is safe. She was so excited her eyes sparkled. As long as it's within my ability, I will do anything you ask. Seun was not polite, so can I ask you for a small favor? You led the Saint and Jimin to his house, which you had partially destroyed. Seeing their reactions, you felt embarrassed. I only touched it lightly, but it suddenly collapsed. That's how it is. You then said, you can temporarily stay in the Dream Team building while your house is being repaired. Sir Sage, if you want to repay me, please deduct it from the house repair costs because I have no money left now. Anyway, please take care of this while we're in England. As soon as you finish speaking, you leave immediately, leaving the two people stunned, and the Dream Team heads to him. In the capital of England, London, everyone was panicking about escaping the prison. A man hurriedly ran and aggressively bumped into a woman. Get out of my way. Just as the monster was about to grab her in this life-or-death moment, the man suddenly defeated the creature with a single punch. The crowd cheered happily. It's Count Robert, we've been saved, he said. Everyone, take this opportunity and run. The woman moved, gratefully thanks you. The quick-witted blonde girl says, everyone stay calm and follow this way. Robert fights alone against the monster, and it seems like neither of them has the upper hand. Soon, he appears to be exhausted. Is the relief army still not here yet? Suddenly, out of nowhere, a loud explosion echoes, and a massive burst of energy strikes directly at the monster. Robert was thrown back, staring in shock at the scene before him, surprise clearly visible on his face. The fierce monster roared in front of him. A drake? The blonde girl from earlier shouted in panic. 11-star monster, help us. My father has fallen, please save him. Her screams successfully attracted the monster. Suddenly, a powerful beam of yellow light erupted from the creature. The blonde girl and Rubik both panic. He shouted loudly, "Sir!" That source of power struck fiercely, stunning the level 11 monster. Seeing the weapon in that person's hand, Robert was surprised. "Are you hurt?" Sejun muttered, annoyed. "What kind of trouble is this right after arriving?" Sejun landed on the ground and told Robert to move aside so he could handle them. As he finished speaking, he aggressively raised his hand and commanded, "Kill them all." Everyone quickly charged forward. Yes. Robert stared in surprise as he quickly took down all the monsters. The blonde girl spoke again. "I don't know if you are members of the Dream Team from Korea." "That's right, I am Kim Sejun, the captain of the Dream Team. Let me introduce myself a little. I am Queen Arya of the United Kingdom." She looks very simple and friendly. Sejun looked confused. "Queen. Is Mindu curious about what's going on over there?" "Yes." Seeing her gentle smile, she thought to herself, "A young girl like her, huh?" At the Queen's temporary residence, everyone in the palace was panicked. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Robert just entered and was annoyed. "What are the Royal Knights doing? Why are they only showing up now?" One of them stepped forward. It was Lord Lebanon who suddenly held us back. This irritates Robert, and he frowns as he looks at the messenger in front of him. Then Robert turned around to report to the Queen, "I humbly request to stay for a while, Your Majesty." "I understand, Lord Robert." After finishing, the Queen then turned to Sejun and asked him to follow this way. Arya sincerely apologizes to Long for making such honorable guests witness this embarrassing scene. You must all have many questions, right? So, why would the Queen of a country secretly send a letter of secret aid instead of an official request for help? As she says this, Arya sighs sadly, her face showing a look of sorrow. "I am actually just a scarecrow." Hearing this, Sejun's group all gasped in shock. The Queen continued, "Do you all know the official name of England?" Suzanne asked. "Isn't it just England?" Arya replied, "Most people think so, but in fact, that's not correct. He is just one of the largest countries in the Commonwealth. Our official name should be the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Scotland, England, and Wales. You are a union of those 4 territories. The countries within the Union don't have very friendly relations, and during this time, major disasters and other difficult issues have piled up, making the already bad relations even worse. It was just a few weeks ago, right after the death of Queen Bis, that the fragile Union system completely collapsed. Sejun thought the death of the late Queen was such a major event. Of course I knew about it, but who would have expected that the one to ascend the throne would be such a young girl? Just the death of the Queen was already quite surprising. The Queen continued to tell that while all of England suddenly fell into chaos, my grandmother called me over and told me something. A terrifying monster. This statement was just made to surprise everyone. Aya told me in detail that I had to stop some terrible monster that shouldn't have appeared in this world. Borsa has left to stop that monster and never returned. The Prime Minister also suddenly died, and the newly elected Prime Minister unexpectedly lost his life in an accident during a prison break, leaving me as the only one to succeed the late Queen without even a proper coronation. It can be said that the disintegration of this so-called United Kingdom is just a common occurrence. And from there, the 2 heroes from those territories requested to ascend the throne. This made Haeunun feel surprised. They have requested to be crowned. Yeah. Hun and Sion guessed that if they are heroes from your territories, then they must be Lord Lebanon and Lady Alice, right? The Queen replied, "Yes, that's right. Lord Lebanon from Scotland and Lady Alice from North Island. They are living witnesses who have endured difficult times alongside my grandmother Bis." Experienced hunters from other regions began gathering where the 2 heroes from those territories were, and started ignoring the disasters happening elsewhere in the country. They even declared they would not help me until I abdicated. I am truly useless compared to her, not just pretending to be awakened. I have no experience, skills, or connections to ask for help when needed. Aya painfully remembered that I didn't even want to inherit the throne. I even thought it might be better for the people and the country if a strong ruler like one of the 2 heroes led, instead of an incompetent like me. But that was also when I realized those 2 were the masterminds behind everything. The Queen pleaded, "Kim Sejun, I have heard about the miracles you performed in Yi. I know my request might seem rude, but I promise to fulfill any of your wishes, whether it's wealth, fame, or something even greater, so please." At this point, the Queen clenched her fists tightly and then loudly declared, "Please stop Lebanon and Lady Elise, the 2 heroes from 2 territories." Asia's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Sejun, appearing very pitiful. I don't know what terrible things this Queen has endured over the years. The Queen was about to continue. The atmosphere around them was extremely tense. Sion interrupted, "So you want us to go?" Suddenly, a soldier hurriedly ran in from outside. "Your Majesty, something has happened." Captain Robert and Lord Lebanon are arguing in front of the palace. The situation outside doesn't look good. Lebanon is acting aggressively. You're a bit overconfident, Robert. How dare you block my path without knowing your place? Robert is no match for him. He is arrogant, and indeed, the foolishness of that queen's puppet has spread to her subordinates as well. Lebanon is also the disaster hero who slayed the Dragon Man. Robert gasped for breath. Only those with verified identities are allowed to enter the palace. Lebanon sneered mockingly and said, "Why can't I enter the palace that will soon be mine?" Robert shouted, "So you're no longer hiding your sinister intentions." He no longer bothered to explain, and directly raised the silent sword in his hand. "I had intended to give you a chance, but I don't need a barking dog that doesn't recognize its master." Robert closed his eyes tightly, ready to face death to prove his loyalty. His last thought was of His Majesty, but luckily Sejun arrived just in time to block in front of Robert and deflect that fierce blade. Lebanon looked at the young man in front of him with great surprise and thought he was Asian. Before he had a chance to react, Sejun kicked him straight in the stomach, knocking Lebanon far away. It seemed like the attack took almost no effort from him, yet the opponent was seriously injured. Then Sejun looked at Robert. "Are you okay?" He was surprised, but also let out a small sound as Lebanon's voice echoed from within the wreckage. It seems the queen was about to do something. That arrogant bastard actually dared to involve a foreigner in internal affairs. How shameful. Sejun spoke. "You are a disaster hero. Why are you doing this?" Lebanon was surprised. "Even though you're not speaking English, I can feel you're speaking directly into my mind. Are you perhaps a follower of the Church of Justice?" Lebanon said to you, "It seems there's some misunderstanding here." Sejun misunderstood. The disaster hero basically isn't a devout follower of the Justice Church, because they are fully aware of the Church's evil nature, which contradicts the world's perception of a religious organization saving humanity. Lebanon continued, "I have no intention of interfering with your plans. Today I just want to take a quick look around the palace where I will soon be moving in. I want to do it a bit earlier than planned." The boy confirms that they are indeed collaborating with the Holy Church to seize the throne. "Have you ever heard the name Sejun before?" "I think I've heard that name somewhere before." Just as he finished, something suddenly approached him. Lebanon panicked. "Don't tell me it's really me. As soon as you finished speaking, you were already approaching him." A punch from you sends Lebanon flying away. Before he can react, you land another blow, leaving him no time to counter. Lebanon was truly furious now and shouted loudly, "You arrogant brat!" Both of them keep unleashing deadly moves. It seems like they are evenly matched. Robert's group was panicking, secretly sweating. "Damn it, shouldn't they have stopped them?" One of them spoke up, saying, "How can we stop them when we can't even get close?" Lebanon snarled fiercely, glaring at the boy like a sworn enemy. "I will not accept this. For me, fighting is just hunting. It's just about hunting the target and taking the spoils." But before he could even think, Sejun spoke up. "You said something about your Majesty bringing outsiders into internal affairs, yet you colluded with the Holy Church. It seems I am the one being hunted." At the same time, he insulted them. "You hypocrite. You're so arrogant. I wonder if there is an English version of the saying that if I play both sides, it's romantic, but if someone else does it, it's cheating." Lebanon felt like he was being insulted. He was so angry his eyes turned bloodshot. "Shut up." Sejun continues to unleash his deadly move, rushing quickly towards Lebanon. He teases the tense situation. No one has dared to anger him like this in years. Lebanon couldn't accept it. He shouted, "You bastard, do you want to challenge my strength?" As he finished speaking, he fiercely swung his sword at you, and the two raging forces collided, causing a massive shockwave in front of the palace gates. He threatens, "You will face a power that even dragons must kneel before, you fool." Lebanon fiercely declares, "Your arrogance and pride will fall, they will fall." Sejun aggressively strikes at Lebanon, and at this moment he is overwhelming him. Lebanon couldn't believe it, questioning himself. "Am I losing? Me? No way." Suddenly Sejun's spear shattered into many pieces right after he swung it down. "Oh no, Seon feels upset. I thought I had control over the strength, but it still broke." Lebanon was panicked. "That bastard is even stronger than a dragon. I can't guess what will happen if we keep fighting." He fears an opponent as powerful as Sejun. It seems he will have to delay his plan. At the same time, the queen and Sejun's people hurriedly ran out. She called out anxiously, "Your Majesty, Robert." "You look weak, Your Majesty." Arya immediately asked upon seeing you, "Are you all right?" Lebanon sheaths his sword and says, "Today we pause." Before leaving, he glances at the queen with a threat. "But remember, the more stubborn you are, the more those around you will get hurt." Sejun asked, "Where did he suddenly go?" "Are you planning to fight me without weapons?" he said, pulling out a new weapon from his pocket and raising his voice. "How can that be? Defeating a disaster hero with your bare hands is still a bit too much, huh?" he grumbled. "What nonsense are you talking about?" As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura burst out from him. Sejun happily looked at Lebanon, then lightly waved the magical energy in his hand. He couldn't react in time, only shouting once before standing stunned as he took the hit. The surroundings turned into chaos. Everyone was bustling around, and you asked if they had searched on the other side yet. Are they still struggling? We are still searching. Sejun scratched his head. What should we do now? The more days go by, the more he likes to cause trouble. Hyun is worried. We don't have to pay for repairs, right? Why does June feel so wronged and argue back? I really thought I had control over my power. So you finally figured it out, they were looking for Lebanon. Seon cheered happily. Here I am. He pushed all the stones off the man and suddenly saw something glowing. Seon curiously picks it up and observes a beautiful red heart-shaped stone. He looks puzzled as this is from a different scene, where a man is helpless before a monster. Is this the end? He bowed his head in surrender and said, Elma, I was going to propose to you after this battle ends. But suddenly Seon grabbed a weapon that flew over from somewhere and shouted loudly, breaking the gloomy atmosphere. His group surged forward. It's done. Now hurry up, move quickly, move quickly. Robert stared at the lively scene before him, feeling stunned. Everyone is working enthusiastically, but now be careful with the falling debris. If you do that, it will be carried over here by the wind, partially torn apart. Come on, Robert. Not understanding what's happening, he spoke up. Philip, the cheerful young man. Captain Robert, do you feel better now? He froze in place. I'm fine. But what is everyone doing? Philip quickly explains. We are cutting apart and transporting the monster's body. No, I know that. Philip said this was ordered by the Queen herself. He was surprised. The Queen did that? Philip explained. The speaker says we need to quickly analyze the bodies while the dream team crosses through England because the Queen urgently needs money, so we must sell them as fast as possible. On this side, Suzanne suddenly falls to the ground, crying out in pain. She turned pale. I can't go on anymore. Minzu is also exhausted. Me too. Looking around at everyone, no one has any energy left. Seon focused on thinking, recalling the dragon heart he gained after defeating Lebanon. I asked Hoada to prepare the corpse medicine for me, but it would take a full 30 hours. 30 hours costs 300 billion. He turned around and shouted, What are you doing? If you're done, move quickly. The protesters are here. This is exploitation. We need to rest. We need to rest. 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 He shouted angrily, Shut up. Don't you all know that each of you owes me 1,000 billion, right? Everyone complains. That's so petty. Do you think he'll be stronger after making more money? Greedy. Based on what I've shown so far, it seems like that. Sejun is annoyed. Shut up. He thought, damn it, how much money do I have now? I will accumulate enough if we try a little harder. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was the Dream Team. Everyone cheered when they saw them. Dream Team, Dream Team, Dream Team. Mindu was confused. What is going on with this atmosphere? June is no better either. I don't know, just waving around happily to meet everyone. On the north side, Ian's voice sounded unwilling. Is this all we can do? The two spies, currently an Asian hunter named Kim Sejun, is known to be clearing dungeons across England. Also, we haven't been able to contact Lord Lebanon since he arrived at the palace. With the current situation, more and more people are once again supporting the Queen. Alice is annoyed. This is so troublesome. She rolled her eyes and sneered. How dare you stupid Scots talk nonsense in front of me? The witness, terrified by the horrifying scene, screamed in panic. Please spare me. Lady, don't worry. I was planning to let someone survive anyway. She ordered them to leave and told the other fools that it was time to gather in London, but suddenly changed her mind, thinking, maybe you don't need to live to do that, right? Alice just reached out her hand, and the man turned into a moving white skeleton. She looked at the skeleton in front of her and then ordered it to go, telling it what I had said. As the lady left, she smiled wickedly. Kim Seo-jun isn't that bad after all, is he? She asked the person hiding behind the wall. It seems like you don't care about him at all, right? The other one, with a mysterious and cold voice. Start acting on your own now. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in the black cloak also disappeared quickly. The lady stands up. Whether in the past or the present, I can't understand what she's thinking. Well, that doesn't matter. I just need to kill everyone who welcomes that girl so she can become the new queen, while I look down on her, the great hero of the Great Flood, and turn them into corpses. Everywhere in her place is filled with bones. No one survived. It seems this is the lady's preference. Her face suddenly became more ruthless. Shall we head to London now? Cut to Sejun's room, the alchemist speaks. It's finished. You look surprised. So this is the medicine made from the dragon's heart, but it's no different from the last time. He said that because the dragon's heart is still perfect. To maximize effectiveness, it's important not to damage the appearance of the product. Anyway, eat quickly. I want to see how you absorb the medicine made from the dragon's heart. Sejun was surprised. What is this? I'm out of money. If I run out while making the medicine, I'll be in big trouble. The alchemist regrets not being able to see it absorb it. After you quickly ate the dragon's heart, Sejun's body absorbed it. The entire castle shook with a loud noise, startling Robert and the queen. Robert was terrified. The energy is so intense that the entire palace is shaking. What's happening there? Is there an earthquake? What is this energy? The queen asked. In your opinion, how strong is Hunter Kim Sejun, Robert? He said I don't even dare to assess his strength. Arya was surprised. That means Kim Sejun the hunter has surpassed the disaster-level heroes. He confirmed, that's right. Robert says, this is just my speculation. But perhaps no one in this world can threaten Kim Sejun the hunter. Robert looked at the young man in front of him, silently pondering. Maybe the apocalypse monsters can, Arya blurted out. So jealous. Robert doesn't understand what she's talking about. He asked again why the flag. The queen thought sadly. If I had that kind of power, I wouldn't be useless like this and no one would have sacrificed in vain, she recalled with emotion. Arya, remember? Everyone can become whatever they want to be. Suddenly, she couldn't hold back and called out to her unconsciously. The queen pondered, but for someone useless like her, this crown was too heavy. Seeing her so sad, Robert stepped forward. Your Highness, Arya continues. From now on, we should do what we can, keep moving forward with our tasks. Suddenly, she became enthusiastic, surprising Robert as well. The queen approaches. Can we move this? The guards panic. Please let us, Your Highness, go rest now. Robert felt relieved. Your Highness, you think that you are weak, but it would be wonderful if you knew that your soul and actions are touching the hearts of many people. If anyone asked me who is most qualified to be queen, I, Robert, would say it can only be you, Your Highness. He stepped forward as it started to get darker and rain might come, so please go inside. Arya said, let's finish this first. Suddenly, a frantic person ran in. Your Highness, there's a problem. It is said that all of Scotland's professional hunters and her Elis's zombie army are gathering in London. Outside, the stormy weather with thunder and lightning is already approaching loudly. Everywhere in London, Anne was destroyed mercilessly, smoke and flames billowing into the sky. Wherever the Bone Army went, everywhere is in ruins. The fierce henchmen move aside. You bastards. Philip is badly injured, bleeding all over and trembling. He looked blankly at the lady as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Lady Ellis, why? Why is she a hero of the great flood like herself? She only responds to his words with a sinister smile. A gaunt subordinate with a sword fiercely swung at Philip, who couldn't defend in time, when suddenly a panicked voice shouted to stop, and the gaunt figure paused at the sound. Alice sneered as she looked toward the queen. What kind of tea is this? Isn't it just a little doll? Arya looked at her with eyes full of resentment. It seemed she had endured a lot over the years. Alice sneers, if you're still a doll, you should stay silent inside the palace instead of coming out here. Arya shouts, what are you doing? What do you mean? Can't you see? The queen has become too stubborn. I can't take it anymore. Arya silently looked over at Philip, who now seemed unable to hold on any longer, and collapsed. The person next to her panicked. Wake up. In this situation, the queen was so furious she was trembling all over. Then she spoke up. Isn't it true that you want my throne? Alice pretended to be surprised. Oh, at least you know how to observe. Lady's attitude makes Robert absolutely unable to hold back. Are you so angry that your jaw clenches and your face bulges? Alice, do you think people will acknowledge you if you do this? Alice coldly replied. Do I need to be recognized? It's funny. I've already decided to crown myself queen, so I don't need anyone's approval. I am Elise, the hero of the Great Flood. I am the one worthy to rule over foolish mortals like you, Arya shouted. If you want the throne, I can give it to you. Robert was stunned. Arya continued, I will remove this worthless crown, so please stop. Robert quickly intervened. Your Majesty, how can you not? Alice boredly looked at her and said, I would have agreed if you had simply escaped your position, but I've changed my mind. I don't know what she's up to, but as soon as she finished speaking, Alice pointed her finger at the queen. Then she cruelly ordered everyone present to kneel down so that all the subjects of England could see who the true queen really was. Robert felt his queen was being deeply humiliated. He angrily shouted, Why do you dare? Seeing the queen raise her hand to stop him, he looked confused and lowered his head. But she also made up her mind. Sorry, Robert. I can't just stand by and watch so many people suffer anymore. You once told me that anyone can become anything if they truly desire it, but only in your world is that possible. In my world, it's impossible. Hearing Arya say that, Robert couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The queen prepared to kneel before Lady Alice, feeling deeply sorrowful. Everyone is fighting off the skeletons while shouting loudly. No, please don't. Your Majesty, seeing everyone suffer like this, she is extremely pleased. Arya felt helpless, realizing from the start that this was the right decision. that the throne was never meant for her. It's a burden I can't bear. Suddenly, an unexpected arm grabbed her and pulled her away. You look like a pure snowflake among dark forces. Arya was very surprised to see you, she exclaimed, Kim Jun the hunter. Sejun then became extremely serious. Don't bow your head, lift your face up, that shows your attitude. If Arya truly is the queen of this land, not if someone wants to become the queen for everyone, if she is the queen you want to become, then don't bow before someone like that. Your words suddenly made the queen's tears fall, and seeing the scene before him, he smiled happily, causing her crown to fall off. Hearing you say that, the royal guard shouted with renewed strength, Yes, everyone unite. We are ready to sacrifice our lives for your majesty. If we had any other wishes, we would have left long ago. Seun is like a hope for everyone here. Robert steps forward. Your majesty, for the sake of your people, please do not bow. This statement truly touched the queen's heart. Alice shouted in frustration. Stop messing around, what are you doing? Why haven't you bowed yet? It seems like I am very eager to prove who the real queen is. The queen's eyes suddenly became much more determined, empowered by renewed strength. Arya said loudly, Alice is not a great hero of the ocean or anyone else. This statement made a look of extreme disgust appear on the queen's face. Traitor. I could forgive you hundreds or even thousands of times for trying to harm me, but I cannot forgive any act that damages my people under any circumstances. The people are the foundation and the essence of the nation. Her actions that harmed them can only be considered treason. Arya continued loudly, Ellis, the dark mage, you are a traitor. This passionate speech makes her tremble with anger. The queen's hand still trembling, but she musters all her courage to point directly at Elis and declare her guilt. I sentence her to death. It seems this little girl has decided to become strong enough to protect her people. As soon as she finished speaking, Arya shouted her order. Robert quickly stepped forward. There is a divine letter from the Queen of Women. She confidently declares, execute the traitor Alice. He quickly accepted the order. I will risk my life to carry out this punishment. As soon as he finished, Robert shouted, raise your weapons, knights. From now on, do everything possible to kill the traitor Elise. Everyone's fighting spirit is lifted as they shout together. Yes. So what now? So this must be the queen you mentioned to me, right? His voice dripping with sarcasm. Alice saw what was happening and couldn't help but sneer, her lewd laughter echoing and making others shiver. Then she pretended to sigh, saying, I already gave you a chance. As Ellis opened his mouth and lightning fiercely struck from the sky, monsters began crawling out of the black hole, and the lady shouted loudly, Do you prefer to drink punishment wine instead of new wine? Faced with this scene, the royal warrior team was somewhat panicked. What's that? Monsters are appearing from the sky. Robert stared in confusion. That's not dark clouds, that's a giant gate. It seems Alice was too eager to destroy everything here. Arya shouted, Ellis, what do you really want to do? She frantically looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. She continued, Why would a queen slaughter innocent people? The smile on her face gradually faded. I don't care. Where do you think all these Anda guys came from? Arya said grimly. Don't tell me Lady Alice the Strange One is laughing wickedly at the people of North Island. Arya was stunned when she heard this, helplessly collapsing to her knees. What should I do now? Suddenly, a voice echoed again. People can change depending on their thoughts. She said that there are many things in this world that cannot be changed. So what needs to be changed is this world. Why does Jun once again empower the queen? Ellis shouted loudly. Whatever you want to do, it's too late now. Go away, Burke, absorb all my magic power from the dragon's heart in the royal palace and leave. But it seems everything is still very quiet. Nothing is happening. Alice was surprised. Huh? Why is nothing happening? Sejun asked. Dragon's heart? Oh, you mean that thing from Lebanon, right? I've been eating it for a long time. As soon as I finished speaking, my face also turned cruel. Sejun has begun to channel his inner strength. Before Ellis can understand, a dazzling blue energy flashes, leaving her stunned. What? A blue light enveloped the entire space. It swept through each of the skeletons here. More than half of her skeleton soldiers had been destroyed in just a moment. But Seojun was confused. Why was he only able to defeat half of these ants? Why can I only defeat half of them? Is there something limiting my power? Could it be something that can interfere with superhuman strength? Thinking of that, he secretly broke out in sweat. The surrounding royal soldiers couldn't hold back and spat blood, some even screaming in pain. Sun, realizing the problem, angrily shouted, Damn it! You quickly gather your focus and suddenly a brilliant lotus blooms around you, seeming to calm those who were panicking. What just happened? I thought I was already dead. Look up at the sky. According to the soldiers pointing, a bright red blood-like sphere appears in the sky. Everyone gazes up in confusion as the red sphere begins to condense into something. No one has seen it with their own eyes except the great heroes of the flood, but instinctively everyone already knows what it is. A creature at the top of the dragon food chain, among which the strongest dragon rules all dragons. Its face was incredibly strange, different from the usual dragons everyone had seen. It was the Dragon Emperor. Seun stared in shock at the enormous dragon. Damn it! The Dragon Emperor fiercely opened its mouth and roared loudly, causing the surrounding rocks and dirt to shatter. Seo quickly grabbed the long spear and stepped forward to block the dragon while everyone around was still trying to hold their ground. You think it's not fully released yet? Maybe because I swallowed that dragon's heart. I have to deal with it before the seal is completely broken. Elise's deadly voice echoes, "Do you think I will let you go so easily?" Another voice calls out, "Hurry up and go." The massive attack was unleashed toward the group of suffering bones. Seeing this, the lady was stunned and turned back to check the situation. "What is that?" "Your team has arrived quickly to support." Mindu shouted, "Your opponent is Mihi. The captain won't let us down." Everyone said, "Seojun, let us handle that big dragon over there." "Captain, with them here, you can't believe your friends can't take down this disgusting woman." Seojun quickly replied, "Fine, I'm leaving now." Alice looked confused, then shouted, "Who told you to go?" Mindu moved closer to the target. "I told you, I am your opponent." Robert quickly regained his composure and ordered everyone to eliminate Elise's traitor. The two sides clashed in the most devastating battle ever witnessed. Elis shouted, "What are you just standing there for, you Scottish guy? Fight and show that you're useful." He looked confused. "I've never heard of turning people from North Island into Und or about that dragon either. We just wanted to overthrow the Highlanders and put the Scots on the throne." Why did everything turn out like this? Suddenly, a large stone fell from above his head, but luckily the queen managed to push it away just in time, shouting, "Watch out!" He looked surprised and asked, "Queen Arya, why did you save me? We wanted to overthrow you." Arya speaks with all her sincerity because I understand how you feel. You see this as unfair and believe I don't deserve it, but to get through this, we must unite. He was surprised and asked, "Do you forgive us?" Arya responded generously, "Of course, we are all family." As soon as the innocent smile of the queen appeared, a skeleton silently attacked from behind her. The man quickly drew his sword and charged at Ande to protect Arya. If I just follow her, I might as well be one of those Andit guys. I will do my best for my new queen. In the end, she has finally been recognized by the people in an honorable way. Fight for the country. In the face of this scene, everyone seems to regain their spirit, charging forward fiercely. Alice saw the scene before her and angrily shouted. These bugs quickly approached the dark dragon. "It's here. That foolish being bound by death." Seon was stunned. "We're in trouble." That was the first thought in my mind as I looked up at it. Fear, terror, and negative thoughts filled my mind. Its existence is so overwhelming that what's in front of me is just a remnant. Its true power is almost unbelievable. I can't let time pass uselessly because the gap in our levels is too great. Even now, Burke's power is still increasing. It looks at you like a corpse standing before death. "There you are," Shun thought before it could regain its strength. The giant dragon loudly declares that foolish humans cannot escape death. Facing such a fierce monster, Sejun still manages to smile and call it B. He is surprised that another user of superhuman power has appeared in a world where his fate has already been set. However, you haven't yet reached transcendence. So how can you wield such great power? I don't understand what you mean. It continued, "I'm sure you've heard of the concept of will before, so don't pretend you don't understand. However, I'm curious why you asked that question. Are you asking about the predetermined fate of this world, or are you asking about the superlative?" This statement surprised Sejun a bit. He clenched his weapon tightly and shouted, "Do you know anything about superhumans?" Wow. As soon as it opened its mouth, he fiercely charged with his spear. This source of power is incredibly formidable, but it still seems unable to cause any harm to the dragon. Sun is so amazed that even the superweapon Thuong Long Guinness cannot pierce it. Brez aggressively opened its huge mouth, causing you to step back, but it still didn't hurt you. So you poured all your strength and charged straight at the dragon. It asked curiously, "Is that what you want to know?" Sun shouted. "If I say yes, will you answer?" He secretly calculated. The seal is gradually weakening. The deeper I get into this battle, the more disadvantageous it will be for me. "Jun, stop wasting my time and get lost," it roared. "How stupid can you be? But this future is ultimately a predetermined one, and I will personally make you understand that." Then suddenly it vanished as quickly as lightning before Sejun's eyes, leaving no trace behind. He stood there in shock as the black hole closed on its own. Seon watched in that direction as the space itself disappeared. Suddenly he remembered something and was shocked. Don't tell me it's the spirit language child. As Sunar just finished thinking, the black hole exploded, knocking him back with the shockwave. Saojun, a bit panicked, clenched his teeth, but the dragon was also stunned and confused. This power, a blue energy stream from him, directly hit the black hole, preventing it from closing. Seon charged forward, fiercely shouting, "Do you think I will let you go?" A huge, bizarre streak of light appeared in the sky at this moment. Your heavenly meteor spear viciously strikes directly in front of it. You utilize the second technique of the 10,000 thunder power, unleashing all your strength to attack the dragon relentlessly, leaving it no chance to react. It seems that this time he succeeded. Unable to withstand it, it was thrown far away, roaring in pain. It looks like this attack was too much for him. Sejun also quickly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. A huge burst of golden energy erupted, causing the dragon and the pile of skeletons to struggle. Immediately after, Sejun landed on the ground. Dust and smoke rose all around, obscuring the view. His breathing is a bit unstable as he thinks, but his strength has stabilized again. He calculates that he has improved significantly thanks to the dragon's heart, but if it fully releases the seal, he won't be able to win. He can only use the Heavenly Star Spear one more time. "I have to finish it with one final blow," it shouted. "You dare!" At this moment, the dragon actively attacks, launching a deadly strike towards Sejun. He remains calmly standing there. Sejun's expression quickly changed. He stepped forward, gripping his spear tightly, and swung to block the dragon's attack. He was surprised. How could he destroy every spell, including the one where the dragon's tongue was mixed with a spell? Gret wondered, how could an ordinary low-level human be on the same level as me? A flash of light flickered in Sejun's eyes. I could see it. A narrow, thread-like gap like Burke's. It seems that this is its weakness. If the first digital technique contains the mystery of dispersion, and the second Van Looy-Bichvan technique contains the mystery of absorption, then the third digital technique is what you just rested and charged straight towards the dragon. Sejun's entire body seems to be glowing. His speed is so fast that it momentarily catches it off guard. Sejun shouted loudly, his spear piercing the sky. It seems that this time, his attack team has truly succeeded in injuring it. Everyone below watched the battle with joy, while the Queen and Robert looked on in amazement at this young hero. The dragon's body was pierced with a large hole by him, blood spraying everywhere and staining the sky red. Arya excitedly shouted, "He's done it! He defeated the Bowser monster." At the same time, Lady Alice was defeated by Sejun's men and fell to the ground in a heap. But for some reason, she suddenly grinned a sinister smile that looked incredibly frightening. Sun quickly stepped in front of her, causing Ellis to flinch slightly. "Damn you, bastard, you're laughing with such sarcasm. The great hero of the flood isn't anything special either, huh?" Sujon sneers. "Hey, brother, you wouldn't be very convincing if you said that while bleeding like crazy. You got teased and shouted loudly. Just some superficial wounds." Alice fumed. How come these little brats are teasing me again? She judged that they were not just S-rank hunters. Each of them was almost a disaster-level hero. If only those Scottish bastards hadn't betrayed us. She looked at your group laughing and talking, then turned her gaze to the dragon's corpse. "It's done. He defeated the Boso monster." Alice slowly stands up, revealing her sharp teeth with a sinister smile. Alice's laughter grows louder. "Don't you understand? You have no idea why B is called the ultimate apocalypse monster." As soon as she finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed behind everyone, causing panic and making them turn around to look behind. Seiyan suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood because he had overused his energy. The dragon, which seemed to have disappeared, now reappeared. Too bad if I had only shifted the space axis a little slower, my heart would have shattered into pieces. Your body keeps trembling, damn it, and I was really wrong. I should have been more careful. That was my third and final move, but I was too reckless. Brez ferociously strikes back, aiming at Sejun. The two with incredible power clash once again. It spoke. "I was attacked long ago by many bugs in this world. But bugs are just bugs. I will reverse your predetermined future and bring about the end of the world." Sejun is struggling to resist the enormous power of the dragon with all his might. Seeing him in such difficulty, everyone quickly steps forward to help. Sejun Alice proudly said loudly, "You see, this is the end of the world. You're all doomed. Let's see how many will survive this second great flood. Be regretful and despair." Suddenly the Queen from behind shouted loudly, "Stop." Alice was surprised to hear her scream like that. She turned her head back. Arya, filled with anger and courage, thrust her sword at Alice. "Stop talking nonsense." Her blood quickly gushed out from the fierce sword of the Queen, who seemed to feel her people were uneasy because of her words. At this moment, she shouted loudly, "Look everyone, Kim Sejun the Hunter is still fighting with his very life. So we fight for everyone here. Our battle is not over yet." Her aura is incredibly powerful. Alice shouted in panic. "No, my body is breaking apart. My beautiful body, The voice of the queen still echoes in my ears, so stop talking nonsense about despair. As she finished speaking, the queen's sword was fiercely drawn, causing Alice's body to shatter quickly and disperse into the air, while Sejun's side now seemed like a dragon dominating the battlefield, gathering strength for a final assault on him. Sejun remained still, constantly struggling with himself. I have to move. He clenched his teeth, watching that dark power coming at him in despair. I have no more magic power. Suddenly, someone from your dream team stepped forward, using a spiritual barrier to strengthen and protect you. Sejun was surprised to see that the person blocking in front of him was Haeunun. Everyone quickly rushed forward to help and fight this dark dragon together. But its power is too great, she is no match for it. The sword in her hand shatters. At the same time, the queen's soldiers also charged forward together. The knights attacked and fought alongside Hunter Kim Sejun. The petty bugs, it seems, that everyone's attacks barely scratch it. They are quickly thrown far away, some weaker ones injured. Sejun tries his best, telling himself to stand up. Stand up. His comrades are now struggling terribly after being beaten by the dragon. Sejun told himself to drain all the magic from every cell in his body. Keep going. Seon was also injured. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood in front of him. Sun gritted his teeth and said, "Don't think about whether you can do it or not. You have to do it no matter what." Brez shouted loudly, opening his big mouth, screaming, "Go away, worms, die!" Under the dragon's fury, everything around is now just ruins. Everyone lies scattered. Sejun's entire body was enveloped in a blue light when suddenly an arm reached out to block in front of him as if trying to protect him. It is the queen, her small but resilient body staring straight at the proud dragon. Brez insults. Your existence is even worse than that of bugs. Humph. Speaking on behalf of the queen, then shouting loudly, "I will end you." Tears quickly welled up in her eyes, but a satisfied smile appeared on Arya's lips. Now I can finally become the person I want to be. She recalls the times she met Sejun, and I think the queen she mentioned is actually the girl standing next to me. Isn't it true that you said someone can't become anything they want in your world? Miss Ali, then just changing the world will be enough. I feel warm inside. Thank you so much for telling me those words. Gold Hunter Sejun. Suddenly, a familiar figure stepped forward, surprising the queen. Finally, Sejun was able to move. He remained silent and moved forward alone. Arya watched Sejun's back and recalled her conversation with the great saint. How powerful is the first attack? I'm very curious too, but if possible, please don't use it. At that time, you wondered, right? Why wasn't it because my body couldn't handle the current level? The great sage said, even if your body can withstand the backlash of demonic power, if your body and spear are not aligned, it would be too dangerous for your life, so save it for later. At this moment, the great sage Tiantian continued seriously. The most important thing is that your world might not be able to handle that power, but in the end, at this very moment, Sejun has already decided to use it. The Lutin Truong, or the first technique. Each move of the Heavenly Star Spear contains its own secret principles. If the first move, Destroying Thunder, carries the mystery of dispersal, and the second move, 10,000 Thunder Blue Cloud, carries the mystery of absorption, then the third move, the Sky-Piercing Heavenly Spear, contains the mystery of piercing attack, when these three mysteries of dispersal, absorption, and piercing are combined. At this moment, Sejun was thinking as he stepped forward cautiously, while the fierce dragon stood still, watching the opponent's movements. Your mind races as if it's about to explode, as if it had shattered long ago. An overwhelming force surges within you. This is not a power I was given. It is a strength far beyond my current abilities. But I don't care. As soon as Sejun thought of this, he closed his eyes and focused. Even if I have to die here, even if I can never stand up again, even if my existence disappears, I will do this. As soon as the thought crosses my mind, I open my mouth and say, the Heavenly Star Spear, the first move. He started to spin himself in the air, a fierce man and spear charging straight at the breast to destroy it. Just one word from Sejun's mouth, and then the dragon seemed to be hurt by his power. The powerful golden light makes its entire body feel like it's burning. Brissette has never experienced such a terrifying sensation. It shouted loudly, causing space and time to collapse, everything to fall apart. Seeing the brave young man in front of the dragon, it couldn't help but be startled, surprised that he dared to use power beyond his limits. No matter what, this power is hard to believe. It seems like that guy will disappear along with me. As he said this, suddenly the mysterious cloaked figure reappeared, and the dragon looked on in fear. Ah, you didn't even give it a chance to say more. The mysterious figure in the black cloak clenched his fist tightly, as if crushing the dragon's life in his hand. The surrounding scene was devastated and desolate. Most people had already fainted on the ground. The queen hurriedly sat up in panic. What happened to B? She saw that the sky had returned to its beautiful green color. Everyone was stunned, both confused and the giant gate had disappeared. Robert wondered, are they turned to nothingness now? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes, and Robert exclaimed joyfully, "He did it! He did it! We survived! He defeated the world-destroying monster. Arya is overjoyed. He really did it." She ran toward him, thanking him so much, Hunter Kim Seo, but before she could finish her sentence, she saw him faint and unconscious on the ground. The queen shouted in panic, "Hunter Kim Seo," and everyone hurriedly rushed to his side. She looked at the young man lying on the ground in sorrow. No, I can't." S-Yun was also worried, S-Yun. She quickly placed her hand on his chest to check his condition. But what shocked S-Yun was that his heart was no longer beating. "Hurry, Miss Airy, please call Sister Lu-Shu." The queen quickly followed suit. "I understand now." While waiting, Se-Yun kept performing CPR on him. "Se-Jun, you can't die, Se-Jun." She was so worried that she kept calling out for Se-Jun when suddenly a voice rang out, making Se-Yun freeze. "It's useless. The person in front of her is the mysterious cloaked figure." He looked at Se-Yun coldly, and the cold voice spoke again. "Get out of the way quickly. Selin's soul is floating in the void." His eyes closed tightly, but inside he was still wondering if he had already died. That's right, after enduring the full backlash of the technique and exhausting all his energy from Tam Don Dien, still being alive would be strange. But I don't regret saving everyone and my teammates. Maybe the only thing I regret is that I haven't received my reward. You open your mouth to say that you planned to use that money to summon the great sage Taijin and fight him with the heavenly star spear when suddenly a voice from somewhere makes you startle. Are you a new superhuman? That's strange, you seem too ordinary to be a superhuman. You suddenly opened your eyes and the voice kept asking, if you're not a superhuman, then how did you get here? Wait, don't tell me. Seo Jun's face was still blank as he continued to ask, even though you hadn't answered yet. What is your relationship with the first superhuman? Now that you've regained your composure, can I ask who you are first? He thought, what is this black and white space that I thought I was dead in? And who is this person? He didn't answer your question, that's strange. He's not yet a transcendent being, so why can't I see it? This can't be happening, Jun shouted loudly. Wait a minute. You've been monologuing all this time. Can I ask who you are? What do you mean by my relationship with the first superhuman? He wondered. You don't know the first transcender? The boy quickly replied. Of course not. I've only heard about him. He judges. It seems like you're not lying. Are you asking who I am? You seem annoyed. He's just talking to himself again. I'm the one who wanted to ask him. He's surprised. It's impossible that a student from the Supreme Academy doesn't know me. This statement surprises you. Does he know I am a student of the Academy? Could he be connected to the Superiority Academy? He said there is no name that can define me, but the superlative pretenders call me the Observer, and you are surprised. Are you really an observer? What exactly is your role? He replied indifferently, I don't know anymore. You feel speechless. So you keep asking. But never mind, do you really not know the first superhuman? Jun shouted loudly. I already said I don't know. Why do you keep asking? The Observer said, because I can sense the energy of that bastard from you. Which timeline do you exist in? He looked confused. The time-space Observer explains, I mean the world you're living in. Sun quickly understood. Oh, are you referring to Earth? Then the Observer releases Jun's vehicle, which surprises him a bit. He introduces himself. I am the one who manages all times to keep them from running properly. Sejun retorts, so you just said you don't know how to do anything? The Observer said again, I know now. Are you annoyed? Is this guy being capricious? He asked curiously, do you have any connection to the Superior Academy? The Observer said, no. So then who are you? He asked. I told you I am the one who manages all times to keep them from running amok. So what do you oversee when it comes to the physical realm? He grumbled about how everything that goes against the laws of the entire world. Can't you just shut up and listen to my story first? The Observer begins to tell of a world created by a single law. It is usually known as the law of cause and effect, but there are still very few entities born that go against the rules. Sejun found it somewhat familiar. Are you talking about the transcendent beings? He replied, yes, after reaching transcendence, they cause great damage to the existing laws of the world. He continued, so I isolate myself from the laws of the world. Sejun wondered, then the Superlative Academy is the Observer speaking, that is a thorn in my eye. Sejun thought to himself that he didn't know what kind of being this Observer was, but he was certainly capable of matching the superhumans, and his role was to oversee all of time to ensure they function properly. One of his duties was to isolate superhumans from the world. Based on his story, it seems that the existence of superhumans is more of a threat than a help to the world. So what if that's the case? The Superhuman Academy trains people to become superhumans, right? After thinking, he asked, so then, wouldn't I also be a thorn in your side? I also dream of becoming a superhuman. Why are you telling me this? He explained, there are entities in your timeline who have given up on being supreme. Simply put, they could become superlative, but they chose not to. Sejun wondered why, and the observer calmly replied, of course, to destroy your timeline. Back in the outside world, Robert's team is desperately trying to rescue the hunter Kim Sejun, but no one can get close to the mysterious cloaked figure. Sejun fiercely swung her sword at him. She clenched her teeth and shouted, but just then he turned to look at her with blazing red eyes. Just like that, Sejun couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Faced with that person's terrifying strength, she slowly knelt down. After everything was settled, he turned to look at Sejun. Sure enough, he was still alive. I keep wondering where Long Tam has gone. Bo-si was already set free under the London sky and caused the Earth to fall into an era of destruction. But the future has been distorted, and everything is completely different. Because this guy changed the game in ways I never expected. I don't know who he is or why he knows all this. The ending isn't over yet, but if you're still alive, someday, fate will turn around. He said that while reaching out his hand toward Sejun lying motionless on the ground. Sejun looked up and was terrified by what she saw. No, Sejun. She was so worried about you that tears welled up. Wake up, get up quickly, and run away. Sejun, that voice still echoes in your mind. As a super being, you can no longer interfere with your current world. It can be indirect, but it must come with a price proportional to the karma caused by the superhuman. When abandoning the superhuman, that entity has the right to interfere with the timelines, though not entirely to destroy your timeline. And in the end, because he abandoned his transcendence, I cannot isolate him, San wondered. The reason you told me this is because the observer pointed at you and said, find that entity and kill him. Hearing this, Sejun's face suddenly turned serious as the hand of the man in the black cloak, reaching near his neck, suddenly froze. Then the company decided not to hurt you anymore. Maybe I should postpone our meeting a little longer? Thang stood up, turned around, and left without forgetting to say, if you can stop it, do your best. At the same time, inside his mind, he happily responded, I understand. I will find the entity you mentioned and stop him from destroying my timeline. Sir Observer, but you forgot one important thing. Wait a moment, then my eyes light up. If I do that, how much will you give me? The observer looked at the tiny entity before him and was momentarily at a loss for words. Seon smiled and continued. If you can pay me up front, that would be even better. The observer was helpless, this crazy bastard. He frowned at him and said, so you are protecting the world you live in, right? Then money. Sejun is dissatisfied. Isn't it true that you asked me to do this because it also benefits you? Dear observer, your job is to ensure the world functions properly. He hesitated, but quickly spoke up. Then you should help me a little too. More importantly, the entity trying to destroy my spacetime is the one who abandoned their transcendence. That means it can still be considered a true superlative, right? With your way with words, the observer wouldn't know how to argue. That's also true, but Sejun pretends to sigh. How am I supposed to defeat that entity now? Even Bo-so, who was just freed, has caused me a lot of trouble, you know. The Lord hesitated. You can continue convincing him about that. Now he tells me to find that entity and kill it. What does that mean, and what exactly is that entity? He said, I cannot tell you that. My job is to ensure the world functions properly. You look bored. I guess so, but you can't tell me anything. Anyway, this is still your responsibility, but aren't you telling me to do this while pretending not to know anything? Suddenly mentioning this, you probably figured something out and just looked confused. Is that why you're called an observer? He continued. Even if I ask you or not, you still have to do it. Forget it. The observer secretly cursed inside. Where did this bastard come from? In the end, he finally compromised with him. What do you want? Of course it's money. The observer cannot interfere with karma in your spacetime. Even I cannot directly grant you karma. You wonder if you are an observer of different timelines, shouldn't you be able to adjust them? He explains. But the outcome cannot be changed or adjusted under any circumstances. After all, it is an absolute law that creates a world. He replied, if that were possible, I wouldn't have asked you to do this in the first place. At this point, he felt a bit annoyed. The observer analyzes, but a universe separated from the world can be controlled to some extent. So Jun eagerly asked, so he asked you, are you a student of the Superlative Academy? I will ask her to remove one of the karmic demands you were given. Would that be enough? So Jun wondered, who are you talking about? Of course, I am talking about the principal of the Super Elite Academy. The boy suddenly thought to himself, so he knows the principal. As he pondered, he asked himself, still karma? Karma. Karma, Sion asked. Will you remove one of my karma requests? So that means I can do anything for free once? Not just limited to the lecture, but any of the Academy's karmic requests too? He nodded. Yes, you're excited, no matter how much it costs? The observer says he doesn't like to repeat himself. Sejun's body is trembling with joy. That means your eyes suddenly lit up. Sejun was so excited he shouted because he thought this could also be considered a free pass. He still couldn't believe it. This must be an emotional scam I've only heard about before. The helpless observer, I've never felt like this, but suddenly I feel so sorry for the principal. Suddenly he remembered something, his face instantly turning pale, and he let out a scream. After all, I am already dead. I was blinded by greed and forgot about it. What should I do now? The observer said, "You won't die." Sun looked confused. He explained again, saying, "You won't die, so go quickly. Talking to you makes me feel like my existence is collapsing." Seun chuckled and scratched his head. But what am I supposed to do now? The observer sighed. Curious, I wonder how I ended up here in the first place. Didn't you say I am still alive? So what exactly is this place? He explains this is a border space, and there are two main ways to get here. One is through transcendence, or by acting against the laws of the world. Because you cannot transcend, you must have done something against the laws of the world. It seems the world's rules have judged your strength as a transcendent and brought you here. I remember because I used destruction. Sejun thought of a way, so if I do it again, can I come back here? The observer replies briefly, no. He explained that a simple violation of the rules means it cannot be judged by the current laws. A simple example is the first cycle, where destroying the world's rules and being expelled after judgment is considered a mistake. I'm confused. I've never heard of that before. He continued, but once you do it, it accumulates into a cause and is applied as an effect. According to your space-time perspective, data is being accumulated, and during the second destruction cycle, nothing will happen because it is not recognized as an error. Jun quickly realized that Oh Ming had seen it before. The observer continued explaining that what you did had become a rule, so you can no longer come here with the same behavior unless you become a superior being. I calculated in my head that this meant even if I used destruction again, I couldn't come here anymore. You ask again, how can I come here again? He is surprised. Why do you want to come here? Sound chuckled greedily. Maybe you could give me another free pass. The observer was speechless and quickly dismissed him. I don't want to see you here again, so don't come back. The observer snapped his fingers, and Seo Jun immediately woke up. He hurriedly sat up in panic as Seo faced Minu, and the two looked at each other in confusion. Not only Minzu Du, but everyone here suddenly stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to him. It seems Sejun's awakening surprised everyone. The entire guildmaster suddenly fell silent in a terrifying way, while you stood there bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Sejun asked, "What's going on?" The people nearby looked terrified, unable to speak. In just a moment, everyone was in chaos. The demon captain became a zombie, not a corpse. Someone resurrected him and turned him into a zombie. Draw your swords, everyone. Our enemy is the zombie hunter Kim Sejun. Then fight for your lives. You're still confused. What on earth is really happening? Someone cast a spell to banish that evil spirit, and only Sel Yun dared to step forward. As soon as he saw her, he spoke up. "Cousin Se Yun, can you tell me what's going on?" Sel Yun's face darkens as she looks at you, but says nothing. You are surprised. Sel Yun, are you angry? She didn't let him finish speaking. S Yun quickly embraced him tightly, her whole body suddenly trembling. Sawin said tearfully, "Please don't leave me. Truly never leave me again." At this moment, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Her action left him a bit stunned and unresponsive at first, but then he also placed his hand on her back, holding her tightly as if to comfort her. He said, "With all my sincerity, I can't do it anymore." In Washington, the atmosphere around is extremely solemn and full of gravity. A panicked voice shouted, "Can't an ordinary S-rank hunter, not a hero of the Great Flood, defeat that monster alone? She is the hero of the Great Flood, the beautiful saintess of Light Leah. Who said he came back to life after 3 days? Even if he's God's messenger, he's not a professional hunter." Another voice spoke up. "That's what we heard. They say that now there is a religion called the Money Sect that worships Kim Sejun. This person is the hero of the Great Flood, the beautiful monster hunter Leary." She looked confused. "What is this so-called money worship sect?" LBG continues. It seems that B has not been completely destroyed yet. Burke is a monster from the apocalypse known as the Great Flood. The deforming darkness is a strange phenomenon caused by Beg's presence. If Berg has truly been destroyed, the deforming dungeons would no longer occur, but the deforming dungeons continue to appear. It seems that a truly great voice has appeared. If so, this is not something we can solve on our own. So, what should we do now? President Richard of the United States worries. Lear stands up and announces to the world that it seems the Flood heroes will have to gather once again. The president is surprised. Gather the great Flood heroes? That has never happened since the final battle with Burr. Wait, are you going to act then? BG completely ignores the president. So if we do that, are you telling us to just stand still? Suddenly he remembered something and froze. Oh, right, and don't forget to call that person too. Meanwhile, in his private room, Sejun was lost in thought, telling himself that no matter what he thought, he shouldn't fully trust the words of the observer. I have a rough idea about the entity trying to destroy the space-time that the observer mentioned. I muttered the name Than de Vuong. It is very likely that the mysterious attacker who ambushed right after I collapsed was Than de Vuong. But why didn't he kill me? If Than de Vuong really is the one trying to destroy the space-time realm, he clearly poses an obstacle for him. Jun sat quietly pondering for a while, and it seemed that this Than de Vuong name made him curious. After thinking for a long time, he became annoyed and gave up. Forgetting about it, since worrying over things that have no answers is pointless. Right now, there's something more important. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone also rang, the free discount coupon he received from the observer. How can you be so happy and think of using this to become notorious and evil? Should you follow the great sage equal to heaven and quickly learn the meteor passing staff along with the Tao, or study Buddhism instead? Because the Buddhist path consumes an enormous amount of karma every hour, something I never even dared to dream of. But now it's no longer a problem. Why is that? I have a free discount coupon. Should I do the math or just get another one? Stealing the Gung Nia from Odin might not be a bad idea. Or should I just take the wish-fulfilling gay like the great saint? Will the karma of the Rui Jingu Bang reach around 1 trillion? You excitedly input it into your phone as a notification pops up asking the mentor to come here immediately. Can I do this first and then come over? Saon loses interest. Same as before. What is he doing? Suddenly the mentor appears out of nowhere and shouts, "Of course it's this!" This sudden appearance startles Jun. He shouts loudly and throws the mentor away, making both of them jump. After hearing your account, the mentor looked confused and said, "Free ride coupon." What is that? Huh? Did the principal not tell you? Mentor said he didn't say anything. Sejun was surprised that the fake observer clearly said he would report to the principal. Mentor asked again, "What exactly did you say?" Sejun repeated that he said he would talk to the principal. The mentor replied, "Who did you say that to?" Sejun said he had met the observer and had already told what happened next. Mentor shouted in panic, "Why do you know about the observer?" Sejun wondered why I shouldn't know. This made the mentor lose composure. "It's not that I shouldn't know, but that I can't know." "How could you do that?" Sejun asked. "Is it because I met with him directly? That makes it even harder for the mentor to believe." She met face to face. The mentor couldn't believe his ears. "Oh my God, what just happened? Are you crazy, Kim Sejun? Why would you even think about extorting a free pass from the observer?" Sejun scratches his nose. "It seems the observer is a more powerful entity than I thought," Mentor explained. "Based on what you said, the reason Chan Sensen Academy requires students to contribute karma is because of the observer. Simply put, we are asking for the observer's permission to intervene with the students." Sejun responds casually, but it seems he doesn't really like this academy. That made the mentor freeze in place. About that. Suddenly, the mentor turned away, not knowing what to say. Sejun was curious. "Is there a secret?" the mentor asked frantically, getting more and more annoyed. "But just trust me. I really want to help you. Kim Sejun, so please become pure and innocent as soon as possible. If you cleanse your karma and escape the cycle of cause and effect, you will know the whole truth." You exhale. "I understand," Seon continued. "So let's get back to the main issue about the free voucher I received. Mentor thinks you want to exchange the free voucher for a lesson. That's a bit difficult." Hearing this, Soon's face turned pale in surprise. "Huh? Why?" Mentor explained that because the lessons are divided by hour, the free pass cannot be used. The boy stammered. "What about Gung Nia and the Wish staff? Why can't they be exchanged?" Mentor explained to you that they already have owners. Besides, super legendary equipment isn't something you can just take whenever you want. Why are you so nervous, as if everything's collapsing? What if you made an item with performance comparable to Gungjia? Mentor continued. That will also be quite difficult. With equipment like Gungjia and Thuanglong Guinness, they are legendary ultra-level gear, and gear created by superviants cannot achieve the same performance. As the burden of karma increases, the burden of false observation also grows. Maybe the observer predicted all of this before giving you a free Kim Sel-jun ticket. Are you biting your lip, fooling yourself? What kind of Henry gives out free passes so easily? Just as you were about to curse the name, suddenly you remembered something. Seon quickly asked, "So if that's the case, can this mentor create a personalized lesson just for me? Doesn't the mentor understand what a customized lesson is? You said it more clearly, the great sage created the Spirit Flow staff just for me, right? I'm wondering if it's possible to create a custom lesson designed specifically for me." The mentor considers a custom lecture. That could be possible if you consult directly with the teacher, but I think that would be meaningless. Spending karma to create a lecture is enormous, especially if it's limited to a specific student, which would require an entirely unreasonable amount of karma. Realizing he had spoken too much, the mentor quickly covered his mouth, while Sejun caught the slip and a sly glint appeared in his eyes. The scene shifts to Queen Arya's study, where she is intently writing something. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening makes her pause her movements. Someone is coming. It's Robert. He is reporting. Your Majesty, the gold hunter Sejun wishes to meet. She quickly stands up to let him in. Sejun entered happily, smiling brightly at the Queen. Sorry, Your Majesty, I suppose you're very busy. Arya speaks up. Even if she's busy, she will still make time for Kim Sejun the hunter. Sejun covers his mouth, but I still shouldn't take up your time. I'll get straight to the point. You're feeling shy, so can I receive the reward we discussed earlier sooner? The Queen said, We have the money now. Do you need it immediately? Sejun quickly replied. Yes, if you can't give me the full amount right now, at least 1 billion. Would it be okay if I received at least 750 million euros? The Queen asked curiously. This is a personal question. May I ask what you plan to use the money for? Sejun stammered, then quickly came up with a reason to justify funding for the Wind faction. She doesn't ask anymore. I understand. I will give you the money I can right now. Sejun happily thanks him. Suddenly, he remembers Sejun looking at the glowing necklace around his neck. I'll also sell the necklace you gave me at a cheap price, since keeping a royal treasure doesn't make much sense, right? In his private room, Mentor was relaxing, eating cake and scrolling through his phone when Sejun burst in from outside shouting loudly. I brought back 10 trillion won. Mentor was surprised. What? Where did you get that amount of karma? You step forward. Is it strange that so much karma disappears with just one station? Give me the phone. You quickly pick up the phone and tap on it. It's been a while. Sejun and Mentor turn back and seem a bit unhappy. It's been a while, hasn't it? The great sage Tien is standing tall, watching Sejun, the troublesome disciple, closely as he observes and ponders. You're sharper than the last time we met, aren't you? Why doesn't June understand what I mean by sharpness? The great sage cheered with joy. Who would have thought that he could perform the first technique before finishing the candy-shooting distraction moves? Don't even mention the matter of merging with the human. Soun, how did you know? The great sage looked more carefully. It was obvious just by looking. But using the first move probably only barely keeps your life safe, right? You scratch your head. Actually, in terms of my clinical experience, I really did die and then came back to life. After hearing your story, the great sage let out a loud roar. What? You actually met a watcher? Why isn't June stunned? Both advisors' earlier reaction and Taetian Daithan now are hardly different. The observer seems to be even more terrifying than I had imagined. The great sage still couldn't believe what he was hearing. How could that be? So Mentor also agrees, right? The great sage asked further, so that's how you managed to keep your life? You look confused and scratch your head. What do you mean by that, Your Majesty? He asked again. The first level of heavenly flow. Starspear's power is completely beyond your current ability. You've probably realized this yourself by now, right? Yeah, that's right. He said your whole body should have been torn apart, but thanks to your triple dantian, you barely escaped. Anyway, your 3-dan hole isn't limited by karma, but you still should have suffered the backlash from that move. But it seems that even that backlash was nullified when you were pulled into that barrier. Mentor says you're very lucky, or rather, very fortunate. The great sage continued, so until you achieve the fusion of man and weapon, try to avoid using the first technique as much as possible. I have invested a lot in teaching you this. You can't die without having a proper fight with me first, you know. You wonder. By the way, what exactly is this fusion of the human and the sword that you keep mentioning? You said the name as if it means the person and the sword becoming one. That is the highest state of weapon mastery. The great saint pondered thoughtfully. Actually, the original term is human sword fusion. I'm too lazy to explain it in detail, so I'll demonstrate it for you. Everyone quickly gathered at an abandoned dirt field here. The great sage Tien quickly unleashed his divine mystical divination technique. Sejun and Mentor looked stunned, their faces blank and expressionless. Every time I see it, I am truly impressed. Not wanting to keep everyone waiting, the great sage Chi Tien quickly spoke up. Look carefully here. Immediately after, a stunning display took place right here. The great sage said this was a normal strike without a combined divine spear. And as he finished speaking, Sejun's face quickly changed color. The spear swiftly struck in front of Sejun, leaving him stunned and only able to watch. But all the rocks and debris behind you were shattered and scattered everywhere. It turns out the great saint's energy didn't strike directly at you, but hit from an angle. Both Sejun and Mentor are terrified. A few strands of his hair are torn off and carried away by the wind. The great sage quickly explained, this is a strike combining both a spear and a staff. Actually, it should be called a combined spear and staff attack, but they are essentially the same. I deliberately didn't use too much force so you could see the difference. The difference is quite big, isn't it? The smile on your face is stiff, isn't it? It's quite big, almost like two things from completely different levels. Sound quickly seizes the opportunity. Could you please teach me about the unification of the human and divine sword? Daithon happily asks. Sure, since the staff and the spear are not much different anyway. If you're so excited, please include that part in one of the lessons. The great sage was confused for a moment, wondering what nonsense you were talking about including that in the lesson. The mentor quickly stepped forward. Oh, you saw that happen. Why would I be surprised after Mentor explained everything clearly to the great sage? The great saint pointed at the kid, laughing until tears came out. You're really completely crazy. Mentor is helpless. I completely agree with you. You're still clueless. Really, is that even crazy? The great sage laughed so hard he fell to the ground. Not even the superhumans dared to do that to the observer. I can't imagine how the observer must be feeling right now. But Seojun didn't care. Anyway, please create some theoretical lessons that include the unification of human and demon. Suddenly, after hearing what you said, the smile on the great saint's face suddenly disappeared. No. His face stiffened as he asked again. What do you mean? He looked tired. I really don't want to prepare any lectures. Seon sighed. I really didn't see this coming at all. The great sage said, if I include all those parts, I'll need to prepare the lecture for a long time. I'm too lazy to do it myself. Sejun wondered, how much should I pay you to design those lessons? He said, the issue isn't that we don't accept money. It's entirely voluntary. C sweat profusely and asked, so how can studying be entirely based on the will of the great sage Tien? Mentor whispered, so I told you to negotiate with the previous teacher. C trembled and begged, please do me a favor. The great sage still refuses, and this one is begging. Didn't you say that if I die it would be very sad? You're still lying there, but it's quite troublesome. Seon shouted, what if I really die then? The observer said that in my world there is someone who has forsaken the heavens, and where would I go with the semi-superior being then? Hearing this, the great sage Kadian was surprised. Is there really someone like that in your world? He continued to plead. Yes, please, the great sage replied indifferently. Understood. Even so, he still stubbornly stayed there without getting up to start the lecture for me. So frustrating, I really want to slap him. Forget about the free ticket thing, just one slap will do. Suddenly, while still angry, you realize there is something unusual about him. His eyes are full of anticipation. Sejun silently thought, don't tell me this monkey is involved. He quickly realized that she took out her phone, and the upfront cost was 1,000 billion. He asked with a dark face, that should be enough for a 10-hour lesson, right? All right, let's have one more match. The great sage quickly happily got up. Would it have been better if you had said so earlier? He continued, this time not just touching us, but making us fight once. Seojun, feeling excited, understood. He secretly calculated that, in fact, the advantage was still on his side. Even if I change to hitting him, I am now a different person. So with the super gear Longinus, I can easily withstand the first to third stages of the Heavenly Star Lance. Yeah. No matter how great the great sage Tien Tien is, he won't be able to look down on me. And then you continued, remember to keep your promise later. The scene shifts to Queen Arya's palace, where she sighs wearily, finally done with today's tasks. After finishing, the queen lies down at her desk. Let's take a break. Then change the entire world. Arya happily smiled, but suddenly a sound rang out, interrupting her thoughts. The outsider announced, I am Lord Robert. Sagen the Hunter requests an audience with you. Seeing his current appearance, he looks just like a starving ghost, disheveled and filthy like an addict. The queen looked at him, momentarily confused about what was happening to this person. His face looks downcast. Could you give me a little more money? The queen was stunned and disappointed. Why does her imagination see a handsome young man saying, let's change the world? During training, the great sage laughed loudly, and this time he fought even more comfortably than before. Why is Jun spitting blood? Damn it. Boso is just another apocalypse monster. What the hell? If BC is a beast of the end times, you look at him in horror. Then this great sage Te Tien must be the #1 Chaos Earl. He looks at you proudly. If I gave you another 1,000 years, you would surely be able to withstand my power. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff forcefully struck down towards him, knocking Sejun back. He thought to himself, I don't need to win. I don't have to fight to win. Just one strike is enough. Thinking of this, Sejun firmly grips his spear. He silently thinks, no matter the method, as long as I land one strike, everything will be over. The great sage of heaven smiled happily and said, your weapon looks terrifying. I didn't think I could block it with my bare hands like before. Co clenched his teeth and fiercely launched an attack towards the great sage, who was momentarily caught off guard. I want to see how skillfully you can combine feint and attack in this move. A fierce gust of wind rose, and the surroundings seemed to be covered by its power. Your spear was deeply embedded in the cliff face. Sejun looked stunned. The great sage stood behind him, happily shouting, "This is the place!" Then he gently took off like a bird flying away, and you chased after him. He also quickly used all his speed to catch up with the great sage. He looked at you with a big smile and said, "This is so much fun, but Seo-jun seems to be struggling a bit." You fiercely strike another blow towards the great sage Tien. "Come on, give me more." Your whole body is exhausted and trembling. C quickly used her ultimate move, the 3-Dandian Lushing Spear, the most powerful thunderbolt destruction technique. The most powerful technique, the clear sky flight, is too strong, sending you flying far away. A sudden wave of pain hit him, and Seo-jun couldn't hold back and spat out another mouthful of blood. The great sage equal to heaven uses the multi-image clone transformation technique. He cheerfully encourages his comrades, "Let's go, brothers, have a satisfying fight." Seo-jun was startled. Wait a moment. Before he could finish speaking, all of the great saint's clones rushed forward and started fighting fiercely. The system reports that Taethian Daithon's lecture progress has reached 82 out of 100%, covering the basics of Kan and Jiaokui Kendam. Through this lecture, you have fully understood the unique style of Taethian Daithon Ket Kendam. Oh no, I'm done here. Seun is frustrated because he hasn't been able to reach the man's people all this time. Seon angrily shouted, "I want my money!" The great saint exclaimed excitedly, "Could you really have unconsciously applied Quachkan's mysterious technique? You have finished learning." This statement leaves you stunned. So far, all you've learned is how to get beaten up. Mentor is speechless. As I said before, do not underestimate the power of the transcendent, especially since Master Taethian Daithan is one of the top transcendent beings among all transcendentals. So, just thinking that you could fight someone like Taethian Daithan to this extent, your progress is truly extraordinary. Kim Seun, you are sad. So, what's the use if hundreds of trillions are about to vanish? 30 trillion are gone. Considering the current situation, it's impossible no matter how much money I have if I can find a way to weaken Taethian Daithan. It would be great if Sun Do-hang would eat the poisoned banana like last time, but I wonder if he will fall into the trap again. But then this thought was quickly dismissed. He would suspect as soon as he saw the banana. You turned to look at Mentor, the guide wondering why you suddenly stared at me so intensely. It seems like you didn't hear what Mentor said. Sejun's face quickly turns into a wicked smile. So, you've just been recalling what happened before the class started. The great sage Tijun looked at you in surprise and asked, "What? Why are you still lying there?" Jun asked. "Why don't we celebrate a little for finishing the obstacle-clearing lesson? Hit me until you're satisfied. Sit up anyway, we can relax a bit and then start again." The great sage looked at him in surprise as Seon slowly peeled a banana and said, "I like bananas, you know, so I want this one." The great sage happily said, "If you give it to me," but then suddenly stopped when the arm reaching for the family was caught. "No, I don't want it." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his face away and refused to look at you. Everything went exactly as you planned. I was expecting that reaction. The plan is just beginning now. Seo-jun continued, "Do you want to wait a moment while I eat?" But instead of eating alone, he turned to ask the mentor, "Would you like one while you wait, advisor?" "Me?" Sejun replied. "Of course, now that I think about it, I've always received help from you, but haven't been able to repay you anything. These bananas are really good, just try one." The car's face now looks threatening. Mentor secretly sweats. He forces a reluctant smile. "Really? It seems like Seun already prepared this script." The smile on the mentor's face froze. "This banana looks incredibly delicious." It seems the mentor doesn't like it, but you still try to act along with Sejun. "Thanks for the fruit." But as soon as you took a bite, a burst of sweetness flooded your mouth, making the mentor feel delighted. You exclaimed, "Oh, it's really delicious. Even the worm can't resist pushing further, right?" "I told you so." In the end, the great sage couldn't resist the temptation of the food. If you have delicious food, why not share it? Jun is satisfied with this outcome, so would you like a piece? The great sage shouted loudly, "No, I don't want to eat what you're offering me." Suddenly my food was stolen and the mentor shouted, "My bananas!" He angrily cursed, "The teacher is really annoying." Shivering in confusion, the great sage said, "If it's the banana you're eating, it won't have anything inside." He ate the banana while smirking proudly. "You won't fool me twice." The great sage Tien Tien happily eats the spoils he just stole from the mentor. "So, I will enjoy it now." Just as I was about to savor the banana in my mouth, I suddenly sensed something unusual. Before it could finish describing the flavor, Sejun appeared cunningly from behind and said, "It's a poisonous banana." Immediately after, a massive explosion shook the place where the great sage Heaven Emperor was standing. The great sage was startled, but it was too late, and he wondered why Advisor ate the same fruit without any harm. "They'd Sejun smugly. I knew you would be cautious, so I only poisoned half the fruit." The great sage angrily shouted, "Are you trying to play tricks with food?" And what about my banana? Seon cunningly said. You said I could do anything to hit you. Who said you were fooled again? Mentor looked at the two teachers and students with helplessness. Why are they like that? Then Seon fiercely charged forward with his spear, saying, Now, be silent and die. The great sage Tian Thien also felt annoyed and thought to himself, You're doomed. You used the #1 move Lu Tin Thuong with Diet Loi Lu, while the great sage used Lu Tin Bong with Than Kong Phi Lu. Seon was proud, glad he wasn't thrown out again like last time. And he laughed loudly. Master, it seems the stolen banana is really deadly. You're no longer as overpowering as before. Seeing you so arrogant, the great sage Tianqian felt extremely annoyed and said nothing. Seon aggressively struck, but still couldn't land a hit on him. The rocks exploded and flew everywhere from the spot where you missed, truly capable of improving just by completing the distraction technique. But if it was the same condition of touching the feather as last time, I would have lost. At the same time, from behind Sejun, a fierce burst of power aimed at him, with the first technique Lu Tin launched with incredible force. But what surprised the great sage was that it didn't feel like Diet Loi. Yet this time he managed to dodge the attack easily. Seeing your smug smile, the great sage was stunned and confused about what was happening. He angrily cursed the brat, thinking you used the first technique, but June said I wasn't crazy to use Diet Loi anymore. The great sage repeated what you just said. I'm not crazy enough to use Destruction Thunder anymore, and at that moment, a kick was unleashed. Quickly, Sejun's long spear pierced toward the Taethian great sage. Mentor fell from his shoulder after Sejun's attack. Your mouth spews a mouthful of blood, but you still grin, cunningly. In a grand hall, the surrounding atmosphere is extremely dark, as if the people here are setting up some kind of formation. The eye-shaped gem is placed in the center of the hall in an extremely sinister manner. The mysterious black-clad man's face turns cruel as he speaks in a cold voice. The black-robed apostles suddenly glowed with light. Black smoke emanated from them, and lightning struck down from the formation, causing chaos as they began to tremble and struggle to breathe. It seems that this gem is starting to absorb energy from the Thunderbolt Apostles and the black smoke surrounding it. Suddenly, the gem shatters into 3 pieces. The apostle among them stood up and approached the gem, slowly reaching out and touching the 3 fragments. The 3 shards quickly fused back into 3 complete gems. He thought, even though the heart of the sea dragon Boso was divided into 3 pieces, its magical power remained terrifying. Now Boso's dead, this is only a source of power left, a great power beyond even karma that no one can take. Hunters attracted by this power will fight and destroy each other because they cannot escape their predetermined fate. The scene shifts to the observer, who stands in deep thought, wondering how it all ended up like this. Then something appeared that surprised the observer. He shouted in panic, "Where did all these points come from?" Sejun Mentor screams and cries on his side, saying with a pout, "I can't live without you, Kim Sejun. I really thought you were dead for sure." Tian Thien Great Sage said, "You must ascend to heaven. Even if I fight, I really want to introduce you to the Jade Emperor." Azun said excitedly, "I will definitely ascend to heaven then." Before he finished speaking, the great sage Tian appeared and said, "One word, 9 cauldrons, are you satisfied?" After saying that, he yawned deeply. "I guess I'll be busy filming lessons for a while, but this is really interesting too." Then the great sage wondered, "What should I teach you? Be happy." "Whatever you can teach me, please do so," he said casually, knowing the points would be huge but not caring at all. He started calculating. If it was something you learned, the mentor would respond quickly. "Master, I can help you with this." Mentor was surprised. "You have to see this through to the end." Quickly, the two of them cheered together. Mentor exclaimed excitedly, "That's amazing." He held out the phone in front of him. "Probably some pretty good stuff for you to learn here." Sejun's eyes lit up. 7 techniques in 1 class. All S and SS rank skills. I secretly felt satisfied. It was worth taking the hit. Mentor said, "Wait, the principal suddenly called me." The observer was about to tell what happened when a fierce voice suddenly shouted, "Hey, you bastard! It seems like you're really angry." Sejun was stunned and frozen in place. He wondered, "So you told me not to come back? What's going on this time?" He is furious. "It was you who forced me to bring you back here." C stands there in shock. "Huh? Are you shouting at the observer?" "That damn monkey with the free pass. What did you do to cause such a huge karma point increase?" "You understood the problem immediately, but why don't you know how important karma points are?" You calmly replied, "So what? Please let me go. I need to attend that class." The observer looked on in confusion. "What's wrong with this guy? I want to deal with him right now, but I can't. Stop muttering and let me go home already." He was annoyed and thought to himself, if only that person didn't want to destroy Thnian and bear the karma for its destruction. I would have wiped out this bastard 100 times. But now there's no way. Balancing or erasing that many karma points is impossible. Sun panicked. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" He sighed angrily. "Enough already." Which pervert is manipulating the fate of an entire dimension? I'm the one answering calmly. This action drives the observer even more crazy as he shouts loudly, "Hey, you crazy bastard," Seyun complains. "Do you know what I had to go through to get this lesson?" He explained irritably. "The amount of karma points you want to erase has exceeded the capacity of this space-time realm. If you remove it, you'll destroy the entire dimension." And you shouted, "That's your responsibility, so why are you arguing with me? Then you should have set a limit from the beginning. What do you want me to do with your nonsense?" Back then, I never imagined it would come to this. You puffed up your chest to argue further and said, "Did you forget when you gave me that blank book and said, 'Just take it'?" He stammered, but even with that many karma points, he was not satisfied. "Anyway, there's no way, no. You're annoyed, you keep saying you can't do it, so what exactly is your karma score?" "Your space-time karma score is 214 trillion billion." He looked stunned, as if this number had overwhelmed him. The young man just stood there in silence for a long time. Seyun asked again, "What do you mean 13 million? Is that even a number?" The observer asked back, "I want to ask you personally. How do you plan to erase 379 trillion 77.782 billion points?" The boy is sweating. "You said it was 213, so why did it increase?" The observer shouted in anger. "That crazy monkey just added another lesson, didn't he?" The real-world mentor quickly intervenes. "You can't add anymore." His whole body trembled with rage. The crazy sound guys looked on in confusion, as expected from the great sage Tian. He really goes all out, but still it's not allowed. Sejun's face showed disgust. Then suddenly he remembered something. "Right. Even you can't collapse this entire dimension." Seeing your indifferent attitude towards the world, the observer felt strange. He asked, "What else?" And Sejun replied casually, "I'm doing it right now." Suddenly, he angrily shouted, "Sue me!" The observer shouts this. The man shouted angrily, "No matter how much that crazy guy tries, those karma points can't be erased." The boy continued, "So at least some level should be removable. Why not give a number? If you say the free pass is invalid, then all the trouble I've endured is meaningless," he stammered. "That, you keep talking, I don't know anymore. If you keep going like that, there's nothing I can do either. How can I fight against a super entity trying to destroy the universe? I won't do that, no I can't." In the end, you had to compromise. "Fine, what do you want?" Jun quickly said, "I have an idea. First, tell me how much you can waive for free." He thought that the only one who could prevent the collapse of this dimension was this bastard. Each lesson a new technique that couldn't be surpassed. Hearing his proposal, the boy smiled happily. "That sounds good," the observer said. "So before he finished speaking, you were already lying down. Are you just playful or is it enough?" The observer, extremely annoyed, thought maybe I should just wipe out this entire dimension and be done with it. He offered 2 free coupons and a refund for the karma I used earlier. "If you don't give me these things, I can't do my job." The observer was speechless. I don't need to fulfill his demands. If this bastard wants to live, he has no choice but to stop the entity trying to destroy his dimension. So I can just take back the remaining free coupons and force him out of this boundary space, but only if he hasn't used those free coupons yet. He has already used those coupons, so his space is bearing the consequences to recover them. The owner of those consequences must permit it. He politely asked, "Honestly, why are you operating the cause and effect this way? This is clearly your fault, so you should compensate me." He explained that the interconnected karma weaves through different dimensions. If an issue arises in one dimension, it will inevitably affect the others and cause everything to collapse. The observer thought to himself that if he sent him back like this, that terrible karma would disappear. Hearing this, he felt a bit relieved. Luckily, this bastard didn't know about it. "I gave you those free coupons as a kind gesture. I no longer have any obligation to do anything else. And as I mentioned before, this is about protecting your space-time, right? Even if I don't help you, you'll still have to deal with it in the end." Saojun still isn't afraid. "Sue me if you want. Your words have no effect on him." In the end, the observer also gave up. "So how much karma have you used?" Saojun replied, 79 million trillion, and you think he's spent quite a bit. He explained, "That's because hitting the great sage, Heavenly King, isn't easy. After all, I need him to return 80 million trillion to me." He asked, "Wasn't it 79 trillion billion just now?" The boy explained, "Now the great sage equal to heaven is manifesting his true form, and that costs 1 trillion billion per hour, adding up each hour. It just passed, so the total is 80 million trillion. Hearing this, the observer couldn't help but continue cursing. "These crazy fools, even if you get angry now, it's useless. If you don't quickly give me the refund, it will keep increasing." He said he understood, but couldn't refund in your space-time currency. You smirked slyly. "What?" The observer is sweating. "What is this about now?" Seyun shouted, "What do you mean? Of course I use the same type of currency. You have to pay back with that currency, right? Why are you forcing me to accept something else now?" You won't admit defeat either. I don't know what to do if it doesn't work that way. Hearing this, you seem dissatisfied. Aren't you a higher being than an awakened one? Why can't an observer of karma do so many things? It seems you're less capable than I thought. He silently wondered to himself, should I just erase his dimension and everything inside it? You greedily made a demand, so I'll give you 3 coupons instead. Seeing your cunning face, he secretly became cautious. I can't. If I give him 3 coupons, who knows what he'll do. The observer said, what if it's an item valued at 80 trillion from the superstore? So June is trying to raise the price again? You're forcing me once more. He continued, I will not apply karma accumulation. I will give you 5, but it seems you are still not satisfied, so ask for more. Neither of them was willing to give in. Who will start? 5, 10, 7, 10? In the end, the observer had to give in. Fine. 10 for 10, no more pushing. I'm satisfied with that. So 2 free coupons and 10 items from the super shop, not bad at all. He asked again, so does that mean you're willing to give up the karma from before? If you answer like that, it should be fine. Oh right, there's one last thing. Sun and Lamb made a proposal. Will I ever return to this boundary space again? Please give me a free coupon. He was surprised by this greed. What? He explained. I know nothing is happening now, but what would happen if it was a critical moment? You can summon me like that, but not without my consent. So, let's set a penalty. The observer is helpless. All right, I get it, so go away quickly. We probably won't meet again anyway. Returning to reality from the excited Tatian Great Sage. Add this and that. Mentor stands to the side. Pale. We will all disappear. We will die. That observer will destroy us all. He asked in surprise. What are you two doing? The Great Sage exclaimed upon seeing you. So what happened? You survived and made it back? After hearing your story about what you said to the observer, the Great Sage couldn't help but laugh until he cried. Mentor was surprised and asked, do you not fear the observer, Kim Seo-jun? He replied calmly, not really after all, the fault lies with him. The Great Sage laughed so hard he fell to the ground. Surely he's gone crazy. Not just normal crazy, he's completely out of his mind with space-time madness. Mentor happily said, after all, each coupon only covers 1 skill in that lesson. He continued, so I was thinking, maybe the fusion of the celestial star spear is what you had in mind. Master, you said I think the same. Although your cultivation is good, with your current strength, you won't be able to handle the path at once. Are you studying the technique of storing celestial weapons correctly? The Great Sage said, I'm planning to transfer all my points to exchange items in the super shop for divine medicines. He looks intrigued. That sounds good. Give them to me, and I'll pick the best ones for you. Let me see. Here are a few items that are perfect for you. Nectar of Orange bestows immortality upon the user. Ambrosia is also known as the food of the god Achilles to attain divinity. Soma, the favorite drink of the Indian gods. Snow ginseng, 10,000 years old, is said to appear only after absorbing the essence of the mountain for 10,000 years. The heavenly demon detox wine, a legendary drink obtained after subduing the Sudanoi frog. It is said to be the water of life, the water that grants the power of 1,000 people. He Shou Wu, known for its 1,800 years of internal energy. The golden apple, the divine fruit of Mentor, excites me. They are truly amazing. Master, it perfectly suits Kim Sejun's condition. He secretly calculated that the monkey has indeed been eating immortal pills like snacks. The Great Sage continued, if you absorb too much power at once, your body won't be able to withstand it and will break apart. But your energy core has no limit, right? You can eat all these elixirs at once without any problem. Seon suddenly generously said, thank you for choosing these for me. Master, do you want to eat bananas? The Great Sage listened happily. Bananas? How many do you want to eat? Please, go ahead and eat. This amount is my way of showing gratitude as you plan to film a lecture for me in the future. So this much isn't anything at all. When the Great Sage equal to heaven saw the bananas, he trembled with excitement. You brought so many bananas? Both of you enjoy eating together happily. Suddenly, the Great Sage Tien Thien disappeared, and only then did Sage Jun realize he was startled. He exclaimed, am I out of money? The Great Sage silently laments, my bananas. You have no choice but to accept it. Next time I'll have to buy a lot of bananas when he comes. After finishing speaking, he continued to enjoy his spoils of war as the scene shifts to the airport, where a plane has just landed. Robert respectfully bowed his head to the person who just descended to welcome him to England. Sword Saint. I don't understand why he suddenly appeared here. Robert quickly drove a luxury car to take the Sword Saint to meet the Queen. On the way, even the Sword Saint quietly observes the people and the roads here, silently evaluating. He can't help but praise. Although Buck destroyed part of the city, it's still so lively. Robert chuckled happily. It's thanks to the Dream Team and Kim Sejun that even the exhausted and disillusioned citizens who had been divided can now unite and hope because of them. Both I and the queen are the same." Hearing this, the face of the Sword Saint remained unchanged. The car just landed and Hyun's voice was heard from afar. "Wait a moment, Spirit Lord." At the same time, Seun turned around. She was surprised to see her grandfather here, but the Sword Saint's face still showed no expression. Se-Yun quickly runs over. "What brings you to England?" Sujon was surprised. "Oh, Sword Saint!" He looked at everyone thoughtfully. Despite going through such tough battles, they have grown a lot. That would be impossible unless they drank divine elixirs like appetizers. Mindu wondered why Li-Hyun was lying down. Swan sighed bitterly, as if the spirit had rejected her again. Seeing Mr. Yun look confused, Sao Yun stepped forward to speak. Furthermore, before he could finish his thoughts, a voice sounded. I arrived after sensing a familiar aura, and indeed, it was the Sword Saint himself. He looked at you. This brat has become even more of a monster. Then the Sword Saint looked at Sion and said seriously, "I am here to take you home." Everyone was stunned. The Sword Saint explained, "The Professional Hunters Association of the United States has urgently summoned heroes from around the world for the great disaster." At the U.S. Professional Hunter Management Agency, a voice rang out, unexpectedly allowing a group of Eastern rookies into the hero meeting for the disaster response team. The angry black man shouted, "What's wrong with you?" Was tricked by Lisberry. Lisberry is cunning. "Hey, Colin, stop wasting time on decisions that have already been made. Weren't you the one who initially chose not to attend the meeting with the president because you thought it would be troublesome?" The angry man is the hero of the United States against great disasters, master of combat, Colin. Since this is a meeting of heroes from around the world, he should calm down a bit. "Hey, before you finish," Colin stood up angrily. "I can't accept that. He must have beaten Bo when it was probably just a pretty strong dragon, not the real Bowser. We could never kill that monster." The person who just left LG quietly told himself that the hot-headed guy would probably have another fight. Should I let him do whatever he wants? I'm also curious to see how strong Kim Se-jun has become. Now, a transition to a large church where a voice echoes. "Since the late queen passed away, we have all endured difficult times. Down in the church, thousands of people are gathered here to hear the speech." The person on the podium continued speaking. "Our nation is divided into 4 and trampled upon without resistance in the face of disasters." Queen Ariako of England passionately delivers her speech from the stage. However, ironically, a glimmer of hope emerged from a place entirely unrelated to Britain, and Britain once again united as one. Count Robert then stepped forward, holding a sword placed on a reward tray. Arya turned around, looked, and said, "To repay that grace even just a little." Dressed in formal attire, she took the sword brought out by Count Robert, raised it high into the sky with a look of pride. At this moment, Se-jun's group is standing below, each person being called by the Queen to receive their honorific titles: Hunter Perun, Hunter Li-yun, Hunter Lee Minzu, Hunter Seok Swan. I want to grant the title of Count to these 4 people. After saying that, Arya was holding the sword with both hands. She turned to Se-jun and said, then approached him with the sword, continuing, "I want to grant the title of Duke to Hunter Kim Se-jun." The ceremony now begins, with shouts ringing out as the Knight Squad draws their swords. Hearing the command, the knights draw their swords and hold them up solemnly. Today, for the coronation ceremony of Kim Se-jun and the Dream Team, England, Wales, Scotland, and North Ireland gathered regardless of origin. A special event where titles are bestowed upon foreigners, not citizens. Especially the Duke title, which is reserved for royalty and granted to a regular hunter from a small Asian country, Se-jun now takes the sword from the Queen's hand. He happily looked down and smiled, and the 1,000 people below all shouted in unison without anyone objecting. The Eternal Queen scene change. A large courtyard now has a private jet parked here with its door open. Someone spoke up at this moment, expressing my gratitude for being able to borrow the British royal family's private jet. Se-jun saw the aircraft in front of him, took Sureon's hand, and excitedly said the captain could sell his Duke title to cover the flight costs. Count Robert, hearing that, immediately thought, he's not joking. Suron crossed her arms in front of her chest and spoke up. "The ultimate forbidden spell." The Queen of England, standing behind her, widened her eyes, thinking if it were him, he might actually sell it someday. Everyone took turns boarding the plane, and now it was Se-jun's turn when Arya approached and called out to him. "Gold Hunter Se-jun." Se-jun turned back when she called him, and they shook hands as a farewell. Arya looked at him happily and said, "Thank you for breaking my narrow view of the world just as I was about to give up in despair." Se-jun, upon hearing her words, shyly rubbed his cheek and replied, "Well, I just give some commands, you free yourself. Your Majesty." Arya blushed and shyly covered her mouth with her hand as she smiled, her cheeks also flushing. "Like my grandmother," the former fairy queen said, "I will show that this country can become whatever we want it to be." After everyone boarded the plane, Arya and Count Robert also said goodbye to Sejun's group. "Good luck to you all." Arya stood below, waving goodbye to everyone, when suddenly a voice rang out that made her freeze in surprise. "She is better than Breemanchun. He was the last to board the plane." He only left that sentence behind without turning back. The last plane finally started to roll and move. The plane took off and soared into the sky. Arya still stood there. She looked up at the plane. Count Robert stood behind her. He spoke up now, calling out, "Your Majesty." Arya finally turned around and left, speaking to him as she walked away. "Let's go. There's a mountain of work to do, Count Robert." "Yes, Your Majesty." Then he also turned to follow her. Scene transition. At this moment, a plane has also arrived at Washington, D.C. International Airport. Why is it so crowded? This is the Australian hero, Jackson. Next to him is Carden. Hearing that, he spoke up. Rarely do Australian heroes gather in one place. As Caden put on his bag, he said to Jackson while walking, "And it seems the Asian guy has arrived as well." Jackson glanced at him and asked, "Ugh, that Asian guy?" Caden responded when he heard the question, "Isn't he the professional hunter who defeated Boso-an?" Jackson nods in response and asks, "Oh right, what's his name again?" At this moment, Sejun has also arrived at the airport, and a blond man in a suit approaches him, saying, "We are waiting for you." Hunter Kim Sejun. He wears glasses, places his hand on his chest, and then introduces himself. "I am Lucas, and I will be your guide." This man is Vice Director of the U.S. Professional Hunter Management Bureau, Lucas. Then he signaled to Sejun's group to follow this way. Jackson and Carden stood to one side. Both of them had witnessed this scene. Jackson exclaimed in surprise that the Deputy Director of the U.S. Professional Hunter Management Agency personally led the way for him. Seeing this scene, Jackson smiled knowingly and said to Carden, "Should I give him a little test?" Caden also couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He just glanced and said, "The hero of the Great Flood, you can talk like that, but act your age." Jackson, hearing this, pouted and asked Carden, "Why don't you wonder how strong he is? Anyway, he is already defeated. B. Caden is still watching him." He simply replied calmly, "For the honor of our Australia, please stay silent and there's no need for you to step forward. Mr. Jackson." As Sejun walks out, all eyes immediately turn to him. As Sejun walked away, he thought that everyone gathering here must share the same idea that just attending the meeting is enough to cover the cost. He remembered the free lessons from the great sage equal to heaven on his phone. In his mind, he still believed he had successfully learned the lessons from the Taetian Daithan instructor using the free promotional card. Those lessons on his phone were a fusion with a longer, larger spear tip, a friendly compound taught by the Taetian Daithan. At that moment, the system displayed again that your free membership card had expired. Jun remembered that and couldn't help but feel worried. The problem is that you don't have money to buy a free card. While Saojun was still thinking about where he could find money, someone appeared in front of them. This person saw you and immediately asked, "Are you the Asian hunter named Kim Seun?" "It's Colin. He's here, holding his sword in his hand." Lucas saw him and immediately spoke up. "Colin, why are you here?" Colin, hearing that, immediately asked back, "What? Am I not allowed to go to the airport?" Seeing that, Lucas stepped in front of Seun and said, "Move aside, Colin. This is someone I officially invited." Colin casually replied as he approached, "Oh, please, you can't stop me." He approached and looked Seun up and down before saying, "I came to see who the hunter that defeated Burke is, but it seems you're not strong at all. What is he even saying?" Sejun basically didn't understand what he was saying because he had turned off the spirit translator. Seeing Lucas and Colin mumbling without anyone backing down, he just thought he didn't understand anything, because everything was in English. Saojun then reached up to ruffle his hair and interrupted their argument, saying that they had something to discuss, so we will wait outside. Seeing Sun leave like that, both Lucas and Colin were left stunned, both with big question marks over their heads. Colin could only utter one word. After finishing his conversation with the two, Saojun then went to his group and told everyone, "Let's go quickly." "Ayanyun, can you activate the spirit translator? I don't understand what they're saying at all." At this moment, Sejun turned back and greeted with a smile. "Nice to meet you." "Goodbye." Seeing you like that, Lin immediately flew into a rage. Ms. Lin angrily pushed Luca aside and rushed forward, shouting loudly, "You bastard!" He yelled after Sejun's back, "Do you dare ignore me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Colin thrust his spear towards Sejun. Sejun immediately turned to the side and caught Colin's spear with his bare hands. Seeing your situation, he was a bit surprised and started to sweat. Lucas, witnessing this, could only stand frozen in place. Sejun's group saw this and everyone started to look confused and frown. What's going on? Fighting again? There's not a single peaceful day. Ms. Lin saw him holding her spear like that, so he poured mana into his own spear. Seeing he couldn't pull it out, Colin angrily thought his spear wasn't moving. Sejun still holding his spear with one hand, he turns his sharp and slightly angry gaze to ask, "What is this?" He closed his eyes, looking annoyed, and Sejun thought to himself that he might be being underestimated. "I don't want any trouble, so I'll stop here." Then Sun turned around, put his hands in his pockets, and walked away. Lucas hurriedly ran over and asked, "Are you okay, Kim Jun the hunter?" Watching Sejun and Lucas walk away, Colin spoke again. "You cowardly fool, you're not going to fight back. I hear you also use a spear. Isn't this a good chance for you to learn from a senior?" Sun stopped when he heard this. Colin still smirked and said provocative words, a coward, and 4 useless henchmen claiming they defeated Boso. Do you call that a guild? Faced with Colin's provocation, Sejun could no longer bear to watch. He glared fiercely and immediately turned back to where Colin was standing. He didn't realize what was coming and kept rambling. "It seems like your claim to have beaten Bo is just bluffing." Immediately, Colin felt fear as he looked at Soon. He thought to himself, when did Sejun clench his fist and release such overwhelming power? And he interrupted his thoughts aloud. "You should be grateful to have so many people around you because it's thanks to them that I didn't have to use the Longoinus wound." As soon as he finished speaking, Sejun charged forward and threw a powerful punch at Colin. He was still standing there, listening to Jun speak, only able to utter one word. "Huh?" Sejun's powerful punch sent him flying up high. The punch caused a huge shockwave, sending Colin flying high into the air. He completely lost consciousness, missing a tooth, and after Sejun's punch, Colin immediately fell to the ground with a loud thud. Shards also fell along with him, and on this side, Jackson and Carden saw the scene and were also stunned. Jackson said to him, "Carden, you saved my life." Seeing Sejun so furious, Jackson continued, "Even if all the heroes here rush at him together, they wouldn't be able to beat him." "Wait a moment." Sejun immediately glared at him and coldly ordered, "Step aside. This is how Americans treat guests." Seeing Sejun's anger, Lucas trembled uncontrollably and could only raise his hand to block. Lucas raised both hands to shield Colin and said, "I will do whatever you want, so please spare him." Lucas was very scared, but he had no other choice and was thinking hard. Of course, Colin was at fault first, but if Colin dies, the U.S. Hunter Management Bureau will blame Kim soon. That would make him an enemy. Damn it, just thinking about it gives me chills. As he was crouching down, deep in thought, Salen's voice suddenly rang out. "All right, so how much are you planning to pay me to spare Colin's life?" He immediately kept bowing and said to Salen, "Thank you." But seeing him like that, you crossed your arms and looked disinterested. Sejun was still licking his lips with a sly smile. Minu saw this scene and asked, "What is the U.S. budget again?" Sharon then took out her phone and replied, "As far as I know, the defense budget is 1 trillion. The scene shifts. At this moment on the highway, 2 cars are driving away. Sejun is sitting in the car looking very happy, with a big smile that can't be contained. Lucas sees this expression and can only force a smile without saying anything. Sejun sitting across, happily looking at his phone. Seeing him like that, Lucas thought that even if it cost $500 million, even if it was for the life of a disaster-level hero, it would still be too expensive, so he might just have to turn a blind eye. After thinking, Luca then asked Sejun again. The gold hunter trembles. "Sorry for my rudeness, but I've always wondered about one thing." Seeing how he is, you just glanced at him and then responded. "Did you really face bear in England?" "Yes. It's definitely Bo, and it's been destroyed." Lucas then takes out a tablet and hands it to Sejun, saying, "In that case, could you take a look at this for a moment?" It happened just yesterday. Sejun receives the tablet, and as he looks at it, he is a bit stunned. Through the video, you can see a skeleton casting a spell. Lucas continues to tell you that this area has been sealed off due to the dungeon explosion and deformation. The authorities believe this is the result of the deformation, and before he could finish speaking, Min Chun, sitting in the seat next to Sejun, spoke up. "It's because of B's power, right?" Sejun looked at Lucas and spoke up. "So the purpose of this gathering is not hidden." Lucas directly said it must be related to Burke. Min Chun crossed his arms and asked when the meeting would take place. Jun was still watching the footage when you raised your hand to cover your mouth in surprise, hearing him ask, so he said it would be in 2 days, but we still haven't gathered enough people. Hearing that, Min Chun frowned and asked when they would pay such high prices. It's still quiet. You put your hand on your chin, deep in thought, wondering what is really happening. I haven't defeated Boso, and now he's reborn. Thinking of that, you couldn't believe it. Why does Jun think that way? He immediately raised his head and hurriedly asked Lucas, "This place is exactly here. You said this is where?" The scene shifts to an area now covered by a massive dark energy. A man holding a sword with a radio attached to his shirt. From the radio, a voice immediately responds, "Alpha Team, what's the situation? Is everyone okay?" This is Logan. Upon hearing the radio call, he responded, "Alpha Team here." The monster appearing on the tablet's sun just watched is here. Logan continues to report that we are fighting a 14-star L monster with heavy casualties and requesting backup. We just contacted the director. Everyone is holding on against the Elder Monster's attack. The radio crackled again. If we can hold out a little longer, the director will. Damn it, it's healing again. Everyone has sacrificed themselves, leaving only Logan. He stands there in fear, then drops to his knees on the ground. The monster is now scanning the surroundings. Logan immediately raises his hand to hold the radio on his chest and speaks into it. Even for Andit, this regeneration speed is too abnormal. Quickly find its source of life. It's not an ordinary lich. The monster now takes out a notebook, looks at it, and keeps reading aloud from the book. A dark aura of power envelops everything. At this moment, a flash of light appears in the sky above. The monster immediately senses it and suddenly halts, as a powerful force from the heavens descends onto the creature, causing a massive explosion. Logan, sword in hand, looked on in confusion and let out a surprised cry as someone stepped onto the ground, carrying a shining spear and making a sound. Looking at the video, I'm not entirely sure. Seiyun has appeared. He put one hand in his pocket, looked at the monster before him, and sneered. But this magic power is unmistakable. It is Burr's heart. The monster is now floating in the air, looking down at Jun's car. Immediately, the Archelder unleashes his power. Seijun also gathers his strength. Blue lightning bolts also appeared at this moment. Seijun looked at the monster and said, "I don't know why it's here, but I have to deal with it quickly before it absorbs all of Beer's magic power." The monster cast a magic circle. It looked at that and continued reading the incantations. Seijun didn't say much, so he charged straight through the monster, destroying its magic circles. The monster then turned back and glared at Seojun. He was now flying in the air, radiating immense power that lit up the entire sky. Seiyun looked at the monster and said, "I just remembered I can still keep my promise to play ball with Uncle Manchon using the lich's head." Immediately, Seiyun's spear shot straight toward the monster. The spear, carrying immense power, pierced straight through the Archelder. Logan was standing on the ground below, his radio constantly transmitting calls. "Logan, Logan, are you still alive? If you're still alive, answer me." Logan was still staring in amazement at the sky, and then told the director, "There's no need to come anymore. Just let him finish the job." "Are you seriously injured?" "No, I won't be sending any therapists right now. When I return, I will have to see a psychologist immediately." At this moment, LBY has arrived here, and seeing the scene before him, he smiled with great excitement. Lucas followed behind as they stood on a cliff overlooking the large hole in front of them. He immediately spoke up. "Is there a tourist spot here that I don't know about?" He put his hands in his pockets, smiled, and then asked Lucas again, "So what is Kim Seijun the hunter doing?" Hearing that question, Lucas simply replied, "I honestly don't know anymore. It seems he's looking for something." Under the deep pit, Jun's hand is holding the skull of Archelder as he crouches down, searching happily, muttering, "Where is Bo's heart?" He licked his lips happily, whispering to himself, "Eating a dragon's heart alone has already increased my energy significantly. If it's Burke's heart, how much stronger would I become?" Seijun was still excitedly searching for the heart among the bones when suddenly he froze as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Seijun stood still, eyes wide open, then said, "No, Bo's heart isn't here." Seijun couldn't help but doubt and start forming hypotheses in his mind. Did he think it shattered along with the lightning god shockwave? Unless it's the first consciousness that destroys, how could BF's power be annihilated by the thunder god wound? Could it be? Thinking this, Seun clenched his teeth tightly and immediately pushed off with all his strength to jump out of the hole. As soon as he jumped out of the hole, Lucas and Library were already standing there. Sejun immediately responded by jumping down to where they were. "You are Lidberry, president of the Professional Hunters Association." "That's right. You're definitely the Gold Hunter Seijun, aren't you?" He tilted his head slightly, thinking to himself, who would have guessed he was this formidable? He could see the entire person, Jun emanating an enormous source of power. He then smiled contentedly, still thinking that to satisfy his curiosity, he should have stopped Colin instead of paying $500 million for his life. Berry then stepped forward and introduced himself, saying, "I am Berry, president of the American Professional Hunters Association. First of all, thank you for cooperating in the lich hunt." Hearing that, Sun quickly told him that El still hasn't been defeated. "That's strange. I searched this entire area and found no trace of the lich. I thought the lich's vitality core had been destroyed." Hearing him say that, Seijun spoke up. He clarified that it might have realized it had no chance to win and therefore fled, so it probably won't appear until they fully master Burke's power. Hearing that, Elberry immediately became more serious. Elberry asked immediately when Salen mentioned that name. He said Burke. Seljun nodded and then told him, I can clearly sense Burke's power from Lich. Explain it more clearly so Lyrie and Lucas understand. Vitality Core, a crystal containing L's life force. If it cannot be broken, L will be resurrected endlessly. As Jun spoke up to this point, you also found it a bit hard to put into words. You silently thought to yourself that Burke's heart must have already been absorbed by that thing. Because you couldn't unleash the full power of the Dragon Sword, you were unable to completely destroy L. Thinking of this, Seun clenched his fist and shouted, If this continues, an unprecedented terrifying entity will emerge. We must gather our forces now. Hearing Sejun say that, Elberry's face briefly showed a look of surprise. He simply silently widened his eyes, pondering something, then immediately gave the order. Lucas immediately summoned the heroes and was taken aback when he heard this. Huh? Larry said, then turned around and left. He told Lucas 2 hours from now we meet up and go. Lucas stammered, Wait a minute. Even so, we can't rush things yet. They're not here yet, and besides, you. Lurie, understanding what he was about to say, immediately interrupted. If Richard complains, just say it's my order. If he still refuses, then forget about him. I'll handle the rest. Just follow the plan. Lucas was startled and nervously said, but if something goes wrong, he might have to step down beforehand. Lidbury, hearing that, continued forward without looking back and calmly replied, Who would I be chairman of once this world is gone? Lucas turned pale and couldn't say a word. Lucas clenched his fist and coldly said to Lidbury, I really believe that absurd thing. Hearing him say that, Lidbury just remained silent. After a while, Lurie finally spoke to Lucas. He still kept saying those words after witnessing Colin turn into mud himself. I'm no different either. Lucas widened his eyes at this, clenching his lips without saying a word. Lidbury still had his hands in his pockets and continued, No hero from the Great Flood can rival him. Someone that strong wouldn't need to lie. He must have a reason to claim that. Besides, I trust my instincts. Lidbury then turned back, looked straight at Lucas and said, What he said is true. The scene shifts. Everyone is now gathered in the meeting room. A hand suddenly slammed down on the table, making a loud noise. The bald man, Richard, then leaned into the microphone on the table and spoke. We are busy with our own affairs, and you dare call everyone here just to help you find the Lich's body. He looked angrily at Lurie, sitting in the distant chair, and said, So first, why is Burke's heart at location L? Are you sure Burke has been completely eliminated? I heard it wasn't a hero from the Great Flood, but a rookie who defeated it. Does that sound suspicious to you? Sejun then stood up from his chair and spoke. I can explain. Suddenly, all the eyes in the room turned toward him. First, I want to clarify that the thing my team and I faced was definitely Burke, and we saw it die with our own eyes. So why then? Seojun then continued to say to everyone, Someone must have taken Burke's heart before it was killed. Richard immediately flew into a rage. He shouted loudly in your face, Stop talking nonsense, new recruit. Faced with the watchful eyes of everyone in the room, Seun frowned in thought. He had already anticipated this situation. Everyone sitting here stands at the peak of humanity's heroes of the Great Flood. They will not easily be manipulated by anyone. Sejun thought about this, and he could only sigh. Immediately, Sejun placed both hands on the table. You are the one who understands the horror called Burke best, aren't you? If we don't find it, humanity will be doomed. LBY and the others also looked at Seun now. Sejun, still gazing at Richard, calmly said each word, I hope you cooperate. At this moment, a helicopter appears in the area where Sealjun fought with the Archelder. On the map, the routes of movement are marked with red lines. Everyone is discussing it. The heroes have also been sent here. They are discussing something together. Sejun is flying in the air now, scanning the surroundings. While everyone else was working, someone suddenly yawned and lazily sat down on the ground before speaking. I have no idea what's going on. Suddenly gathering all the hunters. Not even a single monster hare, let alone an emergency. The girl next to him also scratches her head tiredly and continues. That's why I say a weak heart is just a joke. Honestly, just because of a crazy kid, he caused us all this trouble. Just then, a dark energy source appeared in a nearby cave. Deep inside, a crystal was surrounding a red gem, with black smoke emanating around it. The scene shifts to night. The helicopter has returned to the city. Sejun opens the helicopter door and the wind rushes in. Sejun stands at the edge of the door, thinking that even with all his senses fully heightened, he still can't detect anything. He holds on to the helicopter with one hand, then turns to look at Suryan and asks, Suryan, is there anything unusual or suspicious? No matter how you look at it, I still can't find any traces. After the meeting, the search continues not only with professional hunters from the U.S. Hunter Agency, but also with many heroes from the Great Flood. Even after sweeping across all of America, we couldn't find any trace of the Lich. Seun was gazing into the distance, his mind racing with the feeling that time was running out. Right now, in a large building, Seun is walking down the corridor when a voice echoes, catching Sejun's attention. "You're back," Minchin looked at you and then asked. He is standing with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, waiting for Yuir. Seeing him, Sejun immediately spoke. "Sword Saint," Minchun glanced at you and then asked, "Have you found El yet?" Hearing that, Sejun could only helplessly close his eyes and shake his head. Minchun saw that you remained silent and asked again, "What do you plan to do now?" After his question, Sejun paused in thought for a moment before replying, "I think we need to prepare ourselves to face any unforeseen situations that might happen." Minchun immediately asked again, "What are the unpredictable circumstances that Jun told you about?" "Because we've searched everywhere but still can't find any clues. Maybe we'll never find the life ship, and this means we won't be able to stop the birth of an immortal lich wielding bear's power." After saying that, Sound fell silent again. He thought to himself that there was only one way to kill this monster now. Longinus has the ability to pierce through reality. I must unleash its maximum power. Sao Jun clenched his fist with determination and kept thinking, "My current progress is only at 20%. I need to increase it by another 10% to use this ability," Sejun thought. Then he left. Passing by Minchun, "I will take my leave now." Sao Jun's eyes are full of determination as he steps forward, silently thinking that he will do everything to increase it. Minchun listened quietly as you spoke, only watching your back as you left. The scene shifts now to the Grand Canyon in Arizona, USA, a place of rocky cliffs. Everyone comes here to hang out and take pictures. A couple is traveling, and the man is holding up his phone to take a photo of his girlfriend. "Honey, take a picture of me here." Even a girl passing by would stop and take one. The scenery is beautiful. In the distance, there are two heroes. They take a break and chat peacefully. So calm. "That's right. It's hard to believe we've been searching all over the United States for the past few days. Who would have thought that just a professional hunter could cause such chaos across the United States?" At this moment, the person next to him looked up at the sky, having seen something. Everyone was drawn to look up, a boy pointing into the distance and asking what it was, as they all wondered what was floating in the sky. "It's that skeleton again. It's back." People look up at the sky, feeling bewildered and murmuring, "What is that? What is it?" Immediately, the Archelder used his power to strike, with a circle appearing above its head, containing stones of various sizes. The Archelder's eyes also glowed red. A man looked up at the monster, his face turning pale, and could only utter one word: "Run." Immediately, everyone here fell into a state of panic. As everyone fled in panic, shouting "Run," a man running suddenly turned his head and saw his face turn pale. Then suddenly a light appeared, about to catch up with him. An enormous explosion erupted instantly, creating a terrifying flash. The hero immediately sank to the ground, trembling with fear. A giant elder standing in front of him, overwhelmed with fear, he could only weakly scream. The monster's long hand reached out to the man, bloodless and cold, and said, "You are not that guy." Then the monster's hand grabbed his face. The man was now terrified beyond measure, only able to cry out two words, "Oh God," followed by a heart-rending scream. The scene shifts to Elberry walking down the street, and he asks as he goes, "What about the casualties?" Lucas runs after him and responds, "I can't assess that right now." Library hurriedly walks forward and continues to ask, "What about that bastard's location?" Lucas immediately reports to Elberry, "It's heading from the Grand Canyon to Phoenix, Arizona." "What about the nearby heroes?" And at this moment, LBY's room was extremely headache-inducing. He thought to himself that everyone was already defeated, and then asked Lucas directly, "What about the gold-seeking hunters?" "He has been reported to have been holed up in his place for the past few days, and hasn't gone out yet. I contacted him, but all I received was a message asking for more time." Hearing Lucas say that, Elberry carefully put his hand to his mouth and thought about those three words, adding more time. Thinking of this, he immediately gave the order down below. Lucas gathered all the professional combat hunters. "I will talk to the heroes." Hearing that, he immediately replied yes. After saying that, Elberry quickly prepared himself and tucked two swords into his waistband. Elberry frowned, clenched his teeth, and muttered to himself, "Truly nostalgic." The scene shifts outside the building's corridor with hurried footsteps as Se-Yoon, who just ran out anxiously, speaks. "Our grandfather is also coming with us." Minchun hurriedly walks away. The old man didn't turn around and just told his granddaughter to stay. Hearing this, Sao-Yoon looked displeased and immediately objected. "Why? We can fight too." Seeing his granddaughter so stubborn, he shouted loudly enough. "That's enough." Then he turned back to look at Seo Yun and shouted at her, "This is an order. This is not a battlefield where you can interfere. Stay there." Seeing her grandfather so resolute, Seo Yun didn't know what more to say. The Sword Saint looked at his granddaughter, seeming unable to intervene, but also unable to do otherwise. Minchun immediately turned away, leaving only Seo Yun standing in the corridor as the scene shifted. At this moment, most of the buildings and structures in the city have been destroyed by the monster. As it passes through, the number of casualties still remains on the ground. There are two heroes here. The girl, extremely panicked, rips at her hair and says, "We are going to die, we are going to die." Damn it, that monster. He tried to hold on until the heroes arrived. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of power struck. "Since you are here," it spoke up. "You stupid insects." The girl could only hold her head and scream loudly at the sight. Arch-Elder stood before her, raised his hand and said, "Let me show you the terrifying miracles awakened from the depths of darkness. Just despair, for death is unavoidable." And then it immediately cast a magic circle in the air. The heroes on the ground looked up as it trembled and despaired, and just then someone suddenly rushed out. Berry, who stepped in front of the two heroes, emitting blue lightning from his body. He immediately used his power to fight the monster, summoning lightning bolts to converge together. In just a moment, Berry's hair changed from black to white, and his eyes began to glow. Berry draws her twin swords, and the man who was just badly wounded by the monster is immediately enveloped in a golden light. The girl beside her gradually calmed down and stood up, seeing a giant figure channeling power into the hero. At this moment, others also began to appear, and Elder looked down below before speaking. "I can see the thing that has forever vanished from these fleeting lives, a fragile hope." Standing before him now is Lidberry, along with the legendary heroes of a bygone era. Lidberry then raises his sword, his deep gaze fixed on the monster. "We're saved. The heroes of the Great Flood have arrived. It's been a long time since we fought side by side, hasn't it? About 20 years now." The sword-bearer beside him nodded and said, "Indeed, many memories come flooding back." The group of heroes, as they prepared to attack, said in unison, "Finally, after all these years, we can loosen up and stretch." As soon as he finished speaking, they all rushed forward together to attack the monster. It immediately cast its dark magic to repel them and shouted, "A bunch of flies teaming up." At this moment, a bluish light streak with sparks of electricity strikes towards Arch-Elder Berry. He rushes forward, his body crackling with electricity, punching the monster. Immediately, the monster dodged and then seized him. Arch-Elder brought Lidberry in front of himself, opening its mouth to form a sphere of power. Elberry watched in shock, unable to resist, as a burst of golden energy struck the monster right on its head. Minchun, he uses his sword to pierce through the Arch-Elder's skull and immediately releases Elberry. Elberry saw him take the opportunity and gather momentum to deliver continuous, powerful strikes at the monster. A stream of blue water-like energy also strikes directly. The person on the tall building sticks out their head, looks at Elberry and Minchun, and laughs loudly, then says, "How do you like that?" On the other side, seeing that Elder was unaffected, this person spoke up. "My artillery shell hit his head, and he still wasn't hurt." Library clenched his teeth and stared at the monster in front of him, thinking that it's not that he's not injured. He just recovered the damaged parts of his body in a short time. A man in a shirt, holding his injured arm, approached. Immediately, he was enveloped by a golden power. An old generation hero, she was trying to heal everyone. As she unleashed her power, she said, "Stay strong, everyone." The monster now held a pitch-black sphere of energy in its hand. It looked at the heroes and said, "Divine power is troublesome." Immediately, Arch-Elder unleashed his dark power. The entire sky is now covered in a dark crimson hue. The hero wielding the staff, still channeling his power, says, "Everyone quickly gather around me." At this moment, the Elder only uttered two words: destruction. After saying that, he used his power to attack the heroes. A massive red energy burst is unleashed. The hero below is desperately resisting. She poured all her strength into the staff to unleash her power, reaching her limit, and at this moment she coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing the staff in her hand to shatter into pieces. Everyone was immediately thrown back by the monster's power. Elberry now knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, blood pouring from his mouth onto the ground. At this moment, Sejun's voice echoed in his ear, saying, "If we can't find it, we will all die." Luri suddenly froze for a moment, looking at his fallen friends on the ground, thinking to himself, "We should have searched more thoroughly, we should have trusted him," and conducted a more rigorous investigation as Elder hovered in the sky, deploying black holes from which long, stick-like objects emerged. He raised both hands and said, "I will let you insects witness the moment of the apocalypse." The monster finished speaking and immediately launched long spears towards him. Minchun looked up and saw the monster charging, but it was too late to react. At this moment, Seon appears here again, wielding her sword to cut down the spears controlled by the monster. Minchun saw his granddaughter and was extremely worried for her, exclaiming, "Why are you here?" Seon, with a sharp gaze, just finished dealing with the threat, and the danger in front of her let out a sigh of relief. Minchun looked at his granddaughter, and at this moment he still shouted loudly, "This is not a 10 or 15-star monster you can joke around with. You can't fight it back, can you?" The grandfather looked at his granddaughter and shouted loudly as he ran. Seon knew that her grandfather was worried about her. Only then did she speak up. "Even you, my granddaughter." She glanced at her grandfather and continued speaking. "You are also a professional hunter now." Minchun was a bit stunned to hear his daughter say that. After saying that, Yoon immediately charged forward. Minchun, seeing his granddaughter has grown up, then spoke to his sword. The sword saint were running out of time. "No, perhaps my era has long passed." At this moment, Soon, Minyonin, Swayon, and Hyun charged together to attack the monster. The four of them coordinated very well. Sun then jumps up and delivers a powerful slash towards the monster. Elder saw her rushing forward, clapped his hands, and said, "Struggling is useless." Immediately, a rope appeared out of nowhere and bound her. She keeps struggling, radiating a source of power, only making sounds of pain. At that moment, Minchun charged forward and struck, breaking all the spears controlled by the monster. He stepped in front of his niece and roughly pushed her aside, saying, "Who does she take after with such stubbornness?" At that moment, a helicopter appeared in the sky above. "Is it okay to broadcast live like this?" The person next to him immediately responded, "Everyone in the world is watching. It's been decades since the heroes of the Great Flood fought together like this. But if we attack the man in the vest holding the microphone, we must emphasize that if we cannot stop the Demon King here, humanity will be doomed." On the other side, after being freed, Sel and her grandfather rushed towards her, unleashing powerful strikes at the monster. As Elder saw the situation, he glanced at the thoughts running through his mind, which were not good at all. He then looked down at Selen's team. Inside his mind, he kept thinking these insects, lowly creatures full of hope, and now someone was giving orders for everyone to hold on, absolutely not giving him a chance to use his power. Seeing the people trying to fight against him, Archelder thought to himself, they are no longer writhing in fear and despair. Even knowing all efforts are futile, they keep fighting. He doesn't like this, he's not happy at all, and even feels annoyed. His eyes are filled with anger and fury. The Elder is furious, transforming into a giant skull above the sky before roaring and kneeling down. The group of Water Hero Guild members was stunned and shouted out. Elberry was speechless, only humming 2 words in her mind. At this moment, Archelder gathered his power into a dark sphere in his hand. He immediately swung his hand and threw his dark energy sphere at the heroes. At this moment, Seon also knelt on the ground, her head buzzing with some words, and she reached up to touch her forehead. Hyun stared blankly, her eyes like those of a soulless person. Hyun wrapped her arms around herself. Elder then stepped in front of her, looked down at Seo Yoon, and asked, "Is that you?" He reached out his hand towards Hyun and continued, "The symbol of hope rises in the darkness." Seon is now sitting on the ground, one hand holding her bleeding, injured arm. At that moment, Sword Saint Min Chun rushes over, radiating a bright yellow light and crackling with lightning. He rushed forward, shouting loudly, then suddenly lifted Seo Yoon into the air with one hand, her whole body trembling uncontrollably as she screamed. He glanced at Min Chun before unleashing a blast of power. He then shouted loudly, "Get out of here!" The piercing scream of Arch-Elder immediately echoed through the space. Everyone heard his scream and cried out desperately. Elder then let go of Cell, and in his mind, hope had turned back into despair. "A feeling of despair is closing in on me." Hoon is wrapped in the Elder's strands of power, her mouth constantly muttering something. "No, Hyuk." The Arch-Elder now wears a strange smile. He looked down at Hun and said, "Now it's much better." Then, his dark power enveloped Soon's face, making her scream in fear. At that moment, a voice rang out, telling him to put that dirty hand away, as a lightning bolt struck down from above, illuminating the sky with a fierce crack as it hit where the Arch-Elder was standing. He immediately sensed it and turned his head sharply, glaring into the distance as blue lightning continued to strike down, causing thunderous roars. One of Elder's arms was instantly struck by lightning and disappeared. He raised his arm to look, still with residual lightning on it. As Elder extended his hand and looked at him, he simply remained silent. It was Sejin who had saved Sel Yun from the monster. As Elder turns to look at Selen's back, he sees him slowly lowering Sel Yun to the ground. He relaxed his hand and said to Seun, "Endless despair blossoming from great hope." He stared and continued, "Come here, with your divine power. The end will be completed, and you will not survive." Before he could finish speaking, Sejun swung his sword and pierced through him with his blue light power. As Elder was about to react, he froze, his body slowly disappearing after being pierced. Sejun, after unleashing his strength and piercing the monster, the system now displays that the survival progress is at 28.7%. Sword Saint Minchin hurriedly runs over, shouting loudly for Salen, Sun, who is kneeling on the ground healing her. Seeing how worried Mr. Minchun was, she told him, "She's still alive." Minchun looked at his granddaughter lying unconscious on the ground, not knowing what to say, only clenching his fists tightly. Knowing his granddaughter was safe, he looked up at the sky above. At this moment, two powerful energies clashed, one from Archelder and the other from Seljun. Both streams of power are wildly clashing as Archelder gathers his strength into a sphere in his hand. The system now displays the endurance progress at 28.7%. As he charges forward with his spear, he licks his lips, thinking to himself that he indeed cannot land the perfect strike. At this moment, Sejun circles around the Archelder. In his mind, to use the power of Longuinus perfectly, he needs to raise the endurance progress to 30%. Thinking this way, Sejun charged forward and wildly unleashed lightning-fast attacks at the Archelder. Your system also keeps notifying you the perseverance progress lesson is now at 0.2%, 28.9%. The endurance training progress is at 0.1%, 29%, as he continuously fights back against Sejun's attacks. In Archelder's mind, he thought his strength was impressive, but human endurance has its limits. At this moment, Selen's system displayed a notification. The lesson persists at 0.4, 29.5%. The lesson persists at 0.1, 29.6%. As the Elder thinks to himself, I can still win. Thinking that way, two glowing yellow X marks appeared in his eyes. He immediately opened his mouth and shouted, "Stop." Immediately, Seun was affected by his shout, and his movement suddenly froze in midair. The Elder extended his magical arm toward Jun, intending to catch him, and said, "I know what you're about to do." Sejun saw him reaching out and tried to escape from the monster's control. He turned to glare at him. Instantly, his divine eye was activated. Immediately, Seun swung the spear in his hand and unleashed a lightning strike that shattered the space, then said, "It seems you're delusional." Seeing him like that, the Elder was also extremely shocked and thought to himself, "He broke my spell." Before he could react, Sejun unleashed a lightning bolt that tore through the space. You told Archelder that time is not an advantage for either of us. After being hit by Seun's attack, Archelder could only remain motionless. His skull was now cracked at one corner, and lightning was surrounding Jun entirely. The remaining process until exhaustion reaches 0.1%, and seeing how strong you are, the Archelder couldn't react in time and could only silently observe. After a moment, he spread his arms and made some sounds before releasing a cloud of black smoke into the space. Sejun saw the smoke approaching and raised his hand to shield himself, wondering if it was mist. Sejun immediately charged at him, thinking to himself that he was trying to run away again like last time. Sejun shouted to the Elder, "Do you think I will let you go?" Seeing that you didn't hesitate to rush forward, the Archelder laughed loudly throughout the space, and at that moment, Sejun suddenly froze. He immediately swung his hand to strike with great force, attacking Sejun. He was immediately knocked back and, after being hit by his attack, soon raised his hand to hold his bleeding wound. His mouth coughs up a mouthful of blood. Sejun immediately thinks to himself, "I was wrong. I thought I had reached a level of endurance in the previous fight with Elder Lich. Even if it's the same 0.1 seconds, it's not the same. What is needed to reach a specialized level is not the learning process, but rather the student's own understanding and absorption of the principles." Right now, Sejun is sitting on the ground. Archelder raises his staff high above his head. Sejun is still blaming himself silently, realizing it was a critical miscalculation on his part. Archelder looked at him with a terrifying gaze and said, "It's over." Trapped by his overwhelming power, Sejun couldn't struggle. He looked at him and wondered if he should try the second form. No, the second form is too unstable. In your eyes, the dark power of the Archelder is rushing towards you. You can't stop thinking, even if it means risking your life. There's no other way but to use the first form to annihilate. At this moment, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Snap out of it. The fool is Min Chun, who ran over to pull Sejun away from the monster's attack. Seeing him as the Sword Saint, Sejun looked at him and called out, "Sword Saint, no matter if you call my name or not, you're still carrying Sejun on your shoulder." At this moment, Liddery and everyone below were quickly setting up the formation. He orders the heroes to shoot him down. Immediately, beams of light attack the monster. The power of the heroes clashes with the dark energy. Minchun, the Sword Saint, throws Sejun to the ground and he cries out. Minchun, after leaving you behind, flew into the air and didn't forget to tell you to go recover. Wait a moment. At this moment, a hero steps forward to help Seun. The other heroes are working together to counter the power of the Demon Elder. Everyone stay united and hold your ground. Don't give him a chance to breathe. Attack now. After some treatment, Seun spoke again. I'm fine now. He stood up and walked away, calling out to Seylan as he went. He walks away while glancing back at Seylan lying unconscious on the ground. At that moment, Yoon starts crying, her mouth calling out, "Please don't go anywhere. Don't leave me behind." Sun now heard Seylan's call. He just stood there silently, thinking. After making a foolish decision, he made another foolish decision again. The answer hasn't been decided yet, and Seyun's voice continues to ring out now. I already told you before. Sejun was thinking to himself that he knew the answer from the very beginning. He turned around, smiled brightly, and said to Seylan, "I won't go anywhere without you, son." Sejun is still thinking to himself now. He knew all along. Elder Lich cannot be killed just by physical strength. Sejun recalls Merlin once told him that learning is a wonderful thing. However, when it becomes a habit, it will prevent us from expressing ourselves and cause us to follow in others' footsteps. Is that learning or imitation? Remember, Merlin said while stroking his beard, learning is not just to know, but also to find your own path. Remembering this, Sewon thought to himself that he couldn't use the heavenly star-flowing spear like the great saint. He watched everyone fighting Elder inside, thinking, but he knew he could use it in his own way. Archelder swings his staff to unleash dark power at the heroes. He shouts loudly, "Get out of here, you bugs!" Immediately, some heroes fell under the power of this monster. At that moment, Elder saw something in front of him and froze in place. Sejun, holding his spear, stands before him, wielding his weapon to unleash his power, and suddenly a purple light appears. Sejun looks at Elder with a fiery gaze, as if driven by a will to destroy him. As Elder saw Sejun's body engulfed in such power, he trembled, thinking he had to run now, no matter what, to survive. Sejun is holding his spear, and black smoke is rising from his body. He is concentrating, but strangely, he wonders if he still has the long-end spear in his hand. Typically, at the highest level of spear mastery, the spear becomes like a person, and a person like a spear. Sejun's spear has invisibly grown huge and is stabbing straight at the Archelder, who seems to be frozen in place. Archelder's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "This is in the eyes of the Archelder containing the crystal with the gem inside. How can you?" The dark gem inside the crystal is watched through the eyes of the Archelder as Sejun wields his spear, piercing through all obstacles in his path. This move is called the Spear of Unity. Sejun's spear pierces through his head, shattering his skull. At this moment, the Archelder suddenly roared, "I am the ancient demon and supreme existence as the necromancer Elder Lich. I am the apocalypse, eternal death." As he spoke, he manipulated dark magical iron chains to wrap around Sejun, causing him to startle involuntarily. He controls the sharp iron chains that pierce straight toward Sejun, angrily saying, "I will kill you." Sujon stands on the ground, seeing this terrifying scene. She calls out to Sejun loudly. Minu stands below, looking up and muttering to himself, "What's going on?" Swan crossed her arms and said that the ultimate magic is death. That damn bastard wants to drag Sejun down with him. At this critical moment, Sword Saint Min Chun jumps out and stands in front of Sejun. He swung his sword at the iron chains, while in his mind, Sword Saint Min Chun was thinking that the only way to resolve the annihilation magic was to die. However, if someone sacrifices themselves for him before the soul is connected, he didn't look back and only said to Seun, "You owe me a life." Then he charged toward the Archelder. Before he left, he still reminded Sejun to take good care of Seun for him. The chain of the Archelder immediately wrapped around Minchun's body, trying to catch him, while his mind was still thinking about Sejun. Did he really have to endure this pain alone? I remember my niece smiling, and then I thought if he died, Yoon would be very sad. He closed his eyes and sighed as if accepting death. Just then, someone's hand reached out again. "It's Sejun." He rushed forward to pull the Sword Saint back, and seeing him, I was a bit surprised. I looked at Sejun, clenched my teeth, and asked, "What's going on?" Sejun now speaks to him, saying, "If something happens to you, Sejun will be very sad. Besides, debts should only be settled with money, not lives." Sejun just smiled mischievously at him while holding up two fingers, and at that moment, the Archelder's chains wrapped around him. Seeing Sun being wrapped in dark chains, Minchun reached out towards him and shouted, "You fool." Now in a dark space, Sejun squints at something when the voice of Archelder echoes, "How foolish. Do you think you can escape from me? This is the domain of death. Even if you awaken that power, you will never leave here. Now that we're at this point, why don't we have a little chat before one of us goes?" As soon as he finished speaking, Seun sat down heavily and excitedly said, "I have a few questions I want to ask you." Since Elder has never met anyone like this before, a question mark appeared in his mind. Elder then spoke to him again. "Don't ask me how to get out of here, it's useless," Sejun immediately responded. I just want to tell one last story. We both are already destined to die, so you don't need to be so cautious around me. You took that heart from where? I don't know either, Sejun asked back with a slightly cautious look. You don't know, Elder. Only now does he tell Sejun that I exist because I survived thanks to this heart, so I don't know anything about it. So you were born from the distortion within that heart, is that right? Exactly. Sejun looked at the monster before him and then muttered, Why didn't you say that from the beginning? Regarding that, the heart won't be destroyed after you die, right? Archelder honestly replied, It won't be destroyed, it will most likely return to its source of vitality. So where exactly is its source of energy? I've searched everywhere I could. As Elder heard that, he also told him that it was a place with land and mountains in shades of brown and gold, called the Grand Canyon Mountain Range. Sejun was a bit startled and said, I've looked everywhere, but there's nothing there. Archelder, hearing this, immediately explained the reason. A barrier was created by the magic of that heart. Sejun took a deep breath and said, I understand now. That's a relief. What do you mean by feeling relieved? Elder asked, seeing you stand up and saying, What do you want to do? At this moment, Sejun stands up, spins his spear, and tells you not to worry. He's about to die. He smirks and then continues, saying that only death can get him out of here, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Sejun gathered his strength, releasing a powerful surge of blue light. He immediately unleashed the first lightning bolt. If the first 3 moments of the shooting star divine spear encompass the meaning of Quach Khan's thrust, then from the 3rd to the 6th moment, they all conceal the power of the gods. Sejun charges forward, golden lightning bolts also appear. He is now using the power of the Thunder God, the 4th move, the Thunder God's Spear Strike. Both of Sejun's eyes are now shining brightly. This is called the power of the Fire Dragon. The spear immediately releases a great surge of power, known as the 5th, the Heavenly Fire Dragon. Seon is still wielding his spear, unleashing his power. This time his strength is purple, the power of the Dark Spirit. Fury 6, demonic sound of destruction. At this moment, sparks of electricity flicker in his eyes. Seon looked at him with a hostile gaze and activated the second awakening. Luminous meteor, a divine anomaly. Seon swung his spear in a straight beam of light. At that moment, he wavered again. He could no longer wield his spear. Seeing this scene, he could only watch in silence. Seeing Seon lying unconscious on the ground, the Archelder approached him, looked, and said, He's dead. He looked at Seon from behind and continued to speak to himself. Is that his final struggle? As he finished speaking, the body of the Archelder disintegrated into dust. The last thing he said before vanishing completely seemed to suggest that the Demon King was not himself, but rather him. The observer appears again and sees Sejun raising his hand in a V shape to his forehead, licking his lips playfully, striking a pose and winking, prompting the observer to comment on his behavior. Really? This crazy guy. The skeleton of the Archelder disintegrates into dust into space. The city is now just a pile of ruins and debris. Everyone is panicking. The extinction magic has been destroyed. Hurry and find him. Sejun is unconscious on the ground right now. Minzu and Suran quickly ran toward him, with Minzu shouting loudly for the captain. The two of them, witnessing this scene live on television, could only stand there speechless. The helicopter was still flying in the sky. Everyone below was saddened to see Jun like that, and Mindu was crying desperately. He holds Sejun in his arms and cries loudly, No. Why did you open your eyes? Captain Suan saw this and couldn't hold back her tears, biting her lip as she called out. Sejun shifts to the other side, scratching his head awkwardly. He then asks, Mr. Observer, I haven't died, right? Wait, he said I had to die to get out, so that means I am dead. So I am dead, but not dead. So what does that mean? Hearing the observer say that, Sin happily laughed and said to him, I knew it was successful, I wasn't so sure. He wondered in his mind how this crazy guy managed to come back here. I remembered the images of Jun fighting Elder, and in my mind I thought, of course, I witnessed the entire process from when the LCK Elder was born until it was destroyed. However, at the final moment, inside the absolute realm of the extinct magic he created, he couldn't observe anything. At this point, Soon spoke again, breaking the lingering thoughts in the observer's mind. You told him that you haven't forgotten your promise, right? You said you would give me a free gift card when I come back here. Hearing Seon's unreasonable demand, the observer raised both hands and replied with a puzzled tone that was hard to understand. That was when I called him back. Sejun hears that and he immediately raises his hand in a slightly annoyed protest. You can't back out now. I clearly mentioned that back then. Are you planning to back out of that deal? The observer. Hearing Jun say that, the observer immediately raised his finger in annoyance and said, What? Let me check the karma file and you'll see who I am. The scene immediately replayed. At that moment, Sejun told him, If I return to this boundary space, please give me a free gift card every time. Seeing how bothersome it was, the observer immediately agreed. All right, I get it, just get lost quickly. After reviewing it, the observer only raised his hand to block, not understanding why he said that at the time. After watching, Seun was extremely annoyed and started causing a scene. See? I'm right, aren't I? So just give it to me quickly. The observer listened to what you said and could only curse inwardly. Damn it, I can't cancel the agreement. At this point, the man helplessly told Sejun, I understand, let's go. As he walked away, he continued to ask Sejun, more importantly, I have something I need to ask. Exactly how did you come back here? Sejun raised both hands and calmly replied to him, Is it really important how I came back? I put my hand on my neck, bowed my head, and shyly said, The observer, hearing this, is deeply troubled inside, thinking that it is extremely important, more important than anything in the universe. Nothing that happens there is recorded. That means he can come back here by repeating those actions again. You must stop him at all costs. Thinking that way, he reached out and said, If you tell me, I will give you a free gift card. When Jun heard him say that, he immediately responded, but it was very complicated to explain. The observer listened to what you said, then placed his hand on his chest and softly said to you, It's okay. I'm ready to listen. Take your time. Why are you trembling as if you've caught a weak spot, and raising a finger with a look of trying to take advantage? You ask if I tell you, can you get an extra free voucher? The observer thought to himself, furious inside. This bastard has figured it out. The observer has to change tactics. He turns to Jun and says, Forget the gift voucher. What do you think of the items from the superior store that don't accumulate karma like last time? When Jun heard that, he hesitated for a moment, then sighed and replied, That's what the observer saw, so he raised the price with, Say Jun, I'll give you 15 of them. Hearing that, his eyes lit up. He clenched his fists and cheered, Right? But at this moment, Seun suddenly changed his mind. He crossed his arms, looked at the observer and said, Forget it. Just give me one ticket. That's enough for me to take that and leave. The observer didn't expect you to turn so quickly. Sao looked away nervously, licking his lips as he thought to himself that he almost got caught. The benefits in the boundary space are not just the ticket, but also an emergency ambulance that takes you to the other world. Besides the ticket you receive, there's also an emergency rescue pass. Sojun thought. He immediately put on a flattering face and begged with his hands out. If you give me a ticket, I will obediently leave. The observer didn't look back at him, only replying, All right. Immediately afterward, he reached out and shouted at Seun, I won't give you anything until you tell me how you got here. Seeing him like that, Seojun also threw himself down and pouted. All right. Seeing the observer remain silent, Sejun shouted loudly, I really won't do it. No, I can't do it. Seeing your reaction, the observer said, Then don't do it. I won't let you go until you speak. Sejun then shouted, I don't fear that I have my own plan. The observer simply responded calmly. Then you can do as you wish. Cutting to a scene, after some time, the observer is casting circles of formation, muttering to himself, I should have done this sooner. The observer sighs and thinks to himself that 3 weeks have passed in that bastard space on Earth, a void where only pure white light exists. The mental strength of an ordinary person cannot withstand this infinite silence. Even if he endures until now, he will soon ask to be released. There is still time before the next destruction, so he will ultimately win. Right now, Sejun is lying relaxed in the space. He kept pacing in frustration, unable to bear it any longer, and Sejun suddenly sat up. He looks quite tall. At this moment, Sejun stands up holding his spear, waving his hand and saying, Observer, are you there? The observer, watching, thought he had given up. I should take this opportunity to fix his habit of thinking no one responds to him, Sejun muttered as he swung his spear. Aren't you there? Does the observer know what you're planning to do? He was momentarily stunned, then Sejun swung his spear wildly. Are you excitedly calling out, Is the observer there or not? Are you there or not? Seeing Sejun causing such a fuss, the fake observer crossed his arms and muttered a curse. That crazy guy. I can't stand Seun causing trouble like this anymore. The observer immediately went to your side, and, upon seeing you, angrily said, Come on, stop it. I will give you 2 tickets. Stop now. So, you are there. If I tell you how I got here, it means I am giving up the emergency gift voucher, right? The emergency includes the 2 gift vouchers and 10 items from the superstore. What do you think? Observer can't stand anymore. And then he raised both hands to argue with Sejun, saying it's nonsense. 2 vouchers are not better than Jun. Hearing that, Jun immediately questioned, My network error is only that much. At this moment, the observer told Jun that what is not allowed is not allowed. If you don't like it, stay here forever. Hearing that, you shouted, You're threatening me again. The observer then spoke again, using a supernatural ban spell. The observer was startled and shouted loudly, These crazy people, I won't wait anymore, but the fruit used for that super technique must be very large. Saojun stood there in confusion and said, I used the gift voucher you gave me, sir. At this moment, the observation dummy raised his hand, adjusting something that made clicking sounds. At this moment, Sejun spoke up again. Sir, you see the observer adjusting the magic circles. May I ask a few questions while waiting for the karma file? The observer sneered at him and said, Even if I say no, you'll just chat anyway, so go ahead and ask. The creature trying to destroy my space-time dimension, why isn't it acting if that's what it wants? The control of karma is beyond that. It cannot be. Sejun, holding his spear close to his chest with a contemplative look, then said, That's also why he tried to kill me. The observer remained silent upon hearing this, and Sejun then asked again, Why was it trying to destroy the space-time tide? He sighed and closed his eyes to think. Is he not willing to answer this either? As he thought this, the observer suddenly spoke up. I do not know the details. Sejun heard that and immediately opened his eyes. Sejun looked at the observer with a puzzled expression, thinking to himself that it's not that he doesn't know, but rather that he doesn't know the details. As expected, the observer knows, but is hiding it. While Sejun was still thinking, a notification sound suddenly caught his attention. The system notification now appears. Atlas lecture progress increased by 5.7% to 47.4%. The Atlas lecture progress increased by 2.4% to 49.8%, then by 3.9% to 53.7%. Sejun saw the lecture progress suddenly spike and wondered to himself why the Atlas lecture progress had suddenly increased. He took out his phone, looked at it, and asked the observer, So what state am I in here in reality? The observer responds to your question, telling you that all beings here transcend the law of cause and effect. Simply put, your body's time has stopped. Sejun frowned and thought for a moment. So, there's no reason for the growth process to continue, right? The Lich Elder has also been dealt with. Wait, Elder Lich, my heart is racing. Please return me quickly. The observer immediately responded to your request. Sun, hearing this, hurriedly said, I won't ask for the reward card even if I return with supernatural powers and strange phenomena, so please send me back now. The observer then raised a finger to point at him and said, I will keep your belongings. Be careful with the observer. Sejun at this moment hears someone's voice echoing in his ear, and he's a bit puzzled inside. Sejun thinks, What is this? Whose voice is that? The voice of the person suddenly echoes in Sejun's ear. When the time to choose comes, as he finishes speaking, the flames suddenly flare up. Sejun turns back at this moment, his entire body burning fiercely with fire. Sejun exclaimed, Fire! His phone kept ringing with notifications. At this moment, Sejun is trapped inside a sealed coffin burning with fire, and he loudly declares that this is the reason for the improvement process. The system now sends a notification to you. The Atlas lecture task is to withstand 1,000 degrees Celsius for 10 minutes using your entire body. The coffin suddenly exploded, and Sejun jumped out. He is now wearing a suit and jumping into the air. Sejun looks down below. Everyone in the hero organization and your team are here. Seeing Sejun break the coffin and jump out like that, everyone was stunned. Especially when Sejun saw him, she immediately stopped crying and called out, Sejun, Sejun. Sejun is in the sky and is speaking to everyone now. Everyone, I'm sorry, but I have urgent business to attend to. I'll be back soon. The crowd, unable to believe their ears, shouted in horror. Cut to the ground below, Suryan was stunned, raising her hands to the sky as if surrendering. See, I told you so. That's the power of money. Everything we've invested over the past 3 weeks has already paid off. Park Min-chun, the sword saint, is sitting on the stone floor looking exhausted as he raises his hand and says, We were handling everything when an explosion occurred. He said he had an urgent matter to take care of before disappearing. Perun, the dream team member, shouted loudly into the big camera. Shun, are you watching? Are you coming back right now? Come back immediately and see how I deal with you. I really did it, and Lee Min-noon is the dream team. Right now, you're holding Seon tightly, looking panicked as you say, I don't know what happened, but come back immediately. If you don't want to die, don't stay away. Seon has now arrived somewhere, and, seeing nothing around, mutters to himself, Not here. You're looking for something outside the city walls. Sejun just left and said, I've been searching for hours but still can't find it. Just then, a large round ball rolled down behind him not far away. Seon rubbed his head and looked serious. You think just knowing that is enough? Have you confirmed its location, or has it already been taken? You need to be sure it's really here first. Sejun is now holding something in his hand, still wondering whether he should try the method he used when he found Saint Y here. Thinking of that, Seon immediately throws the object in his hand forward. The magic staff, now freed, asked, What do you want me to do? Sejun immediately reached out and replied, Find that heart. Sejun is now using body language to describe it. Sejun says, If you sense the source of the magic, lead me to it. The staff nodded repeatedly at his words and immediately charged straight at Seon. Luckily, he tilted his body to dodge and shouted loudly, "You didn't find this crazy guy in my heart?" After struggling for a while, the staff also got swollen at one corner. Sejun took out his phone, scratching his head as he said, "Anyway, it's not your fault, it's my fault for not finding him." Sejun then browsed the system on his phone, but everything was blank and he had to wonder, could there really be nothing useful in the superstore? At that moment, something suddenly caught Seon's eye, and a white roll of paper appeared. This scroll is called Tracking Cover, Seller. The clown has a stitched mouth. At this moment, the system explains that the scroll's name is Tracking Talisman, which can help you locate your target by considering the concept and shape of the target you want to find. Then you will know the exact location of the target. Of course, the higher the level of the target, the more covers you will need. Even though using fewer items doesn't guarantee you'll find the target, it's still worth the money. Hearing this, Sun loudly said, "Tracking Talisman, I wish you had found it sooner." Sejun now raises the scroll of paper high, his face full of satisfaction. Seun then immediately tore the magic paper he just received in half, muttering as he tore it, "After all, it's an item from the superior shop, it can't be underestimated." Sejun finished tearing the paper, but still nothing happened. He seemed frozen in place, and Seun muttered to himself, "What is this?" With no effect at all, Sejun, holding the glowing paper in one hand, looked at it carefully before speaking. According to the seller, the number of papers used also depends on the target's level. At this moment, the system also displayed a box to buy more. Immediately, Sun bought a lot of skill papers but didn't react at all. Just then, the mentor appeared again and said to Sejun, "You've been fooled." "What do you mean?" "I bought it from the superstore." The mentor then asked, "Was the seller the clown with the sewn mouth?" "That's the nickname of Master Luo Qi. It seems he's just playing a prank on his cadets. Sometimes when he's bored, he does that." Although he had been reprimanded by the principal several times, he still couldn't be stopped. Hearing this, Sejun raised his hands to his head and nodded silently, not knowing what else to say. Sejun immediately asked the mentor, "So do I get compensation?" Hearing that, the mentor, floating in midair, responded, "I will talk to the principal, but I doubt there will be any compensation." Sejun, just as he seemed to regain hope upon hearing this, felt as if a bolt of lightning struck him. Sejun stood frozen in place. In his mind, he wondered why he was facing this after buying items with karma from the superstore. A near-death battle with Elder Lich and a long fight with the Observer. Sejun was trembling with anger, only managing a faint smile as he thought to himself that he couldn't let go of the loot he had accumulated over so long. Mentor, seeing his dejected state, smiled and reached out to comfort him. "Kim Sejun, don't be sad." Hearing that, Sejun became even angrier, veins bulging and his pupils constricting uncontrollably. "What?" Seeing you like this, Mentor also hesitated, not knowing what to say. Sejun then asked Advisor Mentor, "Loki also has a special class, right?" Mentor heard your question and couldn't hide it, so he answered honestly, "Yes, but," asked what you wanted to do. Sejun, hearing Mentor ask that, calmly responded by calling him over. Hearing this, Mentor then told him that because it was a special class, it would consume karma equivalent to Master Taetian Dai Than's class. If you convert it at your exchange rate, it would be 5 trillion per hour. Do you want more? Sejun, upon hearing this, immediately closed his eyes and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, I've been short on money lately." At this moment, Sejun opened his phone and immediately saw a notification with a lot of numbers in his account balance. He was a bit surprised to see it. Sejun wondered to himself, where did they get this money from? What were they doing while I was dying? Jun immediately turned on his device to check. Footage from his team's heroes had been updated. Sejun thought to himself, whatever. New knowledge is the most important. With that in mind, he turned to the mentor and said, "Advisor, I accept. Call Loki here now." Immediately, Sejun's phone screen displayed a notification that you will understand the confusion by experiencing it yourself. Seeing that, Cautran True pressed on the screen and Loki immediately appeared in front of Seun. He looked unfriendly, his expression clear on his face, and he spoke as soon as he appeared. What's going on? Sejun looked at the person in front of him now, feeling not much happier, thinking to himself that this bastard, he knew the reason why his name was the clown with his mouth sewn shut. Sun then directly went straight to the point and asked him, "Why did you do this to me?" "What?" Loki immediately pointed at Seun and said happily, "You are the fool I just tricked. I didn't force you to buy, it's just that you didn't check carefully." "You idiot," Seun heard him say that, and his face immediately darkened. Loki was dancing happily in front of Seun, smiling as he said, "And I also spent a lot of money to hire me to come here. I won't just stand still and let you hit me. What can you do now? Is there anything else you want to say? Be more careful next time." After saying that, he immediately turned and walked away. He even waved goodbye as he left. Mentor, seeing his arrogance, was stunned and said, "Hey, you're just going to leave like that. The class isn't over yet." Loki, upon hearing that, straightforwardly replied, "Don't you see the class title? You will understand the confusion when you experience it yourself. It means I have taught everything I know." Sejun, hearing him say that, just smirked and said, "Of course, if you want to go, just go." Master Mentor, unable to believe his ears, stammered. But in the very next moment, Sejun threatened Loki, saying, "I will meet Odin." Hearing this, Loki stopped without turning his head and asked, "What for?" Sejun shrugged and replied, "I have a few things to discuss with him, including something about you." Loki smiled excitedly and said to him, "I know something very interesting." Mentor, standing in front of me, broke out in a cold sweat and asked, "What's so interesting?" Sejun immediately shouted, "Do you know the real reason why Ban died?" Loki, hearing this, glanced at Mentor and then spoke. "Ban is Odin's son, and everyone says he died in an accident." When Saojun heard that, he immediately shook his head repeatedly and said, "No, that's not true." The narration now reveals that the underground world's witch predicted his death. His mother, Ba Freak, has made all creatures swear not to harm him. The only exception was the mistletoe, because she thought it was too weak to harm her son. When Ban was declared invulnerable, the gods, seeking entertainment, used everything to attack him. While everyone was enjoying the game, Ho, a blind man, also joined in. Someone handed him a weapon made from mistletoe and said, "You want to play too, right? Here, take this. I made it especially for you." Ho happily threw it away, and it really ended up killing Ban. Thinking of this, Seon licked his lips quietly, secretly thinking that the parasitic plant was that sword. Sejun then spoke again. "Did you give him that weapon, Loki?" The reason is because he was jealous of Ban's brilliance. As he said this, he quickly covered his mouth, as if he had accidentally revealed something. Mentor was so shocked that he had to speak up. In the end, the murderer was Seun, who now turned his back and walked away, loudly pretending to be indifferent and saying, "Odin, furious over his child's death, immediately killed him. And if he found out that Loki was the mastermind behind this, what do you think would happen?" Sejun then smiled maliciously and continued, "Maybe he would tear him apart." Loki, upon hearing that, immediately turned around and called out, "Hey, Sejun!" Hearing his voice, you reached out and asked, "Are you not leaving yet? I see you're busy. Hurry up and go." Loki looked at you and said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Hearing that, Sejun's expression slightly exaggerated, and he immediately shouted, "Oh my God, threatening. How can you say that? I'm just telling the truth." Loki, crossing his arms and with a conciliatory expression, said, "I understand. I will return the money for the 10 items you bought." Sejun immediately reminded him, "Hey, you're undercounting." Right now, Sejun raised his hand again, pointing to his palm and saying, "The total for 15 items including emotional and time costs, and I haven't even counted the money I spent to call you here." Loki heard this, and as if he couldn't believe his ears, immediately shouted, "What? Why does Jun calmly reply when he sees him like that? Don't you want to?" Loki heard that, and he straightforwardly replied, "Of course not. Stop asking already." He immediately turned his head away and then continued speaking to Sejun. "I'll do whatever you want. I just need to hide a few times and he'll get angry right away." Seeing his determination, Sejun simply responded calmly, "There's no other way then." Loki just walked away, then rubbed his head and said, "Damn it, my head hurts again." Why did Sejun ask the mentor if Odin is still riding Sleipnir Nea right now? Loki suddenly froze upon hearing that, and Mentor, hearing Sejun's question, also brightened up and responded, "Yes, that's the famous horse of the Supreme Academy. Master Odin values that horse very highly." Loki's whole body was trembling like a leaf. He glanced secretly, thinking to himself, "Is he also watching Loki?" The mentor then asked the boy what he was trying to do. Sejun now wears a sly smile on his face and loudly speaks so that Mentor can hear him. Actually, Sleipnir was born. From just hearing that made Loki shout and challenge. The scene shifts. At this moment, Mentor appears looking extremely exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes. "I know you're quite mischievous, but I didn't expect it to be this bad." Master Loki. Over there, Loki is extremely angry, raising both hands to the sky in fury before speaking. "Don't even think about it, you bastards." Loki had no choice but to turn back and compromise with Seun. "All right, I accept. I will pay you 15 items. Hearing that, Seun shrugged and replied, "Do 3. Will 15 be enough? I want 15 items and Gungia." Seon then glared at him again, raised a finger with a smile, and said, "Yes, it's that Gungia of Lord Odin." Loki, hearing his demand, immediately argued back. "That's ridiculous." Sejun put his hands on his hips and said to him, "Aren't you and it close like brothers? I didn't take it without permission either. I just need you to persuade him to sell it to me." Loki heard that and straightforwardly replied, even if we are sworn brothers, it still wouldn't be possible. Do you know how much he cares for it? How can I convince him to sell it? Why do you ask me? That's your business. Seeing Sun act so insolently, Loki was stunned, his face turning pale. He reached out and touched a circle, then remained silent, opening the image of Seylan and muttering to himself. The actions of this bastard have shaken the entire space, the reality where the causality of multiple dimensions converges. The reason it happened is because the first super entity did something. He continues to watch Seilun's images, thinking to himself that he doesn't need to know his purpose or methods, because one thing he does know is that Kim Sejun's existence is a very great threat. His hand is also projecting an image of Sejun, and looking at it he says, I will let you run wild for a while until the right moment. After saying that, the observer clenched his fist tightly. At that moment, he suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Seeing everything start to turn upside down, the observer thought to himself, what's going on? Why is there suddenly such a large consumption of karma? The only being capable of doing this is thinking about it. The observer immediately gets angry and starts cursing. That bastard, what the hell is he actually doing? At this moment, the scene shifts to Seun, where Gunya appears before him. Sejun smiles and reaches out both hands to receive Gungia. The sacred relic has defeated the primordial giant Emiya and dismembered him to create this realm. Sejun holds it in his hand, raises it high, and says, this is the Thangumya. Sejun is now very happy, smiling proudly as he says Loki tried very hard, who said he cheated. He remembered how miserable Loki looked when he brought him the pitchfork and said, take it, you thief. Mentor, seeing Sejun like that, raised both hands in panic and said, a cadet possessing the master's super-grade weapon? The system also displayed a notification to Sun at this moment. Loki's class progress is 100%. You will understand the chaos when you experience it yourself. Master Loki, after completing the class, you received the S-level spell. Mentor, who was flying through the air, was speaking to Seylan. You truly are the craziest student at the Supreme Academy. Kim Sejun. Sejun, holding the Gungya with one hand, replied, you're exaggerating. There's still the Master Sun Wukong after all. Mentor immediately denied when he heard that. No, I'm serious. Seon is now extremely excited, secretly thinking that his previous attempt with the fake Gungnia failed, but with this genuine item, he believes he can find Burr's heart. Thinking quickly, Seon immediately threw the Gungnia into the sky and ordered, find Burr's heart for me. Upon receiving the command, Gungnia immediately flew everywhere to find clues for Seon. Seeing Gungnia fly so fast, Sejun was also a bit amazed. He thought to himself that it was too fast. If he was slow, he would lose track of it. Even the mentor would be panicked by Gungnia's speed. He spoke up. The rumors about you are already being whispered among everyone. At this moment, Gungnia once again soared straight into the sky. Gungnia emitted a red aura of power and sped rapidly forward. Seun, holding the mentor in his hand, desperately chased after Gungia, running and asking, why is it flying so fast? Sejun felt truly uneasy, thinking that if it kept flying like this, it would ruin its heart. Thinking of that, he quickly pulled out some weapon. Sejun suddenly threw the weapon in his hand and shouted, fly, follow your father. The Gungnia immediately responded to Seon. Okay. Now only a bright light remains shining in the sky as the Gungnia descends closer to the ground. It rushed toward the cave protected by a barrier of magic, and just then, Seun caught up with it. He swung the spear in his hand to strike the Gungnia and stop it. Sejun shouted loudly to stop. Finally, the Gungnia also stopped. Sejun sighed in relief and muttered, that was close. Sejun now shields his eyes and looks ahead excitedly, saying, almost destroyed the heart. Do you think about the image of the heart you've been searching for all this time? The enemy of my father. Just then, another Gungnia also landed. Seun saw it and immediately struck it with his sword to make it stop. He held it back and said, you're here too. Seeing the cave right in front of him, Saojun happily moved closer. He cheerfully exclaimed as he walked, then let's go get the stuff now. Gungnia saw him like that and silently cursed, that damn bastard. At this moment, a voice from someone keeps echoing, this advisor. Advisor. After calling out for a while, Sejun's mentor slowly opened his eyes, still not fully conscious. As soon as he woke up, the mentor immediately sat up in a panic and asked Sejun, where am I? Who am I? Sejun kneels on one knee beside him. Seeing that mentor is awake, he speaks up, you're awake now. Mentor saw that and immediately shouted, Kim Sejun, why did you suddenly kidnap me? I was in a hurry. Sejun held out a red gem in his hand and said to Mentor, look at this, it's more important. Mentor, unsure of what it is, asked Sejun confusedly, what is this? I feel a strange energy source. Sejun raises the sphere in his hand. He looked at it and said, this is the heart of the avocado I am looking for. I want to turn it into a potion. Can you call Dr. Huada here? Scene transition. At this point, Huato has been invited here. After hearing about it, he loudly said, "You're a bit too much." Sejun sat upright with his legs crossed on the ground and asked, "Is that the first thing you said to me after all this time?" Huato, hearing this, raised both hands in frustration and replied, "I had to work my ass off to refine the dragon heart for you. You even chased me away before telling me how you used the medicine." Sejun, hearing him say that, seemed to remember and awkwardly said, "Just remembered now. I don't want to chase you away. I had no choice back then." Huato, hearing you say that, seems to relax a bit. He crossed his arms and said, "Long heart is a very rare thing. Even for superhumans, it would be a valuable research material." Sejun heard him say that and immediately said, "I don't know how to express my gratitude." But before he could finish, Seun took out Bear's heart and held it out to Huato. Seeing that, he stammered and asked, "Where did you get it from?" Sejun happily told him, "I just found it. I was lucky." Seeing Bear's heart in Selin's hand, his eyes immediately sparkled with admiration, and he said, "This is the first time I've seen it in person." Huato, after examining Bazir's heart for a while, finally spoke to Seun, saying, "You can use the power of the dragon with it, although it's a bit weak, but you can use the dragon language." Sejun was a bit surprised and asked, "All of the dragon language too?" Sejun remembered the monsters he had defeated and thought to himself, "The spirit speech is a magic that allows words to interfere with the rules of the world. I never expected it could help me use the highest level of dragon language spirit speech." Mentor was also shocked and waved his hands wildly, his face turning pale as he exclaimed that a human could use the long language. "Oh my God, Sejun, are you going to become a monster instead of a superhero?" After some thought, Sejun looked at Huato and asked, "Can we start now?" Of course, it's been a long time since this old man felt so excited. At that moment, Huato seemed to realize something and opened his eyes to look. Seeing his expression, Sejun immediately brought the gem in front of him and asked, "Is there a problem?" Huato stroked his beard and replied, "More than just a problem." After a pause, he covered his mouth with his hand and said to Sejun, "Is this just a piece of the dragon heart? But how is that possible?" Sejun, hearing this, also broke out in a sweat and asked, "What do you mean?" Huato then directly told Jun that someone had deliberately shattered the dragon heart into many pieces. Hearing this, Sejun felt overwhelmed and didn't know what to say. It means the scene shifts to a forest where a man is also holding Boso's heart. The other man was lying on the ground, trembling all over, trying to lift his head, teeth clenched tight, enduring the pain to see Beer's heart. There must be two such wandering heart parts everywhere. The man holding Bo's heart in his hand. He wears a very smug smile before raising Beer's heart and eating it. The Dark Saint frantically shouted, "Jin Cheon, don't go crazy. That energy isn't something humans can control. It must be destroyed." He coldly interrupted, "I don't care." Hearing that, he paused for a moment. Jin Cheon calmly said, "I have lost everything. If I use it for revenge, this world will fall apart." The Dark Saint trembled all over, his eyes filled with horror. "No, Ryujin Chan." Despite him roaring, he decisively bit into the dragon heart, and in an instant, a powerful aura suddenly surged, blood and energy boiling, and a wild force continuously tore through Jinan's body. He cried out in pain, his frantic scream echoing through the space. Jinan stared in shock, his body stiffening in disbelief. The shadowy figure of the Celestial King appears, and as he speaks, the guiding gem in his hand begins to show cracks. He frowns in suspicion and asks, "Why me?" The King of Thandi speaks in a steady voice. "No one is more suitable than you." Jin Cheon hesitates for a moment before turning away. "I don't care. The madness you mentioned can probably destroy Kim Sejun, right?" He silently observes Jinyan before speaking slowly. Maybe, with that, his face was filled with murderous intent, but after all, that matter no longer mattered. Kim Seo trembled. "I wish I could drag you down into the abyss with me." At that moment, the last gem shattered. Black energy swallowed Janan's body, then merged back inside. He slowly bent down, Than de Vuong quietly observing, a contemptuous smile curling on Jin Cheon's lips, with a dangerous and eerie expression clearly on his face. A surprisingly healthy body, and the current amount of magic power is truly abundant. With this amount of magic power, I can cast a decisive spell, but I wonder if this body can withstand such immense strength. He said seriously, "You don't need to worry about that." Emperor Than slowly approached the unconscious Black Saint, gathering his strength as energy pooled in his hand. He moved his finger slightly, lifting his body effortlessly. He warned, "Your time is running out. Even though you have borrowed a body, fundamentally you still do not belong to this space. so those observing you will definitely try to eliminate you. So I will hand over the original mission phase to you, the final stage of the end of days. At the same time, elsewhere, Seon was still stunned. Why is this the only remaining fragment out of the 3? Really, I can't believe it, but it doesn't look like a piece at all. Hwato pondered. I still have my doubts, but it's probably about 80% it. This dragon's heart is perfect but incomplete. The separated part is the power it contains. He looked doubtfully at Long Tam in his hand. Is this only the overall power? He gently stroked his chin and said, but that makes the mission even more challenging. I think it's better to consult 2 more masters first. All right. At this moment, the mentor excitedly said, please leave that to me. A moment later, a man appeared. Pleased to meet you. I am Bien Thuok, a renowned doctor from the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. The person next to me also introduces himself, saying I am Paracelsus, an alchemist. Bien Thuok quickly approached Hwato, greeted him politely, and then asked if this was really a dragon's heart. He clenched the dragon core tightly in his hand, eager to refine it. Sejun sighed, so refining and alchemy are left to the masters, while I just listen to the lectures. Mentor poked his small head out. Oh, Kim Sejun, you must know that the current consumption of karma per hour is very high. He calmly replied, yes, I know, because each of Hwada's advanced courses costs 10 billion military coins per hour and we have 3 people, so it's about 30 billion, right? The boy shyly scratched his head and said, your courses with the Sea Ruler and Paracelsus are not just simple training in alchemy or ritual magic. They are special advanced courses. Hearing this, the spirit sense immediately felt uneasy. So the mischievous mentor winked. There are 3 of you, costing 1,000 billion per hour. Jun was stunned, his face suddenly turning pale while the kid kept talking non-stop. As for the dragon's tongue, since you've never used the language of magic before, you'll need to register for a special course. I've already selected a language course that is very suitable for you. Countless notifications appeared, one after another. A single word spoken could kill thousands or even an entire country. You teach J-men just thinking that is enough. The curse is the ultimate skill taught by Leviathanan. You can't activate the curse, it's okay. Thanlonghokduong.com. The teacher of the strange death god of Than Long. Mentor nodded enthusiastically. I suggest these options for you. One of the notifications caught your attention. You can't cast the curse. It's okay. Thanlonghokdo.com. The strange death god teacher of Thanlong charges 100 trillion. After completing this course, you will obtain Long Theat SSS. It's crazy. How many numbers are actually in there? Sejun was still shouting loudly. What kind of tuition fee is this? The kid pouted. Even though he had registered for advanced courses, from now on the consequences will only get crazier. But you've already registered for the minimum karma, so the situation can still be controlled. However, for the other cadets, he anxiously scrolls through his phone, and the cadet with the nickname with a twisted life has to farm karma for 137 years just to join one of the cadet courses. Huh? That really is messed up. Jun absent-mindedly glanced at the 3 men in the corner, still needing to buy high-grade P, and the sign revealed a look of interest. Life with mana is inherently intertwined. If he absorbs mana like that, his body will definitely experience conflicts. Paracelsus looked enchanted, so it must be suppressed or returned to a natural mana state. Hwato, lost in thought that absorbing it naturally would be better than suppressing it. He stopped when a notification appeared. Do you want to buy the premium P for 150 trillion? Of course, with the limited time, I probably won't fail, right? A moment later, the mentor was still dozing off when the system notification startled the boy awake. You have purchased the premium P. The 3 people behind immediately cheer. This is the core, condensed with our essence. Hwato's voice hurriedly said. Hurry up and try it right now. Seon looked at the dragon heart in his hand with a scrutinizing expression. This time, the appearance hasn't changed much, but the terrifying aura surrounding it has vanished, replaced by a pure and clean glow. Paracel nodded, thinking that perhaps no other world has a divine medicine like this. It's no exaggeration to call this the ultimate divine medicine. Before he finished speaking, the 2 of them summoned it and immediately disappeared. He hesitated. Could it be that the amount in my account has fallen below 1 trillion? Hwato froze in place. He urgently shouted, I can't leave without seeing it again like last time. Try it now, Sejun immediately replied. Yes. After saying that, he decisively bit into a large piece of dragon heart. Seonate while evaluating, noticing many flavors that slightly excited Hwato. Suddenly, a new wave of power began to invade his body. Sejun was stunned to see a crack on his magic bridge. He wondered if he was okay. He is drunkenly observing. This is Sejun in utter terror. Come on, my magic bridge is broken. You're a bit worried. Does it really work? A second later, Sejun suddenly fainted and collapsed to the ground. Hwato let out a sigh. Oh no, his whole body is frozen as if all his energy has been drained. At the same time, the situation on Elberry's side was extremely tense, so Jinan calmly spoke up. You don't even know where the young recruit Kim Sejin is, do you? He asked impatiently. My head hurts. I don't have much time. I struggled a lot to get here. I need to do something useful too. Jin Cheon's face suddenly turned fierce. How much karma do you have? Jun slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness still hazy and not yet stabilized, and Mentor hurriedly asked, Are you awake? He frowned slightly, and a surge of power suddenly erupted from him, knocking the boy far away. C froze in place, his face showing confusion. He looked around in bewilderment, just wanting to use a little magic to light up this place. But what is this magic storm? Mentor is completely overwhelmed by it. Please help me, Kim Sejin. As he finished speaking, the boy kept getting hit by the remaining rocks and fell in front of him. Sejun was worried. Advisor, are you okay? You're trembling all over. Yeah, I'm still alive. What was that power just now? He hesitated and replied, It's too dark here, so I just used a little magic to light up around us. The kid shouted loudly when he heard that. So that was just a little bit? In the end, how much has your magic power increased? When Jun reached out to feel, he realized it was true. The sensation in his heart had changed. What's going on? Is there a mistake? Advisor, I think there must be something wrong here. Mentor suspects. Impossible? No way, but it just can't happen to have an error. The little boy gasped in amazement, staring at the notification. What is 1,170%? The progress rates are Enlightenment 5.7%, Ladongtan 37%, Zigfed minus 1,170%, Atlas 20.7%, Thyanfi 32.1%, Satong 0.3%, and the completion of the Heavenly Love Cloud 2.1%. Why are you asking me about this? The system repeatedly issues a warning. The dragon's power surges with Long Kai. Master Siegfried, after completing Enlightenment, you have fully mastered Long Kai S. Warning error, the current progress rate exceeds the allowable threshold for calculating karma. Warning, the current level of causality cannot evaluate the data. The causality configuration is complete. Adjust the super rare long energy level S to long heart SS. The dragon's power surges with dragon energy. Master Siegfried, after enlightenment, you have fully mastered the SS dragon heart. Son is confused. What is this? Mentor looked panicked. What's going on? He immediately said, If even you ask me that, you're nervous and can't believe your eyes. I've never seen anything like this before. I think I've never seen anything like this in my life. In the history of the Super Elite Academy, this is the first time I've witnessed something like this. Suddenly, a notification on Sejun's phone caught his attention. No way, this can't be happening. Hey, advisor. I know you've been very patient waiting for me to wake up, but I think we should put this aside to discuss later. We have to leave quickly, Mentor asked in confusion. Huh. Where can I go now? His expression suddenly turned serious. New York. At this moment, the city outside is flooded with bomb explosions and screams echo through the air. Help me. Jinan looked at the scene before him with amusement, laughing arrogantly. He revealed a fierce expression and said, This place is truly ideal for collecting karma. I can accumulate 137 years of karma in just one day. Suddenly, a small figure curled up in the corner catches Jinan's attention, and he frowns. Who is this kid? The girl's body keeps trembling with fear. Please, have mercy on her. Please, Jinchan sneered contemptuously as he stepped closer. What is this? Do you want to live that badly? So, how much karma do you have? Oh no, in this dimension I guess it's called money? How much money do you have? Dong-A instinctively stepped back, looking pale. The girl hesitantly reached into her pocket, fumbling to find the remaining coins. Her small hand trembling, she slowly held them out to him. Here it is. You don't have much money, do you? It's just paper money. Dong-A desperately begged for mercy, asking to spare her. He suddenly grabbed the girl. I guess I have no choice but to accept it. But Jinchan smiled coldly with a fierce aura. If I let you go, it wouldn't count as karma. He clenched his sword tightly in his hand. Come to think of it, if this was just a robbery, maybe I wouldn't need to kill you. But who knows? Just as Jinchan was about to lower his sword, a figure appeared. He was stunned to feel a surge of power approaching. Sejun was just a step faster, accurately unleashing a powerful spiritual energy beam. Jinan was unexpectedly knocked back, leaving Dong-A unconscious on the road. He quickly moved over to check on the girl. Sejun let out a sigh of relief, glad that she was only unconscious. Suddenly, a cold laugh from Jinchan echoed behind me. That attack was too fierce. I almost got into trouble. My necklace is broken. He smiled eerily. It's been a while, Kim Sejun. He furrowed his brow in suspicion. Who are you? Jinchan frowns and scrutinizes. Have you forgotten me? You made me lose everything, Sejun cut in coldly. Stop pretending. Rujinon doesn't use a sword. Moreover, his strength isn't enough to block my attack. You not only took over Rujinon's body, but also read his memories, didn't you? He remained silent for a long time before slowly speaking. I only intended to pass on the message from this body's owner, and then leave. A second later, Jin Qian's twisted smile sent a chill down your spine. But I've changed my mind. After finishing, he suddenly charged forward to attack him. Soon anxiously looked back at Dong A, who was still unconscious behind him. He quickly swung his spear to block the attack just in time. Jin Qian burst into loud laughter. I'll play with you a little. Sejun remained silent, channeling all his energy into the battle, surging with power as he pushes himself forward, his figure soaring downwards, forcing him to retreat a step. The relentless barrage of attacks forced Jin Qian to keep dodging, cold sweat pouring down his face as Sejun raised his spear high, his aura surging intensely to lock onto his target ahead. A crushing blow shatters the ground with blue lightning, an explosive shockwave erupts, and surprisingly, Jin Qian stands there, happily watching him. He was a bit surprised to see him standing calmly to the side, Soon's eyes shining with a cold glint. He decisively swung his spear, but he was one step too slow, as the shield was already in front of him. Just as the tip of the spear was about a hand's breadth from the girl, Soon quickly stopped and immediately stepped back, looking alert. Jin Qian taunts smugly. Looks like you really don't want this kid to die, huh? No wonder you've been trying to lure me away, Sejun said sharply. Let her go. He clicked his tongue in disdain. This kid is just a bunch of karma. What's the point of feeling attached to her? I doubt it. Karma. Jin Cheon's cold aura grew increasingly intense. Could he be? Why Jun? He speaks firmly. I have a proposal. Jin Cheon looked wary. I'm not really interested in your proposal. Despite his objections, he still said, I have two conditions. One, today is the first time I saw that girl. Seon, I have nothing to do with that girl, so don't threaten me or try anything using her network. Because no matter what you try, it won't work. Jin-chan looks pleased. Just as I suspected, it seems you also see this kid as just a matter of cause and effect, Sun interrupted coldly. And suddenly a wave of power surged fiercely. He emphasized each word. If you lay a finger on that girl, you will die. Jin Cheon stared in amazement at the enormous surge of power before him, his pupils contracting rapidly, a sudden shockwave rushing toward him, knocking him back before he could react. Jin Cheon frowned, realizing that if he hadn't been holding his sword with both hands, he would have been cut in half, and he never expected him to hide his true strength. Have you just been testing me all along? I don't understand why you had to go this far. What's the big deal about a little girl dying? After all, she's just a bunch of karma, isn't she? Is that why you're doing this? Just for a little bit of karma. He gets a bit excited over karma, and just thinking about how much trouble I have to go through because of it is enough to make me shiver. But this place is amazing. In just one day, karma has flowed like water toward me. It really is a paradise of karma. So I don't understand you. For beings like us, karma is everything. If you can gather karma so easily, why don't you do it? His face remains calm, a quiet aura of menace emanating from him. Jinan is curious, but more importantly, what kind of karma is hidden in your current actions? Jun remembers what the mentor said, that karma is just an excuse for the Superiority Academy to interfere in the affairs of the cadets. I also know that the karma the Academy demands is only a pretext. Whether it's stealing 100 million or earning 100 million through your own effort and celebration, the Superhuman Academy makes no distinction between the two. No hunter on Earth can stop me now. If I steal and seize assets like the guy in front of me, I can take all the karma in the world. He bends down and places it on the ground, but Soon's expression remains cold and emotionless. I don't know what karma means to you, but I'm not interested. He takes the coin from the girl's hand. But my fruit. Sun gently smiles and tightens his grip on it. That's enough for now. In the blink of an eye, he suddenly leapt up and dashed away. Get out of the way. Soon appeared before Jin with a chilling aura of hostility. Meanwhile, in another part of the city where evacuation is underway, everyone please stay calm and move carefully so I can assist you. Thank you, Kang In sighed in relief. Damn it, we're short on people. Who would have thought the entire Professional Hunter Management Bureau would be taken down? Basha Tan was still unable to contact Director Lisberia. He nodded. It seems he has. What about Hunter Kim Sejun? We haven't been able to contact Kim Sejun since he ran out of the funeral. Maybe he's also a victim of B, so I signaled him to lower his voice. Hey you, watch your mouth. Minu looks downcast. Hey, Sis Sejun calmly said. It's okay. Just do what you can. Doon looked suspiciously at the notification screen on her phone and suddenly shouted, Sister, Sejun is back. Mindu is stunned. Huh? Seon immediately recounted that someone on social media said they saw him. As she finished, a sudden aftershock swept through. A few seconds later, after it subsided, Sun anxiously asked everyone if they were okay. Everyone nodded and replied, "Yes." Ha shivered. "What was that tremor? Is someone fighting?" Hearing that, she suddenly stopped, feeling a sense of unease in her heart. Without thinking much, Cao Yun quickly turned and left. "I will go check." The two of them continue evacuating the people, and he anxiously calls out, "Sister." Her figure swiftly glides through the air, disappearing and reappearing among the buildings. Cao Yun stops on a rooftop, cautiously observing her surroundings with wide eyes, momentarily speechless. The scene in front of him is a fierce battle with continuous strikes and clashes soon. Amid the chaos, Sun suddenly recognizes a familiar figure. Wait, the person fighting him over there is Ryo Jinan. Why is he here? Moreover, can he really fight on equal footing with Seijun? She grits her teeth, a feeling of helplessness flooding her. I want to rush over there and help him right now, but I know I would only become a burden. I need to think calmly and not act on impulse. If I really want to help, what should I do now? It's strange. Seijun's movements are unusually cautious, unlike usual at all, as if he's fighting while trying to protect something. She was stunned to see a girl lying motionless on the ground. Seun moved swiftly, delivering a straight punch to the opponent. The lightning-fast strike knocked him back before he could defend himself, and John painfully clutched his body. How can he master Tianfai's speed so skillfully? When it comes to speed alone, no training can match Tianfai's in all dimensions of space. But most cadets haven't learned it because they can't control the recoil from the speed of light. But that bastard isn't just using speed, it's as if he's breaking space itself and deceiving the senses. That's the mystery behind his altered movements. Seijun once again lunged forward, his force smashing through the building, but he was surprised to see John block his attack. He sneers maliciously, but you're not the only one who's gone through that process. John's dark aura continues to spread, forcing Seijun to retreat. He swings his sword, the dragon sword, and suddenly, countless illusionary swords appear in the air. He gaped in amazement as superpower energy and a fierce surge of strength erupted, spreading throughout the space, overwhelming everything and heading straight inside. Seijun was stunned. It's no good. The girl is still there. Just as the dark energy surged, a flash of a figure quickly embraced the girl to dodge. Seiyun holds her close, protecting her, with a stunned and amazed expression as she opens her mouth. Seijun gently calls out, "Miss Seiyun, please remain calm and leave this child to me." Seiyun's voice was full of determination. "I will protect the girl at all costs." A faint smile played on his lips, just as I expected. I have no regrets. Seijun slowly turns around, gathering his strength to unleash the energy within his body. A dense pillar of power erupts, shaking the ground and spreading pressure through the surrounding space. Seiyun silently resolves that the path of transcendence he wishes to follow, the path of a transcendent, is one he wants to walk with people like this, not alone. So let me be myself. Right now, the subordinate is reporting the situation, saying that they are currently fighting on the military street in America. Should we mobilize the members of the sect? Emperor Than gently shook his head. It's not the time to step forward yet. He ordered to return. The subordinate respectfully bowed and left. As behind the Black Saint, he sneered, "You still don't understand him, do you? So what are you going to do now? Do you want to use me as a hostage? You think using this method can defeat him? I don't know what scheme you're planning, because you've always been a bastard who doesn't know how to control himself." But at this moment, Seijun's battle was also nearing its end, as his spear was firmly embedded in Jinan's body. Jun's sharp eyes focused intensely on each strike, completely overwhelmed and unable to react. The Dark Saint looks pleased and says, "Looks like you can no longer see the future, right?" The Celestial King glares with a sharp sword-like gaze as Jin Chan spits blood, pain clearly etched on his face. He grinned maniacally. So when he said he was preparing the stage for me, was that what he meant? Seun frowned and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Jin Chan thought for a moment and replied, "I don't have a specific name at all." After finishing, his entire body was enveloped in thick black energy. He quickly stepped back, creating space. Jinan sneered and said, "If I wanted to explain who I am, I would have to start with my space dimension." Sun looked confused. "Your space dimension?" He nodded, and, to put it simply in the language of this space-time, calling it the demon realm is correct. The beings in our demon realm have no parents. Most of us are born with human negative emotions. The most primal fear of humans is the fear of darkness. From that fear, the existence known as the Demon King appeared. The cruelty in the human mind and the fear of evil from that cruelty gave rise to demons who speak and exist as what humans fear the most. The tremor shook the ground, the tsunami upheaved the sea, and the deepest fear, an inexplicable source, created the existence known as gods. The problem is here. I was born in the demon world, so what kind of fear could have created me? I am an unreal fear that gave birth to the Demon King and countless other demons. The real fear made humans create an existence called God. An existence born from both, a twisted and distorted thing that even existence itself hates and denies, humanity's fear of its own kind. An existence with a mother rooted in primal negative emotions. Humans call me a deformed existence. Hearing that, you froze completely, unable to believe what was happening. Sejun frowned in thought. Is this deformed existence, the famous entity known throughout the superhuman community as the 137-year-old existence? This trashy deformed existence, just collecting karma, has already taken 137 years. How could that existence have come here? No, can beings from other dimensions even reach Earth? While you were lost in thought, Jinon's figure in front suddenly blurred, soon snapped to alertness, ready to attack, and in the blink of an eye, only you remained on the road, as if he had never been here. Seon looked confused, his eyes wide with bewilderment as chaos unfolded. Over there, Jin-chan was panicking, running away in a frenzy, his face pale with terror. Oh my God, this is the first time I've met a young soldier so insanely strong. Plus, there's something strange about the spear he's using. If it were normal, I would have recovered my strength immediately, but this time I lost a bit. Could it be a super weapon? No way. For now, I shouldn't fight that thing. Anyway, the amount of karma gained here is enormous. I've only collected a little karma here, but it's already more than what I've accumulated over more than 137 years in the demon world. If I use it, I will be several times stronger than before. Thinking that, he became excited and decided to make good use of it. While Jinon was distracted, a massive burst of energy suddenly struck, and he quickly leapt back just in time. What was that? Jinon looked at the person in front of him with disbelief. How did he find me? Seon coldly said, "Do you think I will let you go?" Fourth move, Falling Star Heavenly Spear. He clenched his teeth, trying to withstand the two-tier dragon slaughter sword technique. This crazy guy. You burst out with a powerful energy, the Thunder God strike, and Jin-chan's black aura also gradually appeared. The Sky Void piercing sword. He stared in disbelief that his opponent was so powerful. Why is it so easy for him to break the skyless sword? John panickingly tries to stand firm, feeling himself pushed back again. How can a young cadet wield this kind of superlative energy? There's no way I can believe it. Could it be that he created it himself? Jin-chan looked up at the sky, unable to accept it. He stood helplessly watching the incoming attack when suddenly a stream of blood burst out. Seojun frowned, carefully observing the movement ahead, the bright red blood seeming to have a life of its own. It keeps moving non-stop. I'm curious. Rebirth? No, rebirth doesn't happen that way. Instead of reincarnation, it's Jin Cheon looking down with contempt. Why are you so surprised? I told you already, I am the fear that your kind has created. There's no other way. I'm still not used to using this power, but it's the only option. If you ignore the side effects, this is the only way I can survive. After saying that, he suddenly charged forward, black energy continuously emanating from him. Sejun tries to stay calm, but the heavy evil intent makes his steadfast heart waver for a moment. Jinon suddenly screams wildly, his eyes vacant and soulless. A second later, a surge of dark energy suddenly erupted from his entire body. He furrowed his brow, observing. I thought he was rapidly cloning himself, but instead he was splitting his body apart. Sejun stared in amazement at the massive object before him. What is forming right now? He froze in place, his eyes filled with confusion. C wondered tremblingly, what is that chaos? The sixth great sin, the sixth crime. It keeps opening its mouth and swallowing everything around it. Greedy. Seeing Jinon below trying to escape, Seon quickly chases after him. Where do you think you're going? He shouted angrily. Hey, do you think you have time to play with me? Jin-chan deliberately reminds. If you keep following, greed will swallow everything here. By the way, if you don't care about cause and effect, I might as well have some fun with you. After finishing, he decisively leaves him behind and rushes toward the monster. Jinon smirks confidently, but this time I won't wait for him to finish speaking. An unexpected attack charges straight at his leg. Jin Cheon was terrified, pain clearly on his face. He fell down, his body staggering as he hit the ground hard. Jin Cheon, alert, said, "What is that?" That bastard is just chasing after greedy eaters now. He looked up at the sky, wondering what was blocking him. A pillar of powerful waves shot straight at him. The spreading shockwave made Seon frown in doubt. What the hell is this? I'll deal with that thing and come back right away. Keep him there. Everyone has become panicked upon seeing the greed. What the hell is that? He ran and shouted, "Don't come closer, you'll get swallowed." Damn it, evacuate the civilians quickly. As soon as Seon returned, Han let out a relieved breath. You're okay now. What about the baby? She replied immediately, it just lost consciousness, it's not seriously injured. A booming sound draws the attention of the two as the glutton devours every building it passes. That monster is here. Does it just chew everything it sees? Se-yun calmly speaks. It's okay. Han gazes at her vaguely. Se-yun smiles confidently. He will be here soon. Sejun swiftly glides his sword across the ground, leaving a bright trail. Dust rises from the pine. The boy leaps up to block the monster, eyes full of determination. Seo runs his technique. A strong gust of wind passes through, the spear and sword merge as one. Understanding is achieved. He softly recites the Lu Tin Thuong method. The single spear, with overwhelming power, presses down on the wide-mouthed glutton, causing it to tremble slightly under the intense pressure. A wave of overwhelming power erupts, destroying everything around it, with unstoppable force, annihilating the lightning storm. Dust and smoke rise high, filling the entire space. Everyone was frightened. The monster disappeared. One of them recognized it and said, "Look, at this moment you also just landed on the ground." Kim Seo, the hunter, trembling. Everyone suddenly became excited. It's Kim Sejun, the hunter. Kim Seo Sejun has returned. A gentle smile appears on Seyun's face. You also felt it and smiled back at her. A second later, sound disappeared from everyone's sight again. John kept shouting in pain, "Why do you keep attacking me? Damn it, it keeps destroying itself non-stop. I can't do anything. If this keeps up, it's dangerous, damn it. Is there no other way?" He suddenly screamed wildly, and black energy also surged forth. John was furious. "I am created by 7 powers, the 7 deadly sins. Among us, I will abandon the 5th power. Luxuria's lust and all the karma I have to reveal my true form in the demon world here." Another wave of power strikes at him again. Du Cheon's body seems to drain all its energy and collapses to the ground, completely motionless, his eyes like a soulless corpse. At this moment, Dion's true body in the demon world has also escaped, and he bursts into loud laughter. John quickly turns and walks away, a triumphant smile on his face. It's done. As expected, it no longer follows me. Losing all that karma was a waste, but there's no other way. I'll just see it as an investment for a greater gain. In the end, that bastard promised to give me all the karma of this space. As long as Sejun is still chasing behind, I can take it if I survive. You rush forward with all your might, determined not to let him escape. Du Cheon grits his teeth in frustration. That stubborn bastard, damn it. If he gets caught this time, I'm definitely dead. He has no choice but to use one more move. I will sacrifice the 7th great sin. Lazy. A second later, Sejun's eyes seemed to see every movement as he swung his spear in hand, ready to strike down. Dion Cheon's figure blurred as he was about to strike down. He shouted in fury, "Next time we meet, everything will be different." John gritted his teeth as the attack was just inches from him. "I will kill you for sure." The move you used disappeared into the space in front of you. Seun looked around in confusion, but couldn't see Chon anywhere. He clicked his tongue softly. He's gone. Gumiya is now lying rolled up on the ground. Seun approached and picked it up. The mana trace was no longer connected. You sigh in disappointment. I let him get away. I always thought there would be a time when I would face another student, but I didn't expect it to be like this. It seems he's temporarily accepted to retreat, but he will definitely come back. To completely defeat that bastard, it seems I have no choice but to maximize the power of Longinus. I need to attend the energy-enhancing class again. So in the end, the issue still comes down to money. A notification on Kazun's phone caught his attention. Colin suddenly opened his eyes in shock. Elberry, sitting on the bed beside him, spoke. "You're awake now, Colin." Colin looked around in panic. "What happened here?" Lori calmly replied, "You saw it too. This is a hospital, and all of this is because of Kim Seun." Colin hurriedly sat up in panic. "Kim Se-jun, that's right, Kim Seun." He shouted in anger. I lowered my guard so I couldn't react in time. "Next time, I won't be defeated so easily." Hearing that, the 2 people in the neighboring beds chuckled. "What are you laughing at? Weren't you also defeated by Kim Se-jun?" "What are you talking about? If I had been beaten by Kim Se-jun, how could I still be alive?" Colin froze. "But you just said that all of this happened because of Kim Se-jun." Elberry replied, "I said we are here because of Kim Se-jun. I never said we were defeated by him. It's all because he arrived too late." Colin frowned in surprise. Elberry didn't care and kept talking. "But there's something more important than that. Colin, I have something to give you." Lucas handed him a stack of papers. Colin was stunned when he read them. An invoice? Wait a minute, $50 billion. What the hell is this? Elberry keeps eating bananas while giggling uncontrollably. "The value of Lucas's life depends on you. From now on, you have to work hard to pay off that debt. The chairman was seriously injured, so there will be a lot to handle for now. Make sure to take care of it properly." Colander angrily looked at the pile of papers in his hand. On the TV, the reporter suddenly announced that Kim Jun, the hunter who defeated R a month ago, had once again saved the United States. Jun scratches his head on the screen, helplessly enduring Saylin's scolding. Colin watches the TV nervously, his voice trembling. What exactly did I get involved with? The scene shifts to the building where Sun is, and the mentor's voice echoes. At last, he has met the young commander from another dimension. The boy crosses his arms, showing his helplessness. Maybe it's just my feeling, but strange things keep happening around you. Kim Sejun. Sejun, holding the phone, agrees as well. Exactly right. Hey, can you take a look at this? The kid was amazed. This is Sejun answering. When I checked my phone after letting the other space-time soldier escape, a large sum of money suddenly appeared. No matter how I looked into it, it seemed like no one sent this money, so I wanted to ask if you knew anything. Mentor paused for a moment and then replied, if it were you, it should be fine because you already know about the existence of the observer. Basically, the little soldier can steal each other's karma. This is a method established by the observer. Sejun was surprised, the observer. He wondered why the observer allowed the cadets to steal each other's karma. The boy replied, you also know that the relationship between our superior trainees and the observers isn't very good, right? Because of the treaty from the initial committee, the observers can't intervene directly. Internal conflicts among the young soldiers within the same dimension are highly encouraged, and in their minds, they all picture the observing entity excitedly clenching its fists. You understand, right? From now on, fight each other, Sejun silently understood. He wants to reduce the number of cadets and also cut down on the number of superhumans. The observer is someone who wants the dimensions to stay stable, but the more I investigate, the more I realize that might not be his only goal. The kid's voice echoed, watch out for the observer. Sejun wondered to himself. Come to think of it, whose voice was that mysterious one I heard last time? He looked at the kid and said, looks like I have to become a super being to know all the details. Mentor scratched his head and chuckled. Sejun was just reassuring himself. It'll be fine. Advisor, can you help me sign up for a short lesson? The kid asked curiously. Who are you thinking of when you say a short lesson? Sejun grins slyly. Where does the fiery red magic of Master Satang come from as it descends? A person with 2 horns on his head laughs loudly. He grinned and said, today I collected hundreds of souls again. The current system shows that the great demon is now opposing the god and the demon Satang. Jun had previously attended a short training session to defeat Arish, so he's been familiar with Satang for quite some time. Seun excitedly approached, saying, we meet again. Master Satang asked, have you dealt with that demon king you mentioned last time yet? A guy with a skeleton shell like him daring to call himself a demon king is truly amusing. Seon smiled ingratiatingly. Yes, thanks to that day everything was resolved smoothly. However, he knew in his heart that it was not thanks to Satang, but to the great sage equal to heaven. But Seo-jun didn't care. The result was what mattered. Satang looks very pleased. Good, very good. Only then can you become my disciple. He frowned. So why did you call me here this time? Before I ask you this question, can you taste that spear in front of me? Sejun has already scratched it again. Even if you don't like Longinus, this is all I have left. It's not my main weapon. Besides, it's a spear. Isn't that thing supposed to belong to that guy named Tho or something? How do you have it? Seun whispered into his ear. Here's how it is. What? Satang froze in surprise. Wait a moment, Professor. Oh no, recruit, you're speaking too fast. He's puzzled. But I don't quite understand this part. If you had been a bit more ruthless, you could have gained more benefits. Sun, with a cunning face, replied. That won't do. If I take everything at once, it's over. We need to leave some conditions for future use. Mentor looked confusedly at the conversation. Sat Tang took notes in his notebook. So it turns out you use a long line to catch the big fish. I understand now. He asked if I could use it in my class, and I said yes. Recently, both the demon and human cadets think my classes are boring and refuse to pay attention. Sejun was stunned. What do you mean? Satang gently puts his arm around Sejun's shoulder and asks, do you think I set up this class just to play around with my powers? If this keeps going, I'll get fired, so please help me. Hey, why don't you become a demon with me and teach the class together? Sejun tiredly replies, thank you. But never mind, let's not waste any more time and start the lesson, Mentor said. So I'll be gone for a little while, but I'll be back soon. Kim Sejun, you look surprised. Where are you going? The kid replies. I think I should report that missing cadet to the principal. Mentor promised, I will be back soon, so you can continue with the lesson. Sejun looked at the kid in shock while Satang beside him yawned repeatedly. After a moment, he snapped his fingers and said, okay, I don't want to waste any more time, so let's start the lesson. The floor is gradually covered with glowing red magic cords. Satang laughs loudly. Only the angels would come up with such stupid explanations. Our demons always fight in real combat, attacking wherever we want and destroying whatever we want. That's enough talk. Come on, use your magic to attack me, Seun clenched his spear, blue magic swirling around him. Yes, he charges toward Satang with his gaze fixed steadily on the spear. Suddenly, a blazing red shield appeared in front of Sejun. His spear could only hit the shield. Sejun was surprised. There was no magic left around Longguinness's spear. Inside the shield, Satang smiles smugly. Suddenly, the blue magic on the spear erupts. It pierced through the shield, nearly reaching Satang. The shield disappeared, and he stepped out, dusting off his hands. Every time I see that spear, I feel disgusted, Satang asked. Did you notice anything unusual just now? Yes, it's as if my magic surged too late. Satang replied, That's right. To help you understand this concept, I deliberately slowed down your magic casting. Sejun quietly marveled. I thought he was just blocking, but is this also acceptable? I intentionally reduced your magic power earlier so you could notice, but normally it wouldn't be like that. These two forces occur almost simultaneously, and the difference between them is so slight that your senses won't be able to distinguish it. But that difference definitely exists. Satang raises his hand and forms his fingers into the shape of 0. Using power minimizes the amount of magic lost by reducing this gap and is an effective way to use strength. The pinnacle of using power is called unleashing strength. He looks at Seojun, a state where the deviation of the attack is not perfect 0. A spear appears in Satang's hand. Let me show you once. He swings it in a curved arc. This is a skewed attack, the one you often use. Now Satang raises the spear behind his shoulder and strikes straight ahead. Se was stunned by its attack power. With just a gentle wave of the hand, space itself was affected. Sata continued, This is the release of power in an imperfect 0 state. When the distance between the two powers hits 0 and reaches the perfect 0, it creates a resonance like that, causing distortions in space and time. Its power can be called supreme. Sejun is panting. The current progress of his power application is 29.9%. I thought I was only at 0.1%, but that wasn't the case. I was too arrogant to think I could reach this level fighting a dog. Sat speaks up. Learning to unleash it isn't easy, and not many superhumans can do it. Usually they only learn the basics of applying their power and give up. But what about you? Sejun clenched his fist. No matter how difficult it is to learn, I still need it. Eating worriedly asked, The deviation is 0. What should I do? Satang silently looked at him, then he grinned excitedly. Sejun gasped for breath, exhausted, thinking that his learning progress was still at 29.9%. He had trained for a long time, but it hadn't increased at all. Sejun groaned softly. This isn't very effective, is it? What are you yelling about that it's not effective? Look around and see if it really isn't working. Dark stains appeared on the wall around them in the space. Satang looked around, thinking that the space had a small crack, even if only for a moment, but the deviation had reached 0. Could it really reach this level in such a short time? Based on my experience, there's no way, but that damn bastard. Sejun scratches his head, but it's no longer effective. The monk angrily shouted, Truly a foolish and greedy guy. This greed of yours is enough to get you expelled from heaven. But if you keep going like this, you'll succeed soon enough. He looked curious. But I am a bit curious too. Why do you want to learn how to unleash your power so badly? Weren't you saying that the Dry Demon King in your dimension was defeated a long time ago? The Demon King of Dry Lich, Sejun scratched his head. You mean the Lich. That's because another existence has appeared. Satang was surprised. Another existence? He replied, a being claiming to be a deformed existence. Satang immediately lowered his guard. He asked, Tell me more. After a while, Satang's voice sounded. A young soldier claiming to come from the demon realm revealed his name as a malformed existence, and the deformity called it gluttony. If that's the case, then that name might be one of the 7 deadly sins. Sen was surprised. The 7 deadly sins? Are you talking about the original sins of humanity? He snapped irritably. That's right, kid. I didn't expect you to encounter someone like that. Sejun looked contemplative, silently thinking. The 7 deadly sins. Pride, greed, gluttony, envy, wrath, lust, and sloth. These are the 7 roots of human sin. I understand now. The abnormal existence says that he was born from humans' fear of each other. The origin of that fear is related to human wickedness. Monkey King warned, if that's true, you should be careful. Do you know Mephisto Forest? Yes, I know. That is the demon trying to tempt Fusa into falling. Satang nodded in agreement. Yes, that bastard was haunted by Fu. Once he was doing stupid things to try to make Fu fall, which was a creation of the pleasure hell based on human original sins and the 7 deadly sins. That bastard, just thinking about him makes me furious. Even now, when I think about the super being of the demon world, having to clean up that mess makes me so angry I can't stand it. Seyun looked surprised. Pleasure hell, it sounds so familiar. I wonder where I've heard of it before. Then he suddenly remembered, oh, it was the question from the superhuman exam. Satang nodded. Yeah, they used it in the exam because it's quite new. It's weaker than the real hell, but still pretty complicated. Hell is the realm where we demons live and train. In other words, if humans are cast into hell, we demons become stronger. But if hell is a place full of suffering, then who would want to go there? So we thought of the opposite scenario, tempting humans to fall into temptation and descend into hell. Although Mipastapas only focuses on tempting the fallen. You understand what I mean, right? And so the demons created a hell that looks like paradise. A paradise where no desire is denied. Hell of lust, a world where everything you desire is within reach and you can have everything, an endless paradise. Greed hell, a paradise where even angels smile happily. Laziness hell, a place where no matter how much you eat, you'll never run out of food. A paradise of abundant food, gluttonous hell. A heaven where you can torment those who bullied you and your parents, abuse you as much as you want, and release your anger. Hell of wrath, a paradise that can satisfy the desires for what you cannot have. Envy hell. The voice of the monk continues to echo. Basically, all human sins stem from pleasure. The demons will satisfy those primal desires in these hells, but then an incident occurred. He looked at Seojun and said, "You were there when it exploded, so you probably understand, right?" Seojun replied nervously. "The proud hell." Satan nodded. "That is where the incident happened. The incident began when a man entered the hell of pride. At that time, we paid little attention to him because it was a place where no real desires truly existed. We mocked the one who entered and called him a fool, but maybe it was us who were the real fools. We underestimated him, underestimated how proud humans can be, underestimated the arrogance of mankind." Seojun opened his eyes in shock. Satang continued, "That bastard really wants to become a god. He's extremely arrogant." Time passed quickly, and Seojun continued to study under Master Satang, and from that day on, the abnormal entity never appeared again. He also frequently researched the activities of other nations to see if it had struck elsewhere, but no traces of the abnormal entity could be found anywhere in the world. And the planes took off. Everyone was very excited to set foot on land again. "It's been a long time since we last returned home." Jin cheerfully shouted, "Dad, Master! Master!" "Oh no, Master." A man's hand shakes hands with Jun. "You did very well. The president of the Hunters Association looks very pleased. On behalf of all Korean hunters, I want to express my gratitude to you, Sir Hunter Kim Sejin. My disciple isn't in America, is he?" Sejun looked at Manchon. "I have a gift for you." He looked quite surprised when he heard that. Sejun took out a skull and handed it to him. He looked pleased. "This is that lich's skull. Didn't you promise to let you use that lich's skull to play soccer?" Manchon tremblingly holds the skull in his hand. His voice trembled as he asked, "Is this thing not yours or something?" Sejun scratched his head. "Unfortunately, he disappeared, so I couldn't bring it back. That skull belonged to a guy named L before he became a lich, so I guess they're all the same. Will you bring me a dragon corpse someday too?" Sejun cheerfully replied, "I could actually bring back a dragon. Bo appeared in England but then disappeared. Do you want to touch me? If you interpret it in any way, then I am also a dragon." A silence enveloped the remaining people. It had been a few months since they last met, leaving behind their lingering worries about her master, Selin's father, the holy mage, and Pak Parun too. The man still searching for his disciple is crying desperately with Sejun. They all returned to their normal lives. Sejun tiredly jumps onto the bed. The system shows Satang's lesson progress at 0% plus 29.9%. You're really pushing your luck. I feel like I'm stuck here. Master, do you have any tricks or tips? Monkey-san looked at him with displeasure. It seems you have grasped the basics already. Actually, there's no trick at all. Maybe you should learn a new sense, Sejun muttered. A sense. That's right. What sense have you learned? Sejun replied. Shapeshifting. Satang says it's very good. That old horse is very talented at teaching. But that one sense alone is not enough for you to freely unleash your power. It's not that the transformation isn't strong enough, it's just that the difficulty of releasing power is too high. Sejun remained silent, thinking to himself that with a transformation level of A, except for the two supervillains, Titian-Daithan and Satang, there's nothing the centaur's perception can't grasp. But unleashing power is an advanced skill. Even super beings find it difficult. As Master Satang said, Sagittarius's perception also has its limits. I wonder if learning a new perception would make it easier to master power release, Satang replied confidently. Of course. Basically, the principle of unleashing power is about perception. A perfect zero deviation is not something you can intentionally achieve. It's more like a habit formed from your senses. As you said, you're currently stuck and at your limit. With your current state, you won't be able to go any further. In other words, even if I study more, it's just a waste of money. He stands up, so I will develop a new intuition and come back later. Satang nodded. Yes, karma is one thing, but we can't waste our precious time. but the remaining time won't be refunded. Then he disappeared. Sejun was stunned. Wait a minute. One word equals 1 trillion, and with 47 minutes and 17 seconds remaining, he calculated that about 800 billion was wasted. His face trembling with panic, he shouted, "This is outright fraud." Satan grins and gives a thumbs up. Then the scene shifts to another place where screams echo from inside. Those sounds gradually became distorted. Something fell to the floor. The man in the black cloak silently watches it, observing one of the 7 deadly sins in front of him. The 7 deadly sins, the original sins, have given rise to deformed existences. Of the 7 sins, 3 have been completely eradicated. Unexpectedly, the guy coughs. Damn it. He trembled as he looked at the man in black. Tell me what to do. You said you would prepare the stage for me. The man in black remained silent, thinking to himself that luckily Kyun Gao's most important strength was still intact. He called out to Pride, "Follow me." The other muttered tremblingly, "I will kill you. I will kill you." The man in black quietly felt a bit surprised. I didn't expect that we lost 3 sins, but thanks to that, it seems Kyun Gao's power has developed earlier than we anticipated. Arrogance continues to shout. Kim Seun looks at his phone. I still have 97 trillion. So you're acting annoyed, which means you've only had 1 lesson in 108 hours. No, 107 hours and 13 minutes. Sejun paused for a moment before shouting, I can never forgive that guy. He really stole 800 billion from me. But the problem is I've invested 108 trillion in karma, yet I haven't improved at all. It's making me even more furious. He looked at his phone and thought, should I learn a new sense as suggested by Master Zatang? It's such a hassle, I still have to learn long language too. The system now suggests that if you can't learn long language, visit lamlong.com. Master 4 Divine Beasts. Lamlong Seun silently thinks, the tuition at Lamlong School is 100 trillion. 97 trillion, still not enough. I stared at him in surprise. If I use the free discount voucher here, I might be able to learn, but since I don't know how long the class will last, I can't use it carelessly. Seun just clicked on the message. If you're not sure, just ask. Mentor suddenly poked his head out and hit Seun on the forehead, saying, see my talent. Appeared just in time, even before he called. The kid is happy. It's a success. What is this, heaven? The mentor replied. When you open the chat window, I will receive that notification. Kim Seun. The kid happily puts his hands on his hips, so the mentor looks at Seun, who is sitting up on the floor. What did you call me for? A moment later, the kid's voice rang out. Your Sagittarius intuition is enough for you to reach a superlative level, but if you use it to unleash power, that's a different matter. If you're aiming to unleash your power, I advise you to attend this lesson. Mentor raises the phone high. You can feel everything. Master Mai, if you complete this course, you will gain super perception. SS June expressed doubt. What kind of course has such a strange name? And is it a mistake? I've never heard of this name before. Mentor explains she is a transcendent from another dimension, a transcendent wielding divine creative power. Is June wondering if this is a character of such stature with a thorn in Greek and Roman mythology? The mentor replied, since the instructor of this class is a bit unusual, if you feel uncomfortable, you can join the orientation class first. Sejun quietly agrees with the kid. Maybe he should find out what this class is like. Mozai's voice echoes, describing perception as the ability to detect changes in consciousness based on external stimuli. And here, external stimuli are not just your opponents. The SS supersensory perception you can develop from this class is the ability to grasp all this external information. It helps you identify information that the target is not willing to reveal, even information they themselves are unaware of. Sejun nodded slightly, finding it much more reasonable than he initially thought. Suddenly Mosai pretended to be coy. I can feel it now. I can feel your burning gaze on me. The screen suddenly glitches. Please wait a moment. Superiority Academy, adhering to strict standards. Sejun shouted anxiously, is this really going to be okay? This story is suitable for all ages, right? The little boy raised his hands to cover his own. Although the teacher looks a bit crazy, the content of the lesson is definitely very trustworthy. Soon highly appreciates Mosai's evaluation, secretly thinking that no matter how crazy the teacher seems, the assessment won't lie. Maybe the tuition fee is what then? The system currently charges 150 trillion. We're definitely crazy. With only 97 trillion left, how can we pay? Sejun screams, clutching his head. How much money does this damn academy need to be considered rich? What should I do now? I only have 1 free coupon. I can't save that much money. And anyway, I still have to retake Satang's class later. The tuition is ridiculously high. I wish I could lower the cost a bit. Suddenly a flash of insight crossed his mind. The young mentor looked at him cautiously. I'm just checking out what you have. This is really interesting, Sejun asks. This advisor. Is the event we participated in last time still open? Mentor asked back. The event, which one do you mean? he replied. That test event. Mentor realizes, oh, it's the event that helps improve the test scores significantly. That event is still ongoing. Sejun is overjoyed. Good. The event supports improving your mock test scores significantly. In simple terms, it's an event that helped cadets increase their scores compared to the previous practice test. Actually, you received an 80% discount on the obstacle clearing class through that event. Saojun secretly calculated that if he scored 104.4 points, which is more than 200% of his previous score of 52.2, he could get a 100% discount. And if he kept scoring 200% repeatedly without free discount coupons from the observer, he would create them himself. Saojun scratched his head and asked the advisor, should I test my abilities once? The kid was excited and quite curious. Kim-sun hasn't taken the trial test in a long time. I'll register right away. The system currently charges 3 billion watts for the test. Would you like to participate in the super test? Z is preparing the trial exam. Please wait a moment. This practice test is based on the previous questions from the superlative exam. The difficulty is set according to the superlative test standards and the cause and effect of the young warrior, which will not affect the test. It includes 7 contents, and the score will be based on the questions and points for each content. This is just a practice test. The real test may be different. The first content is a battle. Question 1. Please answer the question across 15 levels. Preparing level 1 question. Please wait a moment. Sejun silently thought that the total score for the super test was 700 points across 7 topics. According to the calculations, I can get a maximum of 3 free discount coupons. If I score 200 points instead of 104, the number of coupons will decrease to 2. Seon enters the testing space where he must score exactly 14.4 points, which is the 200% advancement mark for level 1, and defeat one of the 4 great ferocious beasts within the allotted 30 minutes. A demon god roared in front of him. Seon smiled, one of the 4 great demon gods of Chinese mythology. But this is only a level 1 question. He calmly watches the approaching demon lord attack. This is what a true super test should be like. Boom. A loud explosion echoes out, the demon god stunned, eyes wide open. Nothing remains where Sejun had been standing moments ago. While the demon god is still confused, looking around, Sejun has already soared into the sky. You just need to lift your sword and charge forward calmly and smoothly. A blue beam from the sky targets the demon god directly. It was stunned and turned around. However, the blue light still managed to attack in time. The demon god was hit and lost its composure. At this moment, Seon lands on the ground. All right, one more hit, but the demon god in front of me has already fallen to the ground. Sejun looked at it in amazement. The system now shows level 1, 29 minutes and 53 seconds remaining. Mentor excitedly praised him. Kim Sejun was truly amazing just now. Although it was only level 1, he defeated it in 1 strike, and it was even at the highest difficulty. The scene shifts to a deep sea area, and the system shows level 1. Please defeat the Kraken within the time limit. The time limit is 30 minutes, and Sejun is facing a giant octopus. It didn't have time to do anything before Sejun attacked. The octopus was hit and lost its ability to fight. The system has now completed level 2. 29 minutes and 47 seconds remaining, and the octopus collapses onto the ground. Seon stood there in shock as the mentor beside him clapped and praised. That was amazing. Sejun shouted, "Wait, advisor, please pause the test. Stop, please pause for me." The kid was surprised. "Stop, you're doing very well. Why do you want to stop suddenly? Your voice is trembling with urgency." "My stomach hurts so much I can't concentrate on the test." Mentor looks reluctant. "All right, the system is now following the manager's instructions, and the test will be temporarily paused." Outside the testing area, Sun asks, "Advisor, do you know how many points I've scored so far?" "I can't know the score until the test is over, but I think you've probably scored around 20 points. Jun's face immediately froze. He knelt down on the floor, and the mentor looked worried. "You really scared me. What's wrong with you?" "Does your stomach hurt that much?" Sejun shouted. "If things keep going like this, I'll reach the maximum score." The kid looks confused. "Isn't that a good thing?" He shouted, "No way." Mentor wondered to himself, since when was the maximum score considered a bad thing? Sejun despairingly kneels on the floor. "I can't cancel my score, can I? Why are my points so high? My free discount coupon." He feels extremely worried. If his score is this high, it will be even harder to get the 2 discount coupons. "Forget about 3 vouchers. I need to find a way to lower my score, but once I have the points, there's no way to decrease them." Suddenly, he picked up his phone. "I have a way." The Gren system now considers it a creature that has lost its aura. An external deity master should eat octopus with a trident. "Master Python, how dare the Octopus General, Lord Dragon King of the South Sea, if you watch your tutorial session, your points will be deducted." Sejun quietly rejoiced. Just as he suspected, there are people maintaining balance, and the accompanying lessons can reduce points. He shouted, "Keep repeating these lessons at the same time. I can hear the scores dropping already. Wait for me, my free discount coupon." The helpless kid looks at him. Why is he like this? But I don't want to know. The system now shows 2 targets, basic level 1 resistance within a limited time, stealing the Sintamani from emoji Kangcheon, and escaping. Kangon withstands all attacks within the time limit. One monster rushes to attack Seun and immediately gets caught by its own tail. Seun stands nearby and orders, "Don't move, stay still." System current target 3, level 1 agility, survive the spin transformation. Time limit 10 minutes. The Sphinx speaks in a questioning tone. There are 2 sisters, born to each other. Who are they? Sejun slapped him and he fell down. What is that? The system keeps displaying notifications. Section 4 mana, Section 5 spirit, Section 6 use the main weapon, the spear. Item 7 proficiency with the main weapon, the spear. Results of mock exam number 3. Kim Sejun's combat score is 21.4 out of 100. Failure. Basic endurance 12.8 over 100. Failed quickly and lightly 10.4 over 100. Failed. Mana 15.8 over 100 failure. Spirit 24.9 over 100 failure. Using the main weapon sword 12.5 over 100. Failed proficiency with the main weapon sword 8.9 over 100. Failed total 106.7 points. So June is overjoyed with a free discount coupon, excited. Let's try again. Practice test number 4 results. Kim Sejun's score was 43.2 over 100 for combat, 26.8 over 100 for basic endurance, 21.7 over 100 for agility, 42.2 over 100 for mana, 34.5 over 100 for mental strength, 25.5 over 100 for main weapon use, and 20.1 over 100 for proficiency with the main weapon totaling 214 points. S-Jun is delighted to have received his second voucher. If we include the free observation voucher, we already have 3 vouchers. He looked incredibly happy. The little kid gaped at him. I wasn't even sure about that test earlier, but now I can say for sure. Kim Seun adjusted the score perfectly, but is it okay to tweak the score just to get the discount coupon? Oh no, can this even be done in the first place? Suddenly, Sejun turned back to the little advisor and said, "Let's do it now. I still have one more try." Mentor looked confused. Once again? Sejun was very excited. "All right, this time I will give it my all." Mentor glanced at the phone that just rang with a notification. The kid called Kim Sejun. "The principal wants to talk to you for a moment." Sejun turned around and walked away. "I'm busy right now, later. What's with the panic?" Sejun silently thought it was probably because of the free discount coupon. He continued walking forward, thinking that the mock exam would start soon, and he should focus on that later. The little kid nervously follows and calls out. Sejun's body trembles. The mentor is clinging to his leg, begging. The principal is pleading now. She asked if he could talk for a moment without worrying about the consequences. Sejun kicked his legs and said, "Let me go, kid, please." Finally, Sejun scratched his head and said, "All right, hurry up and tell me what I should do. I guess if she gets the discount voucher back, I'll just lie down and ignore it." Mentor cheerfully. "Great, just wait a moment." Elsewhere, a blonde girl is softly smiling. In a hidden spot, a gentle hand taps down, and at the same time, an unusual feeling rises in Seo-run's heart. He suddenly turned around in surprise. "Huh? What is this? It feels just like when I used destruction." And as he turned to look ahead, he found himself standing on the clouds with a towering skyscraper in front of him. Mentor sighed deeply, his face not showing much happiness. "I never thought I would come to the headquarters with you." And Seun looked in horror at the towering modern building in front of him, disbelief in his heart. Is this the ultimate academy? Inside the building, a black demon is on the phone saying, "Hemmet, how have you been lately? My course is about to end, and I wonder if in the office, the deafening sounds of conversations and phone calls are echoing from a corner." An employee looks worried. What is he anxious about? That's so unlike him. Yeah, he's not the type to worry about students' reviews. What? Are you planning to eliminate everyone who wrote a review? Wait a minute. Someone else is complaining. Why has Loki been working late lately? Another person, worried, answers the phone. I don't know. Something must have happened. Everything is really complicated right now, and through the noisy office, the mentor led Sejun past like a stranger. He accidentally overheard 2 people talking, one asking, "How are the financial and karmic conditions at the academy?" The other replying, "They're terrible. Some ascended being just caused the academy to go bankrupt." The other person sighed and said, "I guess we'll have to cancel the other plans." Hearing this, the mentor signaled Jun to follow this way. Suddenly, they encounter someone walking towards them. The person cautiously asks, "Who are you two?" They didn't look like recent ascenders. The mentor saw the other person and let out a surprised sound. Then the boy smiled and said, "Hello, Lord Tho." The person in front of them is Tho, a god of wisdom and writing from Egyptian mythology. He questioned, "What is a celestial ascendant student doing at the headquarters? Did you bring him here?" "Meant," the kid replied nervously. "Oh no, this is Kim Soon, an ascended from Earth. The director wants to see him privately." He looked a bit surprised. Irina meeting with him alone. "That's strange." "Oh," he suddenly exclaimed. "So it was you." I wonder nervously, "Do you know who I am?" Tho sighs and narrows his eyes, complaining. "Of course, right now there's no one who doesn't know about you, and he's kindly reminding you not to let anyone find out who you are. Why are you so clueless?" Why, at that very moment, not far away, an employee shouted, "What on earth happened with all these consequences?" Whose furious shout is echoing through the office? Who the hell caused this chaos in the chain of cause and effect? Tho answers Sejun's question because they might punish him. After meeting with Tho, the mentor takes Sejun to experience a special elevator to reach the director's office. "We will have to use the teleportation elevator. As soon as it signals that it has arrived and the doors open, the two suddenly hear someone talking outside. Someone who seems unhappy said, 'You rarely show up. Why did you suddenly call me here like this?' A female voice questions, 'Do you really not know why?' There's no way you don't know that the Academy's downfall was because of your class, right?" The great sage nonchalantly twirled his ear. "Don't blame me. Just try meeting him and you'll understand." Seeing the familiar figure, Seo-jun thought to himself, "No wonder this voice sounded familiar. It turns out to be the great sage Tian." Then he turned to look at the slender figure with long golden hair and said, "So the person standing in front of him must be the annoyed girl. Then let me see." Without turning to look at the guest she invited, she gently clapped her hands with a soft slap. This action suddenly pulls Soon, who was standing still in the elevator, with such force that he was dragged down, causing him to panic. But instead of losing his balance and falling face first, he was caught by the great sage. He smiled. "It's been a long time." C shivers with gratitude, looking at him. Great sage Tiantai. He releases his hand. He turns around and stands firmly on the grass, curious as he looks at the girl in front of him. So, this must be the girl who spoke. "Nice to meet you." Seo-jun was mesmerized by her beauty, and silently confirmed in his heart that she was the Supreme Academy Director and the second Ascendant. Just as he was thinking that, she introduced herself. "I am Irina, the Supreme Academy Director." Why is Jun pursuing the thoughts in his mind? She looks very different from what I imagined. Is she a spirit? Seeing his student enchanted, the great saint whispered to him, "Don't be fooled by her appearance, kid. She's very old, she should actually be called." But before he could finish speaking, there was a loud crash, and Irina used her power to knock him down headfirst in front of Sejun's stunned eyes. He watched his master fall without resistance, feeling a bit terrified inside. Even the great sage equal to heaven can't move. And this place is an outside space, with no restrictions of karma. Irina cleared her throat and said, "I will get straight to the point." She explained that the Academy's finances are not in good shape. It's a bit complicated, but simply put, the Supreme Academy is paying for the free discount vouchers that the Observer gave you, and that's the problem. In the end, she concluded that we probably can't continue the promotion you're benefiting from. Soon raised an eyebrow, understanding well inside. "I knew it." He paused for a moment, then replied, "All right." Seeing how easygoing he was, Irina happily thanked him for understanding. Due to the current financial situation, we cannot support other students. But she hadn't enjoyed her happiness for long before she saw the worm lying flat on the grass. "Huh?" He seems annoyed as he expresses his opinion. "Step over my corpse." Mentor, speechless, hugs tiredly and sighs in frustration. "I knew it would turn out like this. That's why I told you not to meet him." Irina was at a loss, unsure how to handle the situation, while the great saint burst into laughter. "Ha ha! I told you, you never know what this kid will do." Lying on the ground, Sun looks fierce like a fishmonger outside the market. "What do you think I would do? Do I look like someone who would return a discount coupon? You think I'll ignore this? Well then, get ready for an uncompromising martial arts battle. If this is a problem, you shouldn't have organized the event in the first place. I didn't exploit the loophole or anything. I'm just following the rules of the game." Irina is still naively protesting, but it's clear that you have abused the loophole. Seun is not convinced. It's her fault for not clarifying from the beginning. Irina argued with us that allowing the use of promotions was to help students who couldn't afford it, and since you stubbornly kept arguing, I just did the same. Try to get as many discount vouchers as possible. As they argued back and forth, the great saint and mentor suddenly pulled out 3D glasses, while Bap Jiang happily ate and eavesdropped. On this side, Irina was so angry her hair was standing on end. "I didn't mean to say this, but you should know the truth." Hearing that, Seun immediately prepared himself. She tries to smile gently, staying as calm as possible to talk with him. "Do you know how chaotic the Academy has become because of you?" I'll be honest, you know you're only paying the minimum for your karma, right? So think about who has to pay for that hidden debt. Sejun casually replies, isn't it because my karma isn't being counted? Hearing that, Irina snapped, that's just your own assumption. The heated exchange escalated as she also delivered a series of sharp explanations. But someone still has to pay a necessary cause and effect cost to create the lesson in your dimension. Usually it's the tuition fee, but we can't do that in your case. So, June? If the karma costs are not enough, the simulated observers won't allow us to unlock the course. But the students need to attend classes, so we had to cover that deficit. The great sage and the mentor focused so intently that they forgot to eat popcorn. In the end, Irina pointed at Seun and almost shouted, I just want you to give way this one time. Is it so hard? This statement was like an arrow piercing his conscience. Finally, during the intense argument, the mentor rang the bell. The great sage declared that the winner was Irina, because Seizun was currently so questioned that he couldn't respond. Because I couldn't accept it, I still refused to compromise. What does that have to do with me? Mentor is sweating for him. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Why does June still lie on the ground, stepping over my corpse? This only makes Irina more annoyed. She reached out with her power to lift him into the air. If you want, I will grant your wish. Do you know where you are? Provoking a spirit is not a wise move at all, especially since this is a powerful spirit. Irina easily manipulates Seo Jun's body. She grits her teeth and says, Are you telling me to step over your dead body? The terrifying aura emanating from her made his hair stand on end, but he clenched his teeth and endured, determined not to give in. Endure. The principal touches his body with a finger, so why don't you stop whining and wake up? He trembled and thought to himself that, in retrospect, they didn't need him alive for the fake observations. Could the principal kill me? He clenched his teeth. But I can't back down here. A stream of blue magic pushes him away from the principal. The great saint looked surprised. Oh, so you've overcome the pressure already? What now? Are you planning to fight back? Seun, still surrounded by a blue magic aura, suddenly collapsed to the ground in front of the stunned witnesses. C screams loudly. Whatever, just cut it open. The Grand Saint principal and the boy looked at him speechless. The Grand Saint laughed. Are you going to lie down again? Seun was still lying on the ground. I don't know anything. He thought to himself, actually, I feel a little guilty. It is an undeniable truth that the Supreme Academy has played a crucial role in my growth so far, and I also think they have been somewhat tolerant of me. But I also have lectures to attend, and I can't keep tearing up my free tickets like this. He said, all right, I will give up all the free tickets I earned from the mock exam. Mentor, surprised, what? Are you crazy? Son, or where do you hit your head when you lie down? Sejun sat up and said, but I have a condition. The principal was surprised. A condition? Go ahead, I have some lessons I want to learn for free. Please teach me directly. Sir, the principal shook his head, saying it's not possible. Son guessed it might be because you are an observer. She nodded softly. As expected, you already knew who usually I wouldn't be able to meet with the students. That's because the burden of karma from an interview is too great. S-Jun rests his chin in thought. Based on what he has said so far, the financial situation of the Supreme Academy doesn't look very promising. If they had been well off from the start, they wouldn't have forced me to give up those free votes. So who is ultimately bearing the burden of karma for this meeting? The answer is very simple. He asked if this meeting was requested by the observer on the condition that he would bear the entire burden of karma for the interview. The principal replied, yes, he said he would take on all the karma if we forced you to give up the free vote at all costs. Sun silently thought he hit the mark, and reasoned that the karmic burden from your teaching would be the karmic burden for the observer. Principal Irina sighed. Even so, the observer couldn't be unaware of the burden, but the consequences wouldn't disappear. Sejun nodded. I know, but that burden will fall on him. But what about that? The principal looked at him in surprise. What? C spreads his arms wide. What do you think this place is? The principal replied uncertainly. Well, it's the Supreme Academy. Suddenly she shivered. Don't tell me Sion is grinning happily, just as you thought. He silently thought that this place was the ultimate academy. A space beyond dimensions, like a border space where the gaze of the observer cannot reach. Sejun continued. What do we do here? How would the observer know? If he starts talking nonsense, just say he told me to give up the free vote, and that's all there is to it. It seems he also blamed his karma for the problem, then just pay him back. Even if it seems like 1,000 times more, who cares? The principal quietly pondered. The great sage looked very interested, but suddenly the principal called. Advisor, can you go downstairs for a moment and call thought for me? The little boy replied in shock. Huh, all right. The great saint looked surprised. Really? Are you planning to join in on the madness? The principal shrugged. There's no other choice. Without karma, we have to fight with our bodies. Then she turned to June. I can't teach you everything. I'm transferring the burden of karma to the observer, but if that burden becomes too great, this space-time could collapse. He nodded repeatedly. I know very well. The principal asked. What do you want to learn? Sun replied. The superhuman senses of Lecturer Mozai and the long language teachings of the Green Dragon sect. The principal nodded. Then those sensory techniques would make sense. She turned to the side and asked, Tian Tian, Great Sage, can you lend a hand? The Great Sage grinned and agreed, pulling out his wish-fulfilling staff. Can you go a bit stronger? The principal replied, Whatever you think is fine. The Great Sage Hale confidently struck down his staff. The principal explains Komozai's extraordinary perception, limiting it to her awareness of the surrounding environment that forms the target. But if expanded a little more, it can reach a level where it can control the environment around the target. And when sensory perception reaches its peak, even such things become possible. The Great Sage of Heaven, he leapt high and raised his Rui scepter. I am here, the #1 technique of the Lu Tin Trung. The peak of the heavenly star, a powerful surge of magic shoots down. Sejun trembles and stands below in panic. Hey, are you crazy? He said loudly. If you suddenly use the peak of the heavenly star like that. Suddenly Sejun felt as if multiple beams of light were passing through his body. He was stunned. What? It feels like the entire space around me is targeting me. Even taking a step or breathing feels like I need someone's permission to do anything. The Great Sage placed his hand on his shoulder and asked, You're having a hard time, right? But you need to focus and look carefully. Among the ascendants, only the principal can do that. The principal is now standing in front of them, calmly watching the fireballs approaching. Anyway, she's an X level. She clenched her fist and a faint white light emitted, causing the fiery red magic to gradually disappear. Sejun looked around in shock, unable to believe his eyes. What is this? The traces of divine energy have completely disappeared, as if nothing happened. The principal smiles and turns around. So what? Sejun wondered. Aren't you going to teach me about intuition? The principal replied, This is exactly intuition. The great saint spoke. It's not like she just happens to be level X. Sejun pushed him away. What is level X? Does that level also exist in the Supreme Academy? Another voice interrupted. No, level X doesn't actually exist. Tho steps forward, going beyond the records of karma, meaning it has broken the rules. Hey, great saint, nice to see you again. Peacock looks at the principal and asks, What do you want from me? The principal replies, To teach Kim Seo-jun perception, we might need to register karma with the system. He was stunned and asked again, I'm exhausted and not in the best condition. The principal calmly said, When I teach Kim Seon, I need to record the karma in your book. Thotho paused for a moment. Who is teaching? The principal repeated in confusion. Who are you teaching? Kim Seo shivers. He was silent for a moment, then reluctantly replied, I understand now. But then he shouted out loud, There's a trigger. Irina, don't you know what might happen when you teach a student? The principal smiled. Well, there are a few special cases. Tho trembles with anger. There's no way that could happen. Unless the observer is responsible for the cause and effect, that's it. Irina interrupts. The great saint laughed, looking at Tho in amazement with his mouth wide open at that idiot's face. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Seyun's shoulder. Tho's eyes sparkled as he looked at him. Are you planning to record the lecture? This talent, huh? He glanced over. What do you think? Irina the principal replied. I also thought about that, but he's a student, so there are limits. Tho replied confidently, I will definitely find a way. No, I just came here to listen to the lecture. The great sage looks at them happily. The academy is running smoothly, isn't it? A book appears in Tho's hand, the Akashic book. The words from the book drift out and float around. Sejun wondered what he was doing, and Irina replied, He's registering the technique I just showed you into the karma file. Because Kim Sejun has not yet reached transcendence, there are still limitations. Tho opens the book and mutters something. After a moment, the book closed. Seyun was surprised to hear the phone ringing. Tho was satisfied. The registration was complete, and the system now displayed sensory perception. So I can now use my senses too? She replied. No, this is just a power that only Kim Sejun can learn. So Sejun paused, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Irina continued, You have to learn on your own, right? Sejun felt like the streams of light were about to pierce through his soul. Wait a moment. Irina smiled brightly. There's not much time, so I'll quickly teach you the concepts and theories. Of course, with your body. Hearing that, Sejun broke out in a cold sweat. After a moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, but Jun still had to keep moving diagonally past the trees. Damn it. Irina stands outside and teaches. We need to shatter the concept of perception that he still believes in. Kim Sejun, you must go beyond the simple concept of sensation and perception. Think about creating your own realm through your senses. In this way, you will control space through your own realm. Irina manipulates the space around Sejun. She's just like this. Sejun feels panicked. He quickly escapes from that space. A second later, Sejun felt a surge of joy. Crazy, the space had already been distorted. If I had escaped a little later, my body would have been just like Nat B's. Irina waved her hand. If you keep experiencing it, you'll quickly get the hang of the feeling. Try attacking once now and see how Jun gets thrown to the ground. I have to secretly encourage myself that my level X skills surpass level SSS. Mastering this technique not only improves my power, but also greatly benefits all the techniques I will learn in the future. Sun is determined to learn it for sure. He breaks free from Irina's control pressure and quickly appears behind her. Irina smiled to herself. Truly, you are different from ordinary students. Now I understand why Advisor and Tatine Great Sage hold you in such high regard. She clenched her fist as a spatial sphere flew straight at him. Sejun screamed in pain. Irina wondered how many hours this class has been going on. Let's take a quick break. I'm not joking. Seun lay on the ground, feeling as if his body was being crushed under immense pressure. But in that moment, he vaguely sensed Irina's perception. Wait, I'm hurt almost to death. What are those people doing? The great saint and mentor are happily playing together. Suddenly, Seun had an idea. He asked the master, "Aren't you bored? Do you want to do something interesting?" The great sage immediately reacts. Interesting? What is that? Sejun suggested. Try facing the principal. The great sage immediately turned away. That's a no for playing. Why did Jun freeze at this reaction, secretly surprised that someone obsessed with fighting would refuse now? Sejun shouted, "You always liked fighting." "I don't like it. I really enjoy fighting, but I don't have a habit of being beaten alone." "Being attacked unilaterally?" Sejun muttered. "The principal is that strong?" The great sage replied. "If he's just called strong, then that's not enough. Even if all the superhumans of the Supreme Academy attack, I can't guarantee she will be defeated." Sejun gasped in amazement. Huh? So how strong could he possibly be? Furthermore, the great saint continued, "I've never seen her fight with full strength before." Mentor also agreed. "Thinking about it, I've never seen that either. So when will he ever be serious?" Suddenly, the great sage said, "Oh, but there is someone who can face her." Sejun looked skeptical. "Huh? Is there really someone like that?" Dathan chuckled for a moment before saying, "Seon, open your eyes wide. Your face is pale. Are you?" The great sage replied, "Exactly. You can use the 3-point pill. That's enough to fight her." Mentor also nodded slightly. The great sage continued, "And with your rapid growth, you might even be able to defeat Irina." Seon couldn't believe his ears. Beating the principal himself? Beating that monster? You're amazed. Are you really that crazy? Honestly, everyone always says I'm extraordinary, but I feel like it's just what I've always done, so it doesn't really make me feel anything special. Irina suddenly interrupts, saying, "Extraordinary isn't enough. As I said, there will come a day when I leave the position of principal." Sun scratched his head. "You said it?" Mentor reminded, "Do you remember the first time you consulted the principal about the 3-field plan?" Irina continued and said, "In fact, there is one more person besides Kim Sejun who can compare to me." "Are you talking about the first transcendent?" Hearing that, Irina lowered her eyes sadly. She shook her head and said, "No, my master is not the same as yours. How could I compare myself to my master?" Sejun looked puzzled. "I've always wondered what happened to the first transcendent, but I don't know anymore. His karma records have disappeared. All records of my master's existence have been erased." Sejun was stunned. "Erased completely? Could it be that?" Irina replied, "Yes, the observer has erased everything. I couldn't remember having a master, but there are still traces left. It seems that before the observer completely erased my master, he did something?" She whispered softly. "Or perhaps he erased himself. So I want you to uncover that secret. I really appreciate you." Sejun looked a bit shy at the compliment. Irina crossed her arms. "All right, let's stop talking and get back to it." The great saint yawns deeply and stands up, suggesting, "I'm bored of just watching. Can I help?" Irina was surprised. "Really?" Sejun shouted. "Hey, you just said you hate fighting." The great sage calmly replied, "That's only if that ant is an opponent. Fighting with you is fun." Sejun shouted in frustration. "You only pick weak opponents to fight? Master, are you that shameless?" The great sage raised the Rui Jinggubang high and said, "I only need to be happy. Who cares?" Sejun startled and drew out his spear. "This crazy guy has moved to the Professional Hunters Association," the chairman muttering. "Is this really true?" The other replied, "Yes, I confirmed it multiple times. It's the truth." He was extremely worried, saying, "The chairman ordered us to find the gold hunter Seun immediately." Sejun was pierced straight through by the Rai Jingu Bang and was flung far away. The great sage scratches his head, really bored, trying a little harder. Sejun pants heavily. This is the power of the great sage Tithien when unbound by karma. The great sage yawned deeply, utterly bored. "You'll be responsible for this." Seon is furious. That crazy monkey. The great sage looked disappointed. What? Have you given up? Sejun shouted in anger. I'm not your match. Besides, I should have been training my senses. If you keep hitting me like this, I don't know what to do. The great saint replied coldly. Training is so boring, I'm trembling with rage at its reaction. He suddenly had an idea. That's right. Maybe this way. If you can touch a single strand of my hair, I will fight a proper battle with that woman. How about it? Seo's eyes flickered with intense light. The great sage Tien is beaten by the principal? You don't need those feathers. Are you asking again? The great sage replied. Of course. What did she see? Irina smiled. All right. Soon immediately took his stance to prepare. You don't need to hit him. Just touch his fur. You have to keep your promise. The great saint laughed loudly. Of course I joke, but I never lie, you know that. But can you do it? Or are you just going to keep getting hit without learning anything before being dragged out? Sejun felt a bit annoyed by that taunt. Seon shot straight at the great sage. A streak of blue light flashes. You should get ready to take a punch from the principal. The great sage quickly dodges your attack. Too slow, Seon lands on the ground and looks around. Where did he disappear to? Even though Khan's senses have reached their limit, I still can't catch up to him. He closed his eyes tightly, facing a crazy monkey and the strongest superhuman, huh? With his current level, he's no different from him. If I can't catch up, I have to go ahead of him. Irina's voice echoed in his mind. Perception begins with recognizing the elements that make up the environment around the target. For an entity to exist, it must have space, and so it is inevitable that it affects the space around it. The airflow changes as it exhales, and there is a slight tremor when it steps onto the ground. There are inevitable limits to an entity that needs space. No one can surpass those limits. Therefore, even if you can't identify the target directly, you can still detect it indirectly through clues. The principal told you to go further and control the surroundings. He slowly senses each step, gradually revealing it as his own territory, pulling the surrounding space into a world of senses. Sejun feels a bit disappointed. His senses are still nothing special, but he can faintly sense the presence of the great sage, like a thread just within reach but hard to grasp. Suddenly, you open your eyes wide. Sejun rushes forward. Indeed, the great sage is right there. Sejun looked at him seriously, and the great sage stared at him in surprise. Irina outside also widened her eyes in astonishment. Sejun sensed one of the great sage's feet stepping back, then the other foot retreating. He thought to himself, he's stepping back now. Sejun realizes that only now he can see the speed and trajectory of the great sage's attack. He calmly grips his spear, sensing everything. The Rui scepter cuts through the wind as it rushes forward. Soon quickly dodges the spear flying straight at him. The great sage was surprised to see him dodge his attack. He quickly evaded Seon's strike. What is this? Suddenly you're improving so much? Sejun remains silent, sensing everything. The great sage sneers, still inexperienced, but in an instant, Sejun is struck again and thrown to the ground. The great sage landed on the ground and looked into the smoke ahead. Seon got up and said, "Let's go. One more round." The great sage laughed. Your eyes have changed. All right, I'll accept a few more rounds. He thought he had observed carefully but couldn't sense the final strike. He needed to sharpen his senses further, so Seon suddenly charged toward the great sage. But just as they were about to clash, an invisible pressure stopped them, and Irina's voice rang out. It seems we can only train up to this point. The great saint was just in a good mood a moment ago. Seon begged, I can still do a little more? Irina replied briefly, No, your condition isn't very good right now. Kim Sejun, you're pushing yourself too hard. Even though your physical strength isn't an issue, relying on Buddha's spiritual power has its limits. Anyway, you're very talented. I didn't expect you to learn so quickly. It seems you have understood the theory. Now you just need to adapt it in your own way. And more importantly, someone is waiting for you, so you should go back. Sejun was surprised by the last words. Someone is waiting for me? I didn't think anyone would be there. Suddenly, my phone in my pocket rang. The system displays Atlas class progress, 0.6 at 88.9%. Atlas class progress, 0.5 at 89.4%. Atlas class progress 0.3, SEM at 89.7%, 7%. Atlas class progress 0.7 at 90.4%, Atlas class progress 0.3 at 90.7%. Shouting in panic, oh my God, my body is burning again. The great saint chuckled. No matter who he was truly terrifying. Sejun looked at Irina pleadingly. The principal, please take me home quickly. She was stunned. Didn't you just say you could hold on a little longer? And if I say goodbye now, who knows when we'll meet again? Do you really want to leave forever? Sejun shouted, but it no longer mattered. Irina chuckled softly and snapped her fingers. Sejun fell into the dark void. She smiled, hoping that one day we would meet again. Sejun has disappeared. Irina smiles at the person behind her. I didn't expect you to come straight here. Spy. That person calls Irina. He looks surprised. Irina, are you losing your mind? Your actions clearly breach the agreement. You haven't forgotten the consequences of breaking that vow, have you? Irina smiled. Absolutely not. Do you think I broke my promise or something? The observer fake replies, applying karma without permission. I never authorized you to instruct that person. But you acted on your own accord. Irina pretends not to understand. Huh? Who do I teach? I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you pretending to be helpless and deliberately acting clueless? Irina answers. I am not pretending. I honestly don't understand. I only gently persuaded Mr. Kim Sejun and he voluntarily gave up his exemption votes. Just as our agreement states, the observer pretends to be angry and shouts. Are you joking with me? Everyone can see that he traded his exemption vote for your lecture. Irina still calmly replied, not at all. I have no idea about that. What evidence do you have to claim I did such a thing? She chuckled. Did you see it with your own eyes? The fake observer trembles with fear and shouts. So I also want to see the evidence with my own eyes. A book appears with Tho's record. That incident must be recorded here without fail. The pages of the book keep turning. A surge of powerful magic erupts around Irina. She coldly presses and says, You are not allowed to interfere with the Academy's affairs. Her eyes are filled with murderous intent. The teacher's note clearly states that. The old observer silently closes the book in response. He hid it away. You can't use such petty tricks. Could it really be that bastard? No matter who it is, this is a foolish decision. The heavier the burden of karma in this dimension, the looser the ties to that bastard become. That's why we're stopping him from using the exemption slip. You also know that, don't you? Or do you think he can handle the real version of himself? The one even you had to expel for losing control over? Irina crossed her arms and cut in. Let's just wait and see, the observer warns. Don't be mistaken, Irina. Even if you are called the third superhuman, you are just a latecomer and can't accomplish anything. Irina frowned at him, probably saying the same words to my master, but in the end, he couldn't deal with him and had to eliminate him. The observer responded briefly. It's up to her what she thinks, but remember one thing. If he turns his head back, she will definitely regret her choice today. Outside, Jimin is commanding his fire magic. Cover it up. Hellfire. A fire tornado appears. She muttered, Still not awake? Should I sew a little more? Sejun just woke up facing the current situation. Jimin continues the hellfire once more. Sejun snapped irritably and stopped immediately. She scratched her head and said, Oh, you're still alive. Sejun shouted, What are you trying to do? Jimin replied, I am going to cremate you. Suddenly, Hyun entered from outside and called out loudly, Sir Seun! She gasped. Why do you keep dying and coming back? The chairman has been waiting for too long. Wait, don't come any closer. I'm embarrassed to shout out loud. Hyun's face suddenly flushed. Jin only now realizes that Sejun isn't wearing any clothes. Hun stammers. I didn't see anything at all. Sejun snapped and went outside immediately. In the conference room outside, Hyun's face still showed a faint blush as Sejun entered, apologizing for making him wait. Different voices echoing. Captain, you're still alive, and this time you're recovering quickly. The chairman bowed slightly, showing remorse. I woke you from a deep sleep. Sejun waved his hand. It's not like that. I just visited a place similar to the afterlife, so don't worry too much. By the way, what brings you here today, sir? The chairman silently put his hand into his coat pocket and then placed it on the table. Juan paid the full 25,000 duan on time. On the table are two photos, one with black smoke and the other showing a man in captivity. Mindu suddenly stands up. Master, the chairman said these are photos sent anonymously to the association. At first we thought they were fake, but after verification, we believe they are very likely real. Sejun silently observes the photo, seeing a man standing with his back turned, his exposed skin wrapped in white bandages. Do they want ransom money? The chairman replied no, but they recorded that if this was exposed to the world, the Dark Saint would be killed. Mindu was very shocked by those words. The chairman gently closed his eyes. I'm sorry to say this, but this is probably a trap. Sejun remained silent, completely agreeing with the suspicion. Of course. Sending these photos despite avoiding attention shows they want to inform a specific person. They're informing me. I clench the photo. Sejun stands up. Where are we? Mindu trembled as he looked at him. Captain Sejun smiled and said, Do you think I would ignore your master? Don't worry. We will definitely save him, Seun reassured. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the door. This time we will go together. The four elders appear together. No one here abandons their old comrades. Seun stops him. Please stay in Korea. Keep going. This is just my guess, but it's very likely that the Truth Organization is also involved in this. If the Dream Team and all the heroes leave, Korea will face the reaction forces. So please stay and prepare to respond to any situation. Are they all just a bunch of troublemakers? It would be extremely dangerous if everyone leaves. The holy Frenchman looked downcast and said, "Understood, we will stay." Sejun nodded. "I will entrust this matter to the heroes." He turned to the chairman. "Where were those photos taken?" He replied, "At the southern tip of Africa." The Republic of South Africa cuts to another scene, where a hand holding precious stones laughs loudly. Just sitting there causes a chain of consequences to pile up. Truly a masterstroke. Outside, a man is shouting at a group of natives to move quickly. A frightened, trembling look covers her mouth as she hides in the bushes nearby. In South Africa, at Kimberley Airport, Sejun and everyone else step out. Suddenly, he noticed Minzu looking tense. Sejun placed a hand on his shoulder. Sejun reassures them, he's surely safe. He turns to the others. "Time's up. Split into groups and gather information. Contact us immediately if you find anything." "Understood." Sejun pulls out a weapon. "Don't waste time," he ordered it. "Hurry and find him. The Black Saint is in a hurry." The object was launched. To Sejun's surprise, it suddenly spun around. Sejun scratched his head awkwardly. "Strange. Why can't I locate him? Could it be that the Truth Sect has taken some action?" Suddenly, a boy's voice rang out. "You're a professional hunter here for that, right?" Sejun turned around in shock. "Did something happen regarding that matter?" The kid grits his teeth in disgust. "What do you mean?" "You are also a follower of the Church of Truth," Sejun retorted. "No way." The kid interrupts. "Stop pretending now. I already know everything." Then the kid ran away. He stopped him. "Wait a moment. Hold on." Everyone around was surprised and gathered closer. "Who are you?" "A follower of the Truth Sect?" A follower of the Truth Sect." They happily handed him a bunch of food and asked him to accept this gift. "Sir, this one as well. Thanks to everyone, we are still alive." Sejun was panicked. "But I am not a follower of the Church of Truth." He runs to find the kid from earlier. "Where is that boy now?" "I just escaped from there," Sejun thought to himself. Just a quick glance shows how deeply rooted the faith in the Church of Truth is here. But when that kid thought he was a believer, he immediately showed hostility and even brought up that matter. He must have known something. Suddenly, a scream rang out as Benna was violently thrown against the wall. The kid shouted, "I've paid off my debt. I've paid enough, so why are you still chasing me?" They coldly replied, "I've told you before, that's just interest. Do they look at the basket you're carrying? Are those herbs in the basket? They must be worth something. Hand it over to me." Benna refused. "No, I can't." One of them grabs your shirt. "Are you not beaten enough yet?" Sio's voice trembled as he stopped. The guy looked at him. "Who are you? You better leave before we teach you a lesson." Sejun laughs. "No, I have something to discuss with that kid. That guy let Banaza go. What's going on?" "What now? Are you also lending him money?" "No, that's not true." I scratch my head. I'm considering what trouble to cause now. "That guy's furious. Are you messing with me?" He lunged at him to punch him. "Do you really want to die?" Sejun grabs his arm and twists it behind his back. Judging by his face, he's already taken out a few people. He shouted, "What are you waiting for? Help me." "Hurry up, you bastard, huh?" "Wait a moment, sir." Ben stood frozen, watching them. A moment later, Sejun had taken care of those people. "You bend down and ask the boy, 'Are you okay? It seems they hit you pretty hard.'" "Yes, sir." So shivers with contempt as he glances at the crowd. "What kind of scoundrel would hit a kid like me?" The boy replied, "I borrowed money from them." "Are you serious about the money? How much did you borrow?" "I have repaid the full 25,000 rials on time." So suddenly they say, "That's just interest," demanding an extra 250,000, claiming the interest is 10 times the principal. "Damn bastards." Bena stood up, still grateful for his help. "You're not really a member of the Church of Truth, are you?" Sejun replied. "Of course not. Also, I want to ask why you hated the Church of Truth earlier. Everyone here seems to be friendly with the church." The kid frowns. "It's because they don't like how the Church of Truth is doing very bad things in my country." Sejun is sure that this kid clearly knows something. He suggests that you could tell him in detail about the bad deeds the Church of Truth has committed. Kwabena silently looked at him. The scene shifts to a residential area. Sejun and Kwabena pass by 2 armed foreigners speaking a foreign language. Then they walk past a man inspecting his weapon. Sejun wondered if there have been recent dungeon mutations since there are many hunters around here. Kwabena angrily retorted, "No, they are rebels. They came to our village on their own and said this is a good hideout." The kid is behind them this way, and Kwaku suddenly took notice. He turned around in shock, and a worried person asked, "Lord Kwaku, is something wrong?" He shook his head. "No, it's nothing. There's no way that person is here." Sejun is heading towards the boy over there. Kwabena enters the house, shyly saying, "We don't have much, but please come in." Sejun stared in shock at the scene before him as Kwabena approached the girl lying on the floor. "Huh, you're back." "Yun?" The girl nervously reaches out her hand towards Kwabena. "Why do you look like that?" The boy replied. "I fell on the road. It's okay." IQ frowned slightly. "Really?" The little boy nodded. "It's true." Ikina looked at Sejun with curiosity. Who is this guy? Through Bena's introduction, he helped me. I invited him over because I had a small favor. Hearing that, the girl smiled happily. Thank you for helping my little one. Sejun replied. No problem. Bena picks up a cloth and crushes the pile of cigarettes he collected. Sejun looks around but sees no sign of any adults. He looked down at IQ, wondering if they were living together on their own. The girl asked if he was a hunter, right? Sejun nodded. Yes, I am a professional hunter, IQ asked excitedly. So have you ever met the hunter Kim Sejun before? Sejun hesitated. Probably have met him before. The hammer in Bina's hand suddenly froze, and the boy's eyes lit up. Really? Have you actually seen Hunter Kim Sejun in person? No wonder the hero is so confident, Bina asked eagerly. What is Mr. Kim Sejun like? Is he as handsome as his skills? His personality is also great. Does he have a glow radiating from behind him? Sejun is just an ordinary person, right? No, he's probably just an ordinary guy. Ben got angry. An ordinary person couldn't do that. The kid is dreamy. Sejun the Gold Hunter is definitely cooler than you imagined. Sejun was startled by the image in the kid's imagination. Who is this? He shouted. No, I'm serious. Who is this, after all? In reality, Sejun looks just like any other person. Through Bena, still caught in the misty rain, Sejun the Gold Hunter is whispering into his ear. Sejun is his idol. Sejun is stunned. An idol. The girl is proud. Brothers always dream of becoming professional hunters. He also has talent, so he even awakened naturally. Your brother is really talented, right? Sejun looked at the kid in amazement. No wonder. I felt that the boy's energy was a bit different. IQ gently lowered his eyes. If properly trained, my brother could become a skilled professional hunter. It's all because of me. Bina rushes over worriedly. Yina wouldn't do such a thing. The brothers are working hard to save up. The little boy is beaming. Soon he will be able to join the Hunter Academy. The girl asked in amazement, Really? The boy replied, Of course I will soon become someone like a silver hunter and catch all the bad guys. I will buy you lots of delicious food, so you have to take your medicine properly and stay healthy. Got it? The boy hands over a cup of medicine. The girl brightens and replies, Yes. Moving outside the house, Sun asks the boy, You borrowed 25,001 from those gangsters to buy medicine for your sister, right? Bena responds, Yes, actually I don't have money to enter the academy. My sister is still seriously ill, but I will never give up. You know, even Hunter Kim Sejun was once as poor as me before he became a hunter. He couldn't even join the Hunter Academy, but he never gave up and kept trying. Now he's officially the best hunter in the world. Isn't that amazing? One day I will also become someone like Kim Sejun, the hunter. Sejun paused for a moment, then ruffled the boy's hair and said, I'm sure you can do it. Kwa Bena looked surprised. Really? Do you think I can do it? Sejun replied. I think you're even better than Kim Sejun. He grins and assures me that in real life, Kim Sejun isn't really that special. His eyes light up at money, but he's not that bad-tempered. Through Bena's angry scolding, Who do you think you are to yell at Kim Sejun the hunter? The boy disagreed. No matter how strong you are, you can't compare to Kim Jun the hunter. Sejun chuckled to himself, thinking at first he was being polite, calling him Hyung all of a sudden. After a moment, the kid shyly raised his hand. Anyway, thank you for helping me and for saying I can become a hunter, so I will officially introduce myself to you. My name is Kwabena. Just as Sejun was about to reply, a warning shout interrupted. Alert, alert, we have been detected by the government. Kwabena's face shows a hint of fear as the warning sirens continue to sound. Everyone get ready. A pitch-black monster with 6 arms suddenly appears. It bares its unnaturally white teeth. Cutting to a few minutes earlier, 2 men land on a roof, gazing at the distant village. So, the name in the photo Sun received is that village? The one where the rebels are hiding? Wilson rubbed his hands in a flattering manner and replied, Yes, that's right. He continued, Honestly, I didn't want to bother you with such trouble, but because the hero of disaster is in that village. Jin Cheon replied, If you've given me a diamond as a reward, I wouldn't mind at all. Just eliminate them all. Wilson nodded repeatedly, then a voice interrupted the conversation. There you are. I was wondering where you had gone. Jin Cheon was surprised and asked, Assistant, wait, are you an apostle of the holy ink? He said it tiredly. Everything is ready. He's looking for you. Jin Cheon scratched his head. Is that so? Then I give up. Winston was startled. Wait a minute, the guy shouted loudly. This is breaking our agreement. Jin Cheon didn't stop, waving his hand behind him. Don't worry, I wouldn't lie to you. I can't deceive karma in the first place. I'll come back to deal with it later. Wait a moment, Winston angrily said. If you leave like that, I can't give you the diamond. Jinon suddenly halted, coldly asking, Are you trying to take my karma? Jinon turned his head, filled with murderous intent. Do you want to die or what? A strange and distorted magical space suddenly appears. Please spare my life. Disciple of the Holy Seal, don't kill him. I still need to cooperate with the government. Jin-chan sighed, annoyed. Why are humans so complicated? He reluctantly let Wilson go. All right, this time I'll let you go because I'm about to become a god, and I'll be merciful to you. The disciple sighed as he looked at him grinning and said, I just need to be proud anyway. He patted his chest. Wilson looked terrified as a black lump fell down, revealing a 6-legged black monster baring its teeth and drooling. The second power of the 7 deadly sins, greed, avaria. Jin Cheon's voice echoes here as he looks at the monster clutching a pile of diamonds. So what? Is it still not enough? He pointed towards the village. The monster looked up in that direction. Do you see that village over there? It has everything you need to fill that empty space. He laughs. The more pain, the better. Make them drown in the terror you desire. Kill them all and cut to the present. The monster bares its greedy teeth as the fighters in the village step forward. I heard I was discovered by the government, but what is this? Did that guy come alone? Don't they realize that the hundreds of elite soldiers here are the best of the best? Hey, stop and reveal your identity. A furious person warns, if you come any closer, I won't just warn anymore. Someone behind you is suddenly dragged away. The monster squeezed the neck of the person it just grabbed and smiled as it prepared to end him. Everyone around, seeing this, switched to an attack stance. Kill him, attack now, attack quickly. The monster raises a brick high and slams it into the ground, sending everyone around flying into the air. Then it extends its 6 long arms to grab them. Kwaku jumps up. A white magical smoke envelops his body. Kwaku aimed at the monster, shouted loudly, and everyone retreated. He slashed across its body, causing the monster to halt for a moment, and tumors appeared on its head. The monster, furious, turned around. It grabbed Kwaku's leg and slammed him down to the ground. Kwaku painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone around him was stunned. They anxiously called out, Lord Kwaku! The monster raised its hands towards him, screams echoing. Kwaku gritted his teeth and struggled to get up. Suddenly a beam of light appeared to stop the monster. A blue light aimed at its head, and immediately afterward, a bolt of blue lightning shot down. The thunderbolt of the heavenly strike. The lightning god spear activated. Sauron looked down at the monster billowing black smoke. This unpleasant aura, I have felt similar energy before. He was stunned and turned his head back. Sejun looked around. That distorted thing was here. Sejun stood on the roof with his spear, frowning as he looked down. Sejun opened his eyes wide and looked at you. I was right. He wondered, Kim Seun Hunter, why are you here? He replied, I have my own circumstances. The strange cry of the monster ended their conversation. It scratched the ground fiercely with one hand, twisting its neck with the other, as the monster grinned eerily at Seon. He sighed and looked at it. Kwaku's voice echoed. You're not the type to answer honestly, are you? Sejun silently approaches the monster as it extends its long arm to grab him. Seon suddenly rushes forward, a streak of blue light flickering as he leaps from another building towards the monster. It grins and laughs, reaching out to him. Sejun, running, suddenly feels it's about to strike. He drew out his spear to block the monster's attack while Sejun was defending and thinking to himself that it was much stronger than the gluttonous monster he had faced before. This can only mean that the evidence of the growing sinfulness within those twisted beings is undeniable. This feeling is definitely not good. He stops to face the swinging arms of the monster. Boom! A pile of dirt and rocks crashes down where the monster punched. C shivers in the air, looking down at the monster. He raises the spear shaft, and the monster startles, tilting its head back as a divine sword beam. A stream of light strikes directly at its face. Seon lands on the ground, frowning in surprise, completely ineffective. The monster grins happily. It forces its body down to the ground and charges straight at Seon. He calmly watches it, seeming to be like those twisted ones, only able to be defeated by destroying the core. Sejun takes a step forward. It's not yet complete, but there's no other choice. He begins to sense Seon gripping the spear tightly. I can't control this space, nor can I perceive it clearly, but I can feel the sacred spear Longinus firmly in my hand. The 3-layer magic seal inside it as well, as if the spear had become a part of my body. It gives off a completely different feeling from the divine spear fusion. The monster charges fiercely toward him. Seon closed his eyes but then suddenly opened them, sensing a blue light surrounding him as the scene shifted to the monster's target, the village. He suddenly stopped. Tandu saw him turn around and look behind, so he asked, What's wrong? He gritted his teeth, frowned, and replied, Greedy, scene change to the battlefield. Through the astonishment, he disappeared. The monster that even a full-strength elite team couldn't make move has now disappeared so easily. All that's left where it stood is a cloud of black smoke. He looked at Sejun. This is the strongest human hunter, Kim Sejun. Sejun calmly retracted his sword, sighed, Damn it, I still haven't figured out where that twisted monster disappeared to. He scratched his head and approached the black puddle, relying on the remaining traces. He looked in amazement at the diamonds, soon picked them up. What is this? Benna behind is trembling. Hyung. The little boy looks worried. Why is that? Behind everyone, the Kim Se-jun hunter is cheering. They cheer excitedly. Kim Se-jun, the hunter, has come to save us. Benna is stunned. What did you say? Hunter. The boy turned back to look at Kim Se-jun. Kim Se-jun just pointed at his face, and the kid immediately shouted in surprise. Se-jun forced a nervous laugh. Kwa Ben stood frozen, unable to believe what had just happened. Ku bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you. I really don't know how to pay this debt, C stammers nervously. No, you don't need to do that. He raises his hand toward the black water. What should we do about this? I don't know why, but when we killed it, this thing dropped out. According to her, 1 diamond. Since it was you who defeated the monster, of course it belongs to you. Feel free to use it. Se-jun scratches his head. Is it really okay? Kwa says, we haven't done anything, just being saved by you is already a great favor. Se-jun chuckled. Then I won't hold back. Kwaku widened his eyes as Se-jun happily counted the diamonds, the hunter Kim-jun. I've heard many rumors, but I never expected his power to be this terrifying. He clenched his fist. If he is the one helping us, then maybe, just maybe, this country still has hope. Kwaku said, you said you have a special reason for coming all the way here? Se-jun turned and replied, yes, Kwaku. Go ahead, can you tell us what brought you here? Se-jun replied, I came to find Amson, the hero of Korea's greatest disaster. Crossing his arms, he said, am I leading my dream team as the team leader? Se-jun suddenly froze. Damn it, the members of the Min team have completely forgotten. Kwaku asked in surprise, Amseong, you say Amon is also here? Through Bina's sudden reaction, he said, Master Among. The two of them silently looked at the kid without prior arrangement, and Kwaku sighed, blaming himself. He couldn't believe this was happening. I have usually observed the Church of Truth, but since they haven't done anything suspicious, I was worried that I had been too narrow-minded. I should have chosen the opposite path. He placed his hand on his forehead and, after a moment of silence, told Se-jun, our rebel forces have arrived to support you. Se-jun was stunned and asked again, why so sudden? I would be very happy to receive support, but she replied, I help not without reason. We are fighting against the corrupt regime. Kwaku continues. It was a terrible disaster. That corrupt regime seized power with huge funds from diamonds and hired professional hunters. Those who only use weapons for their own personal gain. He continued in despair. We gathered incorruptible hunters to fight against the government and believed that hope was still alive in this country. But one day, an uncontrollable entity slaughtered everyone. He muttered tremblingly, an uncontrollable aberrant creature. He thought of the monster from before, an aberrant entity. After listening to your story, it seems that the Truth Sect and the government are also closely connected. If we support you, in the end we will have to face the government forces. In the end, our goals are the same. S-jun froze for a moment. So, is that it? Kwaku made a proposal. If you need manpower, you can freely use our forces. We can start by looking for the Black Holy Man, so can we help you? He crossed his arms, and the people behind him also silently looked at Sue. Se-jun silently thought that unlike him and Mei, we can't rely on the government. If Kwaku and the insurgent forces support us, finding the Black Holy Man will be much easier. He quickly agreed, I would be very happy to have that help. Kwa happily replied, thank you. I sincerely thank you. He quickly turned back and said he would notify all members across the country to find the Black Saint. It might not be easy to find him, but at least we can look for clues. Suddenly, Benna spoke up. I believe I know the location of the person called the Black Holy Man. Jun looked at the boy in shock. Do you know where the Black Holy Person is? How do you know? The boy replied softly. Oh, so you asked why I don't trust the Church of Truth before? The Church of Truth is a charity organization, but they are kidnapping people and conducting experiments. Se-jun was startled and frowned. The boy continued, I almost got caught up in that too. I was locked up with a few others in a strange place, waiting for something. Benna hesitated for a moment, but thanks to someone who rescued me, and some others managed to escape. Se-jun asked, so the one who saved me is the little boy? I answer yes. He claims to be the Dark Saint. The image of a man briefly flashes through the boy's mind. Se-jun asked if you could tell him the location. The boy replied, not difficult, but for me to get there, that's the hard part. That's a place even the villagers often get lost in. Why is Jun rummaging through his pockets? If you don't mind, could you take me there? He hands the boy a handful of diamonds from the monster earlier. Does today's chapter provide enough for the payment? The boy looks at him in fear. Se-jun worries. Is it not enough? The kid hesitated and replied, it's not like that. Se-jun asks, what have you decided? A fiery passion ignited in the boy's heart. Benna replied enthusiastically, Yes, I will definitely do it. Moving to a different scene. Hun angrily hits Seyun and asks why Sejun disappeared without saying a word. Jaemin also cut in. Brother, I thought you were dead. Sejun scratched his head awkwardly and replied, It's just a few things I need to take care of. You were harsh, but still, you should have warned me beforehand. Sejun runs past the kid. Now that everyone is gathered, let's head out. I'll lead the way. Through Ben, right? Yes. The boy's face briefly shows a hint of worry. Sejun asked, Do you hate the rebel forces? The kid replied, Honestly, there is. Sejun whispers. He doesn't know the details, but he believes that the Lord and the rebel army are trying to build a better world. Is there something wrong with that? Kwabena muttered. That's just how they think. I don't care about justice or faith at all. I just want to live peacefully with my sister Yina. Hearing that, Kwa and the others silently looked at each other. There's nothing good about getting involved with the rebel forces. Like today, if they hadn't come to this village, that monster wouldn't have paid any attention. The boy continued. Luckily, you were there, and everything was fine. Otherwise, neither you, IQ, nor the villagers here might still be alive. You can't clearly distinguish what is right and what is wrong. In the end, it's just the pain each person must bear in different circumstances. Sejun cheerfully told the boy, There is someone in Korea, where I live, called a saint doctor, very skilled in medicine. That person might be able to cure your sister's illness. After this is over, let's go to Korea together. I will try to ask for help. Through Ben, tearful yes. Jun nodded firmly. The little boy burst into tears. Thank you so much. He gently pats Baina's head, then they both head towards the door. Let's go. Yes, brother. The scene shifts to another location where a group of black-clad figures gather. The ritual ready. The dark saint is suspended high above, appearing puzzled. What are you trying to do? The black saint struggles to look at the opponent. Emperor Than remains silent. He subtly nods to signal to those below. No matter how many hits they take, in the end, they are just mortals. Humans are inherently weak, and no matter how strong they try to appear, deep down, they are only fragments of will. Primitive fear is the quickest way to destroy it. An eager citizen asks, How should we begin? It corrupts humanity. Facing their eager faces, swallowing their souls, and mocking them, a purple-haired person pulls out a gun and fires repeatedly at the crowd. A man in black strikes a villager near Hanhat. A woman, frightened, raises her hands. Why? What reason do you have to act like this? Please spare my life, sir. I beg you. A magical strike cuts through, ending her immediately. The black saint shouts, What are you all doing, you fools? Stop immediately. The white-haired disciple creates a bright white light. The beam of light shot straight through the civilians in front of him. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward. Are all the civilians collapsing in confusion? Did we make a mistake? Please, I beg you, please spare my life. A magic circle appears beneath them. A voice of fear echoes out. He softly smiles in satisfaction. This despair is truly magnificent. Begin to awaken. Sejun stops in his tracks as a large hole suddenly appears in front of him and everyone else, causing Benna to look around anxiously. It's so strange. There should be workers here. But this is too much. Kwaku turned around and ordered, Protect this area immediately. Suddenly, Sejun sensed something strange. You seem a bit tense. What is this? It feels like my senses are being blocked, or rather prevented from moving forward. It's like I've crossed a boundary, just like the first time I faced Arena's suppression. So, this is Gungia. We've found this place after all. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Saojun turned around to look at it, muttering to himself, and a massive blast transitioned to another location. At this moment, Jinan stands among a pile of dead civilians, the yellow magic streams emanating from their bodies transforming into his purple energy. He smirks with satisfaction at this powerful energy. The purple magical energy grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, he froze. Jin Cheon spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body suddenly staggered. Jin Cheon clenched his teeth as the energies clash. What the hell is going on? At this moment, the king of the Than dynasty approaches. The ceremony is complete, and he kneels down. So why are the energies attacking each other? The sovereign king replies, The arrogant power that has just awakened is rejecting the other energies within the body. Arrogance believes it alone can be perfect. Jin Cheon secretly worries it's truly a proud source of power, if not the greatest. Separate anger and envy from the human body. Now they are useless, only a burden hindering awakening. He clenched his teeth in pain and asked, So I have to let arrogance swallow everything? Than Devong looked at him coldly. A god must truly become divine. Jin Cheon chuckled softly. A god. Suddenly, Than Devong snapped his fingers, and the purple magic on Jin Cheon's body gradually disappeared. He was surprised. The pain, has it disappeared? The king of the celestial replied, "It's only temporary. I have sealed away the prideful power within you, which will make it easier for you to move." Jinon secretly felt suspicious. The arrogance this mortal had achieved could rival that of a god. Yet he was able to seal it away in an instant. It meant he had suspected from the moment he was summoned that he was no ordinary person. But Than Devuong threw him a sword, and as he grasped it, he exclaimed in shock, "This is Excalibur, the ultimate weapon of Instructor Atho. No matter what you think of me, or if you've figured out my true identity, it won't change anything. What do you want to do most right now? Isn't it obvious? I want to kill that bastard." Immediately, the sword in his hand flashed as he thought of Sejun. The scene shifts to Sejun, standing in front of a large cave entrance. "Found it," he muttered, annoyed. "Damn it, it took too long to locate because of the interference." Hyun and the others ran over. "Saloon," Captain Jun said, "I have to go inside immediately." Kwaku suggested he would go with me. Sejun nodded to him if he was the great hero of the flower bloom. He told the others, "Let the rest wait outside and send a few people to escort Ben back to the village, okay?" The young man places a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Don't worry." The little boy anxiously calls out Hyung. Seun smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, it'll be okay. You promised to go to Korea with me, remember?" The boy tearfully nodded. "Yes, you're always like that." The little boy turned back and called out, "Hyung, Yuna and I will wait for you at home. You must come back." Seun waved his hand repeatedly. Jun nodded slightly at the others, and they stepped into the cave emitting strange purple smoke. "Let's go." As soon as they entered the cave, they saw strange pools of blood on the floor. He furrows his brow. "Damn it. What are they doing in there?" Suddenly, Seun's eyes widened as a group of black-clad figures stepped out of the cave. "Everyone get ready." Seun raises his hand to stop the people behind him. The group of black-clad figures continues to advance towards Seun, with a few pulling weapons out of their pockets. Seun also drew her spear. The black-clad enemies quickly activated white magic and shouted, "Stop the flow of magic energy." Seun raises his spear, pointing it at them. The Ice Heaven, third of its kind. Infinite Heaven. A stream of blue light erupts, attacking the black-clad enemies and making them scream in pain. Jae-min's voice echoes, "Heaven burns in hell." The white-haired disciple grits his teeth as he endures the heat of the attack. "After all this, you won't be able to escape this time." A woman among Kwaku's men shouts, "Daring to burn down the pests like you." Suddenly, a strange magical aura appeared, blocking Seojun's attack. The guy looked at him, surprised to meet you in this situation, unexpectedly. Sejun eyes him warily as the scene shifts to the forest outside the cave, where a man drags his sword, eyes blazing with murderous intent. "I will act according to my will." This guy looks ahead at the village where greed was wiped out. "Is it your village or something similar?" Sejun's body suddenly trembled. "I have never been afraid of a superior opponent. The wrath of the eldritch demon. Great saint, I must admit he truly is terrifying, Satang. The only ones worthy of comparison are the principal of the Supreme Academy." Principal Arena Seun's figure trembled with hidden fear. "Is she the Celestial Emperor?" Everyone was stunned. The voice of the Supreme Ruler? Is it him? The religion that ended the great catastrophe and became the light that saves humanity. The true faith. Their followers number in the hundreds of millions, ruling the world, and the one at the top of that religion is the Celestial Emperor King, he said. This was never a preordained encounter, so surely the hand of the Black Holy Man was involved. Could it be that chance and Tat-Yu have intertwined to forge a new destiny? Still, your fate will not be decided by me. As he spoke, he walked past them. The black-clad figures bowed humbly at his feet, truly shameful. I should have prepared better, but this is a fate I shouldn't witness. A whirlpool appeared on his hand. The whirlpool completely enveloped the muscles. The black-clad figures one by one disappeared. Demon was stunned, shifting collectively. Impossible. That couldn't happen. Seun suddenly lunged forward, pointing his spear at the Than Devong Jiao sect, and he coldly caught it. Are you deliberately rushing to your death? Sejun snapped angrily. He's already run away but still acting all high and mighty. He thrust his spear even harder. I never said I would let you go easily. The spear continues to emit a stronger blue light. The Emperor of the Sword Sect suddenly froze in surprise, as Seun continued to advance trembling. He looked at him softly, muttering, "Just as I expected. You surpass all my hopes, but you're still just a fool." His faint vortex gradually consumed Sejun's blue magic. He clenched his fist and Seun stood still in silence. The magic around him had faded. The cold Emperor Church raised his hand coldly. Sejun clenched his teeth and said, "It's dangerous, but I can't move my body." Suddenly he rushed forward, and Seun quickly appeared behind the other man, launching an attack. King Thunde was immediately surprised to look at him, having to overcome the feeling of suppression. "You're weak. But did you just repeat that feeling of suppression earlier?" Did your father ask? Did Irina teach you that technique? Even if you learn it, it's not something easy to use. Sejun was amazed. Do you know the principle? Who are you really? He was surprised. So Irina has never mentioned me before? Sejun clenched his teeth in anger, raising his spear towards him, thinking to himself, if she won't speak, I will force you to reveal the truth. Why did Jun suddenly shoot back behind him? Emperor Thande looked on in surprise as the spearhead sped toward him. Boom! An earthquake erupts. The Emperor of the Celestial Realm quickly clenched his fist, struggling to resist being thrown off, and swiftly conjured multiple shining swords. Sejun looks worried. He quickly blocks the attacks from it. Thunderwang looked at him coldly. I refuse to accept a destiny that keeps twisting itself. At first, I only intended to use you as bait for the fake act, but he threw the Black Holy Man out. Sejun was stunned by this sudden action. The Black Holy Man was thrown into him, causing him to crash into the wall. Sejun gritted his teeth in anger and pushed out, while the black-clad men in front of him prepared to move again, the swirling vortex growing stronger, making it harder for Sejun to break free from the Black Saint. The other people couldn't do anything either. The Celestial Emperor subtly turned his face away and muttered, "The first superhuman of this martial world, your path has finally failed. But I will be different. I will not let you escape." A flash of blue magic erupted from his spear as the enemy's voice echoed, ending it all here. He clenched his fist, rocks and debris flying everywhere, and the cave gradually collapsed. The group outside the cave looked on in shock as the front of the cave collapsed. With no time to look around, they moved quickly through the tunnel and hall, clearing the debris swiftly. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. "Hey, everyone outside, step back." They looked in surprise as a sudden flash of fire appeared, and a few seconds later it burst into a fierce blaze, a hand reaching out from the pile of rocks. Jin let out a sigh of relief, almost dying there. Hun was bleeding, and if we had been a little slower, I might not have been able to hold on. The people outside hurried over in worry. He replied, "I'm fine, so let's move quickly." A girl helps Seon and asks worriedly, "Are you okay?" "Sejun," I replied, "I think I can hold on." He asked anxiously, "Minzu, how is Among doing?" Minzu replied, "What is Among's current condition?" "He is still breathing, but his condition is quite serious." The girl supporting him advised, "Don't push yourself too hard." Sejun told her to leave the cleaning to the association and go back to the village immediately. "Both you and Among need treatment as soon as possible." Sejun silently looked at him as the scene shifted to Kwa Bena. The little boy told the guide to take him home. "I will go from there alone." The little boy happily whistles, thinking to himself about his younger sister. If Sejun knew I came to Korea with him, how happy would IQ be? Run home right now and tell them. Huh. Suddenly the boy froze in front of the blazing fire right before his eyes. The kid trembled. "What? How did this happen?" Kwabena entered the house and saw her sister lying on the floor, the boy anxiously shouting. IQ through Bena burst into tears as he touched the girl. "IQ, I'm here now." The boy trembled. Sage Jun-hung said he could go to Korea with him. "Aquina, you can also be healed and become healthier." Through Bena, she holds out the diamond. "Look at this. It's a diamond. Now I can give you everything you want and need," so tears run down the boy's face. Now only happiness remains. But why? Why? Suddenly Wilson glanced at the kid and spoke. "What? I thought we had taken care of everything already. Is there still one left?" Wilson reproached the man holding the weapon. "Listen, do your job properly. This is a request from that person. If you don't do a good job, they might even kill us," Bena said, trembling with anger. The kid speaks up. "Who are you? Who are you? Aquina." Wilson asks, "So what? What are you planning to do? Handle it quickly." The man raises his weapon. "Don't get too carried away, kid." Quabenina picks up the nearest stone and throws it at the man's leg. He lost his balance and fell down. Quabena pressed down on him. "I will kill you," Winston shouted in panic from outside. "You idiot. Finish off that kid quickly." Qua, furious, repeatedly hits the man in front of him with a stone. "Die. You killed my sister." The angry man kicked the kid away. "This damn kid." He raises his weapon and disappears quickly. He looked up at the weapon rushing straight at him when suddenly a voice rang out. "What are you doing?" They stammered. "Sorry," Jin Cheon thought to himself. "I thought that if we wiped out the village, that bastard might come." Suddenly he looked at Quabena's furious face. Jin Cheon smiled. "This is an unexpected harvest," Winston spoke. "The task you assigned is almost done. You bastards not only killed the villagers, but also innocent children, huh?" Wilson froze. "What?" He immediately finished off those two. Jin Cheon approaches Quabena and reaches out his hand to the boy. Quabena looks up at him. "Who is this person? Why is this person helping me?" The kid placed his hand on his, saying it doesn't matter anyway. He had just killed those who killed IQ as a blazing red light surrounded the two of them. Jin Cheon licks his lips in satisfaction. Truly a great rage. He glances at Baina, angry at Era's strong enemies, furious with guilt, envious of the strong, guilty of envy. The sins within me are fueling me as if the resonance has been found. This is the place. A perfect nest for you. The scene shifts to Kwaku's group, now standing frozen. This is the destroyed village. Kwaku ordered, "Search for the survivors." A trembling hand grips the vehicle. He coldly pleads, "Please, let go." The girl asked, "Where are you planning to go? In this state, even if you go, you won't be able to do anything." June hesitated, but Hyun said, "Wait." She touched Yina's face. Hyun declares that the girl is still alive, but she turns to Sejun and says the child's soul has not yet departed, as the scene shifts to a mansion where suddenly a glass breaks and a wine glass crashes to the ground. Damn it, so it's a Kodo Appo furious and smashing everything. Why haven't those bastards from the Path of Truth sect contacted me yet? Have they already eliminated the rebel leader? His rage is raging fiercely even after swallowing all those diamonds. Akudo Appo stumbles and falls to the ground, looking panicked and anxious, stammering. "What the hell is this?" "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Jinan said with a contemptuous, sinister smile. "By the way, calling the bodyguards is useless. I've already taken care of them." Akudo Appo stepped back in fear. "What do you want? Diamond? If it's a diamond, I can give you as much as you want." Jin Chan spread his arms and said cheerfully, "Don't worry, I don't mean to cause you trouble." He points behind him where a boy is entering, just someone who wants to see you. It's Quan, with a gaunt body and a torn shirt showing his deep resentment. "If it weren't for you guys, if it weren't for you bastards." Akudo Appo's eyes widened with sweat pouring down, clearly terrified as Kwabena advanced with a fierce aura as if to swallow him whole, but IQ was no longer destined to die. Akudo Appo keeps stepping back, face pale, trembling, no blood left in his mouth. "Wait, if it's money, I can give you as much as you want, just don't come here." In another scene, Equina is lying there gasping for breath, a gentle light surrounding her, while Hyun uses his magic on Yuna's body. Why is Jun so anxious and restless? What's going on? Hun also felt helpless. I tried to keep her soul bound so it wouldn't leave her body, but one day will be the final limit. Sun crossed his arms over his chest, looking very serious. "What about the others? Is Yaza the only one left alive?" Jimin with his eyes closed and sweat streaming down his face, voice full of disappointment. I searched everywhere, but Jimin seemed dissatisfied. Damn it. Akina lies motionless after trying everything to save her. Maybe an ordinary doctor or healer can't save IQ. Sejun is contemplating a different approach. I wish I could attend Hoada's advanced lecture. The influence of a superior only affects their own students. With the help of Hoada, I can treat her myself, but I can't risk IQ's life like that. Jun already has his own plans for this, and the actual flight time from Korea to South Africa alone is 15 hours. He picks up his phone and contacts someone. The only person who can save IQ right now is Y Saint. Kwaku also looked worried as he turned to ask Sejun how everything was going, and the two quickly discussed the strategy they had devised for Yina. "I have contacted Saint Y in Korea. He said he will come immediately." Kwaku looks quite satisfied, so we will send someone to pick him up. Suddenly, someone rushed in looking panicked and frantic. "Captain Kwaku, Chairman Akudo Appo has been captured." Kwaku was stunned. "What did you say?" he asked urgently. "I just heard from a member in Johannesburg, so I don't know the full details yet, but right after a major riot at DH Manor, Akudo Appo was taken away, covered in blood." "Do you know who did that?" His voice became even more urgent as he clearly recounted what he had heard. "They said they saw their faces, but they were strangers they had never seen before, only knowing there was a man and a young boy." Sejun looked surprised, so Jun asked the man, "Can you pinpoint the exact location?" The man hesitated, but it's not hard to provide that. But Diu stepped forward, saying, "Are you planning to go alone?" "We will prepare to go with you," Sejun said firmly, surprising both of them. "No, this time I will go alone." "What? But Captain, is it because we're too weak? Are you just going to hold us back?" Sejun said, full of emotion and contemplation. "No, that's not it. You are all very strong and trustworthy. Caden doesn't understand why you didn't go together on this trip." So why did the Dark Saint step forward with a contemplative voice? Because it was a trap. He was carried in by Jim Min, heavy and covered in wounds. When I was captured, I overheard the Truth Sect's plan. Their plan is to use me as bait to lure you in. He still advises, even if the plan goes off course, this time you will face real danger. You might really be in danger. Sejun is still determined to go no matter what. I have a promise I need to keep. Seun is determined to go alone on this trip. That's why I will go alone. The other four people stood silently in response to Sejun's answer. Over here, Kwaku has pinpointed his hand's position on the map based on all the information from the members. This is the most likely place they are at. Johannes Biyun is grateful. "Thanks for letting me know, Kwaku." He said no. I am the one who should apologize. I boldly said I could help with something, but apparently not. Vutin Thanskwaku extends his hand to Sejun, wishing him luck in the battle. The two shake hands in a gesture of determination, with Duyu expressing his resolve to Jun in his own sulky way. Sejun, if you die again, I won't forgive you. Hurry and run away. After a while, you arrived at the place you needed. Sejun looked at the deserted street with no one in sight. Sejun saw a man lying face down on the ground. So this is the chairman they said was taken away. Bina appears behind Jun. Sejun. Sejun turned back and saw a boy. Aquina. She is dead now. I can't sense any human presence. Quabena's body radiates deadly aura. All I see are twisted and grotesque sins. At this point, I just want everyone to die and be done with it. Jun softly told the boy that when he heard about the child traveling with the mysterious man, he prayed it wasn't him. The rage and murderous aura surrounding the boy seemed unstoppable. Through Ben? The kid's face is completely expressionless. Get out of the way. No, go away. I don't want to fight you. Sejun. Sejun understands why the kid is like this. IQ is still alive. Because Bena didn't believe those words, of course he was very suspicious. It was a lie. Sejun understands how the boy is feeling right now. He understands why you don't believe. Her condition at that time was very critical. Sejun gently advised the boy. The kid froze in place. Sejun continued. But the holy healer is on her way from Korea to treat the girl right now. Only then does Kwabena calm down. Really? Jinchon, standing upstairs, said sarcastically with a mocking tone. You don't really believe that, do you? Sun was truly stunned and frozen. He still acts so disdainful towards others. A mutated creature. It's been a while since we last saw each other, hasn't it? But let's get to the point. This isn't a joke. Don't you think it's too much to tell such a lie? He kept trying to persuade the kid not to let himself be manipulated by the powerful again. You saw it with your own eyes. Your sister is dead. That guy is just saying meaningless words to joke around with you, like others do. He hit right on the boy's pain point, causing him to lose control, so just kill him. Janan kept pouring out hurtful words that made the boy waver. Return to them exactly what they did. Sejun is terrified, and his fighting spirit burns fiercely. Sejun couldn't hold back anymore. Janan angrily charged forward. How dare you interfere in this? Sejun also charged in fiercely with a sharp gaze filled with hostility, still sitting with his head in his arms amidst the chaos Jinchon created for the boy. Jinchon provokes you, what do you think? I've put so much effort into this special performance just for you, you know. He kept mocking Sejun and talking about what he had done to the boy. What I had implanted in that kid's mind was nothing but envy and extreme rage. However, as you have noticed, those emotions still cannot completely swallow it. It is the goodness within that becomes the barrier preventing the madness of guilt from erupting. Jinon smiled smugly. But do you understand this? There is a highly effective trigger that can explode and shatter that mental barrier in an instant. While fighting Sejun, he keeps planting terrifying thoughts into Bena's mind to awaken the beast within. What are you waiting for? Focus, kid. Finish it. Anyway, that bastard is just trash unworthy of existing in this world. The kid was almost swayed. That's right, it's not worth continuing to live. During the battle, Seun still analyzed the things he just said, and it made him extremely worried. Could the trigger he mentioned really be that you can't go through Bena? Janan keeps saying things to try to control the kid according to his will. The most brutal crime humans can commit against each other is taking a life. The moment you commit that sin, the barrier will fall and the seed of the devil will fully awaken. The boy instinctively stepped towards Akoto Appo, then through Bena, slammed his hand down on the ground. All the frustration and anger in the boy's body are concentrated now, and his face shows clear signs of damage. Feel the agony of the helpless as they watch what could be saved slip away beyond reach. Sejun shouts in worry, "Stop right now." Seun looked at Bena and tried to advise him. Do you ever think about how much IQ would suffer if you killed someone and became a monster? Janan struck with his sword so hard that Sejun was knocked back. It's ridiculous. Even after being hit with a long, missed punch, Sejun still tries to persuade the kid to save what little humanity remains. My hands were not made to kill my own kind. Don't let the hands that once protected IQ be stained with blood. Jinan still wears that sinister smile, sacrificing one life to bring peace to thousands of others. Do you know how many lives that bastard has taken so far? He keeps feeding the kid words that ignite his rage. He sang down, holding his head with both hands. Just by eliminating him alone, thousands of innocent people would be spared from unjust death. The kid also hesitated. Seeing Kwabena's hesitation, he continued to provoke. You idiot, are you still hesitating at this moment? It seems his admiration for him is even deeper than mine. Recognizing this, Tuong Thuathang rushes forward, and Sejun quickly makes his move. If that's the case, while you're calculating, Jin-chan, furious, lands a deadly strike with blazing red energy, knocking Seo-jun backward. If it witnesses your destruction firsthand, its thoughts might change. The ground and rocks shattered from his strike. Seo-jun caught the blow, worried. He has already reached a completely different level than before. With the aura Jin-chan exudes, his potential cannot be underestimated. Now he is a being of a different level. To counter Seo-jun, he has no choice but to launch another attack. The divine spear unites, the mind comprehends. Jin-chan truly opens a contemptuous smile. Seo-jun fights him in confusion, a sword aimed straight at him. Seo-jun is extremely surprised, unable to understand why Jin-chan remains standing tall without any apparent effect. He still wears that mischievous smile. Is he really deliberately not even bothering to defend himself? In the end, it was all useless. Jinan unleashed another powerful attack with a wide range, a vertical red streak shooting up into the sky like a bomb dropping, leaving Seo-jun stunned and sitting in that deep hole, utterly bewildered. Sweat was beading on his face as he looked at him with doubt, and he raised his arrogant sword. You can't do anything to me. Jin Cheon's sharp gaze. You yourself understand that too, don't you? Rocks from his strike scatter everywhere, along with invisible damage, as he steps towards Ben with each footstep growing closer. He still speaks with that condescending tone. Humans are truly so foolish. Even knowing it's impossible, they still struggle in utter despair. You see the result, don't you? It's impossible. It will always be impossible. This is the true face of this cruel world. It has been predetermined from the very beginning. By whom? It's the one standing right in front of you. The villains smile. Jin Cheon has pushed the boy to the brink, so end him now. He continued. Killing him won't bring your sister back, but at least such a tragedy will never happen to anyone again. He approaches again, offering the tip of his sword to Kwabena, who grabs it with both hands, ending the pain IQ has endured forever. He leans in close to the boy, teasing him. That's right, this filthy world where all efforts are meaningless, wipe everything out. Only then will Seo-jun be able to come to his senses and run over to silence him. How is Jun still able to stand, one hand holding his spear and the other trying to resist as he steps forward? Jin Cheon. It's that mocking voice again. Do you still have the strength to get up? Even Sun himself was thinking about everything he said. Honestly, what he said wasn't wrong. The world isn't as bright as we always imagine. Sun couldn't escape that thought. Existing in such a reality, there are times when I no longer want to care about anything. Both of them died right there on the spot. Seo-jun recalled his youth, times when no matter how many words of comfort he received, his heart still couldn't find peace. Mom, there are times when I have to do heavy work, and even when I give my all, nothing seems to go anywhere. We still owe so much for the Talent Academy tuition. Seo-jun is still determined to pursue his dreams, no matter the circumstances. Everything will be fine if he works hard enough someday. The future will be bright. Then I remember the times I got injured, when I just wanted to give up everything, to collapse and never get back up. The times I had to wear a mask, pretending everything was fine. It's okay, Manchon, you can start over from the beginning. Seo-jun remembered the boy's words. It's okay, IQ, I definitely can't give up. Jun suddenly realizes something that he hadn't understood all this time. Now I understand why Kwabena weighs so heavily on my heart. Seo-jun felt like he had been brought back after seeing Kwabena. Looking at Kwabena, I see the reflection of my old self from the past. Jinan still confidently provokes Jun. What logic are you planning to use this time to convince it? More tricks to deceive yourself again? It's like even the darkest corner of my heart is shining. Are those cheap, dead-end words really worth it? That's exactly why I hate listening to sermons. Seo-jun retorts. It truly has value. Jin Cheon opened his eyes wide in surprise. What do you mean? Seo-jun still explains convincingly with a human touch. Even a heart filled with darkness and ugliness still has its own value. You remain genuine because it drives people to live with desire and utmost effort. Suddenly, a bright, dazzling light flashes, clearly revealing the portraits of the two people facing each other. Jinan seems worried that he is clenching his teeth tightly. What is happening? Is that thunder? He contradicts his own thoughts again. No. This is Seon's face, clearly visible in that light with a clenched fist as if showing determination. It is the first time in my life I have faced something like this. From the blinding light that obscured Seon's image, Jinan's eyes widen in surprise, sweat streaming down his face. What is this? In the moment the space was torn apart, forming a crack, he watched Seo-jun unleash his move, finally wondering what that power was. A blinding flash of light strikes down at him. Unable to react in time, Jin-chan grits his teeth and blocks the attack. You bastard, fine. Let's settle this properly. Seo-jun quickly realized his weakness and understood he shouldn't rely on the force of the attack. You observe Jin Cheon blocking the attack and analyze that the Twisted Body's revival is powered by the magic of the Furious Heart. The magic energy inside it is nearly limitless, but clearly there is a point where the spiral of power reaches its limit. There is no such thing as perfect immortality in this world. That's where the thoughts begin. He launched a powerful headbutt, almost overpowering Sejun's previous move. It's useless, he arrogantly boasts, but I am a god, a deity who has reached a transcendent level and has experienced the depths of arrogance. You think you're a messenger of justice. Don't fool yourself anymore. You're nothing but a filthy and despicable human. Saiyan also provokes his mind. If you're truly human, then show your dirty desires like one. Not everyone sells their soul to pursue desire like you do. Stung by the deadly words, he grits his teeth in anger. Saiyan keeps going. Someone twisted like you who only manifests humanity's depravity can't possibly understand. Maybe it's time to end this game. Jinan decisively urged Kwabena forward. Hey kid, what are you doing? Don't waste any more time, just finish him off. The words keep coming relentlessly as they close in on the boy. He has raised his knife, ready to end it. Kill him, Sejun shouted in panic. Kwa delivered a devastating blow towards Sejun. He shouted, where are you running to? Jinan desperately tries to stop him. This is a very important scene, so don't interfere. Kwa had already brought the knife to his forehead, ready to act in a way even he couldn't control. Why did he go this far? We are two strangers. Why? What am I to him? I'm just a kid who he could have ignored. The kid also keeps fighting. Will everything end with just this one action? It's Jin-chan again, urging the kid to use the knife decisively. Just once, he can do it. From what I see, maybe you're even better. I will make sure of that. When everything is over, let's go to Korea together. I'll talk to them to help you. Let's go. The person passing by Ben is trembling all over. I hate this. I really hate and resent it. Why? Why did you have to go this far? Why do this pointless thing? I can't. Tears streamed down the boy's face. Are you only making me choose this painful option? I can't do it. Jin-chan delivers a final blow to Sejun. He quickly runs over to Bena, continuing to provoke the beast within the boy. What are you doing? That's the one who killed your sister. Don't tell me you believe that bastard's words. He's lost his temper as the plan nearly failed. He shouted loudly, fine, let's assume she's still alive. Even if she's not dead, the fact remains that he tried to kill your sister, and that doesn't change. So kill him then. Jinan pressed on. You've already been granted power, so what's left to worry about? But on the contrary, Kwabena still doesn't have enough courage. The kid stammers. Aye, he's run out of patience. That's enough. Jin-chan touched the boy, sending dark thoughts to Kwabena. Die. Jun is secretly launching a sneak attack on Jinyon behind him. A decisive blow. Jin Cheon was thrown back into the corner, taking a chunk out of the wall. Ikuina, you're saying he's still alive, right? Sejun softly replied. She is still alive, in critical condition, but once the master of the dark arts arrives, she will make it through. Definitely. The little boy's fragile, thank goodness. I'm truly grateful. Seun is worried. The forced activation of the Sin's power is growing more intense. If this keeps up, Bena, tears in her eyes, will force a guilty smile. I know I'm being shameless to say this, but please take care of my sister. She's just sick. She can do anything. The boy said his last words as if he was about to leave this world. Sejun gritted his teeth in agony. I'm glad to have met you. Sejun reassures him that he won't die. Sejun gasped heavily through Bena. Sejun stands up, his heart heavy with worries. Once guilt begins to reign, it cannot be stopped. However, if the power of Sin separates from Kwabena, Jin-chan standing in the distance will smile more shyly than before. Seun grits his teeth in anger, his emotions surging and his mind becoming hazy. Normally, I would avoid letting my emotions take over, but this time I won't hold back the feelings that are boiling inside me. Kwabena's body lies there, but it seems like some source of power is pulling him. The inviting voice echoes all around the boy. Come now, Sins, there is a more comfortable place than where you are now. It seems even Sejun has been affected. You feel a terrible headache and a strange aura surrounding your head and body as Jin Cheon stands confidently across, watching. What? I thought he was about to do something really amazing. So he was just absorbing the guilt into his body to die in place of that kid? How stupid. He underestimated the madness of guilt. He analyzes what is about to happen, not even realizing that when driven mad by guilt, he might end up killing the very child he wants to save. As Sejun gently pats Ben's head with affection. Sejun's smile seems to be losing its humanity. It's okay. Don't worry. Do you want to be somewhere safe? Through Bena, quickly and roughly. Yes. Over here, Jin-chan is extremely confused. Nothing is happening the way he expected. What the hell? How is he staying so calm? He's furious to the point of madness. I can't sense the power of guilt within his magic, but that doesn't look like the demeanor of someone consumed by madness. Could it be? The dark forces surrounding Seun, yet he still stands firm. Jin Cheon is extremely confused. Is he suppressing the madness of his own guilt? Sejun is slowly approaching him, and he seems afraid. No way! How can an ordinary person control the power of sin? The wall of calm should have already fallen. So why don't I always think positively then? Sejun affirms as a human. It's not just me. Everyone is like that. You wouldn't understand. You have an incredibly sharp, analytical mind. The root of human sins: pride, anger, envy, gluttony, laziness, desire, greed, and the spiritual barriers that prevent us from being consumed by these negative thoughts. Seun calmed himself down. I used to think that was the meaning of being calm, but now I understand that true calmness has never been like that. The teachings of the Buddha are based on non-attachment and impermanence, but that doesn't mean a state free of all distractions. The calmness that Shakyamuni Buddha spoke of, the calmness I have come to understand and realize, is not the disappearance of negative emotions, but mastering them. Sejun had almost internalized the principle that it is not about being unaffected by negative emotions, but about remaining steady and unshaken by them. No one is perfect. Calmness may be the ultimate mental state, but ultimate does not mean flawlessness. The lotus flower that Buddha cherished paradoxically blooms from the dirtiest mud. A beautiful flower blooms from a dirty swamp, just as the brightest hope always emerges from the depths of despair. Jinan can't believe Sejun was able to do that. Guilt itself isn't evil. It's simply the emotions humans inherently possess, and only when expressed through actions does it become a sin. He broke out in a sweat. No way. I can no longer feel the power of sin. Sejun remains calm. However, if one does not sink too deeply into those emotions, if one is not shaken by them, Sejun's eyes radiate an incredibly determined strength. Are you afraid? Why me? His combat power erupts as he unleashes his dark shadow technique. I am a dragon-destroying sword god, the first of which is Illusion Sword, an invisible technique with deadly power. Shouting loudly, "Die!" Meanwhile, Seun remains standing motionless. Sattang continuously analyzes the techniques, with attack actions involving two main processes: physical impact on the opponent and the magical force amplifying that physical strike. An energy explosion indicating a state where the difference between the two forces is exactly zero. No. Sat also sneered. This is not a realm easily attained, nor is it a technique one can deliberately use. Even the superlative beings only succeed once and then give up. But if it's just an if, can you make the difference between those two forces completely zero? No. Sada spoke while unleashing her technique. Jinan's sword had already flown away, entering an infinite martial arts realm beyond understanding and reason, where a powerful twist of space and time would occur, and she continued. Its strength was nothing short of extraordinary. He smiled confidently. Even surpassing the extraordinary was not enough. Jinan was caught off guard this time, unable to close his mouth, and finally Sejun delivered a decisive blow. The seventh heaven moon, cloudstone spear, Van Lai. In Sejun's space it seems to be swirling into that circle, and he struggles to fight back. With a determined look, he was pushed back. Sun's face was stunned, almost dragged into that boundary space. The 1,000 miles technique taught by Te Tien Great Sage shouldn't be this powerful. My weapon is now covered in thick black liquid. Did I absorb the power of the two great sins and reach the realm of release? Jinan is beaten into a distorted form, unrecognizable as his face. That bastard, a mixture of purple and black light swirling into a web, spreads everywhere. They quickly moved through every corner of the house. He seemed to transform into a different form, with his face remaining calm and his hands growing long claws. I will show you the price you pay for daring to oppose the gods. Sojun anticipated his strength and calmly replied, "You are truly arrogant." Sao Jun brandishes his sword, emanating an invisible red energy, contrasting with Jinan's dark purple malevolent power. Both sides charged at each other fiercely, their faces filled with deadly intent. Sao Jun was proud of his sword. I suspected this sword all along, and it truly is an extraordinary weapon. How did you get the real Excalibur? Jinan is no pushover. His weapon has been upgraded since last time, and now there's no longer a gap between our weapons. His eyes blazing, meaning the outcome will entirely depend on the level of the one wielding the weapon. Sejun's sword swung swiftly and fiercely toward him. Jinan transforms into a beast with a dark face and sharp teeth. I am a god, the one who stands above all, looking down on everything, the god whom all beings must fear and worship. He rushes forward at full speed. That's how it should be. Get out of the way, I said. Take this thing far away from me. Seun, calmly, I have thought of a way to completely destroy you. Your gaze is sharp, and even if I could kill you with my full power, I don't think I could wipe you out. He kicked past Jin Chan, who dodged, then quickly swung his weapon. Suddenly, a surge of power began to envelop him. He shouted, "What? Are those green sprouts surrounded by that wondrous light? What is this? The eighth heavenly moon cloud, Jade Spirit, 10,000 images. Jin Qian's face is panic-stricken, shouting loudly and swinging his sword wildly in chaos. Get away. I told you to stay away from me. Seiyun raises his sword to summon the awakening. The ninth heavenly moon cloudstone awakens, and heaven and earth shatter. The overwhelming power pushed Jinan back, sending him flying away. He has been defeated by Seijun's strike and is completely unable to resist. His face split in two as he still thought, I am a god, the god of all things that the world must kneel before. No one can stand above me. Why? Why is that? Seijun pressed his face close to him and said through gritted teeth, I know someone like you. I know Seijun's sword pierced straight into Jinan's chest. I know I am just a small human, a vast emptiness. The source of all things with no beginning and no end before it. Not even his existence can be traced. It was originally empty, its harmony forming the shape of energy, but even when it seemed empty, it was never truly empty. The third divine celestial crystal, the ultimate void, he shouted in pain as a dazzling light flashed and fell to Seojun's feet, leaving only a red, round lump. Seijun turned his back and walked away. Oh my god, the great sage Taitian fought and defeated Buddha. It turns out that even when Buddha fights, he still remains Buddha. Seijun staggered as he held his sword, exhausted. Master Great Saint, what exactly did you create this time? The boy hurriedly ran over, and in front of him was Seijun, lying sprawled on the ground. Kwabena was kneeling right in front of Seijun. The little boy's tears kept falling as his voice echoed to the observer right there. The observer seems to have had some trouble with Seijun earlier. He's back again, Seijun calls out. Is the observer here? Did you go on a business trip to another dimension? Seijun happily scratches his head. He's here. You're still rambling on. I thought you had gone to another dimension again. Honestly, why do I have to hide here just to see your face again? The observer asked with a sigh. How could you possibly come back here again? Seijun chuckled mockingly and said casually, Isn't that what you're observing everything for? The observer exclaims, This kid can't surpass normally, can he? And angrily points at Seijun's face. This bastard, I saw everything, I witnessed it all, but I couldn't believe it, so I asked again. Here. Seijun, are you joking? I could have asked for more from you. He also scolded Seijun more angrily. Why is it that every time you get a chance, all you can think about is asking me to pay more? What are you talking about? That's just a fair payment for the deal. Outsiders hear this and misunderstand again, thinking you're blaming me for something. Clearly, you just said you could squeeze more out of me. The observer sighs and gestures with his hand, saying, Leave as promised. I'll give you a free pass. Now go away. He shivers with curiosity. What's this? This time he handed it over so easily, as if he's too familiar with the next steps. If I don't give it to you, you'll throw a tantrum and demand I cut you open, right? Take it and just go away. The superweapon created by Sun Wukong is made from 9 tails and 3 transformations. Now both 9 tails and 3 transformations are recorded in the law of karma. You won't be able to come here anymore. He crossed his arms in front of him, his voice firm. Goodbye, kid. You're really unlucky to meet me. I hope we never cross paths again. Are you sure you want to send me away like that? I might still visit the boundary space a few more times. He was surprised and said, You mean that? He tried to hold back. No, if I answer, I'd be caught up in his pace right away, C said with a very cunning smile. I mean, getting a free ticket is really nice, but it must be troublesome for you, right? I'll give you a discount. It's a special promotion. This place is like your home too, right? Visiting too often would be impolite. Rudeness. Since when do you care about that? The observer crosses his arms and says, Don't talk nonsense. You know you can't come here anymore, so how are you going to do it? Seijun looked surprised. You knew about that too? You shrug. I used to think the same. But the skill I learned this time is much stronger than I expected. Why does Seijun keep talking on and on, regardless of whether the observer understands or not? I'm just making a negotiation offer. If you don't want it, that's fine. I won't force you. Then I'll just take 1 ticket each time I visit without any discount. What do you think your skill is, after all? I can't really say what it is. Damn it. You seem to have run out of patience. So how many more times can you come here? Soon kept acting clever and kept talking nonstop. At least 8 more times. The observer exclaimed the fate. That day, for the first time since the beginning of time, the observer's will manifested as a curse, and it was recorded. The observer scowled and shouted at Seon, Don't mess around. What? 8 times? If you're going to lie, at least make it sound believable. Seijun heard that and immediately licked his lips, thinking to himself, as expected, he won't let this go easily. At this moment, Seon remembered the time he was trapped in the boundary space before. At that moment, you were extremely panicked, almost being pulled into the boundary space when using the 7th item without fully merging with the mystery of the collision there. If you could fully merge with the mystery of the collision into the heavenly moon cloudstone wound, then theoretically you could violate the law of cause and effect. Remembering this, Seon thought, but the problem is that it's not guaranteed. Sejun's next words made the observer jump in surprise. He also knows I once visited the Supreme Academy, right? So Jun, standing in front of the observer, reached out his hand and continued. I happened to catch a glimpse of what the principal was doing at that time, and she was performing the most incredible technique in the world. How shocked was he? The observer crossed his arms and listened to Jun. I winked and said to the observer, "Oh, but don't get me wrong, I wasn't spying. The principal doesn't know anything." Although Jun said that, deep down he thought if he only talked, he would never be believed. But there is one main reason why he hasn't been thrown out of this boundary space yet. 'Cause he's thinking there's no way, it can't be true, but what if it actually is? The observer hears you say that, and although he's very annoyed, he has no other choice. He's still thinking carefully. Is that a technique you learned from Arena? If that's true, don't even mention 8 times. He might even be able to come back here 100 times. At this moment, the two are facing each other, and Sun speaks first. So let's start with about 5 votes, 6. The observer remained silent, still deep in thought, without replying. Sejun took the opportunity to raise the stakes again. Why don't you just make it 8 then? Hearing that, the observer immediately lifted Sejun up and quickly said to him, 6, so let's settle on 6 votes. Sejun agreed with the observer, saying, all right, I guess I'm a bit at a loss, but since you've worked hard too, I'll accept 6 votes. The observer quickly recorded what had just happened after seeing your agreement and said, I will now document the consequences of what you just said. That's right, that's a plan for future cases. This visit is a separate matter altogether. Is that correct? So the total is 7. The observer frowns and says, I will record the cause and effect you just mentioned. After reaching an agreement, Sun immediately unleashes his power. You open the light book and immediately the words from the notebook fly out. After finishing, you hand the notebook to the observer and say, so it's approved now, right? It looks like Thought's book. The observer takes the notebook from Sejun, examines it, and says, I think we're done here. I will verify what has been recorded. The observer lifts the notebook and carefully reads through each page. After finishing, he asks Sejun, is this what you claim to have learned from Arena? What? Learning from the principal? No, I was just eavesdropping. And I never said that the technique I secretly observed was the one that allowed me to reach the boundary space. San raised his hand to signal like, and then continued speaking to the observer. The method I mentioned is the Heavenly Moon Cloudstone Shop fused with the mystery of collision. That has already been recorded, so it doesn't matter. Even if the collision is amplified to an extraordinary level, the power itself cannot violate the law of cause and effect. Once the cause and effect are recorded, no matter how much the power increases, returning here is impossible. Hearing him say that, Seun scratched his head and nodded, asking, so, it doesn't work? After a moment of thought, the observer then told him, in that case, my free pass is no longer valid. What do you mean by that? A promise is a promise, right? The two immediately argued, and the observer shouted at Seun. What promise are you talking about? This was a scam from the very beginning. What? A scam? This is clearly a fair negotiation, and even the observer refuses to give up, presenting their own reasoning. Negotiating this crap makes no sense in any dimension that accepts causality. This is a scam. So, it was invalid. Sejun's greed also didn't stop. You spit towards the observer. Nullified. He already agreed to give me 6 tickets. I won't go back on my word. The observer trembles with Seun but can only helplessly say, that damn kid. Immediately after he outright rejected your request, I absolutely refuse to give you anything. Seun, hearing that, just lay down and throw a tantrum. Fine. The observer saw that and shouted at Jun in frustration. According to your logic, everything I promised was to give you the tickets, but I never said I would send you back to your own dimension. Live here forever or give up those tickets. It's your choice. Sun heard that and immediately shouted, you can't do this. The observer turned his back on Seun lying there and said, be quiet. This time, definitely, absolutely not. Seun lay there listening, feeling a bit worried. Things are getting tense. Should I try to shift the boundary space again like I did before to scare him? Is there any way I can escape on my own? Sejun suddenly opens his eyes wide and shouts out, but when he remains still for a while, the observer wonders if he has given up. Sejun suddenly sat up. At that moment, a surge of pure power streaked through. The observer turns back to look at Seun, who is now closing his eyes and raising his hand to gather lightning bolts. Seun thought to himself that when the principal summoned him to the Supreme Academy, that feeling was exactly like the moment right after using the Heaven and Earth exile, where he used both hands to feel as if he was tearing the space apart. And in his mind, he was still pondering, yes, that was the feeling if it was at level X, something even Karma couldn't perceive. It's like piercing a small hole through space. You will pass directly through the gap between the layers of space. At this moment, Sejun truly felt himself tearing through space, and the observer was also extremely amazed when witnessing this scene. The observer scowled in anger and told Sejun, "Don't tell me." Sejun turned around to look at the observer. He said with a smile, "If you force me to summon you again, that's a free pass, understand?" Seeing Sejun jump out of his space, the observer could only curse at him. "You little bastard, cut back to the other side." Right now, Kwabena is kneeling beside Sejun. The boy's tears fell onto his hand as he tremblingly called out, "Brother, brother, please!" Tears streaming down his face, his whole body trembling as he said, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." At this moment, a voice asked Kwabena what was going on. The boy sobbed and hiccuped, saying, "It's because of me, because of me." At that moment, Soon opened his eyes, looked at the boy, and asked, "What are you apologizing for?" Seeing Sion suddenly wake up like that, the boy was so scared he fell back and cried out in fear. Ben raised his hand, trembling, pointing at Sion and stammering, "Why? Why? How are you still alive? So you want me to die? That's not what I meant." The boy, tears and snot running down his face, trembling, said, "I thought you were dead. I thought you thought I was dead because of you." Sejun just sighed and chuckled softly when he heard the boy say that. Sejun approached the crying boy, helped him up, and said, "Let's go, Bena. We need to check on IQ." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Saelin's teammates were all in chaos. Minzu then asked Saloon, "Will she be okay?" Yoon, resting her chin on her hand, responded to him, "For now, all we can do is wait." At this moment, Sealjun and Kwabena have returned. Sejun, carrying a Kudo Appo on his shoulder, saw everyone, and they all called out to him together. He then raised his hand to wave. A man lifts the curtain and steps out, pausing briefly at the scene before him, then approaches Sejun's group and greets them. "Did you arrive already?" Sun put Akudo Appo down and, hearing the man, also greeted him. "Ikina, how is she doing?" He then told them about her current condition. She is in a very serious state. Kwabena, standing beside her, looked grim and silent. The boy then stepped forward and headed toward his sister. Saint Y also rested his hand on his hip and told Seun, "If you had arrived a little later, Kwabena would have gone inside." Yina was also sitting up now. The girl raised her hand to rub her eyes and called out to her brother. Kwabena, hearing her call, couldn't believe his eyes, and his body trembled slightly. Immediately, Kwabena ran over and hugged his sister tightly. Seeing this scene, Sun and everyone outside also felt a bit warmer inside. Teach Kamauni once said that if you ask what success is, I would answer it is to smile often and to smile a lot. Seeing the two children bond so well, Seun couldn't help but smile softly, thinking that maybe today Shakyamuni was wrong. Kwabena tightly hugged his sister, tears streaming down his face as he cried uncontrollably. The sky had turned to dusk, and the sunset was fading behind the scene transition. At this moment, Y Saint is holding something in his hand. He looks confused and then speaks. "How does the kid know I'll need that? Has someone guided him?" "You've grasped this on your own without anyone guiding you." Sejun stands to the side, watching everyone and thinking to himself that his IQ should be fine now. Then he turns and walks away, pulling out his phone with one hand while the other stays in his pocket. Sejun walked away thinking that the Agudo Appo poison had been handed back to Kwabena and that all urgent matters had been resolved. Should I deal with the caliber I just obtained and my furious heart as well? At this moment, Chun's phone screen lights up and he startles, exclaiming, "Since when did I receive so many notifications?" The screen now shows 20 unread messages. San immediately opened his phone, overwhelmed by a flood of notifications from the system, announcing that he had completed the immunity course against all poisons, heat and cold, body invulnerability, ultimate physical training, instructor Atlas, and fully mastered the indestructible diamond. Toxin immunity, A, and temperature immunity, A completed faster than anyone else. Unlike everyone else, running at the speed of light, the instructor has fully mastered the divine speed, completing the course to become one with the mighty and powerful spear body. The merged body, the instructor of the great sage equal to heaven, has fully mastered the merged body. SS has completed the Heavenly Moon Cloudstone Spear course, instructor TNTN Great Sage, and has fully mastered the Heavenly Moon Cloudstone Spear, SS. Seeing the system notifications, SE was speechless. At this moment, a red warning suddenly appeared. Sejun looked at it and wondered, "What is this?" The system now displays an error message indicating a mismatch between the values and the student's karma, followed by other notifications that reflect the completion of the reconfiguration, showcasing superior metrics, as the fraudulent technique S evolved into a deception method, with SS recording the new karma. After a while, the system warning continued to appear for you. Error, warning. The cause originates from a non-existent course. Error, the course must be unlocked to provide the karma. Error warning, cannot assign this course to the karma. Error, this is an area beyond the reach of the Supreme Academy system. Error is reporting to the Supreme Academy Customer Support Department for causality. After a series of warnings like that, your mentor finally appeared and shouted at Jun. What the hell did you do? Sejun, not knowing how to react, just shouted out loud. The mentor was extremely angry and immediately slapped Sejun in the face. What is this? What did you do to overload the system of cause and effect? Kim Si-jun, what did you break this time? Sejun looked confused. Aunt, are you kidding? I didn't do anything. Hearing that, Mentor shouted loudly. The entire academy is in chaos now. Sejun looks at Mentor, who stands with his hands clasped behind his back and a serious expression on his face. I also broke out in a sweat and said, if anything happens at the academy, it's usually my fault. And it has to be. I'm sure it's my fault. I just scratched my head and handed the phone to the mentor to check, but all I got were some weird notifications. The mentor immediately snatched the phone from his hand and examined it, wide-eyed as he checked each warning on Salen's device. As soon as he finished reading, he was left speechless and turned to tell Salen, but it didn't match the student profile at all. Sejun, hearing that, also didn't know why and immediately asked, "Why are you asking me?" Mentor continued to read other warnings on Sejun's phone and immediately turned around in panic, shouting loudly at Seo. What is this? Sejun could only respond after hearing that. I'm serious. Why are you asking me? I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before. Last time you graduated with flying colors and now this. Hearing that, Sejun just scratched his head and said, I don't know. Then the mentor continued to ask, what did you do to cause this situation? Sejun still stubbornly insisted, I really didn't do anything. Mentor, hearing that, yelled angrily in his face, You're lying. Sejun, scratching his head, honestly told his mentor, I only met with the observer again and obtained 7 tokens through a perfect legal negotiation, and because he was stingy about bringing me back, I escaped the boundary space myself. After hearing everything, Mentor could only stare at him in silence, thinking to himself that it was indeed his fault. After a while, Mentor looked tired and rubbed his eyes. Seeing the system send another notification, he spoke up, and sure enough, the message appeared. The course list shows that the Buddha's course is 98% complete, with an additional 17.6% progress. The Lao Dongtan course is 98.4% with 4% plus 3.1%. The increased course is 92.9% with 63%. The sensory course is 77.7% with 77%. And the completed courses are listed as Rebirth A, Sat S, Divine Power S, Heavenly Tsar of Destruction S, Tiantan System of Breaking Void S, Tathian Great Sage System of Slaying Demons S, Fire Illusion Skill S, Dragon Heart S, Diamond Indestructible A, Poison Resistance A, Heat and Cold Immunity A, Divine Speed Cloudstone Thwong S, and Body Fusion SS. After reading, Mentor exclaimed, The Buddha's course is 98% complete, and you're almost done with the law school too. Even if I rub my eyes and check again, the numbers stay the same. Sun just stood still, listening to Mentor speak. Mentor of Salen tried to check his phone again, and then said, There must be an error. Sun heard that, then asked, Iga, isn't it true you once said the rules meant errors couldn't happen? Mentor replied, That's right, errors simply cannot exist. Sejun tried to say something else, but before he could finish, the mentor suddenly shouted and cut him off. But this can only be explained as a malfunction. Mentor immediately held up his phone in front of Sun and said, Look at this. Check this out. The progress of the Tichka Mauni course is 98%. Do you think this makes sense? No way, these kinds of numbers can't exist. Mentor's eyes are bloodshot, as if he's about to lose his mind from not being able to explain the reason. Yet he still tries to shout at Sejun. This course is notorious among freshmen for driving people crazy, and some of the super talented even fail to complete the Buddha's teachings course. But how is that possible? In just over a year, you've already reached 98%? The mentor now pressed his face close to Seun's and shouted, Even you should realize how unreasonable that is, right, Kim Seun? Hearing such a threat, Seun broke out in a sweat and stammered, It's really unreasonable, but I did it indeed. At this moment, Sejun's mentor stepped back, still holding the phone with a scrutinizing look, then clenched his fist tightly. He raised his hand to smash the phone and said, I should break this faulty device first. I should have done it last time and taken the chance to buy you a new one. Stop using this broken scrap metal. Sejun was a bit panicked and reached out to stop him. You use both of your hands to hold onto the mentor's hands so they can't carry out the act afterward. Sejun then speaks up again. Wait a moment, calm down, advisor. The mentor struggled to break free but was powerless, only able to shout in frustration. Release it. Any device that reports false causality must be destroyed from this universe. After a heated exchange, the mentor finally emerged victorious. He smiled happily and then reached up to stroke his head again. He stepped back, prepared to swing his arm, and said, "How can this be real? It makes no sense at all." Seeing that, Sejun wanted to say something but couldn't speak. At that moment, the mentor, still angry, looked at Sejun and shouted, "Tell me quickly if you do anything crazy again, or I'll make you confess right now." It's not exactly crazy, but when Excalibur saw this, Sejun's mentor immediately gasped. He looked at the sword in Sejun's hand and said, "Isn't that the super weapon that Commander Atho values more than life itself? Why do you have it, Kim Sejun?" Sejun heard that and also told the mentor that its owner had been wiped out, so I took it. Hearing this, the mentor looked confused and asked again. "The owner was wiped out? I really don't want to think about it, but imagine Sejun killing someone then speaks up. Who erased him? Was it you too?" "Kim Sejun, that's right." I carefully grasped the sword in my hand and spoke, "But it's not very useful to me, so I want to sell Excalibur. Are students allowed to trade directly, or is there an auction platform available?" After hearing the question, the mentor's face also turned pale. He then fell freely through the air. Sejun called out for the mentor when he couldn't see anyone. "Mentor." Seeing his mentor unconscious with his eyes closed, Sejun kept calling him. "Mentor, even if you lose consciousness, your mumbling about the crazy Odysseus avoiding his duty won't work on me." Seeing it was useless, Sejun sat down and shouted loudly at the mentor. Hearing his piercing scream, the mentor was also startled. He immediately got up, still dazed, on the ground and asked, "What? What just happened?" Sejun is now sitting cross-legged on the ground, telling his mentor that he fainted right after I asked if he could sell Excalibur. Hearing this, the mentor nodded and said, "That's right, I fainted, didn't I?" Only after regaining consciousness does the mentor shout at Sejun, "Don't joke with me, how dare you do that? How could you kill Magistrate Atho?" Sejun immediately responded in panic, "What are you talking about? Kill teacher? Atho? Why would I have to do that?" The mentor looked at him with suspicion and said, "To steal Excalibur and sell it." Sejun couldn't believe his ears and immediately questioned back, "What do you think I am?" Hearing that, your mentor also relaxed a bit and asked, "Then why do you have Excalibur?" Sejun sat cross-legged on the ground and said firmly, "The first-year student from another dimension I mentioned earlier. Do you remember? That student was the one who kept it." Hearing Sejun say that, the mentor said doubtfully, "That makes even less sense. How can a first-year student own a legendary weapon tied to history like that?" Jun raised his finger to scratch his cheek, and I also agreed with that point of view. "I also want to ask you that, but I might as well get some advice about the course at the same time." After a while, Mentor spoke to Seilun. Before going to the training shop, settle the Excalibur issue first. He took Seilun's phone and continued. "There's no auction here, but there's something similar. Since it's Excalibur, even the super elites might rush to compete for it." Sun nodded suddenly. Mentor stared intently at Sejun and asked, "Should I list it for sale now?" Sejun heard that and crossed his arms, firmly replying no. Then he put on a cunning smile and said, "Let's first meet the teacher, Tho, the original owner who has moved on." Sejun then went to meet Tho and greeted him happily when he saw someone coming to see him. "Nice to meet you. I am Pendragon. Just call me A. Do you want to learn my round-table swordsmanship?" Sejun reached into his bag and retrieved something shiny, causing a Tho to gasp in surprise. "No, even more than swordsmanship. I want to talk about something else. You pulled out something shiny that made Atho jump in surprise." Looking at the sword in Sejun's hand, he stammered and asked, "Why do you have that?" Sejun placed one hand on his hip and said to him, "I'm the one who should be asking that. Why is it in my hand?" Atho heard that, then he raised his hand to stroke his chin in deep thought and said, "Could he have been erased? No way. So what now? What happened to the borrowed karma?" Sejun looked at Atho and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Sejun silently thought to himself, just as he suspected. Seeing Atho's unnatural expression, he continued to ponder. There's no way a corrupted person would directly buy Excalibur. Even if he had enough karma, Atho would never sell the ultimate weapon that represents who she is. Just like when you used Loki to get Gungia, Atho was forced to surrender Excalibur. And the one who forced Atho to sell it is the mighty voice. Sejun then broke the silence. "I have it now, but it's not very useful to me." I raised the sword in my hand, scratching my head, and said, "Excalibur isn't a bad weapon. I just prefer spears, so I don't use swords. For that reason, I want to sell it." Atho was startled by his words and then said. Mentor, who was also beside Sejun at this moment, turned to look at him. Seeing Sejun smiling kindly, Mentor's mouth opened wide in his mind, thinking that Sejun's smile was too gentle. Something was about to happen. At this moment, Sejun raised his hand again and spoke to Atho standing in front of him, but Excalibur is a weapon that the commander treasures greatly. Sejun squinted and smiled, then continued. "Passing it to someone else just feels wrong somehow. I would feel very guilty." guilt. Mentor felt that something was off after hearing that, and wondered if Sun also had such feelings. Wasn't he worn down from ancient times to become a perfect circle? Sejun then drew his sword again and said to Oh Tho, so you want to give Excalibur to him. The priest, hearing that, he couldn't believe it and asked, Is that really true? He pressed his face close to Sejun's, smiled, and said, Then I won't refuse. Sejun then drew the sword behind his back, smiled, and replied, Of course, but it's not free. Before I put it up for auction, I will give you the chance to buy it first. Simply put, a priority purchase right. Hearing that, Atho's mood immediately soured, but he quickly regained his composure. He raised his hand, stroking his beard as he asked, All right then, how much do you want? Sejun scratched his head and thought for a moment before saying, Usually the seller sets the price first, but then you raised one finger and winked at Atho. Seeing you hold up one finger, I'll offer 10 trillion, that's good. I'll pay right away. Sun, with an innocent look, said, 10 trillion. Excalibur is worth much more. Atho hears what you said and frowns in thought. No wonder it sounds so cheap. At this moment, he continued to quote a price to Sun. All right, I will pay 100,000 trillion karma from my space-time. After Atho finished speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back and sighed in thought. 100 trillion is an enormous number, but he can still afford to pay it. Sejun heard that and replied happily, Very well. Then his words hit Atho like a thunderbolt. So he doesn't want to take Excalibur after all. He was stunned and asked, What do you mean? Come on, be honest, even during the auction, the starting bid was already 100 trillion, so buying it for 100 trillion is really stingy. Atho saw that you didn't agree, so she immediately increased the amount. So 1 trillion won, that really is the limit of what we can pay in karma. Sejun heard that and still didn't seem satisfied. Mentor, standing outside and observing the situation, immediately thought to himself that it was impossible. Atho is biting her lip tightly, with that tightly pursed mouth. Sejun is still holding up one finger, with his fingers spread out. Mentor's face turned pale as he thought impossible, and the mentor immediately understood why Sejun's deception skill was ranked SS. On par with Heavenly Moon Cloud Jade Thuong, he kept his finger raised greedily and said, 1 billion. After hearing that, Mentor immediately fell straight down from the sky. Atho stood frozen in place. At this moment, a man and his mentor are standing in front of a crashing beach. The mentor turns to look back with his hands clasped behind his back and says, Oh dear, are you about to leave? The other person replied, Yes, I can no longer break my vow. Mentor, my longtime friend, I have a request before I leave. Otis still didn't turn around, only asking his mentor, Please. Then he turned back, made a silly gesture by touching his nose, and said, Just lend me 1 billion points of karma. Hearing him say that, the mentor was stunned and panicked, then snapped back to reality. The mentor sat on the ground, and the boy loudly asked, Where am I? Who am I? Atho's voice now echoes, reminding the mentor. Stop talking nonsense. He then scratched his head as if remembering something and thought, Oh, that's right. The mentor looked at the scene before him and thought, Why is June causing trouble again? Atho standing opposite him, he frowned and said, Is there anyone in this world who would demand a sister with 100 points of karma? Saojun just stood there, and when he heard that, he simply reached up and twirled his ear. Not looking happy at all, he then asked, Atho, do you not like it? Of course not. Hearing Atho say that, Sejun immediately turned around, about to leave, and said, If you don't like it, I have no other choice. Atho then raised both hands to her head, panicking and saying, Don't go. Sejun, hearing that, only turned his head back coldly and said, Teacher. Tho, don't be so stingy. A big sister is a huge amount, but considering Excalibur, it's not impossible to repay. Sejun crossed his arms and turned around, continuing, And if you think about how my space dimension almost collapsed when you handed over this sword, honestly, I wanted more. But I have already restrained myself. Sejun then lightly said to Atho, You must have received some karma for giving away Excalibur. You haven't spent it all yet, have you? Sejun was secretly thinking to himself that he already knew that was a number Atho couldn't bear to carry. Even for a superhuman, there are limits. Sejun looked at him, his eyes now filled with a hint of compassion, and continued to wonder why he was demanding in such a huge number. 1 trillion, Atho. After a while, he kept asking if it couldn't be replaced with something else besides the point of karma. Anything you want, I will list a bunch of options for Seun to choose from. Whether it's the round table swordsmanship or the round table aura, I will teach whatever you request, so please give me a discount. Sejun, hearing him say that, immediately understood in his heart. He tilted his chin up, pretending to think for a moment, then replied, If you say so, just answer one question well. I will give a discount. What? Just say it straight away? Who is it? Atho's whole body immediately stiffened at his question. Sejun looked directly at Atho and asked who the person he had given Zalibur to was. Who exactly is that person? Atho didn't expect you to ask that way. His facial expression immediately became hard to read. After a moment, Atho also spoke, addressing Sejun, who was standing there. I can't answer that. Hearing such a response, Sejun narrowed his eyes in displeasure and wondered who that mighty voice was, the one that made Atho unable to reveal the identity even if it meant giving up Excalibur. Could it be that they set some kind of condition about revealing themselves? After thinking, Soon now feels a bit annoyed and lets out a sigh. Your next words made Atho cry out, if you don't like it, I have no other choice. He immediately handed the sword to the mentor and asked him to take it to the auction house. Atho saw that, and his face darkened for a moment, thinking to himself, no, my Excalibur must not fall into anyone else's hands. At this moment, he suddenly shouted loudly and unleashed his power. That must never happen. The sound waves from Atho's scream immediately transmitted towards Sejun, who was standing nearby. He quickly turned to look at him with a cold, expressionless face. Sejun immediately gathered his power into a sphere crackling with lightning. Atho instinctively raised his hand to shield himself from the overwhelming force. After the power dissipates, Atho stands there stunned, deep in thought, realizing that even with the contract of karma, this situation exceeds the capacity of an ordinary first-year student. But that person, even after receiving my magic, was unaffected. In fact, he even dominated it. Sejun stands there, his eyes glowing, clenched fists radiating immense power. He tells Atho, if there's another chance, I will see you again. The teacher immediately turned and left, saying, let's go, advisor. Atho could only stand there watching his figure walk away. He then reached out his hand and loudly said, wait a moment. Sejun was now smiling smugly. What is this? Why do you keep calling me like that? I'm also very busy. Atho clenched her fists and told Sejun I can't say it directly, but at this moment he reached down to grab something. Sejun, seeing that, also opened his eyes in curiosity. Atho then took out a glass. Sejun saw it and immediately guessed it's a thing, not just a cup. He and his mentor approached Atho. What is it? Atho held out the cup in front of Jun and said, that is the reward I received for lending Zalibur. Sun, hearing this, exclaimed in shock, Zalibur for just this rough cup? At this moment, Sejun instinctively looked down as his side bag was moving. Seeing this, he thought with confusion, what is this? Longunis is reacting inside Kibi's bag. Your wound is constantly making sounds right now, Sejun thought to himself. How do you feel about this? He looked at the glowing cup in Atho's hand and said, could it be the Holy Grail? Atho, hearing your words, simply remained silent as his answer. It's understandable that it resonates with Longunis. The spear also contains the blood of the Lord, but the Holy Cup is different from the Longinus spear. It must be the cup that the Lord himself used. So that mighty voice. At this moment, a voice suddenly interrupts Sejun's thoughts. Number A, Tho still holds the cup in his hand. He said, I used to think so too, but not anymore. Sejun then asked him seriously, so why are they still holding the Holy Cup? Atho, hearing your question, could only honestly tell Sejun, I don't know. Sejun, meanwhile, was deep in thought with a commanding voice. Who are you, really? By asking that, this person also slowly spoke. I guess you are observing. Starting to feel worried now, right? I wonder what the first super entity would think if he saw your current state. Do you think you can control him? His speed of development has surpassed all limits, of course thanks to someone. If this keeps going, you won't be able to control it either. At this moment, the observer again asked suspiciously, what is your true purpose? Tan Devwang slowly stood up from his seat and replied, it is to release the constraints of karma on this space-time. You do it yourself, it's impossible. Hearing that, the observer furrowed his brow, reached out toward the other persons, and asked, and you think that doing this will free the karma? Tan Devwang responded, since when can someone interfere with the karma of this space-time realm? He turned to look at the observer with a cold gaze and continued, I can no longer just stand by and watch, perhaps because the interference of variables has exceeded the assumed limit. The observer nodded thoughtfully. Yes, he has influenced it, but the apple is connected to Earth, bending the fate of the entire planet, and that is all caused by one person. Thinking of this, the observer immediately remembered Sejun's image. At this moment, the king of the Celestial Empire responded again, saying, your interests and mine are completely opposed, but sometimes even enemies have to work together. A first-year student has approached the ranks of the superhuman who just disappeared. If this continues, neither you nor I will achieve our goals. He raised his hand, clenched his fist tightly, and said, now only one person can face Kim Seo-jun, the true god who has ascended to the ranks of the superlative. His gaze is now incredibly terrifying. The emperor loudly commanded, "Release the bonds of causality." The scene shifts back to Seun, now revealing more about the Holy Grail of Atho, a sacred relic granting its owner extraordinary power, happiness, eternal youth, and endless wealth. Sejun is reminiscing, raising his hand to his chin with a thoughtful expression. According to the legend of King Atho, he was obsessed with finding the Holy Grail. You wondered why he would give back Excalibur, but if the price is the Holy Grail, then it makes perfect sense. As for why the Great Voice possesses the Holy Grail, let's put that question aside for now. Sejun finished thinking, and then spoke to Atho, understood. Seeing his abrupt manner, Atho raised both hands and asked, "So as for Excalibur," Jun casually said to Atho while picking his nose, "Of course, 100 trillion. Hearing that, his face immediately turned ugly. He swung the laser gun and tried to reason with Sejun. "There is no justice here. It's clear that you already said it," Sejun interrupted before he could finish speaking. "I said I would lower the price if you told me who you really are. I never said there would be any negotiation about what I receive." Hearing you say that, he was furious, trembling all over but unable to do anything, only clenching his fists and holding back, thinking, "What? This ridiculous matter, this brat with a big ego." Seeing Seo-jun smugly picking his nose, Atho could only keep thinking, "Honestly, I'm afraid I will lose if we fight." At this moment, he seemed to have an idea and looked down at the Holy Grail in his hand. After a moment, Atho could only close his eyes and sigh in helplessness, thinking that this is truly something I will never be able to possess. He then looked up at Seo-jun and asked, "What if I give you the Holy Grail? What happens if I surrender the Holy Grail?" Sejun was surprised that he would say that and looked a bit shocked. Hearing Atho say that, Sejun then told him he could buy it at a 50% discount. Atho crossed her arms and said, "All right, I will try to manage 5,000 billion. Sejun then raised his hand and said, "Okay, including the Holy Grail, the total will be 5,000 billion and 5,000 billion. Atho immediately objected to Sejun, saying, "You said 5,000 billion, so what is the extra 5,000 billion at the end?" Sejun calmly replied, "The personal teaching fee is 5,000 billion per hour. For us, the value-added tax will be borne by the consumers." Atho hears that and is left speechless, not knowing what to say. Instead, the mentor, seemingly accustomed to this, speaks to comfort him, saying, "Guardian, this is not your fault. Even the observers or the principal can't do anything about this." Finally, Atho also handed over the Holy Grail to Sejun and said, "It will take some time to prepare the 5 trillion, so it might take a while, so I will give you the Holy Grail first." Sound reached out to accept the Holy Grail from Atho and said, "Okay, I will take this first as a deposit." At this point, he happily smiled again and tried to get a little more profit. However, if you don't give it now, another personal tutoring fee will be charged. And you also realize that an additional 5 trillion in value-added tax will be added, right? Atho, despite trembling with anger, could do nothing but respond. Understood. Immediately after that, Atho vanished. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Sejun, "I will prepare the karma and come back." Sejun then advised him, "There are still about 31 minutes left. But you still gave up 257.3 billion. Mentor, standing next to Sejun with his sword, thought to himself that if it were me, I wouldn't want to stay here for even a second. After Atho left, Sejun held the sacred cup in his hand, raising it up to the sunlight. Sejun looked at the shining cup in his hand, and then wondered, "So is this the Holy Grail?" Looking it over, there's not much special about it. Should I try pouring water in and drinking it? Thinking that, Sun grabbed a bottle of water, opened it, and poured it into the cup. He raised the full glass and drank without hesitation. Immediately, Sejun widened his eyes as if he sensed something. "What is it? Is it really that delicious? Me too. Please just let me have a sip." After a while, Seun, holding the Holy Grail in one hand with the other on his hip, pondered that if the inscription effects didn't activate on the products made from the Holy Grail, then the ways to use the Holy Grail were almost limitless. At this moment, Mentor was pouring the entire water bottle into his eyes because he had already filled it with holy water created from the Holy Grail. Seon was still contemplating whether this holy cup could be used during the process of tempering his heart. After drinking the water, Mentor suddenly started coughing violently. Your cough immediately interrupted Sejun's train of thought. He took the bottle filled with water and approached Jun, then said to him, "I will be back later. I think I should ask the principal which other lessons Kim Sejun should take here." Hearing Mentor say that, Seun nodded in agreement. "Understood. While you're asking the principal, could you also ask Marshal Tae Thien Dai Thang to help me?" Sejun enthusiastically gave a thumbs up to the mentor and said, "Tell him I am fully willing to settle everything with a direct duel." The mentor then bid farewell to Sejun and disappeared. "Then I will go now. Only Jun remains here now." As he walked and thought that the Excalibur issue had been resolved and it was time for him to start, Sejun suddenly saw someone in front of him. They're whispering and gossiping about something. Seeing the crowd here, Sejun just arrived and thought, what's going on? Why is everyone gathering here? I approached and asked, what's going on? Mindu saw you and immediately reached up to scratch his head and greet you. Sejun then saw something in front of him and was a bit startled. Seeing the trembling man tied and kneeling on the ground, he immediately recognized him as a Kudo Appo. When he saw him, he also looked up. At this moment, someone from behind Sejun spoke up saying, we in South Africa have endured endless suffering that we couldn't bear. After walking over to the two of them, he then said to Sejun, I have thought about it very long and hard. Deep down, I want to tear them apart and kill them immediately, but I feel it's wrong to kill them so senselessly. Actually, we don't have the right to do that. A Kudo Appo is kneeling on the ground. Hearing that, he also felt a bit guilty. After hearing this, Sejun immediately spoke up, I don't know what I should do, I will step forward. Please gather journalists from around the world in my name. There, I will reveal the true situation of South Africa to the world, the brutality of Kudo Appo, the suffering and sacrifices of innocent South African citizens, and the crimes committed by the Church of Truth. Sejun, what? Are you planning to confront the Church of Truth? The Church of Truth is not just a religious organization. That's like one person standing alone against almost the entire world. Sejun, along with Saint Y and Kwabena, stood nearby listening and couldn't help but feel worried. Sejun then responded to Kwaku, I know, but I also know that the Church of Truth is the source of countless suffering. I plan to overthrow the Church of Truth. Will you help me? Kwaku was momentarily stunned and unable to respond when Sejun spoke, then looked at Sejun with a determined gaze before quickly agreeing to Sejun's proposal. All right, I will help you. The two people behind him were about to say something. Captain Kwaku, despite this, someone standing behind suddenly clenched their fists and loudly called out to Captain Kwaku. Kwaku, knowing what he was about to say, immediately cut him off loudly. A long time ago, the heroes of the great disaster fought for the world, but in the end, they couldn't fully fulfill their will. Our battle has come to an end, but look around, countless people have died and become sacrifices. South Africa has been stained red with blood, and there are still many graves being built here. Then Ku turned back again and asked his comrades, what have we fought for? Why are we holding these mirrors? For those who are oppressed and persecuted, for our family, friends, and loved ones, and for the tomorrow our children will live to see. So who are the people lying there? Kwaku clenched his fist tightly at this moment. His voice resolutely continued, the battle for South Africa is over, but our fight is not yet finished. Hold your head high, and face it with dignity. The families we couldn't protect, the innocent people we couldn't save, I will no longer run away. From now on, this is South Africa that we must protect. We will fight against anything that threatens South Africa. Our battle is not over yet. Kwaku's teammates looked at each other silently. No one responded, and feeling awkward, he turned his head to look at Sejun. He walks up to Sejun and says seriously, we will fight alongside you. Many reporters were present here to record the event. What Sejun revealed at the press conference has shocked the world in real time. After watching Kim Sejun's live press conference, everyone immediately flooded the comments. Is Kim Sejun's declaration of war against the faith of truth, an organization claiming to save humanity, actually a threat to mankind? Nearly 100 million people have spoken out to defend the Church of Truth, and public opinion was swept away in an instant. Have you seen the news? Is Kim Sejun's anger arrogance or delusion? I used to like Hunter Kim Sejun, but this is really disappointing. However, at this moment, someone spoke to the media. Everything Kim Sun the Hunter said is the truth. We, the Korean Professional Hunters Association, will stand with Hunter Kim Sejun. News from Korea is paving the way for a wave of support from Prime Minister Samuel of Italy, Queen Aria of the United Kingdom, the U.S. Hunter Agency, Elby and Lucas, and even Kwaku from South Africa. All of them, representing their countries, have spoken out in support of Sejun. Amid the escalating chaos, the Path of Truth sect, which had remained completely silent until now, has issued an official statement. The scene shifts as someone picks up their phone to check. The breaking news causing a stir right now is the official announcement from the Path of Truth sect. We will reveal everything related to the Apostle Ritual. Sejun, after reading the news on his phone, muttered to himself with suspicion. The Apostle Ritual involves looking directly at the opponent with a serious expression. Are you about to leave now? In the large waiting hall, two groups face each other. Sejun speaks. Yes, the ordination ceremony announced by the Church of Truth is only a few weeks away. Since the battle has already begun, I can't just sit and wait. That's right. Kwaku frowned slightly, clearly worried. This ordination ceremony will be held in Korea, right? A significant event to appoint a pure apostle. In Korea. Instead of the headquarters in Greenland, they are definitely targeting you. He added, Kwaku will also attend that ceremony. You too? Really? He smiles gently and sincerely extends his large hand forward. Maybe it's just a small effort, but it might help a little in your upcoming battle. Jun stood still, a contemplative look in his eyes. We South Africans will never forget the debt we owe you. He smiled brightly, eyes closed with happiness and relief as he heard those words. They shake hands to show a strong agreement and complete trust. I'm sure it will be an incredibly valuable help. And then the plane took off, soaring high through the white clouds, cutting to a building where the two men with furious faces were shouting loudly. Bien Thuok, isn't this a bit unreasonable? You're really a piece of trash. Bien Thuok and Paracel take turns shouting, leaving Sejun standing still, covered in spit and unable to do anything. I have endured so much to refine my heart for you. Why did you suddenly chase me away like that? You're really trash. He scratched his head awkwardly, trying to explain. At that time, I didn't chase everyone away. It was beyond my control. The only one who stayed and witnessed everything. So Jun was just rummaging through his bag and chatting casually to ease the tense atmosphere. I see, but not quite. The bright light emanating from the fiery red sphere in your hand causes all three of their faces to change color at once. You've got another trick up your sleeve. How did you manage to find this? Could I ask you to refine it again? Cheers erupted all at once, and everyone's face lit up with joy. Of course, I'll do it right now. Previously, he eagerly brought out a large bottle and a white cup. Would you like to try a sip of this first, esteemed elders? They gulped it down and immediately froze in shock, eyes wide with horror. What is this? He raised the glowing orb in his hand amid the excitement of those around him and continued. This is holy water made from the sacred cup. What if we use this to refine the heart? They're crazy. This is totally insane. The three of them couldn't hide their amazement mixed with excitement. Fighting over this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I'll do it right away. No, let me do it. You're truly no different from light. Seon reached out and grasped the door handle, calmly stepping outside, while inside the chatter still buzzed. First, let's analyze the components of this holy water. If you entrust these three otaku, there's nothing to worry about anymore. Suddenly, a voice echoed through. Do you know where you are to dare barge in like that? Seon glanced inside. I'm just here to talk for a bit. We have nothing to discuss with your side. Kalia stands with her arms crossed, full of confidence and defiance. If you chase me away like that, you'll regret it, Kalia asked as he stepped closer, looking suspicious. What do you think you're doing? Kim Sunhunter. You arrived just in time. Sejun turned away, but she still kept begging. I want to talk to you for a moment. I have nothing to discuss. His eyes flash with a deadly blue light. Still, it's better if you listen to me at least once. Say it's true, right? The green energy surges around Jun's car, the pressure forcing Kalia to step back. Right now, before we know what the Church of Truth is plotting, there's no need to waste time on pointless conversations. His hair became disheveled. Soon coldly said, I told you I have nothing to discuss. Kalia still wore a condescending smile and issued a threat. You will regret this. She is the designated successor to become the pure apostle. In the darkness, the final threats echo with sarcasm. So you actually dared to treat me like this before the ordination ceremony? You truly intend to become a complete enemy of our faith. As expected, words are useless. Her face suddenly changed expression when she saw a punch nearly hit her face. What? Seon suddenly gathers his strength and delivers a straight punch downward. The powerful impact shattered the sturdy shield into pieces, knocking her away. What kind of unreasonable strength is this? His eyes blazing with murderous intent, he swung his leg to deliver a deadly kick, feeling more like being hit by the shield itself than using it to block. The attack descends, dust billows up, and stones fly in all directions. Kalia tilts her head back, her eyes wide with shock. The giant rocks were hurled into the sky, tearing through the chaotic air. Kalia lay sprawled in the thick dust, her whole body in pain. Seon still stands firm in the distance, her body trembling, with eyes full of shock and fear. Wait. With a cold face and sharp, determined eyes, he looked at Kalia and questioned, If you do this, it won't benefit you either. Do you think I wouldn't dare to do it? Sejun's legs stand firm like an unmovable mountain, ignoring her hopeless warnings. Everyone won't just stand by. Let them do as they will. Kalia sweat profusely, trying to suppress her trembling as she continued. Now is not the time to act foolishly and aggressively. A blazing red aura surrounds Seon, his eyes emitting a chilling white glow. I'm going to die. I really will die. In her final panic, Kalia shouted, but it seemed to be stuck in her throat, only broken sounds trembling out. After a moment, she managed to speak at all, her heart raging. Sejun was stunned and looked at Kalia. What? A trembling hand reaches out with a glowing red orb that emits a mysterious light. Kalia came to give this to him. What is she doing with that strange behavior? Why did she give it to me? I don't know either. They only told me to bring it here. Sejun silently observes Kalia. On behalf of the truth, I really don't know anything. It doesn't seem like I'm lying. She tremblingly hands the sphere to him. Was it the order from the great voice? Sejun takes the fiery orb from Kalia's hand, gripping the glowing object tightly and looking at her with a cold expression. Let's meet again at the coronation ceremony. Sejun holds a blazing fireball in his hand as Kalia, trembling, kneels in fear. And then decisive footsteps echoed down the corridor as he walked through the silent space, lost in thought. What are they planning? They must know that if they give me the furious heart, I will absorb it. Could they have already tampered with the heart? Sejun appears resolute, his eyes staring ahead with a cold gaze. No matter what they plan, I have no intention of just waiting quietly. In the silence, my thoughts flood my mind. The furious heart is refined with the Holy Grail. 5 million trillion will be extracted from Atho and all 8 plates for free. I will prepare for the worst-case scenario with everything I have. Sejun walks away with great determination. King Thonde, with his face hidden in the shadows, reports that Saya has safely delivered the heart. The spacious room, filled with reflected light, issues the command. Understood? Step back. Outside the large glass window, the King of Thon is watching a small bird chirping in its nest among the lush green trees. He stands looking out the window filled with white light, filled with doubt. Evil is simply evil, and faith is just a superficial veneer. A giant snake, with its mouth wide open, as if to swallow the nest, creates a hauntingly deadly scene. Whatever the reason, no matter how justified, for those who must die, it is only an empty excuse. Emperor Tan Devong coldly declared, "I am evil," and nothing more. He reflected on the impending moment of destiny, with only a month left until the ordination ceremony. On that day, everything accumulated so far will be decided, whether the world will come to its end or be saved. Or perhaps the one observing with a calculating look wonders if the will of the first super being is truly correct. From a different perspective, Sejun looked thoughtful, his eyes filled with keen observation. Sejun held a precious orb, its inner light dazzling and radiant. Paracelsus and Huato's banners are being cheered wildly. Is it another sign of a battle-hungry heart? I knew it. Damn it. Are you raising a dragon or something? Did you just go and kill one? Do you have any bones or scraps left from the slaughter? I heard that the spicy dragon stew is amazing. Cool. Make sure to use the dragon's breath when cooking. There's no way worms raise dragons. I just happened to collect one by chance. Bayan Thuok and Paracelsus are overjoyed. Huato speaks up. So, in total, there are 2 hearts that need to be refined. The glowing red spheres with mysterious power are floating nearby. If you absorb them, the warrior's fierce heart, which was divided into 3 parts, will fit perfectly inside your body. A blazing blue energy swirl spirals intensely around you. I'm wondering how long it will take. The Holy Grail you gave us, right? If you try to draw out the power of that magic while working, it might take quite a bit of time. Huato is deep in thought. This isn't something that can be rushed, so this time you won't be pushing us to the edge at the last minute, right? He stood silently with a tense expression, sweat beading on his forehead as he faced the stern demands of the measuring tape. This time, there's no way. If we can't witness that initial moment, we'll refuse to continue. Oh, and I just remembered, I wonder if I still have enough money to last until the medicine is finished? Standing before the 3 waiting, Sealjun scratches his head as he recalculates his account balance. These otaku trio charge 1,000 billion per hour. How much do I still have? Last time I checked, it seemed like only 97 trillion was left. Just a moment. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, and sweat streamed down his face as a system interface displayed a long string of numbers. What is this? Is the system malfunctioning? 5,500 billion. While Sejun was muttering to himself, his 3 elders behind him started to feel confused. Am I losing my mind? What's wrong with him? I don't know, it's so scary. His eyes were fixed on the phone screen, his hand instinctively holding his head. How could this even happen? Including the money I already have, it means an additional 1 quadrillion has just been transferred in. Even if I steal the causal law of a distorted entity like last time, this still makes no sense. Compared to South Africa's diamond production, this amount of money is truly unbelievable. He fell into deep thought, his face showing clear suspicion. No, from the very beginning there was no place capable of managing a capital flow on the scale of $0.000 billion. Standing alone in the dark space, illuminated only by the light from the phone as if having just found the final piece. The Church of Truth, the number on the phone screen shows that if it is the Church of Truth, then both owning 1 trillion and being able to manage that capital are completely reasonable. Sejun's eyes grew cold and focused. Did I take over all the karma the True Path sect prepared to support that distorted entity? Holding the phone in his hand, he turned to ask Kwato for his opinion. How long will it take to handle everything? We should plan for about a month. Sejun looked straight ahead with a slightly worried expression and said, maybe around 700 hours, 300 trillion. The three men chuckled happily, expressing their surprise. I can pay up to 1,100 hours. Oh, you're being very generous this time. The three of them turn and walk away so we can continue our research without worry, right? I rely on you guys. You stand against the cold in the room while the elders' excited faces are in front of you. Surely 1 trillion and 0 billion is enough. This holy grail is more effective than I expected. Sun forced a smile at their words. We should seriously consider other applications as well. No, the research might take longer than we expected. He seems to be trying to reassure himself about the current situation. Great. At least we have some extra time. Let's see, it probably will be fine, right? The mentor suddenly appears, causing Sejun to startle in shock with his mouth agape. Kim Sejun, the scene becomes chaotic as the little boy keeps flying around, making him dizzy. All right, emergency, emergency. He quickly grabs Mentor with clenched teeth. After calming down, Seun looked at the boy standing comfortably in his palm with a worried expression. Are you okay? Don't worry. This little thing is nothing to me at all, Mentor said anxiously. More important than Kim Sejun, this is really serious. The kid recalled Irina's serious and angry expression. What do you think you're doing? She's talking to the observer who is releasing the causal bonds of a dimension. Do you know what the consequences will be? Don't you realize that once he's freed from his chains, no entity will be able to hold him back anymore? The observer explains that he did not completely release those chains. So that means I did try to loosen the bonds of fate on him. However, no matter who I am, interfering with the fundamental laws of the world is impossible. He continued, we can only make adjustments at best. So I merged the chaotic flow of causality in another dimension with Earth. I thought that would be okay. I believe I can break free from the chains and set up a safety mechanism. That all the dimensions are organically connected, that a gap was created while I was adjusting the flow of causality to merge two dimensions. Could it be? He confirmed it. Yes. The tangled blue energy threads form a chaotic sphere. That bastard has bound the fate of all dimensions into one. Irina's eyes are heavy with thought, her eyebrows furrowed with seriousness. At this point, I have no choice but to ask. She turned and asked directly, so why did the master disappear? And Irina clenched her fists to her chest with a look of confusion. How could he retain his memory of the master without it being erased? Back in reality, Sejun sat on the floor, looking up at his mentor floating in front of him. So that means not only Earth, but all the dimensions are intertwined now? That's right, that's how it is. The boy was speaking when suddenly Sejun burst in, looking panicked. This means that not only Earth, but the constraints of all dimensions have essentially disappeared. According to Director Sejun, suddenly the sky above the tall buildings was covered by a massive black-purple energy vortex. Amidst the crowded street, Sejun froze among the whispers of the crowd, surrounding the strange phenomenon. That can't be true. How could that gate be there? His face suddenly became tense, sweat beading on his forehead as he heard the urgent news from his mentor on his shoulder. As phenomena from all dimensions intertwine, movement between entities of each space will no longer be limited. Sejun glanced at the kid with worry. That terrible chaos was unavoidable, and we must even consider the possibility of all dimensions collapsing as a reality. That is the assessment of the director. He looked up thoughtfully at the giant gate that covered the entire sky. The purple energy vortex continues to expand. Has the multiverse merging process already begun? The woman soothes the crying child in the middle of the street as Sejun and his companions helplessly watch the scene before them. If it has progressed this far, stopping it now is almost too much for me to bear. It's okay. Just like always, the hunters will save us. His eyes narrowed with determination, mixed with worry. The first part isn't over yet. Sejun stood still in the street, facing a difficult question. If there truly was no other way, the great voice wouldn't have gone to the trouble of doing such troublesome things. Is there no other way? Mentor glanced at him, then suddenly his eyes turned cold and unusually serious. The only entity not dependent on the flow of karma. Its unique existence can resist the unified flow of karma across the ages. That vast destiny. The boy became excited. The director said that if it were Kim Seo-jun, he might be able to stop it. The sky above the city suddenly turned terrifying, revealing a deep black abyss as if to swallow everything below. Amidst the closely packed tall buildings, loud crashing sounds echo continuously. In the office, Sejun crosses his arms with a tense expression. I'm losing patience and annoyed, I ask. What are you all arguing about this for? Come on, why the rush? If it's something so important, you can't rush it. You have to be careful again and again. Prepare again and again. His face darkened with anger as they brought him the empty glass. This debate has gone on long enough. Go get me a glass of holy water. Again? Standing in front of the collector with the receipt in hand, Soon could only scratch his head nervously when he heard the announcement. Did he know that officials had come to check if the water pipe was broken? Because you drank too much of the holy water, the water bill has increased hundreds of times. Oh, the house has a few holy water machines. The three of them are busy drinking too. Sejun helplessly raises his hands and begs them. Anyway, I'm begging you. Please, the apostle ceremony scheduled by the Church of Truth is only 2 weeks away. All right. Stop jumping around. He was helpless, just staring at his phone screen with a tense and worried expression. The advisor is probably arriving soon, too. As he was feeling exhausted, the mentor suddenly appeared with a bright smile. Kim Sejun, I've finally arrived. Are you here already? Sejun anxiously asked the kid. And what about the matter I asked you to handle? There are a few things I need to tell you about that, but first let me show you this. The system menu displays the Celestial Moon Cloud Jade Flame Ultimate Technique of the Celestial Great Saint Guardian. All skills you possess are from the Celestial Great Saint Guardian. If Longanyan has no effect, then Than Long Bi K MC. The 4 Spirit Guardians of the Azure Dragon Divine Spear Alliance have completed the optimized skill for manipulating phenomena. Instructor Arena intervenes with destructive teachings, superior enlightenment by Instructor Arena. After completing this course, you will receive the Heavenly Moon Cloudstone skill, SSS, the Twin Piercing Spear S, the Fire Human Metal Attribute Shock Body Technique SS, the Demon Slayer Pursuit Technique S, the 72 Armored Assassination Technique S, the Dragon Language SS, the Space Intervention S, the Phenomenon Manipulation S, the Karma with Disaster S, and the Superiority Enlightenment X. Mentor smiles brightly, watching his reaction. So, what do you think? The dazzling glow reflected in Sejun's wide-open eyes leaves him completely stunned. That's crazy. Sejun's face with wide, unfocused eyes radiates a brilliant light, showing a mix of shock and extreme excitement. He trembles as he holds the phone displaying a long list of skill rewards. This is crazy. Standing in the office, the mentor confidently said, As you predicted, Sejun, the space-time restrictions and causality limits have disappeared, which means the limitations on free passes are gone too. The little boy happily explained, so the tasks that were once burdensome can now be done. 4 S-rank skills are quite a lot. What now? Forget it. This isn't the first or second time you've seen something like this. Seun suddenly froze. However, a serious problem arose, and he clearly looked confused. He fumbled with questions, saying, What's going on? Are you just watching now? It's not what you think. The mentor's voice sharpens as he raises a finger to emphasize that the biggest obstacle right now is the issue of time. A series of overlapping system notification screens appeared, listing numerous skills. That's right. Only 2 weeks left. It's impossible to join and complete all 7 courses in that time. Saojun stood in silence, one hand on his chin, pondering, unsure if he could properly complete even one course. So, the boy consulted the principal about this issue. Suddenly, his face showed surprise. There is a way to extend your time. Seun, extending time? Mentor crossed his arms and shook his head, then continued, Could it be time magic? No. Time magic is impossible. It is an absolute law dictated by karma itself. Zun's face became serious. No case can directly interfere with time. Then how do we do it? A glowing grid-like space network appears behind. The little boy cheerfully announced that he would travel to another dimension, then excitedly floated in circles in the air while the man was left completely puzzled. Different dimensions have different flows of time. There are places where time flows faster, while in others, it moves more slowly. The boy happily gestures with his hand to illustrate the difference to Jun. For example, if 1 second on Earth's dimension equals 5 seconds in another dimension, 1 day on Earth would be 5 days in that world. The mentor illustrates this by practicing martial arts. If you train on Earth, you can only train for 1 day, but in another dimension, you could train for up to 5 days. Sejun is contemplating that method would indeed significantly increase the available training time. The mischievous boy winks, shrugging with pride, and explains, Usually crossing into another dimension is nearly impossible, but with the karma of all dimensions merging, it's now feasible. The karma cost will be huge, but luckily you have free tickets, right? Facing the mentor, he places his hand behind his neck with a puzzled look. However, a round trip will require 2 tickets, which is not a problem. Any ticket shortages can be compensated by paying the karma cost for the Longview Academy course, which is relatively cheaper. The mentor looked up at him with an innocent expression. What did the principal say? The kid in front of you continues, saying, Currently, the Superiority Academy has ceased all operations because the karma of all dimensions is disrupted, affecting not only Earth but other dimensions as well. Mentor smiles encouragingly. The principal said that the only one who can solve this situation is you, son. The kid spread his arms wide and jumped up excitedly. She also said she would support him wholeheartedly, no matter what choice he made. And of course mentor as well. Sejun stands silently facing the boy. He started to ask, if he went to another dimension, how much time could he gain? The maximum ratio of time you can have from compatible dimensions is 20-1. The mentor continued, the apostle ceremony is in 2 weeks. With 20 times more, you could have about 40 weeks and 10 months. The kid floating in front of Jun's car gestures impatiently, indicating that this is the end of the explanation. If you understand, we should leave now. Wait a moment. Mentor tilted his head in confusion. Can you give me a little more time? On the other side, the massive energy vortex still appears in the night sky, covering the entire cityscape below. Mizu is sleeping soundly with a tired face, mouth open from exhaustion. Suron and Huan are also sleeping soundly on a mat spread on the floor. In another room, the 2 children are still sleeping peacefully on the floor. Under the full moon, sharp auras form powerful jet streams surrounding the rooftop. Continuous sword slashes create bright pink streaks, slicing through the night with Kun's agile movements. The blazing aura of spiritual power engulfed her body as she summoned all her strength, her face showing determination. With a strike, she drove her sword straight into the ground, forming a circle of bright pink energy. Seo Yun gasped heavily, her face covered in sweat and showing clear exhaustion. Her hands clenched tightly around the hilt of the sword, which trembled uncontrollably, no longer able to hold steady. Seo Yun collapsed to the ground, staring at her sweaty hands in awe, thinking how incredible it was. After drinking the mysterious water Soon gave her, even in such a short time, her hands clenched tightly as a reminder, but she still didn't feel worthy to stand beside Soon. Seo Yun's back stretched out on the ground as footsteps approached, and I wish I could practice a little more, but I don't even have the strength to move my fingers. She turned back with a look of surprise on her sweaty face, as Soon smiled kindly, scratching his head awkwardly. Sejun, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Seo-Yun turned around and asked him, how long have you been standing there? It's been a while. You should have called me, right? She sat down on the floor, listening intently. I don't want to interrupt you. Sun stood up and asked Sun to put that aside. Why did you come here at this hour? Is there something I need to talk to you about? Saudu asked calmly. It seems he will need to go somewhere soon. He stammered, I probably won't be able to return until the apostolic ritual begins. Hearing this, her eyes widened, sweat streaming down her face, showing her panic. What? Under the full moon in the dark night, the final conversation takes place in a rush. When are you leaving? Maybe sell right now. Please explain everything clearly to the whole group, Yun. He waved goodbye and left decisively. So I'm leaving now. Sorry for interrupting your practice. Her eyes looked sad and full of emotion. We have been through so much together. In the endless dark space, the 2 figures gradually drift apart. But why do I feel more and more that as Jun becomes stronger, he drifts further away from us? Yoon's hand clenched in helplessness. I have a feeling that once this is over, I won't be able to see Seon again. Please don't go. I can't hold back anymore, she shouted in despair, trying to stop Sejun's steps. Please don't go. Sejun. He looks to the side with a cold, determined gaze. He turned his back, looking at her confused. What's wrong? Sunday. Selen's face shows clear signs of worry, with beads of sweat betraying her anxiety. I wish you would lean on us a little. You stand silently. You're always the one who becomes a shoulder for others. Seljun, but he never relies on anyone because he's too strong. Her face looked truly sad and cruel. Seon gazed at him with regretful eyes, her lips slightly pressed together as if trying to hold back her emotions. Even if I want to stop you, I can't let you go back safely. Seon looked at her with confusion, but suddenly his cold face softened into a gentle, warm smile. Under the moonlight, the 2 face each other among the white flowers. Of course, where could I go that would leave you all behind? Sun Mentor is trying to hold a cup with both hands as Sin slowly enters the room. The kid asked eagerly, Is everything ready? Yes, I'm all set to leave. A bright purple light radiates from beneath Seon's feet. Mentor continues, So shall we go now? His face is full of determination. Seon is determined to become stronger and return.